Dan Marshall Evil Sovereign Chapter 729 to Chapter 810. Jing Yonghui was full of pride when he mentioned the Qilin battleship. However, he did not dare to be too arrogant in front of Li Zongjiu. After all, the scene of Li Zongjiu killing hundreds of people with a single slap was still vivid in his mind. The Qilin battleship was a deterrent against such a large-scale army. After all, the number of people who could escape would be very few. Most of them would not be able to escape in time. However, if it was used against Yuan Qi experts, the Qilin battleship would be a live target. A Yuan monarch elite could easily land on the Qilin battleship and destroy it directly. The construction cost of this Qilin battleship is ordinary, but the driving energy is extremely expensive. It will consume at least one mid-grade Yuan stone just to maintain the kinetic energy for an hour. It will also require at least one high-grade Yuan stone to power it as an arsenal. Jing Yonghui could not help but say. This thing was simply a monster that ate Yuan stones. In order to unleash its power, it had to be fed. How many families could afford to consume so many Yuan stones? Therefore, the Jing family would not let the Qilin battleship open fire unless it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, hundreds of thousands of purple coins would be wasted. I will give you 100 high-grade Yuan stones in exchange for 10 Qilin battleships. Li Zongjiu did not say anything else. He immediately took out 100 high-grade Yuan stones from the southern nation ring. Hundreds of high-grade Yuan stones landed on the ground and immediately exuded a suffocating Yuan Qi. This kind of origin Qi that assaulted one's face was simply going to cause one to faint from the rush. It was truly incomparably shocking. This, Jing Yonghui had not expected Li Zongjiu to be so straightforward. With these high-grade Yuan stones, the rest of the Qilin battleships of the Jing family could be activated as backup. This was the most important thing. Therefore, although those people had launched a sneak attack and destroyed the Qilin battleship, it was actually not a big problem. The construction cost of a Qilin battleship was only about 20 million purple yuan. After all, it was relatively easier for craftsmen who cultivated Yuan Qi to build and assemble these things. The cost of manpower was slightly reduced mainly because of the preciousness of the blueprint and the power of the weapon. Deal. Jing Yonghui was no ordinary person. He reached out his hand and kept the 100 upper-grade primordial stones under the envious gazes of the surrounding people. As expected of someone who had returned from the royal city, he was so generous. Father. A figure descended from the sky. It was Jing Haoran, the third young master of the Jing family. Jing Haoran was fully armed. Although Jing Haoran did not know how to operate this Qilin battleship, in fact, this battleship was under Jing Haoran's name. The talents on board were also cultivated by Jing Haoran. The people on this fleet were also loyal to Jing Haoran. It had to be said that the Jing family's model was a way of spreading their branches and spreading their leaves. Everyone developed independently and became stronger on their own before finally returning to the family. It was precisely this method that made the Jing family feel as though they had accumulated a lot of resources and were about to explode. After all, this required a process of accumulation in order to achieve such results and achievements. This time, Jing Haoran could be said to have completed his task perfectly. With only a Qilin battleship, he forced these people to retreat and solved the crisis of the Azure Wave giant city. Just thinking about it made Jing Haoran feel that it was very cool. Therefore, he naturally came to Jing Yonghui to ask for credit. Of course, he also wanted to see if there was any danger on the battleship. You trash. 2 of our battleships have been destroyed. Did you catch the culprit? As soon as Jing Haoran landed on the ground, Jing Yonghui started to rain curses on him, causing the smile on Jing Haoran's face to immediately stiffen. The change in style was too fast, which was beyond Jing Haoran's expectation. If it weren't for young hero Li Zongjiu, your father would have been killed. Jing Yonghui said, naturally leading Jing Haoran's gaze to Li Zongjiu's direction. Since Li Zongjiu was so powerful, if he was really the brother of Jing Haoran's son, wouldn't the Jing family be like a dragon rising from the shallow beach? Li. Big. Brother. When Jing Haoran saw Li Zongjiu in front of him, he suddenly froze. When he met Li Zongjiu in the small Guanxi town, after seeing Li Zongjiu's skills, Jing Haoran knew that Li Zongjiu was definitely not an ordinary person. Who could use the green light sword finger to such an extraordinary level? Only Li Zongjiu could do it. Big brother. When Jing Haoran saw Li Zongjiu, he immediately rushed up and gave Li Zongjiu a bear hug. Li Zongjiu also patted Jing Haoran's shoulder. Although the two of them did not have much interaction, Li Zongjiu could see that Jing Haoran sincerely treated him as a big brother. If Jing Haoran could help him, then Li Zongjiu could protect him for a lifetime. I didn't expect to come to your territory, Li Zongjiu suddenly said with a smile. But why is your cultivation still so weak? How can my level be compared to you, big brother? Jing Haoran immediately waved his hand and said. Seeing that Jing Haoran and Li Zongjiu's relationship seemed to be very good, Jing Yonghui's heart was simply blooming with flowers. It should be known that if a young expert like Li Zongjiu, or any expert, did not establish a good foundation when they grew up early, then even if they wanted to befriend later, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. Therefore, there was nothing more perfect than being able to lay down the foundation at an early stage. Right, we found traces of the poison sect in Nanjiang. There are at least 6 of them. Now that these people are still wandering in the city, we must catch them, Jing Haoran said. Waiting for you, it's too late. Jing Yonghui glared at Jing Haoran, as if blaming Jing Haoran for not doing a good job. Of course, it was also to highlight Li Zongjiu's strength and power. In such a short time, he directly killed the people of the poison sect in Nanjiang, including an elder-level expert. It was really amazing. So powerful? When Jing Haoran saw Jing Yonghui's unhurried manner, he knew what was going on. When he heard Jing Yonghui's words, it was obvious that Li Zongjiu had settled the matter. He felt even more heartfelt admiration. Right, the people of the Yang family were also involved. We originally wanted to capture that Yang Xiao, but he was too strong and escaped, Jing Haoran said solemnly. The external problem was solved, then the next thing was to solve the internal problem. Let's not talk about this first. Let's first meet the prefect of Dingquan province, Jing Yonghui said. Fang Youji's official prestige was not strong, but at a glance, it gave people a feeling that it was as heavy as a mountain. He was indeed a reliable person, and at the same time, a person protected by great luck. Given Fang Youji's status, he was definitely the person with the greatest authority in Dingquan province. Just a word from him would be able to give Emerald Wave Colossal City better policies and treatment. The existence of the prefectures was to develop and adjust the balance of power of the cities under them. Therefore, if you want Cerulean Wave Giant City to be good, you must have a good relationship with Fang Youji. Greetings, Prefect. Jing Haoran heard that the prefect of Dingquan province was an incredible person, so he quickly bowed. I've long heard of the Jing family of Cerulean Wave Giant City. You're indeed full of heroes, Fang Youji said with a smile. This group of people of the Jing family was quite interesting. Leave the matters here to me. Everyone, please settle down in the city. Patriarch Xing, I'll leave the reception to you, Peng Shan said. In addition to dealing with the aftermath, they also had to figure out the current situation. Now that so many people had died at the scene, they naturally had to find out the origin of these people and whether there were any other accomplices. There were many things that needed to be dealt with. Prefect, please. Young Hero Li, if you don't mind, let my Jing family do the honors of being a host, Jing Yonghui said. Let's go. I still have to give face to Haoran, Li Zongjiu said. Of course, they had to give Jing Haoran face. Of course, not everyone was qualified to treat Li Zongjiu to a meal. Tianfei took advantage of the time just now to recover and continued to follow Li Zongjiu. This is Tianfei, Li Zongjiu introduced. Strictly speaking, Tianfei was a follower, not a slave. Brother Tianfei's cultivation is so profound. The few of them ate and drank to their heart's content at the table. Jing Yonghui had originally said that he wanted to make some programs for Li Zongjiu to watch, but he had been rejected by Li Zongjiu. The best years of one's life were not to be wasted on such things. Li Zongjiu was not interested in such things. When the Qilin worship is completed, send it directly to the Li family of Luoxia City, Li Zongjiu said. Jing Yonghui naturally had to make good use of an order of 100 high-grade source stones. It would be very difficult to get people to support the development of the worship industry, especially under such circumstances. After all, this worship had been painstakingly built by a large group of people for several months. Yet it had been split in half by a Yuan monarch powerhouse. Wouldn't that have been a waste of effort? Young hero Li, don't worry. If you have the latest warships, just bring them to Sacred Flame Royal City and look for me. If you don't have enough funds for research and development, you can also look for me. This industry has a lot of prospects. Li Zhongjiu said nonchalantly. Not many people were paying attention to these warships now. However, in fact, 3,000 years later, powerful warships would be able to kill Yuan monarchs instantly. At the same time, the cost of building such warships would also be very high. However, this also proved that cultivation was not the only way out. There were many other ways to become a powerhouse. Xing Yonghui's eyes lit up when he heard Li Zhongjiu's words. Did this mean that Li Zhongjiu was willing to help them continue to develop the shipbuilding industry? We will definitely continue to build warships. After all, this is a craft passed down by our ancestors. If there is a need, we will definitely go to Royal City and look for young hero Li. It was obvious that Li Zhongjiu was very supportive of the shipbuilding industry. Even if Xing Yonghui was thick-skinned, he still had to fight for it. While the few of them were chatting in the restaurant, panic suddenly broke out in the city. Patriarch, this is bad. The Yang clan has joined forces with the poison sect of the southern frontier. The poison sect of the southern frontier has summoned an army of blood-sucking bats to create chaos. At this moment, a guard from the Jing family came to report. In the skies above Jade Wave Colossal City, a large number of blood-sucking bats appeared. To ordinary people, a black swarm of bats was even more terrifying than an army. They chirped and danced in the air. When they saw a figure appear below, they exclaimed in surprise. Then, they pounced down and pecked the man's head with all their might. There were quite a few experts within the city who were busy dealing with these vampire bats. However, they discovered that something even more terrifying had appeared. These terrifying poisonous bugs had burrowed out from the ground and would eat anyone they saw. Such a chaotic scene was like the end of the world. Even the Qilin battleship did not have much effect in such a situation. Whoosh! Tianfei brandished his sword and immediately cut down dozens of vampire bats that were pouncing at him. There were also countless movements outside the window. Several people walked to the window and looked at the doomsday-like scene. It seems that the killing of their people during the day has infuriated the southern region's poison sect. Xing Yonghui said indifferently. Not to mention the forces around them, it was almost impossible for the poison sect of the southern frontier to destroy Jadewave Colossal City. If a century-old city like Jadewave Colossal City could be destroyed so easily, these clans might as well eat sh*t. Since these people had launched such a chaotic attack, it meant that they were in a mess. Over there, high up in the sky, there were a total of 3 people standing on top of the swarm of vampire bats. They were like saints of the dead as they stared at the scene below. There was not the slightest bit of pity in their eyes. When they saw the people being bitten to death by the vampire bats, they even smiled. Their eyes were full of cruelty. They wanted to devour these people completely. Since you dare to kill the people of the poison sect of the southern frontier, I will show you the power of the poison sect of the southern frontier. It has always been the poison sect of the southern frontier who kills people. Kill all the people of Jadewave Colossal City for me. There was madness in the eyes of the 3 people. Yang Xiao, who was hiding in the dark, saw this scene. Although he knew that it was very dangerous, it was better for everyone to die than to die alone. Therefore, they could only watch as this scene unfolded before their eyes. Go! Li Zhongjiu said. Immediately, Tianfei's figure flashed and directly rushed towards the 3 figures in the sky. However, just as Tianfei moved, on the roof not far away, a dark shadow, who had been lying in wait for a long time, also moved instantly and rushed towards Tianfei. It was extremely fast. Tianfei was also surprised. However, he did not put the person in front of him in his eyes. He slashed his sword towards the person, but the person in front of him easily caught the sword with both hands. Clang, sword chi overflowed and immediately shocked Tianfei. Is there something wrong with the person in front of him? Did he catch the sword with both hands? Is that all you have? You can't even break my defense. Obviously, this person was an expert who had cultivated the body venomous insect technique. Tianfei immediately attacked with his sword a few times. His speed was extremely fast, but he was still blocked by the other party. The two of them exchanged blows in the sky and their figures retreated continuously. Boom! Tianfei was thrown in front of the other party's fist. He used his sword to block in front of him and blocked the power of this move. Tianfei was shocked when he suddenly retreated. The strength of this punch was at least at the level of a 5th-grade Yuan monarch. This person's cultivation was actually almost the same as his. Tianfei gritted his teeth. Li Zongjiu immediately leaped up. He did not need to hide his strength or make a final move. He directly approached the three figures in the sky. Whoosh! A figure blocked in front of the three elders of the southern frontier poison sect. His body immediately emitted a terrifying aura. When the aura spread out, it was even stronger than the person who blocked Tianfei. You are the one who killed Amandao. The person said in a deep voice. The eyes under the black robe stared at Li Zongjiu like the god of death. What Dao? Li Zongjiu did not hear what this guy said and could not help but ask. If you want to know who I killed, you can ask my hand. Haha, you will regret angering me. The person said indifferently. He stretched out his hand. Li Zongjiu immediately saw countless poisonous insects emerging from the ground. The poisonous insects kept climbing upwards, forming a long staircase. These 4 poisonous insect staircases immediately attached themselves to the black-robed man. It seems like you are more powerful. Li Zongjiu could not help but say. Have a taste of my myriad poisons. When the poisonous insects gathered on his body, they immediately brought about a terrifying increase in his strength. At the same time, his body seemed to have merged with the army of poisonous insects. It looked extremely disgusting. How could there be such a way of fighting? Damn. Li Zongjiu was speechless. What was this thing that appeared in front of him? The poisonous insects seemed to have turned into a huge monster because of the condensation of such power. The 3 people behind him gloated at his misfortune. That guy killed Amandao. Doesn't he know that Yi Sui and Amandao were as close as brothers? He is really courting death. Yi Sui's myriad poison demonic technique can already summon demonic creatures. If the one in front of us is 1,000,000 poisonous scorpions, it will be truly terrifying. He could control 1,000,000 poisonous scorpions at once to fight for him. With such strength, he could easily kill a Yuan monarch expert. While the 3 of them were discussing how Yi Sui was going to kill Li Zongjiu, a voice suddenly sounded. They saw a flame appear in front of them. What is that? The 3 of them could not help but be shocked. When they felt the terrifying flame appear, they carefully observed it. Save me! Yi Sui's cries for help came from the flames. When they heard Yi Sui's cry for help, the 3 of them were in disbelief. The poison cult of the southern wilderness had reached this stage. They had a lot of experts, but in fact, they weren't that many. This was thanks to the thunderous momentum of the beginning. They had slaughtered several villages and towns in a row. They had killed tens of thousands of people and created several experts. For example, a man's Dao was created by him. Yi Sui, on the other hand, was someone who had cultivated to this level by himself. The level between the two was different. In the southern border poison cult, Yi Sui was the strongest after the sect leader and the great elder. Now, even Yi Sui was asking for help. However, the 3 of them did not have the time to lend a helping hand. The flames in front of them seemed to have burned out. As for the poisonous insects that seemed to have piled up like a mountain, they were all burned up. They saw Li Zongjiu opposite the flames. The 3 of them could not help but swallow their saliva. They didn't even know what method Li Zongjiu had used to kill the man in front of them. He was killed just like that. It was really shocking. You killed Yi Sui. Oh, he's called Yi Sui. I didn't have the time to ask. What about you guys? Do you want to tell me your names too? Li Zongjiu glanced at the 3 of them, then took out the desolate heaven essence. He looked at the 3 of them with a smile. When the 3 of them saw the smile, they could not help but feel numb in their hearts. Kill him. Even Yi Sui was not Li Zongjiu's match. In the southern border poison cult, under the sect leader were the left and right guardians. However, the left and right guardians were always by the sect leader's side. Although the sect leader's cultivation level was very terrifying, with the addition of the left and right guardians, it was extremely safe. It was also incomparably safe. Therefore, it was not an easy task to find the southern border's poison cult leader. Below the left and right protectors were the various elders. For example, Yi Sui was the strongest existence among the elders. At the same time, he cultivated the body tempering Gu technique and the Gu control technique. It was said that he once had the strength to fight against an Origin Emperor expert, but this had not been proven. However, there was no smoke without fire, so there had to be a certain level of strength involved. Seeing Yi Sui being killed, the three of them naturally became nervous. Immediately, a terrifying black insect barrier appeared in front of Li Zongjiu. Boom! Li Zongjiu did not care what kind of moves these people used. In front of him, it was just a matter of using his staff. The overbearing desolate heaven essence swept out. The power was like a waterfall that spread out horizontally, instantly sweeping away the power in front of him. Who? Li Zongjiu's strike had wiped out all the forces in front of him. Retreat. The three great elders had already made up their minds long ago. They directly rushed into the distance. At this moment, their bodies suddenly exploded in the air. Terrifying power continuously surged out from their bodies and rushed in all directions. Such power directly turned into countless flying insects and flew out. In fact, the people who raised these insects did not have many tricks up their sleeves. Other than gathering the bugs to attack you, you can also turn into a bug and escape. It was extremely boring. Where do you think you're going? With a casual wave of Li Zongjiu's hand, the black dazzle fire immediately swept forward like a terrifying flame. The moment the flames spread out, they immediately devoured the poisonous insects that filled the sky. Clearly, these three people were not among the poisonous insects. When he turned his head, he happened to see three figures heading towards the middle reaches mountain. They have already split up, but they are still walking together. What kind of IQ is this? Li Zongjiu was also amused by the actions of these people in front of him. However, from the looks of it, these three people were deliberately luring Li Zongjiu to go forward. If it were an ordinary person, they would consider whether this was a trap. Their intentions were so obvious. However, in front of Li Zongjiu, even if they knew it was a trap, it did not matter at all. After all, he had gone through countless difficult and dangerous situations alone. Without saying a word, Li Zongjiu's body flashed and chased after the three people. In the city, Tianfei was also fighting against the body goo expert. It was Tianfei's first time facing such an opponent, so the pressure on him was doubled. However, after familiarizing himself with the opponent, Tianfei was able to stabilize the situation in front of him. It was only a matter of time before he could turn the tables. After familiarizing himself with the opponent's tactics, he would have no chance at all. Xing and the others were also immersed in the tense battle. They were not worried about Li Zongjiu chasing after the three people alone. After all, Li Zongjiu only looked a little young, but in fact, he was very strong. He could no longer be regarded as a teenager, but a real expert. Naturally, there was nothing to worry about. Boom! Li Zongjiu chased after the three people and disappeared into the Middle Reaches Mountain. When Li Zongjiu approached the Middle Reaches Mountain, he immediately felt a bleak and cold wind. It seemed that a cold wind was blowing in the surroundings. Li Zongjiu, you really have the guts to chase after us. Li Zongjiu's body landed in the forest, and a sinister voice immediately came from the surroundings. This voice did not belong to any of the three people just now. Most importantly, this person actually knew his name. You guys have guts too. Li Zongjiu looked around. It was pitch black. Even the three elders who had chased after him had disappeared. It was obvious that they had been prepared for this. In the sacred flame royal city, you spoiled my plans time and time again. Now, we'll settle the old and new grudges together. The owner of the voice seemed to have a carefree feeling, as if he had long been gnashing his teeth at Li Zongjiu and wanted to kill him. However, Li Zongjiu had been hiding in the sacred flame royal city during that time. They did not have a good opportunity to directly kill Li Zongjiu. Now that Li Zongjiu had personally appeared, it was just as well. They would deal with Li Zongjiu first. Originally, this Poison Kingdom array was prepared for the 8 banner soldiers. Since you're here first, you can enjoy it first. When the voice sounded, Li Zongjiu suddenly realized that the ground under his feet was constantly becoming soft, and the surrounding soil was also wriggling. Then, some tiny poisonous insects continuously crawled out from under the ground. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would have fainted from fright. Just the appearance of these insects, which covered the entire mountain, was enough to make one's scalp go numb. The so-called Poison Kingdom array was naturally the appearance of a huge number of poisonous insects. The scenes that Li Zongjiu had seen before were many times more tragic than the countless poisonous bugs before his eyes. These mere poisonous bugs could be stomped down with just a lift of his foot. Boom! The ground shook, and at the same time, a terrifying flame swept out. It directly burned all the insects in the surroundings until there was nothing left. The air was filled with the smell of burning insects, which was fascinating. You want a set of infinite great formation? Are you qualified? Li Zongjiu immediately snorted, and his eyes were filled with iciness. These people before him wanted to use this energy cycle to continuously pour blood into the array. However, these people had obviously schemed against the wrong person. Countless poisonous insects crawled out from under the ground once again. Mountain-flipping golden seal. Inside Cerulean Wave Giant City, Xing Haoran was leading his Xing family's guards to kill some poisonous insects. Moreover, these poisonous insects were extremely fast and had great destructive power. It would not be easy to kill them. The city guards also joined forces to kill the army of poisonous insects in front of him. Whoosh! Xing Haoran was suddenly blocked by a huge mantis-like thing in front of him. The mantis immediately swung its two sickle-like arms and sent Xing Haoran flying. Bang! Young master, be careful! The guards around him exclaimed and immediately rushed toward Xing Haoran, but they were directly chopped into pieces by the mantis sickle. Puff, damn it! Xing Haoran's men were immediately killed. Just as the mantis monster was about to kill them with its sickle. Suddenly, he saw a firefly-like light flying towards the praying mantis monster in front of him to kill it. Bang! The mantis monster was hit by the firefly and its body suddenly stiffened. After a second, it seemed like a flame was emitted from its body and its body was directly melted. Damn it, what kind of technique is this? Xing Haoran was stunned by this scene. Then, he turned around and saw that in the originally dark alley, hundreds or even thousands of fireflies like the one just now gradually appeared. Under these fireflies, a tall and slender woman slowly walked out. These fireflies floating in the air were all flying insects. Who are you? Seeing the person in front of him, Xing Haoran could not help but be shocked because he had never seen this person before. She had such a mysterious technique and appeared at such a critical time. There must be something fishy. Xing Haoran had been in Cerulean Wave Giant City for so long, but he had never seen this person before. Go and tell everyone that no one is allowed to go near Mount Zhongyou, the woman said with a clear voice. At the same time, there was a feeling of endless buzzing in his ears, as if she had taken away Xing Haoran's soul in an instant. Who are you? Why should I listen to you? When Xing Haoran heard this, it was obvious that there was a problem. Who exactly was this person? The woman didn't say anything else. She waved her hand, and the fireflies behind her flew into the distance. Boom, these fireflies flew directly to every corner of the city. Then, large-scale explosions occurred in many corners of the city. Rumble. Just this one move was enough to kill a large number of poisonous insects. Before the shock on Xing Haoran's face faded, he saw a small musical instrument appear in the woman's hand. It looked like an egg. He placed it in front of his mouth and gently blew on it, causing a ripple. Buzz, the strange sound immediately attracted those poisonous insects. After attracting the attention of these poisonous insects, they actually formed a group and walked towards the bonfire. Hiss, you can actually control these poisonous insects. Just who are you? The Southern Border Poison Sect expert, who was fighting with Tian Fei in the city, suddenly stopped when he heard the strange sound. There seemed to be a trace of horror on his face. Tian Fei saw the change in the man's expression. He couldn't help but be startled. This guy seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying. Immediately, with a loud bang, this person flew up from the spot and flew towards the sky. Boom, after the mysterious woman in the alley sensed the movement of the southern border poison sect expert, a trace of indifference flashed in her eyes. Where do you think you're going? Immediately, the woman's body also leaped and rushed forward. Swoosh, she directly chased after the man who was escaping. The direction that the man was escaping in was also the direction of Mount Xianxia. As the two people left giant cerulean wave city, the poisonous insects in the city also began to retreat. Xianxia felt like he was in a dream as he looked at the situation in front of him. Who was the woman who could control the fireflies? Her method seemed to be able to control the poisonous insects. Could this woman also be a member of the southern border poison sect? Otherwise, how could she have such an unfathomable method? People who saw it were amazed and didn't dare to believe it. This was clearly a method that only the southern border poison sect could use. But no matter what, the woman's appearance had saved his life. Moreover, she seemed to be very powerful. Mount Xianxia. I have a feeling that something extraordinary is going to happen. The poisonous insects in the city quickly retreated. Xianxia, Xingyonghui, and the others also gathered. Tianfei also didn't stay with Xingyonghui and the others for long. After knowing that Li Zhongjiu was chasing towards Mount Xianxia, he also quickly set off and headed towards Mount Xianxia. Originally, Xingyonghui and the others also wanted to chase Li Zhongjiu to Mount Xianxia. However, Xianxia stopped him. Let's not talk about the unpredictable dangers in Mount Xianxia. There are some problems in the city that we must take advantage of tonight to solve. Xianxia said. Xingyonghui naturally understood Xianxia's meaning. He didn't want to go to Mount Xianxia for the time being. Who knew what kind of situation had gathered in Mount Xianxia? Let's destroy the Yang family first. That bastard, does he really think that he can be evenly matched with my Jing family? Xingyonghui made a prompt decision. If they didn't solve Yang Zhao's problem tonight, who knew what Yang Xiao would do tomorrow? Therefore, Xingyonghui directly led his men and charged towards the Yang family. Mount Xianxia, Li Zhongjiu had already exterminated over 100 waves of poisonous insects. His hand movements were also constantly repeating the same actions. However, these poisonous insects seemed to be endless. However, Li Zhongjiu wasn't anxious. Even if you used yuan stones to create a large array, there would still be a time when the yuan qi would be exhausted. Li Zhongjiu wanted to see how capable these people were, on Mount Xianxia. Several figures were hiding in a cave. That cave was also constantly emitting sounds of tremors. Sect leader, what should we do? The poisonous insects that we have painstakingly accumulated are almost all being killed by this kid. Anyone who had been doing this for such a long time would have already broken down. Perhaps when they found out that there was no way to escape, they would already be worried that something would happen to them. That was why they couldn't escape. The most terrifying thing was that they couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion. Slowly, their willpower would be worn down. However, it seemed that the amount of poisonous insects they had stored wouldn't be able to last until then. How can this be? These resurrection insects can continuously be reborn from corpses. How can they all be killed? The poison sect leader had two great protectors, the left protector Wang Shui and the right protector Han Mei. Both of them were experts in body goo techniques. They didn't know much about raising goo techniques. Hearing the left protector Wang Shui's question, the elder in charge of raising the insects quivered. This was common knowledge. Logically speaking, everyone should know this. However, Protector Wang Shui just had to ask. He was powerful. If there was something that he didn't know, then it was definitely his fault, there was no doubt about it. He killed too quickly. The poison sect leader said. Previously, he had been sitting on the ground with his eyes closed. However, he was actually communicating with his insects. The resurrection of the resurrection insects needs time. However, this Li Zhongjiu is killing them too quickly. These resurrection insects can't accumulate enough energy. They will become weaker and weaker. In the end, they will approach death. The resurrection time will become longer and longer. Then I will go down with Han Mei and kill him. Wang Shui said. In fact, Wang Shui didn't agree to place all their hopes on these insects. These insects were just tools to increase their strength. Anyone who cultivated body refinement goo techniques also thought so. There's no time. The people from the tribe are here. I saw Zhang Biao's figure among the insects in the city. Zhang Biao, when they heard this name, everyone present was shocked. At this moment, they even felt a sense of suffocation. It was as if a terrifying creature had appeared in front of them. It was as if it was using this method to let them know fear. Just a name was enough to make these people, who were numb to killing, feel fear. This showed how terrifying Zhang Biao's strength was. Among the tribes of Nanjiang, the true tribes were a very large group. However, these people lived in seclusion deep in the mountains and never came out. They were a group of people who were unique. Zhang Biao was the granddaughter of this tribe's chief. She was also the most monstrous genius in the Nanjiang tribe in the past 1,000 years. She was only 20 years old, but she was already able to cultivate the Gu technique to perfection. Moreover, because of her terrifying talent, Zhang Biao could even communicate with other people's insects. She was practically the nemesis of this tribe's people. The insects that you painstakingly raised for many years would be controlled by Zhang Biao in the blink of an eye. They had such a terrifying ability. It was said that as early as 5 years ago, Zhang Biao had already formed a contract with one of the tribe's 3 great saint insects, the immortal firefly. She had obtained the approval of this firefly that had lived for tens of thousands of years. Although Zhang Biao had been hiding her strength for many years, after all, Zhang Biao's ability was very terrifying. However, Zhang Biao could also use her strength in the right place. For example, hunting down people like them who were separated from the tribe. This group of people from Nanjiang's poison sect were also people who escaped from the Nanjiang tribe. They clearly had such heaven-defying abilities, but they had to stay in the mountains and rivers. Wasn't it a waste? Therefore, these people wanted to use their abilities to make a name for themselves. Those trash from Qingyuan Manor still haven't killed this woman. The poison sect's leader wanted to slap his thigh. It was Li Zhongzhou's arrival that delayed their plans. Otherwise, the 400,000 soldiers of the 8 Banners army and the people in Jadewave Giant City would be enough to raise an extremely powerful poisonous insect. At that time, there would be nothing to be afraid of in this world. Even if Qingyuan Manor didn't like the look of it, they could directly wipe it out. That was how arrogant and overbearing they were. However, this seemed to be very difficult to achieve. The ruler of the Poison Kingdom has already awakened. Without a large amount of food to eat, it will not be long before the ruler of the Poison Kingdom continues to fall into a deep slumber. Han Mei said in a deep voice. Then, he looked at the poison sect leader. Sect master, let the 2 of us attack first. Let's kill Li Zhongzhou. As for Zhang Biao, I'll deal with her slowly after absorbing Li Zhongzhou's power. Hearing Han Mei's words, the poison sect master's heart calmed down. Now that things have come to this, this is the only way. Everyone, tonight will be the most difficult night. If we can get through it, a kingdom of poisonous insects will appear in the Xingyan dynasty tomorrow. The hierarch's words stirred everyone's hearts. Apart from him and the 2 guardians, no one else was present. The 3 elders who had escaped from Li Zhongzhou's pursuit, as well as the 5 elders who were controlling the array, were constantly attacking to maintain the power of the array. There were a total of 8 people. As for the body Gu expert who had fought with Tian Fei, he did not seem to be able to return safely to the Middle Reaches Mountains. Inside the array, Li Zhongzhou patiently waved the Desolate Heaven Essence in his hand. With each swing, the power of the Desolate Heaven Essence swept away a large number of poisonous insects in front of him. There are only these insects coming and going, and their numbers are decreasing. Can you do it? Li Zhongzhou asked as he looked into the depths of the array. Clearly, Li Zhongzhou had already seen through the flaws. However, Li Zhongzhou was good at making his enemies die in despair. Since this was the method that they were most proud of, then Li Zhongzhou would show them the method that they were so proud of. In front of Li Zhongzhou, they were trash. Therefore, Li Zhongzhou was not in a hurry. Wanting to die? Isn't that an easy thing to do? Just as Li Zhongzhou finished speaking, a figure appeared on the ground in front of him along with the insects that were constantly emerging. His hands were hugging his chest as he was gradually pushed up by the insects below. After getting up, he looked at Li Zhongzhou with a self-righteous gaze, imagining how Li Zhongzhou would die in front of him in a moment. Trampling on these experts was also a very satisfying thing. For the 2 of you, it should be relatively easy. Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. Wang Shui's expression changed when he heard this. This kid had actually sensed Han Mei's existence. Han Mei had yet to reveal himself and was hiding in the dark. Since the two guardians' main task was to protect the sect leader, they needed to ensure their own concealment in this environment. No one can stop my southern border poison sect. Wang Shui said coldly as he stretched out his hands. They were no longer the hands of a normal human, but more like the hands of some kind of insect, with densely packed barbs on them. His back also shook violently as a few spider legs grew out of it. Li Zhongjiu saw the spider legs growing out of Wang Shui's back. Are people nowadays so desperate? To make themselves like this for the sake of cultivation? Seeing Wang Shui's appearance, Li Zhongjiu felt that Wang Shui was a little pitiful. He actually had to use such a method to cultivate. Was it so difficult to become strong? Couldn't he be like Li Zhongjiu, who could easily and casually cultivate and become so strong? Taste my cloud spider spikes. Wang Shui roared. The two spider legs on his back fiercely bounced off the ground, and then his whole body soared into the air. He rushed towards Li Zhongjiu. His speed was extremely fast. It was as if he had been kicked by someone. When Wang Shui rushed over, the spider legs on his back suddenly extended to the front. A terrifying and sharp aura had already locked onto Li Zhongjiu, making him unable to move. Bam! Li Zhongjiu raised his hand and smashed down with his staff. The domineering power of the desolate heaven essence directly broke Wang Shui's spider legs. Ah! Wang Shui immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. The two spider legs were equivalent to two bones in Wang Shui's body, and they were extremely important bones. Of course, it was a scream. After Li Zhongjiu broke two of Wang Shui's bones, a cold wind came from behind him. When he turned back to look, he saw a fist coming at him. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu raised his hand and struck out with his palm. The power in his body rapidly spread out from his palm. Bam! Han Mei's body automatically released a stream of cold air to resist the attack. Boom! Han Mei's body landed on the ground and immediately retreated a few steps. When Han Mei was shocked by Li Zhongjiu's power, he saw the desolate heaven essence in Li Zhongjiu's hand, which was glowing with light, smashed Wang Shui's head. A headless corpse fell to the ground. Wang Shui was only a Pikuan monarch. However, because he was proficient in the body venomous insect technique, he was a bodyguard at all times. In fact, these people from the southern border poison sect were not so weak. However, in front of Li Zhongjiu's power, there was really nothing that could resist him. How many people could withstand his staff? Sigh, you have worked so hard to cultivate for half your life, yet you ended up in this state. Is it worth it? Li Zhongjiu could not help but sigh. He seemed to sympathize with Wang Shui's situation. Then, he turned to look at Protector Han Mei, who had been sent flying by him. When Han Mei saw Li Zhongjiu's eyes, he felt a chill in his heart. From Li Zhongjiu's eyes, Han Mei could already see his miserable end. Wang Shui was actually killed so easily. He couldn't believe his eyes. Could he die so carelessly? He didn't even see how Li Zhongjiu did it. You. What kind of monster are you? Han Mei looked at Li Zhongjiu, his voice trembling. Before Li Zhongjiu could say anything, a firefly's light suddenly appeared behind Han Mei. When Li Zhongjiu saw the firefly's light, he frowned. The power contained in the firefly's light was not simple. Although it was small, it was a terrifying existence. The terrifying quality was not something an ordinary person could achieve. What is it? When Han Mei saw the firefly floating in front of him, he immediately slapped it impatiently. Bang! Han Mei wanted to slap the firefly away, but the power of the firefly exploded and broke Han Mei's hand. Bang! Han Mei! I'm here to capture you. Do you want to go back with me, or do you want me to destroy your cultivation and bring you back? A cold voice sounded. Li Zhongjiu saw a tall lady appear from within the black fog. Wherever this lady passed by, the poisonous insects on the ground would swiftly open up a path for her, automatically retreating. It could be seen that this was the spontaneous behavior of the poisonous insects. The woman didn't use any tricks to force them back. Interesting. What Li Zhongjiu cared about was not the tall figure of the woman in front of him, but the power in her body. Zhang. Zhang Biao. When Han Mei saw Zhang Biao, she screamed as if she had seen a devil. She didn't even notice that her voice had become sharp at this moment. Zhang Biao looked at Han Mei, and when she saw Li Zhongjiu in the distance and the desolate heaven essence in Li Zhongjiu's hand, she became alert. After all, the aura released by Li Zhongjiu made Zhang Biao feel threatened. Therefore, she focused her attention on Li Zhongjiu. Zhang Biao? Li Zhongjiu looked at the woman in front of him in surprise. When he heard Han Mei's words, he immediately knew the identity of the woman in front of him. It was Zhang Biao, the future guardian of the southern border tribe. She was also a supreme being expert. It was said that this woman's ability was heaven-defying. Li Zhongjiu, who had made a breakthrough in his cultivation, wanted to spar with this heaven-defying genius. However, Zhang Biao guarded the southern border tribe and didn't accept the challenge. The southern border tribe had always been under the protection of this woman, allowing them to survive. A supreme being expert 1,000 years later. Li Zhongjiu and her had been friends for a long time. But today, they met at this moment. It was rare to meet someone that even Li Zhongjiu was interested in and wanted to challenge. It was inevitable that his hands would itch. Who are you? Zhang Biao asked Li Zhongjiu. Sunset City, Li Zhongjiu. You are not a member of the southern border tribe. This matter has nothing to do with you. Leave quickly. Zhang Biao said indifferently. Sure enough, geniuses were all arrogant, but Li Zhongjiu admired the arrogance of this outstanding person who was of the same age as him. In terms of momentum, Li Zhongjiu could feel that Zhang Biao's strength was almost the same as his. Of course, if Li Zhongjiu really wanted to fight, it would be very easy for him to kill Zhang Biao. However, Li Zhongjiu's means were equivalent to cheating. With more than 3,000 years of experience, of course, he wouldn't be easily defeated by this little girl. It was already very good for Zhang Biao to have such a level of strength at such a young age. I'm afraid it's impossible for you to take him away. Today, he must die here. And you are also in cahoots with them, right? Zhang Biao looked at Li Zhongjiu in front of her, who didn't hold back at all. Although she felt a trace of threat from Li Zhongjiu, it didn't mean that Zhang Biao was afraid of the latter. If they really fought, both of them might not be able to defeat Zhang Biao. As a genius girl of the southern border tribe, Zhang Biao didn't put the so-called geniuses of the outside world in her eyes. The so-called geniuses were all vulnerable to her. Mind your own business. Either you leave by yourself, or I will drive you away. Zhang Biao said coldly. Zhang Biao wouldn't do such a thing if she wanted to kill someone. After all, she came out to bring these people back and hand them over to the tribe for trial. At the same time, the patriarch also told her not to hurt anyone in the Xianxia dynasty. If more people were to die, the situation might become even more complicated. I, Li Zhongjiu, have lived for so long, and no one has ever been able to drive me away. You can try. Today, I, Li Zhongjiu, will take the lives of these people. Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. Some women have some ability, so they are incomparably arrogant. At this time, you have to show enough strength to let these women know who is the real strong, and then completely subdue them. Otherwise, they will not look at you in the eye for the rest of their lives. Hearing that Li Zhongjiu actually dared to provoke Zhang Biao, Han Fei felt even more terrified. Even he felt that Li Zhongjiu must be crazy. These people who practice Yuanli are really self-righteous. However, such a good opportunity made Han Fei think about when he could escape. With Li Zhongjiu's strength, if he really fought with Zhang Biao, he could at least hold on for a few minutes. In these few minutes, Han Fei must escape. Arrogant. Zhang Biao could not be bothered to tangle with Li Zhongjiu. She waved her hand and immediately 3 fireflies flew towards Li Zhongjiu. The light from these fireflies made Li Zhongjiu involuntarily reach out his hand. Clearly, the light from these fireflies had a bewitching effect. However, these small tricks were like showing off in front of an expert in front of Li Zhongjiu. With a flick of his finger, his mental strength immediately attracted the 3 fireflies back. He turned around and flew back towards Zhang Biao. When Han Mei saw that the two of them were about to fight, he quickly turned around and jumped forward as if he was diving into the water. Trying to escape? Zhang Biao waved her hand and a long whip immediately wrapped around Han Fei's legs and pulled him towards Zhang Biao. Li Zongjiu gently waved the desolate heavenly essence in his hand and broke Zhang Biao's long whip. At the same time, his figure appeared beside Han Mei, grabbing Han Mei with one hand. Just as he was about to kill Han Fei, Zhang Biao detonated the 3 fireflies. Boom! The shockwaves from the explosion immediately engulfed Han Mei and Li Zongjiu. In this chaotic atmosphere, Li Zongjiu felt Zhang Biao's attack. Fall. Zhang Biao attacked with her palm, wanting to take down Li Zongjiu. However, when she appeared, she realized that Li Zongjiu's figure had already disappeared. The one who was left here was only a bait. What? He had actually deceived Zhang Biao. Not good. While watching, Zhang Biao heard a scream. When she turned around, she saw Li Zongjiu holding Han Fei's head with one hand. With a slight force, Han Fei's head was crushed. Pung! Han Fei's corpse fell to the ground powerlessly. To deal with these people, it was necessary to destroy their heads. Otherwise, they might crawl back up again at any time. All kinds of methods emerged one after another. One must be on guard. You're courting death. When Zhang Biao saw this scene, she felt that Li Zongjiu was clearly provoking her. He actually killed Han Fei in front of her. If that wasn't a provocation, what else could it be? The evil lord's way of doing things was unpredictable. After Li Zongjiu killed Han Fei, he quickly flew towards the mountain peak. The surrounding poisonous insects also quickly retreated. Obviously, these people were ready to escape. Boom! Li Zongjiu's figure rushed out. Zhang Biao also followed closely behind. Since this person dared to kill the people of the southern tribe, he must give an explanation. Most importantly, in Zhang Biao's eyes, she would never allow anyone to challenge her dignity. Whoosh! Li Zongjiu used the hidden dragon skill. This mysterious body technique allowed Li Zongjiu's figure to appear and disappear in the forest like a flash. His speed was so fast that it was impossible to catch him. There was no pattern to it at all. What a fast body technique. Who is this guy? Zhang Biao found that she could not keep up with Li Zongjiu's rhythm. This could only mean that Li Zongjiu's speed was far above hers. He could easily control the rhythm, while her speed was far behind. She could only keep accelerating. Southern Border's poison sex leader, Heavenly Demon He. In the cave, Heavenly Demon He glanced at the elders who were lying on the ground. Their strength had been sucked dry by Heavenly Demon He. It's useless to keep you now. When I become the world's supreme one day, I'll definitely confer your merits monument. The corners of Heavenly Demon He's mouth curled up slightly. Behind him, there was a transparent insect attached to his back. As the insect continued to move, Heavenly Demon He's aura also continued to strengthen. Heavenly Demon He was like a greedy beast that was enjoying the energy that was concentrated in its body. Gradually, its limbs began to stretch out. After such a long time, you've only accumulated so little energy. What a waste. Heavenly Demon He's face was a little ugly, because the energy absorbed by these people was too little compared to what he had expected. He had to speed up. The flesh and blood of ordinary people could no longer provide him with more powerful energy. He had to use the flesh and blood of some Yuanli experts to have a better power breakthrough. Wang Shui and Han Mei are both dead? Even the people who died in the formation had transferred their energy to Heavenly Demon He's body. Originally, the formation was used to increase Heavenly Demon He's strength, but now it seemed that it had no effect at all. Boom! Suddenly, a violent tremor came from outside the cave. Then, the mountain began to collapse. You're here? Then become a part of my flesh and blood. Heavenly Demon He rose from the ground. With a loud bang, he smashed through the roof of the cave and appeared in the sky above the Middle Reaches mountain. He happened to see Li Zongjiu, who was chasing after him. He was already in the air, waiting for Heavenly Demon He. You must be Li Zongjiu. He Tianma's figure was parallel to Li Zongjiu's. Only now did Zhang Biao's figure flash out and appear on the other side. Heavenly Devil He, you betrayed the tribe. Follow me back to confess your sins. Zhang Biao looked at Heavenly Demon He and said in a deep voice. There was a dignified look in her eyes. She did not even pay attention to Li Zongjiu, who provoked her just now. At this moment, all her attention was on Heavenly Demon He. Are you stupid? He just killed a few subordinates and absorbed their energy. Do you think he wants to go back to confess his sins? Li Zhongjiu said. His words were obviously mocking Zhang Biao. When Zhang Biao heard that, of course, she wanted to die on the spot. How could she not know? But they did things according to procedures. They could not be killed or beaten as they pleased. Idiot, I don't need you to remind me. Zhang Biao said. Heavenly demon, he looked at the man and woman in front of him. Why don't you just get married on the spot? Are you here to catch me and kill me or just to quarrel? You were the one who saved Lei Gong last time, right? If you ask me, the people of Qingyuan Villa really deserve to die. Li Zhongjiu said faintly to the person behind Heavenly Demon He. Zhang Biao looked at Li Zhongjiu's actions. Who was this guy talking to? Could it be that he was mentally deranged? But soon, Zhang Biao realized that she was wrong. It turned out that there was someone behind Heavenly Demon He. It was just that at the beginning, Zhang Biao's attention was all on Heavenly Demon He. She did not notice the hidden primitive emperor expert. I should have killed you last time. How could I let you grow to this extent? A figure appeared behind Heavenly Demon He. It was as if he had torn the space directly. Last time outside the sacred flame royal city, it was the person in front of her who saved Lei Gong, who was fighting Li Zhongjiu that day. Otherwise, Lei Gong would not have been able to escape last time. Lei Gong, who was merely at the peak of the Yuan monarch realm, had wanted to find trouble with Li Zhongjiu. Lei Gong really thought highly of himself. Now that he saw his old enemy, Li Zhongjiu was especially happy. He had been afraid that this guy would die before Li Zhongjiu could take revenge. Now, it seemed like he was not dead. You still have a chance this time. Li Zhongjiu said. What he meant was that he was right in front of Luo Yunyang. If Luo Yunyang wanted to kill him, Luo Yunyang could do so. Of course, if you can return alive today, I, Bai Shiyan, will cripple my own cultivation. Bai Shiyan said slowly. His tone revealed his strong confidence. Last time, they were near the sacred flame royal city. If he had taken action forcefully, it would have caused unnecessary trouble. The experts in the sacred flame royal city were also quite troublesome for Bai Shiyan. Now, in the middle mountains outside the Azure Wave colossal city. It could be said that he did not have to worry about that at all. At this moment, he could show off his skills and display the true power of an origin emperor. He could let a weak ant like Li Zhongjiu know his identity and status, and that he could easily kill Li Zhongjiu. Today, I will let you experience the majesty of a true origin emperor expert. As Bai Shiyan's voice faded, a terrifying aura burst out from his body, like a vast airwave, spreading in all directions. Rumble, even the clouds in the sky seemed to be affected by this wave of air and were constantly rolling in all directions. The people in the Azure Wave colossal city a few miles away also felt the aura of an origin emperor expert. Is that the aura of an origin emperor expert? Jing Yonghui and the others stared in the direction of the middle mountains, their eyes revealing shock. Of course, they knew about the existence of an origin emperor expert, but the strength of such an expert was really too terrifying. They only knew a little about the power they possessed, and did not know what kind of existence they were. Even though they were thousands of meters away, they could still feel the power of the primitive emperor powerhouse on the middle reaches mountain, which really surprised them. This, even an origin emperor expert has been dispatched. Oh my god, even Fang Youji was surprised. It was very rare for an origin emperor expert to appear in Dingquan province, but it was a pity that this origin emperor expert was here to cause destruction. If Li Zhongjiu and the others can't stop it, then our Azure Wave colossal city will, Pang Shan said in a deep voice. Although it sounded a little disheartening, it was not unreasonable. Indeed, if Li Zhongjiu and the others could not stop it, then their Azure Wave colossal city would suffer the same fate. Damn it. Jing Yonghui stomped his foot, there was no other way at the moment. If an origin emperor expert went berserk, then no one could stop it. Now, they could only prepare for the worst. Tonight was supposed to be a night of victory, but the appearance of an origin emperor expert made the atmosphere in the Azure Wave colossal city extremely oppressive. Now that the Yang family was annihilated, the crisis had yet to be resolved. They had to wait until Li Zhongjiu eliminated the origin emperor expert. But could an origin emperor expert be defeated? Perhaps Li Zhongjiu had already run away. Zhang Biao's expression was extremely solemn. Heavenly Demon, he was already an Origin Emperor expert, and now he had another Origin Emperor expert as his helper. If she came alone, she might have to return empty-handed. Now, she looked at Li Zhongjiu. If you can run away, you'd better run away quickly. Zhang Biao glanced at Li Zhongjiu. This is my Nanjiang tribe's matter, I don't want to involve you. Although Li Zhongjiu had killed the people of the southern tribe, it could be said that he had helped her solve a problem. Now, the problem was even bigger. Zhang Biao also persuaded. Now, it was no longer a joke. There's no need to leave. Today, the two of you came to me voluntarily. Zhang Biao, I have long wanted to experience your power. Heavenly Demon, he said coldly. Immediately, a huge white bone rake appeared in Heavenly Demon He's hand. The white bone rake in his hand looked extremely terrifying. Most importantly, there was a terrifying poison in the rake. If one was hit by the rake, not only would they lose a piece of flesh, they would also be poisoned. By then, it would be too late. The poison would soon enter the bone marrow. Even if it was exposed to the air, it would still be a terrifying aura. Pick one. Li Zhongjiu stretched his body and said to Zhang Biao beside him. In the face of a great enemy, the two of them could not help but form an alliance. At least in Zhang Biao's view, the current situation was like this. Bai Shiyan wanted Li Zhongjiu's life, and Heavenly Demon he wanted to kill Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao also wanted to capture Heavenly Demon he. Only Li Zhongjiu wanted to kill Heavenly Demon he and Bai Shiyan. Therefore, it did not matter who Zhang Biao chose, the two of them would die anyway. You'd better hold on a little longer, so that I can come and save you. Zhang Biao glanced at Li Zhongjiu, and the long whip in her hand glowed with a fluorescent light as it swept towards Heavenly Demon he. Whoosh! As the long whip swung, it immediately swept out a gust of wind. Heavenly Demon he waved the white bone rake in his hand, setting off several fierce gusts of wind that dispersed the long whip. Soul-severing slash! Heavenly Demon he shouted. Suddenly, a terrifying power seemed to be drawn from the heaven and earth, but in fact, this power was drawn from the great formation on the middle mountain. It was unknown how much effort was expended to set up such a large array. Naturally, it could not be wasted so easily. Moreover, it was also quite useful. The soul-severing slash was executed. Zhang Biao knew its power, and did not dare to resist it. With a wave of his hand, he summoned dozens of fireflies, and the fireflies flew into the distance. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion took place at this moment. Following the appearance of the explosion, Bai Shiyan also made his move. To deal with Li Zhongjiu, Bai Shiyan did not even need to release the power of his Yuan spirit, and could easily kill Li Zhongjiu. After all, Li Zhongjiu was beaten by him last time, and could even be said to have barely survived. Although only a few months had passed, could it be that his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, as if he had eaten an immortal elixir? He only needed to casually attack to kill the former ant in front of him. One move is enough to kill you. Heavenly flames destroy the world. Bai Shiyan growled. Between his palms, a terrifying fire attribute Yuanli immediately burst out. The Yuanli intertwined between his palms, and immediately released an extremely terrifying aura. Boom! A streak of fiery light could be clearly seen within a radius of 100 miles. It appeared like a small sun. This terrifying ring of fire immediately swept towards Li Zhongjiu. In the face of this terrifying ring of fire, Li Zhongjiu was extremely calm. He slightly lowered the desolate heaven essence in his hand. The domineering power from the desolate heaven essence directly shattered the ring of fire. Immediately, like a broken fireball, the energy constantly spread in all directions. You can actually break my move. While Bai Shiyan was still in shock, he saw a figure breaking through the flames and smashing towards him with a stick. Immediately, Bai Shiyan circulated his Yuanli to resist. However, when this staff fell, it also directly hit Bai Shiyan's original spirit out of his body. Boom! Bai Shiyan could already withstand the power of the desolate heaven essence from a few meters away. It was like a terrifying mountain came crashing down, causing Bai Shiyan to be completely shocked. At the same time, before he could react, he was sent flying by Li Zhongjiu's stick. His entire body crashed into the ground with a bang. A huge cloud of dust was stirred up. Li Zongjiu instantly chased after him, the desolate heaven essence in his hand smashing down once again. Boom! The continuous bombardment caused a terrifying power to spread. It was even enough to cause the middle reaches mountains to collapse. Zhang Biao did not expect Li Zongjiu to be so ferocious in battle. In just a few moves, he had actually smashed Bai Shiyan to the ground. Such a turn of events was something she did not expect. Take care of yourself first, genius girl. Heavenly demon, he laughed. The feeling of having a breakthrough in strength was too exhilarating for Heavenly Demon he. As he moved, his every move had an earth-shattering destructive power. The white bone rake in his hand released endless power. It constantly tore apart the space in front of Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao also retreated repeatedly. How can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of my bright moon? Haha. Heavenly Demon he's power was in a frenzy. As he chased, he unknowingly left a certain range. Zhang Biao's figure was high up in the sky. At this moment, she was extremely close to the brilliance of the moon. Zhang Biao looked indifferently at Heavenly Demon he's madness. Since that's the case, I'll let you experience the light of a firefly. Zhang Biao's hands formed a series of hand seals. When the last hand seal landed, Heavenly Demon he immediately felt that the surrounding atmosphere was a little strange. When this power appeared, Heavenly Demon he seemed to have fallen into an environment filled with light. The light that appeared around him shocked Heavenly Demon because the surrounding light was too bright. Most importantly, how did this stinky girl do it? How did she summon so many light beams? It was as if every light beam was enough to penetrate his body. This made Heavenly Demon he feel an omnipresent burning sensation. The piercing pain was extremely intense. Oh? Domain power? Li Zongjiu was hammering randomly. With the desolate heaven essence, there was no need to think too much. He just needed to lower his head. However, Li Zongjiu did not let his guard down because of the gourd flying sword previously. When he felt Zhang Biao's domain power being released, he raised his head to take a look. In that instant, Bai Shiyan, who was below, found an opportunity to flip over and stand up. Boom, a light beam exploded from Bai Shiyan's body. Roar! A giant beast emitting a fiery red light drilled out from the ground. Rank 6 Origin Beast, Flame-Devouring Tiger. The flame-devouring tiger's tail swayed back and forth like a huge torch swaying back and forth. Being able to tame the flame-devouring tiger was already proof of Bai Shiyan's strength. Now that he was stacked with the flame-devouring tiger, Bai Shiyan's strength was definitely terrifying. Several Origin Emperor's auras intertwined in the sky above the Middle Reaches mountain. Everyone in Cerulean Wave Colossal City was dumbfounded by what they saw. The appearance of an Origin Emperor expert had already shocked them, and even made them badly battered. However, the continuous appearance of several Origin Emperor's auras had made them even more unable to react. What was going on? Why were there so many experts? Middle Reaches Mountain. Li Zongjiu looked at the flame-devouring tiger in front of him. It was indeed ferocious. The terrifying aura it emitted was enough to incinerate the heavens and earth. You almost failed miserably. Kid, you won't have another chance. Bai Shiyan almost couldn't catch his breath. Bai Shiyan was considered lucky to be able to recover. If Li Zongjiu had cut the Gordian knot and killed him, he wouldn't have been able to recover. Now that Li Zongjiu had given him a chance to catch his breath, Bai Shiyan naturally had to thank Li Zongjiu. Roar! The flame-devouring tiger also spread its wings and spat out a terrifying flame. It spread forward. Boom! The flame attacked Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu wasn't afraid and rushed towards the flame. His body was covered in a golden light. Wang! Mountain-flipping golden seal. When Li Zongjiu rushed to the flame-devouring tiger's side, he used the mountain-flipping golden seal to flip the flame-devouring tiger to the ground. Bang! The flame-devouring tiger fell to the side with a bang. Its body flickered with light. At this moment, it was severely injured. How is this possible? Bai Shiyan was connected to the flame-devouring tiger by blood. When he felt the shock, he was extremely shocked. Looking at Li Zongjiu's figure, he leaped up again. The desolate heaven essence appeared in his hand. Bai Shiyan also quickly released his Yuan power. Grade 6 Yuan skill, White Brilliance World. Annihilation. Bai Shiyan's eyes were also bloodshot. His eyeballs seemed to be about to pop out of their sockets. His body seemed to have transformed into a terrifying ray of light as he rushed towards Li Zongjiu. The people in Cerulean Wave Giant City seemed to have seen a scorching sun appear in the middle of the night. Moreover, the surrounding temperature was constantly rising. This also allowed the people of Cerulean Wave Giant City to feel the strength of the Yuan Emperor powerhouse. If the Yuan Emperor powerhouse were to fight in the city, Cerulean Wave Giant City would have been destroyed. What's the situation on the Middle Reaches Mountain? Xing and the others were naturally nervous. This was a matter of life and death for Cerulean Wave Giant City. However, in the face of such a crisis, they didn't have any chance to take action. It was indeed worrisome for them. Golden Dragon Yuan Spirit. Li Zongjiu did not dare to be careless. The Golden Dragon Yuan Spirit seemed to have turned into a golden armor and landed on Li Zongjiu's body. At this moment, the Golden Dragon Spirits. The Golden Dragon Spirit. 2. The Golden Dragon Spirit. To take it of golden to take. Us 2. Even with his strong defense, it was difficult to withstand the scorching heat. Li Zongjiu immediately felt that his skin was burning fiercely at this moment. Let's see how long you can hold on. When Bai Shiyan sensed Li Zongjiu's resistance, he frantically poured out the Yuan power in his body, preparing to completely incinerate Li Zongjiu in such an arrogant manner. Boom! Li Zongjiu stepped back, the Golden Dragon Yuan Spirit's armor protecting his body. The Blood Dragon Yuan Spirit in his body was ready to rush out to protect its master, but it was forcibly suppressed by Li Zongjiu in his body. I can use this flame to break through. In the face of such a dangerous situation, Li Zongjiu did not hesitate. The ancient golden body was constantly absorbing the power that poured into his body. The scorching power surged into Li Zongjiu's body, almost instantly burning the skin on his body. All that was left on his arm were white bones. Even for Li Zongjiu, it was his first time experiencing this. The result of his skin being burned alive immediately made Li Zongjiu feel so painful that he wished he was dead. However, the ancient tyrant golden body art continued to heal the injuries on his body. At the same time, his burnt body was also recovering at a crazy speed. In the process of recovery, the skin that grew naturally became stronger. The scorching heat lasted for a full minute. The Yuan power in Bai Shiyan's body could no longer support such a big move. Even a third-grade primitive emperor wouldn't be able to withstand this move. Logically speaking, Li Zongjiu should have been burned to ashes within a minute. However, when Bai Shiyan helplessly withdrew his Yuan power, Li Zongjiu stood on the spot, gasping for breath. The golden light on his body was dim, flickering as if he could not hold on any longer. Li Zongjiu, who was breathing in and out, was extremely inconceivable to Bai Shiyan. How is this possible? You are actually still alive. Bai Shiyan's eyes widened as he looked at Li Zongjiu. No more moves? Then go to hell. As his voice fell, Li Zongjiu's figure suddenly appeared in front of Bai Shiyan. Bai Shiyan cried out in alarm. He had already seen Li Zongjiu raise his hand, and his fist was ready to fall. He reacted quickly and wanted to block this move, so he immediately put his hands in front of his body to block. However, when Li Zongjiu's fist came out, it was like a sharp sword that instantly pierced through Bai Shiyan's folded hands, and directly pierced through Bai Shiyan's chest. Bai Shiyan stared blankly at Li Zongjiu, who was so close to him. A few months ago, Li Zongjiu was just an ant-like existence in Bai Shiyan's eyes. Bai Shiyan could even look at Li Zongjiu with contempt, and could easily kill Li Zongjiu. And now, Li Zongjiu had directly pierced through his chest. One could clearly feel that Bai Shiyan's life force had been completely taken away by Li Zongjiu. This is impossible. Bai Shiyan did not believe his eyes, and did not dare to believe that he was really going to die now. One should know that he had spent a lot of effort to cultivate to the Origin Emperor realm, and had gone through a lot of hardships along the way to reach this step. Now, he was killed by Li Zongjiu before he could complete his grand plan of unifying the world, and died in the wilderness. I never thought that I, Bai Shiyan, who had lived a glorious life, would end up, bang. In the next moment, Li Zongjiu directly tore Bai Shiyan into two halves. Li Zongjiu did not give Bai Shiyan any time to finish his words. So much nonsense. Li Zongjiu wiped his hands with the blood on his body. The harvest of this breakthrough is really not small. Li Zongjiu could not help but sigh. Now, just the strength of his body could penetrate the defense of an Origin Emperor expert. Who would dare to approach Li Zongjiu? With such a close distance, one's fist would definitely turn them into ashes. It was also because of Bai Shiyan's terrifying attack that such an effect could be achieved. For Li Zongjiu, such a move was indeed a little scary. If he was not careful, he would really be burned into ashes. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu was able to hold on in the end. He took away Bai Shiyan's storage ring. Qingyuan Mountain Villa, these trash. This time, I'll just get rid of you. When he found out that the Qingyuan Villa was cooperating with the poison sect of the southern region, he wasn't surprised at all. It was no wonder that the poison sect of the southern region dared to run around the Qingyuan Villa's territory in his previous life. He raised his head and looked at the sky. There was also a fluctuation in the sky, but Zhang Biao and He Tianma were not there. Because the two of them were now in Zhang Biao's domain. There was a sudden fluctuation in the space. Boom! He Tianma finally rushed out of Zhang Biao's domain. A blood-red figure soared into the sky. Zhang Biao's body was also suddenly sent flying. Obviously, she had also suffered serious injuries in the battle just now. Damn it! He Tianma finally escaped the domain power with great difficulty. His body was also extremely weak. He wanted to kill Zhang Biao, but found that Bai Shiyan was already dead. Below, there was Li Zongjiu eyeing covetously, so he naturally did not dare to delay. That guy was actually killed by this guy? Zhang Biao looked at Li Zongjiu in shock. Now that Bai Shiyan's corpse had fallen on Zhongyou Mountain, Li Zongjiu was floating in the air unscathed. Furthermore, he seemed to be in a good condition, which shocked Zhang Biao even more. In Zhang Biao's opinion, it was already very difficult for Li Zongjiu to hold out against Bai Shiyan, but now Li Zongjiu actually killed Bai Shiyan. Even Zhang Biao found it hard to believe that he had such strength. At this moment, looking at Heavenly Demon He, who was about to escape, a trace of unwillingness arose in her heart. This time, Heavenly Demon He had found an opportunity. If he wanted to capture Heavenly Demon He would have to recover his strength first. Otherwise, he would not have the chance to kill Heavenly Demon He. Now that he had managed to injure Heavenly Demon He with great difficulty, if he were to let this guy escape, who knew when he would be able to capture him again, she was extremely unwilling. Zhang Biao, the next time we meet, I will definitely suck your blood dry. Heavenly Demon He spread his wings in the air. When did a pair of wings grow on his back? He directly carried Heavenly Demon He into the sky. Boom! However, Heavenly Demon He forgot to ask Li Zongjiu if he wanted to leave. Hidden Dragon Art, Li Zongjiu's figure flickered and appeared beside Heavenly Demon He. When did I say that you can leave? He kicked Heavenly Demon He's face. Heavenly Demon He was about to turn around and fly into the sky, but his head fell down from the kick. Whoosh! Finally, Heavenly Demon He's body fell to the ground with a bang. Seeing Li Zongjiu make a move, Zhang Biao was more or less relieved. At least, Li Zongjiu would not let Heavenly Demon He escape. Even if it was just a little delay, it would be a very good opportunity for Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao immediately swallowed an elixir and began to heal herself. Boy, there is a deep hatred between you and me. After landing, Heavenly Demon He finally reacted. After smashing a rock, he turned over and stared at Li Zongjiu, who was slowly landing in front of him. At the same time, he glanced at Zhang Biao, who was not far away. Heavenly Demon He could not help but feel nervous when he saw that Zhang Biao was recovering her strength. If he were to fall into the hands of this brat in the end, he would be extremely unwilling. Heavenly Demon He wanted to use his silver tongue to keep Li Zongjiu under control, and then find a chance to leave. It's not a deep hatred, Li Zongjiu said. Heavenly Demon He was stunned when he heard Li Zongjiu's words. What did he mean? If it was not a deep hatred, then why did he work so hard? Li Zongjiu had gone against the poison sect of the southern region in every way he could. It could be said that the poison sect of the southern region had been destroyed by Li Zongjiu. After so many years of planning, sacrificing so many people, and taking such a big risk, it was still destroyed by Li Zongjiu. He was really King ruthless, therefore, Heavenly Demon He was quite angry and unhappy. At the same time, he was very puzzled. I just want you to get rid of you, that's all. Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. He gave a more shocking reason to Heavenly Demon I just want to kill you. Li Zhongjiu's reason was too capricious. Immediately, Heavenly Demon was enraged. Did Li Zhongjiu have to kill so many of his subordinates just because of a few words? Now, he was forced into such a situation. For Heavenly Demon most of the reason for this was Li Zhongjiu. Otherwise, he would have refined the 400,000 eight-banner soldiers tonight. Even if Zhang Biao came, she would not have been able to return. How could he have fallen into such a situation? He was completely destroyed by Li Zhongjiu. Everything was turned upside down. You. Are you looking down on me, Heavenly Demon As Heavenly Demon spoke, there was a hint of madness in his eyes. He stared at Li Zhongjiu in front of him, as if he could not wait to eat Li Zhongjiu clean. After all, he was an primitive emperor expert. Now that he was facing Li Zhongjiu, he naturally had means to let Li Zhongjiu know his power. I'm sorry, you are worse than that guy from before. Li Zhongjiu put away the desolate heaven essence in his hand. Against Heavenly Demon there was no need to use such a divine weapon. The main reason was that he had tempered his body, making Li Zhongjiu even stronger. At the same time, he wanted to test how strong he was. You want to kill me? I'm afraid you are not qualified. Heavenly Demon roared angrily as he took out the white bone rake once again. There were originally 9 teeth on the white bone rake, but now, there were only 3 left. Clearly, Zhang Biao had shattered 3 of them in the battle just now. Immediately, the white bone rake smashed into the ground with a loud bang. Boom, a crack appeared on the ground beneath Li Zhongjiu's feet. The crack constantly expanded, as though it was going to swallow Li Zhongjiu whole. At the same time, many poisonous insects appeared from the crack and charged at Li Zhongjiu. However, Li Zhongjiu's aura only caused a slight tremor. It was enough to shatter the poisonous insects into pieces. It seemed like there were still many poisonous insects hidden in the middle reaches mountain. Li Zhongjiu threw a ball of flame into the crack. Boom, the obsidian flame immediately burned the poisonous insects to ashes. Furthermore, the entire middle reaches mountain was releasing flames and energy. The obsidian flame also burned selectively. Some poisonous insects could not revive in time and were burned to ashes. It was impossible for them to revive. Heavenly Demon was shocked. He saw Li Zhongjiu charging at him, and the white bone rake immediately scratched at Li Zhongjiu's head. On the other hand, Li Zhongjiu casually threw out a punch. Pung, the white bone rake was shattered into pieces by Li Zhongjiu. What? My white bone rake? Heavenly Demon eyes widened. His white bone rake was refined from the bones of a level 6 origin beast with some special methods. How could it be broken by Li Zhongjiu so easily? How terrifying was Li Zhongjiu's fist? Such a tough white bone rake could not withstand a single blow from Li Zhongjiu's fist. After breaking it, Li Zhongjiu moved forward again and threw a punch. Pung, the domineering punch was mixed with terrifying strength. Heavenly Demon's head was hit by the punch, and his body flew backward. He fell head first into the soil, and Heavenly Demon felt as if the world was spinning in his head. Damn it, when Heavenly Demon turned over again, he felt that his body could no longer withstand such a severe injury. Again. When he opened his eyes, he saw Li Zhongjiu attacking again. You forced me to do this. Self-destructing bug. Heavenly Demon was not someone to be trifled with. Since Yi Shiwen was so arrogant and refused to let him go, he would take Yi Shiwen down with him. However, when the self-destructing bug detonated itself in an attempt to engulf Heavenly Demon and Li Zhongjiu in the area of destruction, it exploded together. Li Zhongjiu's fist landed on Heavenly Demon's body. Heavenly Demon was sent flying into the air. Boom, an extremely tragic explosion rang out as Heavenly Demon exploded into a flower in the sky. Li Zhongjiu's expression did not relax. Staring at the center of the explosion, he saw a tiny ray of light quietly escaping, as if it was drifting with the wind. However, Li Zhongjiu saw something strange with a glance. After all, it was not the first time he had fought with these people. In addition, he had seen some strange moves over the years. Trying to trick your grandfather? Li Zhongjiu immediately sneered, jumped, and caught the little bug that was flying in the air. Li Zhongjiu, do you really want to kill all of us? That little bug was actually able to speak human language. For these masters of body venom, their bodies were just a tool. They could use this body, and naturally, they could use other bodies as well. The mystery of it was naturally difficult for ordinary people to understand. Only after truly learning and understanding it would one be able to understand the mystery. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, obsidian fire gushed out of his tightly clenched fist, and directly burned the bug in his hand. Zhang Biao recovered her yuan qi. She stared at the high and mighty Li Zongjiu, who had crushed He Tianma's last doppelganger. Only then did Zhang Biao truly face the young man in front of her. Although she knew that Li Zongjiu was strong, she didn't think that he was a smart person. Now that she saw Li Zongjiu killed by Shiyan and crush He Tianma's body, she couldn't help but wonder. She didn't have any chance to escape. Zhang Biao knew that Li Zongjiu's strength wasn't ordinary. "You're very strong." Zhang Biao stood up and said. "You're not bad either." Li Zongjiu looked at Zhang Biao. She was so young, but she was able to use the realm. If Zhang Biao hadn't seriously injured He Tianma, it wouldn't have been easy for Li Zongjiu to kill He Tianma, who had many tricks up his sleeve. Perhaps He Tianma would have escaped. After all, Li Zongjiu's realm was in a damaged state. If the realm was still there, it would be much easier to kill people. "This time, it's our southern tribe's fault," Zhang Biao surprisingly explained to Li Zongjiu. If it was an ordinary person, Zhang Biao wouldn't have paid any attention to them. In Zhang Biao's opinion, they weren't qualified to talk to her. But Li Zongjiu was different. Li Zongjiu had won her respect with his strength. "I won't ask about your matters. It has nothing to do with me. As long as you stay in the mountains obediently and don't come out to provoke me, everything will be fine. But if any one of you dares to come out and provoke me, Li Zongjiu, then I, Li Zongjiu, don't mind massacring the southern tribe." Li Zongjiu said indifferently. They were people killed by the poison sect of the southern region. Li Zongjiu was neither happy nor sad. The reason why he killed Celestial Demon he was not out of a sense of justice or anything else, but simply because the development of these people would endanger the safety of Luoxia City and affect the survival of Li Zongjiu's family. If he wanted the family to hone themselves, he didn't care about small fights. However, if it escalated to a situation where death was certain, Li Zongjiu would have no choice but to step in. Otherwise, these people would not know the immensity of heaven and earth. They would think that they could go anywhere in the world. "You sure talk big." Zhang Biao was furious. They had never heard of such arrogant words before. Even the Xingyan dynasty had never denied the existence of the southern border. They had allowed the southern border tribes to develop freely in the deep mountains. However, this brat's tone was not small. He had directly declared that he would massacre the southern border. If other people in the southern border tribes heard this, they would definitely fight him to the death. Li Zongjiu did not add anything else. It was up to her whether she believed it or not. Now that Celestial Demon he was dead, even if there were some remnants of the poison sect of the southern border outside, it would be difficult for them to achieve anything. Moreover, many people had already reacted, and the people in the southern border tribes had also noticed this situation. Naturally, they would not let them be so arrogant. Subsequently, Zhang Biao collected some things at the scene, and then directly removed the Poison Kingdom array and put the poisonous insects into a small jar. It was hard to believe that this small jar could allow hundreds of thousands of poisonous insects to crawl into it little by little. It was extremely shocking. "Your small jar is worth a lot of money, isn't it?" Li Zongjiu asked. However, Zhang Biao just glanced at him. When she was about to leave, she also looked back at Li Zongjiu. "I, Zhang Biao, owe you a favor. If you are in trouble in the future, you can come to the southern border tribes to find me." After saying that, she took a hairpin from her head and threw it at Li Zongjiu. When Li Zongjiu just caught the hairpin, Zhang Biao's figure had already disappeared. He looked at the hairpin in his hand. "It's actually a 10,000-year-old wuhe wood." Li Zongjiu's eyes were filled with surprise. Soon after, he guessed Zhang Biao's intentions. Putting aside the fact that he could use this thing to find her and ask for her help, with Zhang Biao's status, this favor would be able to mobilize at least half of the southern border tribe's resources. Therefore, this was very valuable. In addition, the material of this hairpin itself was 10,000-year-old wuho wood. It was a material that had reached the peak of perfection. This wuho wood alone was precious, not to mention that it was 10,000-year-old. When worn, poisonous insects, snakes, and ants would not be able to get close to a radius of 1,000 meters. When worn, it could expel poison and ward off evil spirits. These poisonous insects of the southern border poison cult were no longer a threat to Li Zongjiu. It's actually a good thing. Li Zongjiu knew that if this 10,000-year-old wuho wood was used to concoct medicinal pills, it would definitely be a kind of auxiliary material of excellent quality. Li Zongjiu looked around. He was also vigilant against these guys. They shouldn't rise from the ashes. If that happened, it would be another unnecessary trouble. When I go back, I have to talk to the people of Zishuan Court and see if there are any remnants of the southern border poison cult. Clean them all up. A figure rushed over from the foot of the mountain. Young lord. Are you okay? Tianfei arrived in front of Li Zongjiu. His battle record could be considered remarkable. When he chased that person into the mountain just now, he directly fell into the Great Formation. If it wasn't for his profound origin power, he would have been swallowed by these poisonous insects a long time ago. Now that he was complacently free, he quickly caught up. If it wasn't for Li Zongjiu and the others who dealt with these people in time, it would have been difficult for Tianfei to escape. I'm fine. Let's go. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and returned to the giant cerulean wave city with Tianfei. When they saw Li Zongjiu and Tianfei coming back, they were overjoyed. They even thought that their giant cerulean wave city was about to be lost. Even if this giant cerulean wave city could be saved, their clans definitely wouldn't have any way to survive. Even if the imperial court investigated after this, it was impossible to resurrect all of them. Elderly, it's really a divine weapon from the heavens. Xingyonghui and the others gathered around. At this moment, an old man in a pharmacist's robe walked out from among them with a trace of respect on his face. This was the manager of the giant cerulean wave city's heavenly pill pavilion. Wanzhu, the manager of the giant cerulean wave city's pavilion branch, greets the elder. Wanzhu stepped forward and said respectfully. Although the young man in front of him wasn't old, he was already an honorary elder of the heavenly pill pavilion. Such a person with such a high honor naturally had to be treated with the highest courtesy when he came to a small place like theirs. However, Wanzhu only found out about Li Zongjiu's arrival later. It was also because of Wanzhu's arrival that Xingyonghui and the others knew how high Li Zongjiu's position in the sacred flame royal city was. No need to be so polite. I've already killed the poison sect of the southern region. You guys should be more careful in order to prevent any fish from escaping the net from causing trouble. Li Zongjiu said. Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Fang Youji and the others were truly relieved. At the same time, they were shocked by Li Zongjiu's strength. In just one night, he had directly dealt with the malignant tumor that had caused havoc in the Dingkuan region for several months. Everyone congratulated him one after another. At this moment, Pang Shan's subordinates came to report. When Pang Shan heard this, his face was filled with shock. He first walked in front of Xingyonghui and whispered a few words. Xingyonghui's face changed drastically. Elderly, something bad has happened. Just now, a spy reported that the last banner of the 8 Banners army, the Black Eagle banner, is preparing to attack Luoxia City. Attack Luoxia City. When Li Zongjiu heard these words, he was enraged on the spot. The aura on his body suddenly became extremely sharp. You are courting death. After saying these 2 words, Li Zongjiu's body was full of killing intent and he was ready to set off. However, Xingyonghui stopped Li Zongjiu. Elder, please wait. The Black Eagle flag is the real sky cavalry of Qingyuan Manor. I will let the Qilin warship go with you. It will be like a hot knife through butter. Xingyonghui said and immediately ordered Xinghaoren to dispatch the Qilin warship. Now that Xingyonghui had obtained 100 upper grade primordial stones, he was naturally rich and imposing. Moreover, if he fawned on Li Zongjiu, he would have a better life in the future. After thinking about it, the speed of the Qilin warship was naturally faster. Alright. Let's set off immediately. Li Zongjiu and Tianfei boarded the Qilin warship while the rest stayed in the city. However, Jing Haoran and a group of Jing family guards were also on the Qilin warship. That night, the Qilin warship broke through the sea of clouds. The distance between Giant Azure Wave City and Luoxia City was more than 20,000 miles. Given the speed of the Qilin warship, if the horsepower was increased, it would reach Luoxia City in less than 6 hours. They would definitely be able to see Luoxia City before daybreak. In terms of speed, it was naturally extremely fast. After all, Li Zhongjiu's Yuan Qi was only at the 5th grade Yuan King realm. If they hurried, it would take at least 10 hours to break through the 20,000 miles and reach Luoxia City. Naturally, it would not be fast enough for the Qilin warship. Pass my order. Extreme speed mode. Jing Haoran gave orders on the Qilin warship like a wise and mighty captain. With a command, the weapons on the Qilin warship were all put away and a huge horizontal mast appeared from the bottom of the Qilin warship. Boom! The thrusters at the stern of the Qilin warship roared like a fire dragon. In the blink of an eye, the Qilin warship disappeared from the sky above Giant Azure Wave City. North of Luoxia City. There was a river about 300 li away, and on the other side of the river was a stretch of mountainous land. Here, one could often see a group of handsome and valiant horses passing by. At the foot of the mountain, there was an encampment. If one wanted to get close to Sunset City, then the first thing one had to do was pass through these mountains. As early as a year ago, the people of Thousand Horse City had already sent people to plan this place as a military training ground. Many people were sent to guard this place. With the troops of Thousand Horse City here, some people with evil intentions did not dare to act rashly. Ever since Li Zhongjiu cured the old general of Thousand Horse City a year ago, the commander of Thousand Horse City, Nan Yan, promised to help Li Zhongjiu protect Luoxia City. This was to prevent Qingyuan Mountain Villa from dealing with the Li clan in Sunset City. Obviously, the people of Thousand Horse City had done a good job. It was the deputy commander of Thousand Horse City, Feng Qingyu. Although it was nighttime, Feng Qingyu had already gathered information that the Qingyuan manor had secretly dispatched a team to take down the Sunset City. Recently, Luoxia City could be said to be in high spirits. In addition to Li Zhongjiu taking care of Sacred Flame Royal City, Sunset City had also mined dark steel iron from the Xianyuan ore. There was a dark steel iron hidden under the Xianyuan Oregon. Moreover, the Li clan had kept it a secret. Until now, the news of the dark steel iron had gradually leaked out. Currently, the Li clan in Sunset City had already stored a large amount of dark steel iron. With so many dark steel iron here, it was a large amount of war resources. If they could take down the Li clan, these dark steel iron would definitely increase the fighting power of Qingyuan Mountain Villa. Regardless of whether it was to forge armor or weapons, these black iron materials were essential. Therefore, Feng Qingyu had also gathered the men beside the river, waiting for an opportunity to attack. They were ready to welcome the arrival of the enemy at any time. There seemed to be some slight movement in front. Alert! A large number of mounted archers behind her immediately became alert. Over the past few days, Feng Qingyu had been staying here for a long time and would often receive invitations from Sunset City. At the same time, Thousand Horse City and Sunset City had gradually developed a relationship of mutual needs. For example, if Thousand Horse City needed some medicinal herbs or raw materials, they could be handed over to the Li clan. Moreover, the Li clan's style of doing things was very similar to Li Zhongjiu's. They would not go back on their word and would not make any other movements. They would not do these things too deliberately. Therefore, during the process of getting along with the Li family, they were quite harmonious. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, it seemed that a few lone wolves had jumped into the river and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, Feng Qingyu frowned. The wolves could not escape unless they encountered an even more terrifying creature. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, in the next moment, a rain of arrows rained down from the sky. Above the rain of arrows were incomparably arrogant flames. Raise your shields. Feng Qingyu slashed away several arrows with her sword and hollowed out a large area. However, there were still some flames on the flaming arrowheads. When the fuse was burned out, there was a loud boom. A series of explosions occurred on the ground. Due to the explosion, the formation behind Feng Qingyu was in a state of chaos. Find their archers and mounted troops. Charge. At Feng Qingyu's command, she mounted her horse as well. He stepped on the water of the Tianjin River and rushed forward. Boom! When she reached the forest on the opposite side, she immediately found a large number of enemy troops entrenched there. The people below immediately engaged in a massacre. Behind Feng Qingyu, a large number of soldiers charged forward. Almost everyone in Thousand Horse City had a shield. As they charged forward, they immediately scattered the enemy formation in front of them. In the forest, a bloody and tragic battle immediately broke out. Feng Qingyu's sword pierced through several enemies and blood splattered in the forest. However, when she was about to finish killing, Feng Qingyu felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. What's going on? Feng Qingyu's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. These people seemed to be here to die. However, their strength was not weak. Were they just here to delay them? Just when Feng Qingyu felt strange, she suddenly raised her head. Under the pitch-black night sky, hundreds of enormous figures swiftly drifted across the sky. As it flew, it brought along a terrifying airflow as it swiftly swept past the area below. Feng Qingyu's eyes immediately showed a trace of surprise. She knew that this was not good. The ones on top were their main forces. Black Eagle flag. From the back of the Black Eagles, many earthen jars were thrown down. These jars were all filled with fish oil. Boom! A powerful explosive suddenly exploded on the spot and a large number of people were blown away. They rolled a few times on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. Feng Qingyu was also affected by the explosion. Many people's bodies were immediately burned by the flames, and the area below them turned into a sea of fire. Dig into the ground. Don't enter the water. As she spoke, Feng Qingyu blasted a huge pit on the ground with her sword and pushed a person who was covered in flames into it. The moment he rolled in the pit, the flames on his body were extinguished. Some people jumped into the water in a hurry but they were unable to extinguish the flames. Instead, the flames on his body burned his entire body. They realized that the method of digging into the ground was feasible. Everyone followed suit and blasted a huge pit on the ground with a punch. With their many years of cultivation, they still had the strength to do so. Sky Team, follow me into the city. Feng Qingyu patted the Pegasus she was riding. The Pegasus immediately spread its pair of white wings and flew rapidly in the forest with Feng Qingyu. There were a total of 6 Pegasus galloping behind her. Their speed was extremely light. However, compared to the Black Eagles in the sky, their speed was still not enough. Luoxia City. The Bai family had already become Luoxia City's protection network in terms of intelligence. Firstly, it ensured that they were able to collect intelligence from all around Luoxia City. Secondly, it ensured that the information in Luoxia City would not be leaked out easily. Bai Luoxia was also the mastermind of this information protection network. After receiving funding from the Li family, Bai Luoxia had sufficient wealth and a platform to show off her skills. It was precisely because Bai Luoxia had gone all out that the news of the Black Iron Ore had been completely concealed. However, the strength of the Qingyuan villa was too strong. Therefore, it was reasonable for people to find out in the end. It all depended on how long they could hide. Bai Luoxia had also informed the Li family about the Black Eagle flag of Qingyuan villa's attack. The Li family had also prepared for this attack with all their might. However, there were only a few Origin Ancestor Realm experts in the Li family. Firstly, there was Xianxia, who had a 1,000-year water lily. She had already reached the level of a level 4 spiritual master. Origin Ancestor Realm experts who wanted to offend Luoxia City were all stopped by Xianxia. Many people had even entered the city inexplicably and found that they could not wake up. There was also the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle, as a peak level 3 origin beast. It had been fed with elixirs from the Li family half a year ago. It had broken through level 3 and reached the level of a level 4 origin beast. The last person was Li Tianqing. Li Tianqing had cultivated the Sky Blaze Lion King technique, which Li Zongjiu had given him. His strength seemed to have opened up the meridians in his body and he had a huge breakthrough in his cultivation. He had advanced triumphantly all the way, breaking through the Origin General Realm and reaching the Origin Ancestor Realm. Even the city lord of Luoxia City, Yi Chao, was no match for Li Tianqing now. To be able to achieve such a high breakthrough in such a short period of time, aside from the Yuan incantation, it was also because Li Tianqing's own cultivation base had been activated. It seemed that as Li Zhongjiu's cultivation had broken through, the cultivation of most of the people in the Li family had also advanced by leaps and bounds. This was a kind of bloodline connection. If Li Zhongjiu was at the primitive emperor level, or even the sovereign level, it would be much easier for the people of the Li family to cultivate. Such a mysterious reason was also very difficult to explain. There were many things that could not be explained in the first place. The arrival of Qingyuan Villa's Black Hawk flag this time will surely be a bloody battle. Li Tianqing was wearing a grayish-black robe with wide sleeves. He stood at the top of the city wall. Beside him was City Lord Yi Chao and Gu Xianwu from the Gu clan. After a year, the people of Luoxia City had thoroughly understood who the real experts were. The Sun family, which was also one of the four major families, had also declined. The Li family also didn't find trouble with the Sun family. After all, the Sun family was also a local family of the Luoxia city. There was no need to exterminate them. The Bai family and the Gu family had basically withdrawn from the main stage. The head of the Bai family was basically in a state of retirement. Everything was also handed over to Bai Luoxia to manage. The Gu clan had no intention of fighting and had a good relationship with the Li family. The situation in Luoxia city was also quite stable. Of course, the growth of the Li family had really made these families feel great pressure. They also knew that it was impossible to surpass the Li family, because there was no genius like Li Zhongjiu in their family. If they wanted to live peacefully, they had to be well-behaved. Only smart people could live for a long time. Li Tianqing said in a deep voice. In this bloody battle, there might be some losses. At the same time, he also glanced at the people around him. For Yi Chao, the city lord didn't think about how he could develop Luoxia city. However, if he could one day stand out, it would be something that Yi Chao wished for. After all, he still had a granddaughter, Yi Tianshui. If Yi Tianshui was bullied in the future, he had to be Yi Tianshui's strong backing. Now the enemy was attacking. Yi Chao must stand out to resist such a crisis. Needless to say, where else can we go after leaving Luoxia city? Gu Xuanwu said faintly. His words showed that he had already seen through many things. In addition, the recent arrival of the people from Qianma city made Gu Xuanwu feel like he had once again returned to the army of the past. Even if he wanted to serve this old general, he must stubbornly persevere. He had to protect Luoxia city. Obviously, this was destined to be a battle of life and death. Li Tianqing also didn't send a signal for help to Li Zhongjiu. After all, this crisis was very likely to be a disaster for the Li family. For Li Zhongjiu, it wasn't a bad thing. As a father, how could he let his child face these things? Therefore, Li Tianqing also gathered the Li family to fight against this disaster. He couldn't rely on Li Zhongjiu for everything. After all, Li Zhongjiu had given back too much to the Li family so far. The entire Luoxia city seemed to be emitting a mournful aura. There seemed to be a terrifying vibration in the air ahead, causing the people on the city wall to involuntarily clench the weapons in their hands and stare straight ahead. Boom! A group of white cranes flew over from afar. Although it was dark at the moment, it was as if the sky was shining brightly. It's the people of Wuxue Pellet sect. Someone exclaimed. At this moment, to be able to receive the help of this ally really made people feel very warm in their hearts. It's Elder Lin Song of Wuxue Pellet sect. Everyone's face revealed a joyful expression. About 50 to 60 white cranes flew across the sky. The scene was very spectacular. A vast expanse of whiteness hovered in front of the city wall. Li family head, how could you not look for us for such a lively matter? Lin Song stood on the back of the white crane, facing Li Tianqing and the others. Thank you for your trouble, Elder Lin. Please enter the city. Li Tianqing also laughed heartily. Over the past few days, the cooperation between Lin Song and the Li clan had become extremely close. Moreover, the Li clan had gradually become stronger and it was difficult for the Snow Pill sect to ignore them. Therefore, Wuxue Pellet sect naturally couldn't sit back and do nothing when such a problem occurred in the Li family. The Peak Master is still in seclusion, but the two main peaks of Wuxue Pellet sect are already on their way here. We're just a group of advanced troops. Lin Song said. Now, it seemed that it was the right choice to have a good relationship with the Li family. Thinking of Li Zhongzhou's strength and influence in the sacred flame royal city, Lin Song felt very lucky. Lin Song was still Li Zhongzhou's servant. Now, with Li Zhongzhou's strength and cultivation, he didn't need an old man like him. Lin Yao followed closely behind Lin Song. This big-eyed beauty had heard of Li Zhongzhou's legend during this period of time. Many disciples only thought that Li Zhongzhou could reach such a level, and that it was all just bragging. However, Lin Yao knew that the guy really had such terrifying strength. It wasn't fake at all. Is Li Zhongzhou really that strong? He actually wants our sect to protect his family. Some of the genius disciples who had just entered the sect couldn't help but doubt. At the same time, they also thought that it was just a legend created by the elders. Buzz, it was as if an invisible wave was coming from afar. The white cranes on the city wall also suddenly fell into a panic at this moment, but under the forceful control of their masters, they finally calmed down and pacified these white cranes. What's that? Everyone raised their heads and saw a black cloud in front of them. However, the black cloud was also rushing over at an extremely fast speed. Beep! The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle, which was still in the city, let out a loud roar that pierced the sky. The sky gradually brightened. The banner master of the Black Hawk Division. His expression was grave and stern, and his eyes were filled with cruelty. The Black Hawk Division behind him truly had 500 riders. Their mission was different from the others in the first place. On the surface, the 8 banner soldiers were fighting against the poison cult of the southern frontier, and they were fighting a guerrilla war. Meanwhile, the members of the Black Hawk banners were all carefully selected and trained Black Hawk guards. They had to select talents from the well-trained Blood Strike guards and continue to train them. Only under such circumstances could they become true Black Hawk guards. Therefore, even if the Black Hawk guards left the Black Hawk Division, they would still be powerful Blood Strike guards. Their mission was to plunder. Regardless of the cost, they would plunder resources. Wherever there were resources, they would kill their way there and plunder their resources. This was the fastest way to grow and accumulate strength. A terrifying aura came from within the city. Even the Black Hawk King seemed to be afraid of it. The enormous golden-winged blue-tailed eagle appeared on the city wall. The hundreds of Black Eagle troops finally stopped at this moment. They focused their attention on the activity in front of them. 500 Black Eagles were in the sky. Just this action of flapping their wings was enough to cause a wild wind to blow within the city. Boom! The banner master of the Black Hawk Division glanced sideways and gestured. Immediately, a figure flew out from the Black Hawk Division. People of the Luoxia city, listen up. Hand over the mysterious iron ore and we will leave immediately, otherwise, we will kill you without mercy. Everyone's gaze was focused on Li Tianqing. Li Tianqing's eyes were filled with a cold light. I have long heard of your style. Since you are here today, there is no need for you to leave. Li Tianqing laughed coldly. As its voice faded, the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle's body pounced forward. It was accompanied by a wild wind as it charged towards the Black Hawk Guard. The Black Hawk Division was at the Origin Ancestor realm, but the black figure he was sitting on was only a rank 3 Origin beast at the Origin General realm. Therefore, when it sensed the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle charging towards it, it was clearly sluggish. The Black Hawk Division originally wanted to counterattack, but just as he raised his hand and was about to stab out with the 3-meter-long spear in his hand, his body suddenly stiffened. Oh no, the Black Hawk Guard's eyes were filled with terror. In the next second, he was torn into two by the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. Blood splattered all over the sky. When this scene appeared, the Black Hawk Banner's banner master remained completely unperturbed. However, there was a trace of astonishment in his eyes. He did not expect that these fellows who were as weak as ants would actually dare to resist. Kill! 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 The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle circled in the sky above the Sunset City. The people of the Sunset City were shouting crazily. In a war, momentum was the most important thing. Li Tianqing had long known that there was no room for negotiation with these people before him. Just based on the things that Li Zhongzhou had done before, killing so many people in Qingyuan manner, it was impossible for Luoxia City to pass by unscathed. Thus, the purpose of these people coming this time was firstly for the black iron ore, and secondly, to destroy the Li family. How could Li Tianqing not know that? Since they were going to fight, then they might as well go all out and fight without any nonsense. Truly ants who are not afraid of death. The Black Hawk Banner Master smiled disdainfully. He was only using these little tricks to bluff and was completely unaffected. However, since these people wanted to die so much, then he would directly kill them. Immediately, the Black Hawk Banner Master waved his hand. Kill them. The hundreds of Black Hawks behind him attacked together. When these Black Hawk guards rushed to the city wall, Lin Song and the others were already prepared to attack. However, they saw that Li Tianqing and the others seemed to be deliberately suppressing them. They were clearly very close to them. They could even feel that the wings of these Black Hawks were already on their faces. Attack! Li Tianqing roared loudly. A huge illusory figure seemed to have appeared in the city. When this illusory figure appeared, it directly caused the Black Eagle, who was moving, to be involuntarily stunned. Li Tianqing also seized this fleeting opportunity and directly took out a weapon from the storage ring. Wrath Dragon Capturing. On top of the city wall, 20 sets of Raging Dragon Capture appeared. Under the continuous activation, the closest group of Black Eagles were instantly blasted into pieces. Half of the Raging Flames Dragon Capturing released a net of fire, while the other half directly released energy attacks. In an instant, the front row of over 10 Blackhawk guards were smashed into pieces. The Sea of Flames also instantly forced the Blackhawk guards behind to retreat. In the midst of this chaos, the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle also suddenly attacked. In an instant, it clawed the area in front of it. It attacked like lightning. After the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle broke through to become a rank 4 origin beast, its strength was extremely terrifying. Its strength had also become extremely terrifying. Its body had also undergone a huge breakthrough. A rank 4 Yuan beast and a rank 3 Yuan beast were on completely different levels. Even the Black Hawk King, who was also a rank 4 origin beast, could clearly feel a trace of threat when facing the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. It could not wait to hide at the back. Fortunately, its master was quite impressive. He stood on the spot and did not move, allowing the Black Hawk King to maintain its stability. Mental Spirit Master? The Black Hawk Flag Master stared at a direction in the city. The wave of energy just now was the wave of a Mental Spirit Master. He did not expect that there was actually a Mental Spirit Master hidden in Luoxia City. It was really surprising. After all, how could a high-end talent like a Mental Spirit Master be willing to stay in a place like Luoxia City? He probably would not want to come back if he went out to explore a little. Disperse, a bunch of useless trash. The Black Hawk Flag Master ordered. The Black Hawk guards, who had suffered some losses, also dispersed in all directions. Under the cooperation of the Wrath Dragon Capturing, the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle, and the Mental Spirit Master in the city. If they wanted to force their way in, it would be very difficult. A bunch of ants, die for me. The Black Hawk Flag Master originally did not want to personally take action. However, after this matter was over, there were other important matters to attend to. This was only a station. In order not to waste time, he personally took action. The Black Hawk Flag Master directly charged towards Li Tianqing. Li Tianqing was not afraid. However, when the Black Hawk Flag Master truly displayed his strength, Li Tianqing was still intimidated by his aura. A Yuan monarch, it was actually a Yuan monarch powerhouse. Although Li Tianqing really wanted to turn around and flee in the face of this aura, he knew that he definitely could not fall. He had to stand up. If he were to fall, the people behind him would also fall. Thunderbolt Elixir. Li Tianqing threw an elixir pill at the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. After the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle swallowed the elixir pill, its aura immediately soared and it charged towards the Black Hawk Flag Master. Fire! The 20 Wrath Dragon Capturing weapons below also hurriedly aimed at the Black Hawk King in the sky. Boom! 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 Massive flames instantly engulfed the area in front of him. The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle also charged forward and engaged the Black Hawk King in battle. Boom! Within the raging flames, a figure was immediately blasted out. It was the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. In just one move, the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle had been seriously injured, When they saw the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle's body fall below the city wall, no one dared to believe their eyes. It should be known that the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle had been guarding the Li family for more than a year. During this period of more than a year, almost no one dared to disrespect the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. It was basically equivalent to a supreme elder as a guardian deity. Now, the Li family's last hope had been defeated. Within the city wall, Xiaoya's mental energy was also reflected back at this moment. She originally wanted to affect the Black Hawk Flag Master, but her strength was far from enough and she suffered a strong backlash. What other tricks do you have? Just use them. The Black Hawk Flag Master waved his hand and overturned the flames in front of him. When his figure appeared, it was as if the Death Knight had appeared. The people on the city wall all revealed astonished expressions. This was because the Black Hawk Flag Master's strength was too strong, as his voice faded. Suddenly, a huge rumbling sound came from the sky. At the same time, the sky, which was originally slightly bright, suddenly darkened at this moment. What is that? Everyone raised their heads and looked. They all thought that a mountain was about to fall. The huge body of the Qilan battleship covered the sky above the city wall. Originally, the sky was already slightly clear, but the appearance of the Qilan battleship suppressed the faint light, causing the surroundings to fall into darkness. Long time no see, everyone. Li Zhongzhou landed on the city wall. He appeared with a smile. Li Tianqing and the others looked at the young man who had descended from the sky as if they were dreaming. Compared to a year ago, there was not much change. He was still as calm and collected as before. The way he acted was even more admirable. However, Li Zhongzhou's aura was even more unfathomable. Brat, you're finally back. Li Tianqing was stunned for a long time when he saw Li Zhongzhou, but he still patted Li Zhongzhou's shoulder in the end. How many people in this world dared to pat Li Zhongzhou's shoulder? Li Tianqing was one of them. You came at the right time today. You and I will fight side by side. Li Tianqing said as he patted Li Zhongzhou's shoulder. Then, he looked up at the Qilan battleship in the sky. Because the bottom of the Qilan battleship was facing them, it was impossible to see the full appearance of the Qilan battleship. They could only see darkness when they looked up. Fight? Li Zhongzhou looked at Li Tianqing suspiciously. Tianfei, I'll leave this kind of trash to you. Li Zhongzhou ordered. Then, a figure suddenly appeared in the void. He rushed towards the Black Hawk Banner Master. Li Tianqing wanted to see what was going on, but Li Zhongzhou pulled Li Tianqing, Yi Chao, and the others away. Since everyone is here, let's have a good meal. It's my treat. Li Zhongzhou said casually. There was still a Yuan King-level enemy waiting outside. Yet, he wanted to drink and chat now? That was too much. It was as if the heavens did not care about the enemy. What? You did it? That guy hasn't. Li Tianqing struggled to turn around, wanting Li Zhongzhou to send the Black Hawk Division's banner master away first. Just as Li Tianqing turned around, he saw a figure charging towards the Black Hawk banner master. He then drew his sword and a majestic sword chi whizzed out. The Black Hawk banner master froze on the spot. Boom, the Black Hawk banner master's body was directly split into two by this tyrannical sword chi, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. It was as simple as chopping a watermelon. The man was killed so easily. It was unbelievable. The disciples of the Snow Elixir sect who had come to participate in the battle widened their eyes when they saw this scene. F***CK. Tianfei held a long sword in his hand and stared at the Black Hawk guards who were still lingering in the sky. These Black Hawk guards seemed to have realized something and immediately turned around to escape. However, Tianfei's sword chi followed closely behind. Boom. Boom, boom. Hundreds of Black Hawk guards exploded in the sky instantly. This young man was actually a Yuan King level elite. Tianfei's sword move shocked everyone on the Luoxia city wall. After all, he was a grade 5 Yuan King level elite. Compared to Li Zhongzhou, he was naturally very inferior. However, if he wanted to kill these little trash, it would still be an easy thing to do. Li Zhongzhou was so powerful that he could easily kill Yuan King level elites. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, they still could not believe it. Tianfei's figure returned to the city wall and followed Li Zhongzhou's group. He did not say much, just like a cold-blooded killer. If Tianfei did not use any moves and just followed them, based on Tianfei's temperament, one would think that the person before them was a pretentious person. Most people would find such a person annoying after looking at him. However, after Tianfei killed the Yuan King level elite with a single sword move, everyone knew how powerful he was. When they looked at Tianfei again, they deeply felt that this fellow was an elite. Why would such an elite listen to that person's words? Was that Li Zongjiu? He must be very rich, so he spent money to hire an elite. That makes sense. Otherwise, why would this elite follow him so quietly? How much would it cost to hire such an elite? Some of the disciples of the Snow Elixir sect discussed among themselves. They were the more promising disciples of the sect. If they were successful in their studies, they could also become experts hired by others in the future. This way, not only would they be able to roam the underworld, but they would also be able to seek revenge at a high price. This was almost everyone's dream. Therefore, he was also eager to know the current market pricing. He really wanted to know. If they walked out with such strength, how much would the other party be willing to pay to hire them? Cut the crap, Lin Yao said in a deep voice. The disciples below did not dare to say anything. Senior sister Lin Yao's strength was definitely outstanding among these disciples. Many of them even looked up to her as a role model. Zongjiu, why don't you introduce this little brother to us? Li Tianqing asked as he walked. Everyone went directly to a high-class restaurant in Luoxia City. This restaurant was still the property of the Sun family. When the manager saw such a large group of people coming, and all of them were famous people in the city, he naturally had to entertain them. Tianfei, my subordinate. Li Zongjiu pointed at Tianfei and said. Tianfei, this is my father. Greetings, family head. Tianfei greeted Li Tianqing respectfully. His greeting was also very standard. At first glance, one could tell that he was a disciple from a big sect. Tianfei is from a big sect? Lin Song could not help but ask. Tianfei's temperament was not something an ordinary person could possess. Tianfei was abandoned by his sect. Fortunately, he was saved by the young master. If these people knew that Tianfei was a disciple of the Xianyuan sect, they would definitely be shocked. Previously, these people also guessed that Li Zongjiu might have invited such an expert from somewhere. But now, it seemed that Tianfei was simply following Li Zongjiu and was willing to be Li Zongjiu's subordinate. That meant that Li Zongjiu had the ability to make Tianfei submit completely. That ship outside, Yi Chao said. Although he could not see it now, his intention was clear. Compared to these experts, Yi Chao was more interested in the Qilin battleship. As the lord of this city, if he could find such a thing to protect the city, what was there to be afraid of? Most of the city lord mansions were not set up to manage the forces in the city. Because the forces in the city were flourishing and it was impossible to manage them all. The situation was extremely unstable. The city lord mansions were set up to defend against meta beasts outside the city. Occasionally, meta beasts would come and attack the city. At that time, the city lord mansions would take the initiative to shoulder the responsibility of the city lord. For example, this time, these people from the Black Hawk flag were already very arrogant. They actually dared to directly climb on top of the Luoxia city. This was obviously a challenge to the dignity of the city lord. But if you were not strong enough to defeat them, they might just destroy you. The sacred flame royal city was far away from the emperor. Who would care so much about you then? Therefore, it was necessary to equip yourself. Oh, it's so lively. Boss, I have already let the Qilin battleship hover in the air. While they were talking, Xinghaoren also came alone. The guards were all gathered on the Qilin battleship. It was his ship that day. Xinghaoren saw that there were so many people sitting in the room and he became serious. I am Xinghaoren from the Jing family of Jade Wave Giant City. Cerulean Wave Giant City's Jing family. Everyone was shocked when they heard the name. It's the Jing family's third young master. Li Tianqing had seen Xinghaoren before. Back in Guanxi town, Xinghaoren had also appeared. Now that he mentioned such a powerful reinforcement, Li Tianqing was overjoyed. After all, the Jing family was the #1 family in Cerulean Wave Giant City. Being able to establish a good relationship with such a powerful family was very important for the future development of the family. The entire restaurant had been booked as well. Li Tianqing then asked his men to bring Xiaoya and the others over. The injured golden-winged blue-tailed eagle was also carried back to the Li family. At the city gate, when Feng Qingyu and the others arrived, they discovered a battleship hovering above the city. Below the city gate, there were many corpses scattered around. It was a mess. What's going on? Luoxia City, on the other hand, looked calm and peaceful. The Li family members on the city wall saw Feng Qingyu and quickly greeted her. General Feng, you're here. Hurry up and enter the city. Our young master is back. Young master? Feng Qingyu frowned. Although it had been almost a year, Li Zhongjiu, who seemed to have a magical method, who was arrogant and dared to negotiate with their commander, who cured their general with a magical method, was back. They hadn't seen each other for more than a year. Li Zhongjiu probably didn't remember what she looked like. If the enemy has retreated, we'll retreat too. They rushed here in a hurry only to find that the enemy had been killed. What was the point of Feng Qingyu and the others staying here? They should leave as soon as possible. Immediately, Feng Qingyu turned her horse around and prepared to leave. However, when she turned around, she saw a young man in a grayish-black robe standing not far away. Since you're here, let's go in and have a drink. Li Zhongjiu looked at the white-clothed girl in front of him. She had a head of beautiful black hair and slender jade-like legs. At this moment, she was slender and elegant. She should have been a well-bred young lady from a wealthy family, but now, she was fighting and killing here. She was born and raised here. The girl didn't seem to be dissatisfied with her fate at all. When Feng Qingyu saw Li Zhongjiu again, although his appearance was still familiar, Li Zhongjiu's aura had changed tremendously. However, no matter how much it changed, that sense of familiarity did not diminish. It was the same young man who had recklessly barged into their 1,000-horse city. There's no need for a drink. You still have to train tomorrow. You've caused quite a lot of trouble this year. Feng Qingyu looked at Li Zhongjiu and said. Li Zhongjiu also had a helpless look on his face. He really didn't want to provoke so many things. It was just that some things came to him by themselves. When Li Zhongjiu dealt with these things, he was already very polite. It's all thanks to all of you. If you need anything, you can look for me. Li Zhongjiu said nonchalantly. Oh? You're the one who said it. Then help me catch a level 5 soul beast. Feng Qingyu chuckled and looked at Li Zhongjiu, as if she was deliberately making things difficult for Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu also realized that Feng Qingyu's cultivation base had already reached the peak of the Yuan zone level. It wasn't easy to have such a cultivation base at such a young age. Sure. Li Zhongjiu also agreed. However, there was a trace of surprise in Feng Qingyu's eyes. She didn't take Li Zhongjiu's words to heart. It wasn't easy to catch a level 5 Yuan beast, let alone alive. Similar to Feng Qingyu, she hadn't refined her Yuan spirit. Furthermore, she had been waiting until now to refine her Yuan spirit. It was the last step to break through to the Yuan monarch level. It was an excellent opportunity. Feng Qingyu didn't enter the city with Li Zhongjiu to attend a dinner party. Instead, she led her men back to their original encampment. They were there to ensure the safety of this place. Li Zhongjiu's return had easily solved these problems. Naturally, they didn't have to worry about it anymore. She's still so arrogant. Li Zhongjiu couldn't help but shake his head. Feng Qingyu's temper wasn't ordinary. Li Zhongjiu didn't force her to stay. Everyone had their own temperament and character. On the other hand, Li Zhongjiu had to consider the matter of the rank 5 origin beast. This girl should be of the wind attribute. Then, I'll have to find a level 5 Yuan beast of the wind attribute. Li Zhongjiu rubbed his head. Then, he thought of a place. This place was the best place for ordinary people to die. Even Yuan monarchs did not dare to approach this place carelessly. This matter had to be put aside for the time being. Since Li Zhongjiu had returned, he naturally had to make some arrangements. Furthermore, the matter of Qingyuan Mountain Villa had yet to be resolved. It wouldn't be easy to get rid of these fellows. Who knew what kind of tricks these fellows had up their sleeves? After returning to the city, Li Zhongjiu made a mental note of all the people who had helped him tonight. In the future, Luoxia City would naturally need so many people to support it. Otherwise, the entire Luoxia City would only have people from the Li family. Wouldn't it become a city of the Li family? The Li family. Li Zhongjiu roughly explained his current situation to Li Tianqing, including the matter of the honorary elder of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion and some business matters of the Great Delight Casino. If the Li family were to take care of these businesses directly, it would obviously be somewhat inappropriate. Therefore, the initial plan was to let the Li family disciples select some of the more outstanding ones and send them directly to the Sacred Flame Royal City. Li Zhongjiu would then specially find people to train them. A group of people would be sent to the Sacred Flame Royal City to pave the way. First, they would learn. Only by constantly learning could the members of the family become stronger. Li Tianqing naturally approved of this plan after Luo Yunyang explained it to him. It was naturally a good thing to have such a grand goal and vision. However, how should we deal with the batch of dark iron ore stored in our family? Li Tianqing asked. Dark iron ores could be used to forge stronger weapons. It was even a necessary material for forging yuan weapons. It was a basic material. In terms of value, it was naturally very expensive. Is there a lot? Li Zhongjiu asked. If there was only a little, then they could just casually dispose of it. It's double the original amount of Xian yuan ores. When he heard this, Li Zhongjiu's eyes widened. No wonder these people came over with such great fanfare. This was double the amount of Xian yuan ores. Just the Xian yuan ores alone was enough to feed the Su family in Flying Cloud City for a long time. Now that there was dark iron ores under the Xian yuan ores, it was simply a huge surprise. It was even more unbelievable. With such a huge mineral vein in their hands, it was already very good to be able to ensure that they could mine it for such a long time. Since we have these dark iron ores, let's cooperate with some weapon dealers and reach a long-term strategy. Li Zhongjiu said. If the Li family and alchemy family were to go and forge weapons again, it would indeed be a little too greedy. With so many resources, of course, it was necessary to connect with other channels. By the way, the 7-Star Fire Company also opened an agency in this city and gave all the agency rights to us. So, it would be better if we cooperate with the 7-Star Fire Company. Is that so? Then let's go to them. Li Zhongjiu said. The people of the 7-Star Fire Chamber acted very quickly. They were already fawning over the Luoxia city. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu was very satisfied in his heart. At least, Song Jieyu had done a good job in this aspect and had won Li Zhongjiu's heart. The father and son also talked in this room for the whole night. After all, the Li family was still weak. But as long as Li Zhongjiu was there, everything was not a problem. Although Li Zhongjiu's words revealed his incomparable ease. However, how could Li Tianqing not know how much effort Li Zhongjiu had put in to get to where he was now? Son, you don't have to work too hard. This kind of thing has to be done slowly. Li Tianqing took a sip of tea and said. It could be seen that Li Zhongjiu seemed to be working too hard to improve the family's strength. It looked like he had lost it once, so this time, he also put in a lot of effort. Until now, it seemed that it was still quite strenuous. What Li Tianqing didn't know was that no one would believe what Li Zhongjiu had experienced even if he told them. Therefore, no one knew why Li Zhongjiu was working so hard. When I gave you this name, I didn't want you to do anything for the family. I just wanted you to carry on the family line as soon as possible. When Li Tianqing said this, even Li Zhongjiu, who had been calm for thousands of years, spat out a mouthful of blood. You're too much, Dad. Li Zhongjiu wiped the saliva off his mouth and said. Looking at Li Tianqing, he seemed to be immersed in his own fantasy world. If you ask me, the little girl from the Bai family is not bad. She is good-looking and smart. It's just that the Bai family is a little unworthy of us now. General Feng from Thousand Horse City is also not bad. However, he is a soldier after all. If he fights and kills all day, it seems that it will be more difficult to manage in the future. Li Tianqing was extremely worried, and he began to plan for Li Zhongjiu in his heart. What kind of wife should Li Zhongjiu choose? But my Zhongjiu is so outstanding. It's normal to bring a few more home. Oh, by the way, Zhongjiu, did you meet a more suitable one in Monarch City? Li Tianqing also came back to his senses as he spoke. but when he looked up, he found that Li Zhongzhou's figure had disappeared. Hey, this damn kid, how dare he run? When Li Tianqing saw that Li Zhongzhou had escaped without anyone noticing, he was immediately furious. On the second day, some things had already begun to be dealt with. Li Zhongzhou first came to see Xiaoya and the others. Your performance yesterday was pretty good. You should be able to control your 1,000-year water lotus by now. Once you can completely control it, you can go out and roam the world by yourself. Staying here will only restrict your growth. Li Zhongzhou said, but Xiaoya's eyes were filled with tears. She felt like crying. Young master, are you chasing me out? Looking at Zhao's pitiful look, Li's head was about to explode. Alright. You can continue to stay here as long as you're happy. Then Li Zhongzhou also fled. The 7-star fire room quickly sent the news of such a big deal of black iron ore back to the headquarters. The headquarters also immediately sent people to negotiate and carry out the handover. For Song Jiayu, all this was just a matter of a sentence. By the way, 1,000 Taste Herb Hall has been cooperating well with us these days. Li Zhongzhou remembered what Li Tianqing said last night. After all, the Li family was an alchemy family. These days, their alchemy skills had improved a little. After all, they had a lot of resources to pave the way, so there was no problem for them to improve their alchemy skills. Li Zhongzhou was also a little surprised that 1,000 Taste Herb Hall was able to open a branch here. Thinking back to when he was in Northern Medicine City, he also had a connection with 1,000 Taste Herb Hall and received a lot of help from 1,000 Taste Herb Hall. When Li Zhongzhou walked into 1,000 Taste Herb Hall, he found that 1,000 Taste Herb Hall was still very popular. Not only did they collect some herbs so that the nearby farmers could have a full meal, but they also encouraged the surrounding people to plant spiritual herbs. The 1,000 Taste Herb Hall would give out seeds for free. When the time came, these spiritual herbs would be bought back at a high price. The elixirs sold were only for strengthening the body, prolonging one's life, and promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis. Since they were targeting different places, they would have to sell different types of medicinal pills. Only in this way could there be a way out. Oh, come and see where this wind came from. Even young Master Li was blown to our place. Li Zhongzhou saw a graceful figure swaying towards him as soon as he entered the door. She also had a faint herbal fragrance on her body. She was the first chief of 1,000 Taste Herb Hall, Lu Manxian. Long time no see. Li Zhongzhou was in a good mood when he saw these people who had helped him before. Although Li Zhongzhou did not expect too much help along the way, he had experienced some tragic situations. Now that he was able to get to where he was now with the help of these friends, he felt quite warm in his heart. Enemies were necessary, but friends were also necessary. Why did you come to a small place like Luoxia City? Li Zhongzhou ignored Lu Manchuan's teasing. In terms of social interaction, he was naturally not as good as Lu Manxian. Now, there are many chambers of commerce who want to enter Luoxia City. We are the first to enter. This is our luck. Lu Manxian said. At the same time, she led Li Zhongzhou into the inner room. Luoxia City was not big, but it was not small either. With Li Zhongzhou's status, there was almost nothing he could not do in Luoxia City. Naturally, the treatment he received was not the same. You still have a conscience to remember people like us. Maybe you have already achieved great success and do not like us anymore. Lu Manchuan's tone was a little resentful. Just based on what she had heard, Li Zhongzhou's halo was enough to make people envious. Li Zhongzhou's current achievements could be said to be very high. Of course, it was different from the past. However, Lu Manxian was very accurate in judging people. Although Li Zhongzhou's status was not ordinary now, the way he looked at her did not change. He treated her as a friend, and they were still friends. There was no arrogance or complacency in his expression. I, Li Zhongzhou, will remember the help you have given to my Li family. In the future, if your 1,000 Taste Herb Hall has any problems, just look for me. Li Zhongzhou said. Although his words were simple, the content was not ordinary. One had to know that with Li Zhongzhou's status, even if someone wanted to be the emperor, Li Zhongzhou would be able to send that person to the throne by hook or by crook. This was Li Zhongzhou's promise. When dealing with enemies, Li Zhongzhou would not leave a single one of them alive. He would kill them all and eliminate them by the roots, However, when dealing with friends, Li Zongjiu would also give the greatest help. He would spare no effort to help. That's what you said. I will remember it. Lu Manxian looked at Li Zongjiu's young and serious appearance and laughed. He was clearly still a child, but he acted as if he was an adult and made an extremely serious and solemn promise. However, in Lu Manchuan's heart, she trusted Li Zongjiu very much. In her heart, she thought that the young miss had been troubled recently. Perhaps one day, she would really need Li Zongjiu's help. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave first. Li Zongjiu stood up and said. Just visiting alone for the day had consumed a lot of energy. When the sky was getting dark, Li Zongjiu was ready to set off. What was he going to do? Of course, he was going to find trouble with Qingyuan Villa. Since these people had already stretched their hands to Luoxia City, Li Zongjiu would definitely repay them tenfold. Otherwise, these people would really think that Li Zongjiu could not do anything to them. Why don't you rest for 2 days? In 2 days, your mother should be back. Li Tianqing looked at Li Zongjiu, who was in a hurry. He had been running all over the place. He had not even stayed for a day and was already in a hurry to leave again. No, there will be plenty of time in the future. There are still many things that have not been resolved. Let the people we have selected go to Monarch City directly. I have already given you the address and contact person. Just go and find them. I will arrange a good place for them. Li Zongjiu said. Anyway, they were all members of his family. When the time came, he would find some people to train and then send them back to the Li family. The person selected must be someone with good moral character. Li Zongjiu solemnly exhorted. This was very important because if there were any black sheep in the family, Li Zongjiu would not hesitate at all. He would directly get rid of them and eliminate them from the family. There was no room for leniency. Although external enemies were dangerous, internal matters were often more serious. Before leaving, Jing Haoran stayed behind to talk to the Li family. Li Zongjiu had also left some primordial stones to Li Tianqing regarding the Qilin warships. However, outsiders did not know about it. Primordial stones were precious after all. If outsiders knew about it, it might lead to another bloody battle. Having 10 Qilin warships was a great boost to the Li family's strength. However, it would take a lot of time for them to operate the Qilin warships. They had to specially train people who could pilot the Qilin warships. Naturally, the Jing family would not let go of such a great opportunity to get in touch with Li Zongjiu's family. They immediately sent several instructors to carry out the most detailed training. This was something that Li Zongjiu had asked them to do. How could they be careless? The battle on the Middle Reaches Mountain had made the Jing family understand Li Zongjiu's strength. No matter what, they had to rely on Li Zongjiu's thigh. There was no need to say much. Li Zongjiu and Tian Fei continued their journey. When they passed by a city, they spent a lot of money to buy information about Qingyuan Villa from the Tianyu Pavilion. Qingyuan Mountain was where Qingyuan Villa was located. There were a total of 3 cities in the vicinity of Qingyuan Mountain, forming a kind of encirclement. In reality, if anyone approached Qingyuan Mountain Villa, they would have to pass through these 3 cities, and Qingyuan Mountain Villa would immediately be informed of their movements. Qingshan City. A second-class city, Li Zongjiu and Tian Fei arrived at Qingshan City. As soon as they entered the city, even Tian Fei realized that someone was watching them. He immediately became vigilant. In the Qingshan City governor's mansion, many documents about Li Zongjiu were piled up. The Qingshan City governor, Dong Xuanzhou. Dong Xuanzhou was able to sit on the Qingshan City governor's seat because of the accumulation of blood behind him. Therefore, when he received the order, he did not hesitate to carry it out. As of now, these 3 cities had already been assimilated by the Qingyuan Villa. Li Zongjiu, you really came looking for me. This time I, Dong Xuanzhou, am going to make a contribution. Dong Xuanzhou used to be the county magistrate of a small county. Later on, he disliked the corruption in the bureaucratic system, so he trained the county's soldiers into bandits. They were trained to kill corrupt officials and the like. Later on, he offended someone. He couldn't bear the responsibility, so he ran away. In the end, he was taken in by the people of Qingyuan Manor. The previous matter was easily settled, so Dong Xuanzhou was able to survive until now. What Dong Xuanzhou was best at was faking the scene to intercept and kill. There was no doubt that this time, he was going back to his old profession. Of course, Dong Xuanzhou could not directly say that he was helping the Qingyuan villa. Therefore, he had to make some arrangements. The manor head said that we need this brat alive. An old man in a black robe appeared behind East Xuanzhou. Dong Xuanzhou glanced at the old man behind him. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Dong Xuanzhou did not hold back. This old man was best at doing things behind people's backs. It was said that he used to be a corrupt official, so Dong Xuanzhou did not like him. However, in order to cooperate with the Qingyuan villa, he chose to let this old man follow him. It was convenient for him to pass on orders. Hee, Dong Xuanzhou, don't blame me for not reminding you. This is a great opportunity. If you catch this brat, you'll have enough weight in front of the manor head. Even the woman you want won't be a problem. The old man was like an evil demon. He kept blowing wind in Dong Xuanzhou's ear, which made Dong Xuanzhou very unhappy. However, when he mentioned the woman, Dong Xuanzhou's heart tightened. After a moment of silence, Dong Xuanzhou pressed a button beside him. Get the night demon here. When he heard that Dong Xuanzhou was finally willing to take out his secret weapon, the old man's lips curled up slightly. This was the effect he wanted. Only with the night demon could they subdue Li Zongjiu. Just in the past few days, their Qingyuan manor had lost countless men in Li Zongjiu's hands. The reason why Dong Xuanzhou was able to secure his position as the city lord was because he had the night demon army. Recently, that person seems to be showing signs of returning. You should be careful. Dong Xuanzhou could not help but sneer when he saw the old man's smug look. Although Qingshan City was equivalent to a subsidiary city of the Qingyuan villa, it was not safe for the people of the Qingyuan villa to stay here. There were many people who wanted to cause trouble for the Qingyuan villa. Recently, an extremely powerful person had appeared in the city. Quite a number of Qingyuan manor's people had already been quietly killed. Other than the people of the Qingyuan villa who were active outside, there was also a large number of logistical support staff, such as the intelligence agency and even the transportation department. A large amount of raw materials and items had to be transported continuously. Most of the people stayed in Qingshan City. Recently, an extremely mysterious assassin had appeared in the city. Lurking in the middle of the night, killing with one last blow, and escaping thousands of miles away after he succeeded. No one could find any trace of him. An assassin like this was undoubtedly terrifying. So far, no less than 20 people had been killed by this mysterious assassin. In the beginning, they were just some unimportant people. However, as of now, the other party seemed to have figured out their methods. The people they killed were all painful as if their muscles and bones had been injured. Even the people who worked for the Qingyuan villa in the city started to panic and become extremely worried. If that guy comes, I'll end him with my own hands. The old man said coldly. Li Zongjiu and Tianfei stayed in the city. I heard that the city lord of Qingshan City is also a member of the Qingyuan villa. Bring him to see me. Li Zongjiu said. Bring a city lord to see you casually. If an ordinary person heard such an order, they would think that Emperor Xingyan was visiting incognito. Yes. Tianfei naturally had no problem with it. Even this kind of behavior was just child's play for him. Being by Li Zongjiu's side, aside from other things, they had already seen a lot of things in this grand occasion. Tianfei immediately left the inn. Li Zongjiu ordered some dishes and wine, but he saw that the surrounding diners seemed to tacitly stand up and leave one by one. Li Zongjiu saw this and did not do anything. By the time most of the people had left, Yi Zichen had already left. The innkeeper directly closed the door. This was clearly an unscrupulous inn on the table. Who would have thought that the Qingyuan villa had already invaded to such an extent? What gave these people the courage to kill people in the inn in broad daylight? It was worth mentioning that according to the rules of the Xingyan dynasty, places like inns and restaurants were all public places. Therefore, if something happened in such a place, it would be investigated to the end. However, the Jianghu was too chaotic. These things could not be taken care of. Boy, I've already poisoned the food. You'd better be obedient now. Otherwise, you'll suffer. Li Zongjiu raised his head and glanced at the innkeeper who was pretending to be ruthless. There were waiters and cooks behind him. Obviously, they were the staff of the inn. Seeing Li Zhongzhou's gaze, the innkeeper was slightly surprised. Why did this boy look as if nothing had happened? Tie him up first. Immediately, two people waved the ropes in their hands and walked towards Li Zhongzhou step by step. Just as they were about to take Li Zhongzhou down, they saw Li Zhongzhou flicking the two peanuts on the table. Swoosh swoosh bang, bang. The two corpses fell directly on the floor. The bloody hole in their heads was also bleeding non-stop. After seeing the two people fall to the ground, the innkeeper and the others screamed. They threw caution to the wind and rushed towards Li Zhongzhou. They wanted to kill Li Zhongzhou directly. They were certain that Li Zhongzhou had been poisoned. Swoosh! It was peanuts again. The remaining 5 people's lives were also taken by the peanuts. Just then, a piece of paper floated out from the innkeeper's arms. The words bounty were written on it, and there was also a portrait of Li Zhongzhou. Li Zhongzhou picked up the bounty poster. When he saw that the price was only 10 million gold coins, Li Zhongzhou did not know whether to laugh or cry. Who was the person who put up the bounty poster? With such a small amount of money, they wanted Li Zhongzhou's head. This was too cheap. Thinking of this, Li Zhongzhou was extremely impressed by these people. However, Li Zhongzhou was still not full. He continued to eat and drink in the midst of the corpses. The corpses around him did not affect Li Zhongzhou's appetite at all. You should at least give me the room key before you act. Li Zhongzhou was dissatisfied. He even wanted to rummage through the cabinets to find the key. Only then did he find the key. He casually opened a door and walked in. Night fell. Tianfei had not returned yet. However, a visitor arrived at Li Zhongzhou's place first. Under the illumination of the candlelight on the table, a shadow could be seen gradually enlarging. Li Zhongzhou immediately looked over. There was a person crawling by the window. It looked like a beast. The expression on his face was extremely ferocious. He stared at Li Zhongzhou with a murderous gaze. After meeting Li Zhongzhou's gaze, the figure instantly flew out of the window. Bang! Li Zhongzhou threw a punch. The opponent's reaction was very fast. In an instant, he flew back. Boom! Li Zhongzhou looked at the pitch-black figure in surprise. He was wearing only a pair of large underpants. This thing was too arrogant. Its speed was so fast that it could be so arrogant in front of Li Zhongzhou. What a weirdo. That thing blew out the candle from a few meters away. The entire room seemed to be plunged into darkness. In this silent and dark environment, Li Zhongzhou felt that the opponent's strength was gradually increasing. Is this the legendary knight attribute? Li Zhongzhou was surprised. When the surrounding light seemed to be swallowed by this thing, the room was already pitch black. Nothing could be seen clearly. At this moment, in the darkness, a swift and violent force rushed towards Li Zhongzhou. Li Zhongzhou sat in the same place. When the opponent was about to attack, Li Zhongzhou also punched the opponent's teeth. Originally, this bite should have broken Li Zhongzhou's neck. However, this punch shattered the opponent's teeth. This showed how hard Li Zhongzhou's fist was. Roar! That thing also felt the pain and quickly retreated. Li Zhongzhou stood up. He did not mind continuing to play with these things. Boom! He instantly chased after it and sent it flying with a punch. Li Zhongzhou fell directly from the guest room on the second floor to the hall. When Li Zhongzhou smashed the strange thing on the floor with his fist, he suddenly raised his head, only to find that the inn was already surrounded by these strange things. There were at least 20 of them. So many! These were the species that Dong Xuanzhou reared, the night demons. It was an extremely vicious training method. It allowed the night demons to live in the darkness and taught them how to fight in the darkness. Over time, they became assassins in the darkness and could even absorb the surrounding light. Xuanzhou had spent a lot of money just to nurture this batch of night demons. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would never use this terrifying army of night demons. Roar! The surrounding night demons also rushed towards Li Zhongzhou. You're courting death. At first, Li Zhongzhou was only interested in these things. However, his interest was gone now. He immediately punched the night devils that were pouncing on him and sent them flying. Bang! Bang, bang. On a roof not far away, a black figure looked at the inn in front of him. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised as he heard the violent commotion. The night devil troop that the old thing raised is really awesome. That person was a deacon of the Qingyuan villa. Normally, he would be by Dong Xuanzhou's side. Although it was said that he was cooperating with Dong Xuanzhou, in truth, he was only there to supervise Dong Xuanzhou and ensure that he was working for the Qingyuan villa. Therefore, the deacon of Qingyuan Manor was very satisfied with the attack of the night demons. After taking down Li Zongjiu, he would be able to consolidate his position in Qingyuan Manor. Perhaps, this contribution would allow him to advance further. Once these night demons set their sights on a target, they would never change. They would not rest until one of them was dead. After killing this kid, I'll use his head to claim the reward. In the future, there will definitely be a seat for me in Qingyuan Manor as an elder. The corners of the old man's mouth twitched. The benefits of being a deacon were too little. In fact, he was already very dissatisfied. As time passed, people would become greedier. Just as the old man was standing on the roof, suddenly, he felt a chilly wind behind him. This immediately alerted the old man. Dark Yuan Pierce. A soft shout rang in the old man's ears. Instantly, he was awakened. When the old man subconsciously turned around, he saw a figure approaching him. Then, he felt as if his neck had been cut off at this moment. F***CK. What kind of move is this? When the dagger came from the dark, the assassin and the dagger instantly disappeared into the night sky. Just like that, they disappeared without a trace. I can't speak. My strength. The old man's strength was not weak. No matter what, he was still a peak sky origin expert. How could he be so easily ambushed? However, after being hit by the dagger, the old man stood on the spot as though nothing had happened. However, all of his strength was rapidly being devoured by an unknown force. After a few seconds, the old man's body fell to the ground with a thud. Immediately, there was a commotion in the surroundings. It was the people the old man had arranged nearby. Because he had predicted that someone might come to ambush him tonight, he had arranged people around to wait for the assassin to appear and take him down. However, no one expected the assassin to be so fast when he attacked. "Sir, what happened to you?" The people who gathered around saw that the old man had already stopped breathing. It was obvious that he had allowed someone to kill the old man in front of so many people. It seemed that the assassin's methods were quite brilliant. "Sir, there was an assassin. Sir, there was an assassin." Immediately, these people began to spread the news to each other. Looking at these people, they actually had a very excited look on their faces. "Search the surroundings immediately and find the assassin." Immediately, the captain of the guards began to give orders. The methods of this mysterious assassin were indeed extraordinary. He had actually killed the old man in front of so many people. Now that they had searched, they couldn't find any traces at all. The most important thing was that these people didn't dare to act alone. They could even assassinate the deacon. If they could assassinate them now, wouldn't it be as easy as flipping their hands? It would be more than enough. The crowd dispersed symbolically. In the darkness, a figure was quietly retreating. However, his gaze was fixed on the inn. The movements in the inn seemed to have stopped at this moment. Seeing this scene appear. Boom! Suddenly, a shocking sword aura exploded in the Qingshan city governor's mansion. Then, almost half of the mansion was destroyed. It was extremely tragic. The city governor has been taken away. Everyone, go after him. Li Zongjiu killed the night demons with a flurry of punches. All of them fell to the ground, unable to move. This allowed Li Zongjiu to move his body as well. It took him a lot of effort to get rid of these people. His fists were aching from the beating. What were these guys' bodies made of? They were extremely hard. They clearly looked like humans, but their actions made them seem like wild beasts. Li Zongjiu was shocked. If we're talking about the methods of this Qingyuan villa, then it's really abnormal. Li Zongjiu shook his head and said. Someone knocked on the door of the inn. Come in. Tianfei opened the door with a palm while carrying a person in his hand. This person was obviously very unconvinced. He kept struggling and wanted to escape. However, when this person was carried into the inn and saw the corpses on the ground, his body suddenly stiffened on the spot. He seemed to be frightened by the scene in front of him. He could not believe his eyes. "This, young lord, I have brought him here." As he spoke, Tianfei tossed the east search boat to the ground and it landed on a night demon. Li Zhongjiu wiped his hands with a white cloth and looked at Dong Xuanzhou indifferently. "You brought all these things, right?" He moved a chair over and sat down. Then, he looked at Dong Xuanzhou and said slowly. At this moment, Dong Xuanzhou's face was filled with shock as he looked at Li Zhongjiu. How did this young man deal with those terrifying night devils? It should be known that even a Yuan monarch powerhouse could be killed by the attacks of these night demons. This was because these night demons' methods of attack were too perverted. They were unexpectedly ruthless. And now, these assassins had all been killed. Dong Xuanzhou could not react in time. That was the last thing he could rely on. However, Dong Xuanzhou could not admit that these night demons were brought here by him. Otherwise, these people would not let him go. "I don't know what you're talking about. Kidnapping a city lord, Li Zhongjiu, do you know how serious of a crime you've committed?" Dong Xuanzhou said coldly. He wanted to use this method to intimidate Li Zhongjiu. "Kneel properly." Tianfei kicked East Xuanzhou's leg. He kicked Dong Xuanzhou to the ground, causing him to kneel. "Who is it?" Tianfei seemed to have sensed the movement in the surroundings. He raised his hand and a sword energy swept towards the roof. Boom, with a loud explosion, a figure fell from the sky. "You're courting death." Tianfei sensed that the person in front of him was actually rushing towards the young master. Trying to assassinate Li Zhongjiu in front of Tianfei was not giving him any face at all. He simply did not put Tianfei in his eyes. However, when Tianfei's figure flew out, he was shocked to find that the person in front of him was just a shadow. His palm missed. The assassin's figure flickered and appeared near Li Zhongjiu. "Young master, be careful." Tianfei shouted in a low voice, but he also sent a palm strike towards the assassin. The power of the palm strike from a distance had already demonstrated the power of a Yuan king elite. However, his palm strike still missed. What? Even though they were in such a small space, the assassin's figure was unpredictable. It was really surprising. Even an elite like Tianfei could not capture the assassin's figure. Swoosh, a dark light pierced towards Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu, who was sitting upright, also smiled. "Santong, you've grown up." Santong greets the young master. The mysterious black figure finally revealed itself. By the time she appeared in front of Li Zhongjiu, Santong had already grown up a little from the little girl back then. The determined aura on her face was even stronger than before, and the murderous aura on her body had also been retracted quite well. What Santong had just used was the Dark Yuan spike that Li Zhongjiu had taught her. She was indeed a genius at learning the Dark Yuan spike. In just a short year, she had already cultivated the Dark Yuan spike to a state where she could use it freely. How could Li Zhongjiu not be surprised? "Young master?" Tianfei had already descended from the roof. He was a little surprised when he saw the scene before him. He had not expected that the mysterious assassin would actually be one of Li Zhongjiu's men. "How is this possible? You are clearly only a Yuan Zong." Tianfei looked at Santong in astonishment. He could sense that Santong was only a grade 7 Yuan Zong, but he could not even deal with a grade 5 Yuan king. In the previous few exchanges, all of them had failed. If Li Zhongjiu was not strong enough, Santong would have already taken his head. This was why Tianfei was surprised by Santong's methods. "Let's get to know each other. This is Santong, and this is Tianfei." Santong looked at Tianfei and nodded faintly. Then, Santong stood behind Li Zhongjiu. "Young master, this person is a lackey of Qingyuan Manor. Before you came, he had already issued a bounty," Santong said in a low voice. When Dong Xuanzhou saw Santong in front of him, he finally came to his senses. You are the assassin." Dong Xuanzhou was even more shocked when he saw Santong's young and thin figure. More importantly, Santong was actually a woman. He had not expected that Santong would actually be one of Li Zhongjiu's men. It seemed like Li Zhongjiu had already made some arrangements. Assassin? You killed people here? Li Zhongjiu stared at San Tong. San Tong was extraordinarily bold. Qingyuan Manor's headquarters was not far away, yet he had dared to kill people here without any scruples. He had quite the character. San Tong knew that young master would come here, so he waited in the city. Fortunately, he killed some people first. When he had first escaped from the blood-strike guards, San Tong had suffered quite a bit. Now that he had the ability, killing these people was like collecting some interest. Well done. Li Zhongjiu nodded. Since you're also a member of the Qingyuan villa, then you should know my temper. How about this, I'll give you a way out. If you hang yourself at the city gate for 7 days, then I'll spare your life. Li Zhongjiu looked at Dong Xuanzhou as he spoke slowly. When Dong Xuanzhou heard Li Zhongjiu's words, he was already under a lot of pressure. When he heard the contents, he was naturally incomparably ashamed and angry. If Dong Xuanzhou had been young, it wouldn't have been a big deal for him to accept such a condition. After all, a great man knew when to yield and when not to yield. However, Dong Xuanzhou had been in a high position for a long time now. He still cared about his reputation. How dare someone use such a method to humiliate him? In the face of such humiliation, Dong Xuanzhou would rather die than be humiliated in such a way. It seems like you've chosen to die. Then let's do it. Dong Xuanzhou was about to shout out righteously that he would rather die than be humiliated. However, who would have thought that Li Zhongjiu would directly say it out loud? He had sentenced him to death. Dong Xuanzhou was so frightened that he shuddered. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Dong Xuanzhou hurriedly said. Since Li Zhongjiu had already come knocking on his door, there was no way he would leave so easily. Moreover, he wouldn't care about killing a castellan. These things were extremely easy for him. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu had no qualms about killing him. I have a very important piece of information. It can help you deal with Qingyuan matter. Dong Xuanzhou quickly said. San Tong had already made his move and slashed Dong Xuanzhou's neck with his knife. Ugh. Ugh. Dong Xuanzhou clutched his neck and looked at San Tong in disbelief. He didn't understand why this guy wanted to kill him. Didn't I say that I have an important piece of information to tell you? Why are you so ruthless to kill him? Plop, San Tong kept his dagger. Li Zhongjiu also widened his eyes and looked at San Tong. No, you. Why did you kill him so quickly? Didn't he say that he had a secret to tell you? Although it was a rather cruel method. You could have just acted a little later. Even Tian Fei did not expect San Tong to be even more decisive than Li Zhongjiu when he made his move. No wonder they were master and servant. I already know the secret he mentioned, San Tong said calmly. In terms of temperament, he was somewhat similar to Li Zhongjiu. During this period of time, in addition to finding a few people from Qingyuan Manor to kill, San Tong also found some information about Qingyuan Manor. Among the information, there was something very important. It was the important information that Dong Xuanzhou had mentioned. Oh, you've done well. Li Zhongjiu nodded. What information? Li Zhongjiu asked immediately. San Tong quickly took off Dong Xuanzhou's storage ring and handed it to Li Zhongjiu. There's a dragon vein under Qingyuan Villa. The location of the dragon vein is on the map here. I heard that Qingyuan Villa ordered the 3 castellans to fill the dragon vein with a large amount of gold, silver, and jewels to increase the golden dragon chi. San Tong said. Bull*T, what dragon vein? This is all a lie to you kids. This so-called dragon vein must be a trap. Li Zhongjiu said straightforwardly. San Tong wasn't convinced, but even if this place wasn't a trap, it was still a dangerous place for them. It was bound to be full of danger. Let's go. Since the dragon vein has been marked, we should give them a surprise. Li Zhongjiu said. He opened the map and glanced at it. The location marked on the map was not far from here, but it was hidden and the entrance was difficult to find. The 3 of them pushed open the door of the inn. They were about to leave when they saw an exquisite key in Dong Xuanzhou's storage ring. Which ordinary person would place such an exquisitely crafted key in their storage ring? There must be some strange reason behind it. If I remember correctly, this key seems to be the key to a secret chamber in his room. Santong looked at the key and said. After all, they had seen these things before. During this period, Santong had been lurking in the city and spying on them for a long time. Let's go. At this moment, on the street, there were patrolling soldiers everywhere, because their city lord had just been caught by someone swaggering in. How dare they openly murder their city lord? However, the other party was too fast. They disappeared into the night sky in the blink of an eye. The soldiers were like headless flies. Just as the city was on lockdown, Li Zongjiu and the other two rushed into the Castellan mansion. The city lord's mansion was currently the most defenseless place. After rushing in, many servants saw Li Zongjiu and the others. All of them were knocked unconscious by Tianfei. This was because these commoners were relatively normal. Being a servant here was something that they couldn't do. Therefore, they did not kill them directly. After arriving at Dong Xuanzhou's room, the three of them searched the room and finally found the entrance to the secret chamber under the bed. There really is a secret chamber here. Li Zongjiu immediately inserted the key into the lock. With a gentle turn, the door to the cellar was opened. I'll go first. Santong took the lead, but how could Tianfei let a girl walk in front of him? He immediately jumped and entered the cellar before Santong. The surrounding cold air made people shudder. The surrounding walls seemed to have been specially modified. The few of them walked down the stairs to the bottom, only to find that there was a stone door here. This must be a secret vault that guy opened, Santong said. But this stone door needs a mechanism to open. Santong looked around, trying to find the hidden mechanism. Li Zongjiu threw a punch as soon as he said that. Boom! The stone door in front of them was immediately smashed into a big hole. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the ground shook. It was as if the entire cellar was about to collapse. Isn't it open now? Li Zongjiu saw that the hole wasn't big enough, so he added another kick and kicked the gravel away. He lifted his foot and stepped out. Santong rolled his eyes at Li Zongjiu's behavior. This guy's behavior was too violent. Moreover, he could have found the mechanism after a while. Tianfei looked at this and did not say anything. After all, straightforwardness was Li Zongjiu's style. He was never afraid of offending people or committing crimes. He was just that straightforward. Who knows how much wealth this guy has plundered from the people all these years? When Li Zongjiu and the other two walked in, they immediately knew how much Dong Xuanzhou deserved to die. He had only been a governor for a few years, but the golden jewels in this cellar were already as tall as a small mountain. If this wealth was taken out, it would be equivalent to the entire wealth of a small family. At least, even if the Li family sold all their assets, they would not be able to reach half of this wealth. Even Tianfei, who had seen a lot, was stunned by the wealth. In fact, these things did not belong to Dong Xuanzhou. It was related to what the dragon vein had said before. These gold, silver, and jewelry were all transported from all over the place. For example, the Black Eagle flag specialized in plundering wealth and then transported it here. Finally, it was directly sent to the dragon vein. The castellan mansions of the three surrounding cities had also become temporary storage places. Let's keep it first. Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand and waved it. His mental strength wrapped around the mountain of gold in front of him and kept it all into the Nanhua ring. This amount is at least equivalent to the entire wealth of the Jing family. Li Zongjiu was surprised. After all, even Li Zongjiu had never seen so many treasures. He was slightly surprised at this moment. This gold coin is your reward. With a flick of his finger, Li Zongjiu sent a gold coin towards the 3 coppers. Santong stretched out his hand and caught the gold coin. How old was Li Zongjiu? Why would he still reward such a boring thing? However, Santong still accepted Li Zongjiu's reward. He could not help but feel happy. In this case, the other 2 cities will also transport these jewels to the dragon vein. Li Zongjiu rolled his eyes. It did not make sense for him to watch the money slip away under his nose. The reason why they did not put these things into the storage rings was mainly because they had limited space. One of the main reasons for this was that most storage rings had limited space. A storage ring with a large storage space was extremely expensive and rare. Moreover, it was not safe to put them in storage rings. If it was a storage ring with a lower cost, it might even be damaged directly. That meant that one's mental strength would no longer be able to open the storage ring, and the things stored inside would never be recovered. Moreover, the more things one put in, the more unstable the storage space would be. Therefore, it was safer to store a large amount of gold and silver wares than to put them in storage rings. Li Zhongjiu's Nanhua ring had a large storage space, so he did not need to worry about these things at all. In the other two cities, they were Qingzhou City and Qingshui City. The geographical locations of these three cities were similar. Basically, these three cities were in a state of peaceful sharing. After all, the area of Qingyuan Mountain was extremely large. They were scattered in all directions, directly blocking off the three cities. After Li Zhongjiu and the other two ransacked Qingshan City, they quickly chased in the direction of Qingzhou City. At this moment, Qingzhou City was still heavily guarded. In addition, there was a letter from a carrier pigeon saying that the city lord of Qingshan City had been captured. This made the city lord mansion of Qingzhou City nervous. After all, it was better to keep in touch with each other between the three cities. The city lord of Qingzhou City was a fat man who was timid but extremely cautious. Immediately, the fat man gave the order to heavily guard the city lord mansion. They must not let a fly fly in. Qingzhou City, the Castellan mansion. Is everything set up? Although the thief can't attack continuously, we still have to make sure we have a complete defense, the fat Castellan said. He had planned to go to the Yihong brothel to have some fun, but who knew that something like this would happen? He did not dare to wander around, so it was better to stay in the Castellan mansion quietly. After all, the Castellan mansion had 3 layers of defense. Sir, don't worry. 3,000 rattan armors have been set up. There are 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Even a fly would have to avoid at least 500 pairs of eyes if it wanted to fly in from the front door, the steward beside the fat Castellan said. That's good. The fat Castellan heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he sat in the courtyard and picked up the teacup in his hand. Just as he was about to drink it, he happened to see that there seemed to be a shadow rapidly approaching from within the cup. The fat Castellan put down the teacup in his hand and looked up. He saw 3 figures landing on the ground with a swoosh. Hey, you guys! When the steward saw the 3 people landing from the sky, he wanted to shout for his men to come in and take Li Zhongjiu and the rest away. However, he was knocked unconscious by Tian Fei's punch. Bang! I'll kill you if you dare to shout. San Tong's sharp dagger was hanging on the fat Castellan's neck. Feeling the cold blade, the fat Castellan's heart tightened and he was scared half to death. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The guards outside the house were of no use at all. They were only focused on guarding against flies. In the end, they couldn't even keep an eye on the 3 living people in front of them. What was the use of having these people? It was simply a waste of the food of his Qingzhou City. I guess you have a key like this too. Li Zhongjiu took out the key that he had found on East Xuanzhou. The fat Castellan was very familiar with East Xuanzhou, so he naturally knew that this key was the key to the treasury in East Xuanzhou's hands. Since the item had fallen into the hands of Li Zhongjiu and the others, it meant that Dong Xuanzhou had either betrayed them or was dead. Judging from the ferocious methods of these people, most of them were already dead. To be able to come and go as he pleased in the heavily guarded city lord mansion, it went without saying that he had the ability to kill Dong Xuanzhou and Dong Xuanzhou. Immediately, the fatty nodded repeatedly. Yes, I know. I'll take you there. I understand. Fatty nodded. Fatty had more or less guessed what would happen to East Xuanzhou, but he didn't want to follow in his footsteps. Since Dong Xuanzhou was dead, there was no need for him to die as well. This fatty's strength was ordinary, but because this fatty's management ability was very strong, he was able to make money for the Qingyuan villa. Therefore, he sat in this position. Therefore, there was no need for him to sacrifice his life for these things. This fatty was definitely a judge of the situation. Faced with Li Zhongjiu and the others' coercion, the fatty didn't hesitate at all. He immediately led Li Zhongjiu and the others to the treasury below his room. We don't know how to open this stone door. Only the people in the Qingyuan villa know. The fatty looked like he was in a difficult position. He expressed that he was very cooperative and asked them not to kill him. This time, it was not Li Zhongjiu's turn to make a move. Tianfei stepped forward and threw a punch that contained the power of a Yuan monarch, smashing the wall into pieces. When the three of them walked in, they were shocked to find that the space of this treasury was actually twice as big as the previous one. Moreover, it was filled to the brim. "You've done well." Li Zhongjiu patted the fatty's shoulder and said. He had actually plundered so much money. Even the fatty seemed to feel as if he had been caught red-handed. He could even laugh awkwardly a few times. "Hee hee. You're too kind." Li Zhongjiu didn't stand on ceremony and took all these things. "Since you're so cooperative, I'll spare your life first. Are the three of you going to Xianxia City?" Immediately, the fatty asked cautiously. The closest place to set off from Qingshan City was Qingzhou City. Based on the time the fatty had just received the information, Li Zhongjiu and the others must have come directly to Qingzhou City. "Yes. If you're going to Xianxia City, you'll have to speed up because they're going to send these things to the Dragon Vein tonight to carry out the fate suppression technique," the fatty said. Li Zhongjiu frowned as he looked at the fat city lord in front of him. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "Do you know who I am?" The fatty paused for a moment, then looked up at Li Zhongjiu and said slowly. "Li Zhongjiu of Luoxia City." "Who doesn't know your name now?" Li Zhongjiu laughed heartily when he heard that. He then turned around and left with the other two. The three of them disappeared from Qingzhou City. Obviously, the fatty knew Li Zhongjiu's identity and had already done some investigation. Naturally, he knew that Li Zhongjiu would never let these people go. Therefore, either Li Zhongjiu died and got the things back, or Qingyuan Villa was destroyed. The fat city lord had made such a decision because he believed that Li Zhongjiu would be able to destroy the Qingyuan mountain villa. When the fat city lord returned to the ground, he was shocked. The manager who had fainted also woke up. He hurriedly covered his head and shouted to the outside. "Guards, there's an assassin! There's an assassin!" With a command, a large group of armored soldiers rushed in from outside the house. However, when the mayor appeared, he waved his hand. "Disperse, disperse. You good-for-nothings. If I waited for you to come, I would have been skinned alive," the mayor roared. The manager didn't know what was going on. Could it be that the invaders had been defeated by the mayor? If that was the case, then the city lord was simply too ferocious. "Mayor, is it all settled?" After the confused soldiers retreated, the manager went up to the fatty and asked in a low voice. He wanted to take credit in front of the mayor. After all, he was injured just now. F***CKU. Settled your sister. Get out of here. The fat city lord was just short of grabbing his shoe and smashing this fellow's head, causing his head to explode. He had lost a lot of money tonight. This was simply an inestimable number. Most importantly, he was here today. If Qingyuan Villa were to investigate this matter, he might not have a good time. His end would be very tragic. "Li Zhongjiu, oh Li Zhongjiu, I'm betting my life on you. You must hold on for me." As long as Li Zhongjiu was still jumping around, the gold, silver, and jewels that were used to suppress the dragon vein's luck would not focus on him. Therefore, he had to be on guard. He could only hope that Li Zhongjiu would kill a few more people in the Qingyuan Villa. It would be best if he destroyed the dragon's vein directly. That way, the money would be useless to the Qingyuan Villa, and his situation would be even safer. Xianxia City. When Li Zhongjiu and the others arrived at the city lord's mansion, they found that the city lord's mansion was slightly guarded. However, from the looks of these people, they were just putting on a show. They immediately understood that it was as the fat man had said. These people had already started to deliver the goods to the dragon vein to hand them over. Chase. The three of them once again rushed to the boundary shown on the map. However, in this dense forest, one's line of sight was quite blocked. There are wheel marks here. These broken branches are also fresh. They just passed by not long ago. Tianfei's figure landed on the side, observed the surrounding traces, and immediately said. "Nonsense, isn't that their carriage in front?" Santong pointed at a place not far away. Tianfei pretended to be calm and didn't look embarrassed at all. Santong's attitude towards him wasn't very good. After all, Li Zhongzhou's personal bodyguard was only San Tong, Li Zhongzhou's only bodyguard before this. If I'm not wrong, this should be a trap, Li Zhongzhou said seriously. When the three of them rushed to the carriage, they found that all the carriages were filled with stones. Surround them. A roar came from the depths of the forest. Then, a large number of people rushed out from the ground and treetops, directly surrounding Li Zhongzhou and the other two. A man riding a black wolf walked out of the forest, carrying a mace on his shoulder. He stared at the three people in front of him, as if the three people in front of him had already become turtles in a jar. Li Zhongzhou, you have big guts. How dare you have ideas about my Xianxia city? Today, your head will be rolling on the ground. The man on the wolf's back laughed loudly, as if he was sure that Li Zhongzhou and the other two would be defeated. The three people in front of him looked very thin and weak, and even looked like little sheep surrounded by a pack of wolves. Facing such a situation, the man naturally felt a sense of accomplishment. Killing these little lambs would be truly satisfying. Killing people was like slaughtering sheep. If the item is not here, then it has probably been sent to the dragon vein. Li Zhongzhou nodded. These people didn't look like they had so much gold, silver, and jewelry, so there was no need for them to stay. These people are of no value. Get rid of them all, Li Zhongzhou said calmly. When the leader on the black wolf heard Li Zhongzhou's words, he laughed even louder. Haha, brat, you're really arrogant. I want to see what you're going to use to kill me. Ugh. Before it could finish speaking, a figure appeared behind the black wolf. Then, the man could no longer speak and hurriedly covered his throat with his hand. Blood continued to flow out from the gaps between his fingers. Woo woo, plop, those who were pierced by the dark yuan spike would suffocate to death. It was as if they had died in the endless darkness. Under the endless pressure, it was an extremely uncomfortable way to die. San Tong made his move, and Tian Fei also made his move. Sword chi rippled in the air. It also directly sent the people around him flying. Bang bang bang, when these people fell to the ground, they found that the armor on their chests was broken. The extremely terrifying sword chi had already cut their bodies. It was just that they didn't realize it. The people around them were not even enough to fill the gaps between Li Zhongzhou's teeth. Hurry up. Li Zhongzhou called out and took the lead to rush out. How could he delay the matter of collecting wealth? At this moment, in a valley under Mount Qingyuan, there was an extremely hidden entrance. This time, a gloomy aura was emitted from the surroundings. From time to time, some black shadows could be seen wandering in the forest. There were also countless sharp gazes staring at the entrance from some of the hidden corners. This was one of the forbidden areas of Mount Qingyuan. Without permission, no one was allowed to enter. As the guards, they naturally had to be very careful. If there was any mishap, it would all be on their heads. Who is it? A group of people wearing black rainforest clothes and holding swords immediately became alert when they saw a trace of movement in front. Behind them, someone immediately walked forward to investigate. It's me. A man in a long brocade robe walked out with a few guards in tight robes. City Lord Meng. The guards immediately saluted the newcomer and said, the situation in Xianxia city has changed. We'll send the goods over first and inform Eagle Dragon Shakyamuni. City Lord Meng said. If Li Zhongzhou still remembered, he should be able to recall. He could even see that the City Lord Meng in front of him was Meng Yu, who was killed by Li Zhongzhou outside Sacred Flame Royal City. They were very similar. The City Lord Meng in front of him was Meng Yu's biological father. At the same time, he was the biological brother of King Qingyuan's wife. This relationship was a little complicated, but to sum it up, it was the kind that had a deep hatred for Li Zhongzhou. Meng Yu's father, Meng Yi, through this special relationship, Meng Yi became the City Lord of Xianxia City. As the City Lord of a second-class city, his status was not low at all. Moreover, he had a relationship with King Qingyuan. Who would have thought that even with such a strong background, his son was still tragically killed by someone? The murderer was still not found, however, through some recent investigations, they had locked onto a very suspicious person. That person was Li Zhongzhou. Meng Yi had wanted to take revenge for a long time. Now that he heard that Li Zhongzhou had come to find him, his heart was itching. He could not wait to gather his men and chop Li Zongjiu into pieces. Meng Yi had no chance of winning in a one-on-one fight. He could only lure Li Zongjiu here and let the 4 Shakyamuni, who were guarding the dragon vein, take action. They would definitely be able to kill Li Zongjiu. Thief Li Zongjiu, you killed my son. I will definitely skin you and pull out your tendons as a sacrifice to my son's soul in heaven. Meng Yi had already made a plan in his mind. Even the trap he had set up along the way was just to infuriate Li Zongjiu. At the same time, it was also used to confuse Li Zongjiu and make Li Zongjiu think that the dragon vein possessed such power that it could be easily defeated. This was the best way to go about it. Just you wait. This kid has swept through 2 cities in a row. He must be incomparably proud. I'll be waiting to harvest your head. Meng Yi's eyes were filled with the flames of vengeance. Shortly after, Eagle Dragon Shakyamuni appeared. As the guardian of the dragon vein, Eagle Dragon Shakyamuni's strength had already reached the peak of the Yuan monarch realm. Furthermore, he had already set up a rather tight array formation around the dragon vein. If it was activated directly, even a Yuan monarch powerhouse would not be able to walk out. This Yinglong happened to be Meng Yi's good brother. Old Meng, it's rare that you are personally escorting the goods. Let's go in and have a drink. Eagle Dragon pulled Meng Yi in. As for the amount of gold and jewels that had been delivered, there would naturally be someone who would count them. Given the methods of Qingyuan mountain matter, it was likely that not many people would dare to cause trouble. Old Ing, this is our chance to perform a meritorious deed. I am certain that Li Zongjiu will definitely come to our place. Meng Yi coldly said. It was as if he could already see Li Zongjiu falling in front of him. Don't worry, old Meng. The 4 of us have set up the 4 symbols fatal formation here. As long as that brat gets close to here, I'll skin him alive. Yinglong sneered. It was true that the ignorant were fearless. He thought that killing a few of Qingyuan Manor's people outside was enough to make Qingyuan Manor their enemy. Li Zongjiu was really overestimating himself. When this kid really stepped into their array formation, they would be able to activate the array formation and let Li Zongjiu have a taste of what a mother's embrace was like. Meng Yi finally felt relieved after listening to Yinglong's words. It was likely that no one in Qingyuan Manor knew about Bai Shiyan's death that day. After all, the people on that day were basically all dead. Not even one person ran back to report the news. In addition, Bai Shiyan himself was an primitive emperor expert. The commotion caused by him was huge. He had been wandering outside all year round. Who would have thought that Bai Shiyan would be killed by someone? To be honest, it would be difficult for anyone to know that Bai Shiyan was dead as long as no one came looking for him. Therefore, even the person in charge of collecting information did not know that Bai Shiyan was dead. When Li Zongjiu returned to Cerulean Wave Giant City after killing Bai Shiyan, he did not mention it to anyone. Therefore, the people in Cerulean Wave Giant City did not know that Bai Shiyan was dead. They did not even know who Bai Shiyan was. The only one who knew was Zhang Biao. However, Zhang Biao was also on her way back to Nanjiang. She did not pay much attention to Bai Shiyan's matter. She only cared about her own matters in Nanjiang. Meng Yi and Meng Yi were also full of confidence. They were waiting for Li Zongjiu and the other 2 to walk into the trap. Who is it? Yinglong Shakyamuni and Meng Yi were drinking wine in the cave. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from outside. It was followed by a series of screams and the sound of someone falling to the ground. Oh no! Eagle Dragon Shakyamuni and Meng Yi were shocked. They looked outside the cave and saw Li Zongjiu and the other 2 swagger in without even needing to go out. This is the dragon vein of the Qingyuan villa, right? You people are really fierce. You want to kill me without even asking. Li Zongjiu couldn't help but complain. These people were simply too ruthless. They were even more ruthless than Li Zongjiu. In any case, Li Zongjiu would at least ask a few more questions to confirm a little bit. However, these people didn't even ask and directly attacked with a knife. Therefore, Li Zongjiu and the other 2 were very straightforward. In the blink of an eye, they killed all these people. You must be Li Zongjiu. Yinglong couldn't help but exchange a glance with Meng Yi when he saw that the 3 people who walked in were all young men. This scene was simply too hilarious. They had never expected to encounter such a situation after roaming the underworld for such a long time. For Ying Long and the rest, this scene was extremely hilarious. At the very least, the people who walked out were some fierce characters. "It's me," Li Zongjiu said. San Tong's gaze became extremely solemn. After so many years of battle experience, San Tong could clearly feel the pressure from the two people in front of him. These people's strength was not simple. Therefore, San Tong's body was always tense. If necessary, it would not be a problem to block a knife for Li Zongjiu. "Li Zongjiu, since you and I have met today, why don't you tell me, did you kill my son?" Meng Yi stood up directly. He glared at Li Zongjiu. He could not wait to fight with Li Zongjiu and choke Li Zongjiu to death on the spot. "I have killed many sons. I don't know which one you are talking about," Li Zongjiu asked curiously as he looked at Meng Yi. He had killed quite a number of people in the Qingyuan mountain villa. Li Zongjiu couldn't possibly remember every single one of them and help them find their fathers. Therefore, Li Zongjiu asked, "My son, Meng Yu. A year ago, he went to participate in an alchemy exchange and never came back," Meng Yi said coldly. Meng Yi's eyes were red. It was as if Meng Yu's life was not worth mentioning in Li Zongjiu's eyes. "Oh, you mean that idiot? I killed him. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten." Li Zongjiu patted his head. This was something that happened a long time ago, so it wasn't easy for Li Zongjiu to recall it. If it wasn't for Meng Yi's reminder, Li Zongjiu might have forgotten about it. Hearing Li Zongjiu admit it, Meng Yi's eyes almost turned into a knife. His son's talent was extraordinary. At such a young age, he had already become a fifth-grade alchemist. If he continued to develop, it was not impossible for him to become a sixth-grade alchemist at such a young age. However, Meng Yu, who was supposed to have a glorious life, was killed by Li Zongjiu just like that. It was all because of Li Zongjiu's jealousy. Li Zongjiu's jealousy of Meng Yu's powerful talent led to Li Zongjiu's killing intent. "Old Meng, no need to say more. Since this guy has admitted it, let's kill him first." Eagle Dragon Shakyamuni was very confident. He directly stood up and said. When Tianfei saw Eagle Dragon Shakyamuni take action, he instantly rushed out. He wanted to stop Eagle Dragon Shakyamuni's action. However, he saw Eagle Dragon Shakyamuni's eyes were filled with anger. Then, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. The surrounding air was like a cage. In an instant, Tianfei was trapped inside. Boom! Tianfei was directly sucked into the large array. His figure disappeared on the spot. "You're the next one." Eagle Dragon Shakyamuni waved his big hand. A gust of wind seemed to blow and instantly enveloped Li Zongjiu and Santong's figures. The two were directly sucked into the array. Li Zongjiu did not move. Santong also guarded Li Zongjiu's side. "Young master, this is the Yuan Rune array." "Of course I know," Li Zongjiu said. A huge creature appeared in front of him. It was a dragon beast with an eagle's body. Eagle Dragon Shakyamuni and the others were called Shakyamuni because the four experts in the array formed the four symbols fatal formation. In this large array, they could condense their own Dharma Laksana, which was extremely powerful and intimidating. With the activation of the large array, the Dharma Laksana that had been sleeping in the array also woke up. "How dare you invade the forbidden area of Qingyuan Mountain Villa? Kill without mercy." In the mist, a huge figure walked out. The figure was huge and his face was filled with fear. Phantom Shakyamuni. It was like the sound of an ancient bell. There seemed to be a terrifying storm on the ground. Another colossal creature walked out from the other side. Heavenly Toad Dharma form, Red Spider Dharma idol, the four Dharma Laksana simultaneously released a terrifying pressure towards Li Zongjiu. Boom! "Young master, be careful." Santong reached out and grabbed, wanting to pull Li Zongjiu behind him. However, he found that his grab missed. The young master was no longer by his side, and the environment in front of him was rapidly changing. Li Zongjiu and Santong were separated by this array. As for Li Zongjiu, he had already seen through this set of origin inscriptions formation. For symbols formation? What the hell are you? You're even worse than David's deer. Li Zongjiu also tried his best to ridicule. It should be known that Li Zongjiu had seen some ancient and authentic formations. Whether it was in terms of aura or power, they were all many times stronger than the formations in front of him. Therefore, the formation formed by the four people in front of him looked like a cat drawing a tiger. Li Zongjiu was not interested in it at all. You arrogant brat. Today, I will show you the power of Dharma laws. The ghost elephant's body suddenly charged towards Li Zongjiu. Collapsing mountain slam, as they stumbled, they immediately formed a scene of the earth quaking and mountains shaking. Feeling the power of the collapse, Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand and summoned the desolate heaven essence into his hand. Ghost Elephant's nose was already in front of Li Zongjiu. His nose suddenly shook, as if he had the strength to pry open a mountain. Boom! Li Zongjiu's figure flashed to the ghost elephant's side and threw the desolate heaven essence in his hand. When the desolate heaven essence appeared, it smashed into the ghost elephant's body. The ghost elephant Shakyamuni, who was in the middle of casting a spell, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Pooh! As he spat out a mouthful of blood, ghost elephant Shakyamuni immediately increased the output of his origin energy. He tried his best to control his Dharma idol so that it would not be destroyed so easily. If that was the case, the power of the four symbols grand formation would be reduced by more than half. Therefore, the Ghost King Dharma idol had to be maintained here. What are you guys waiting for? Attack together! When the rest of the people saw that the Ghost King Dharma idol was about to be defeated, they started to attack as well. The Sky Toad immediately sprinted. It leaped and crashed into the ground. Boom! In an instant, the ground seemed to have turned into a cold pond. Humph, what a lousy performance. Li Zongjiu directly stomped his foot, and the black dazzle flames immediately formed a terrifying ring of fire around his body. When this ring of fire wrapped around his body, it also wrapped around Li Zongjiu. The power of the flames also easily incinerated the surrounding cold pond water in an instant. The Sky Toad's illusion was immediately destroyed. The red spider's 8 legs were like 8 extremely sharp stone pillars, and they came straight at Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu also brandished the desolate heaven essence and rushed under the red spider Dharma idol in an instant. Then, with a wave of his hand, he broke the red spider Dharma idol's 8 legs. Pooh! Outside the array, the red spider Shakyamuni spat out a mouthful of blood, and then he fell to the side. He fainted in the array just like that. The eagle dragon let out a sharp whistle and descended from the sky. It used its indestructible claws to grab Li Zongjiu's head. However, Li Zongjiu easily dodged it. Give me your life. The eagle dragon constantly flapped its wings and clawed at Li Zongjiu. The Sky Toad below also launched another attack. Li Zongjiu's figure was extremely graceful as he dodged. Suddenly, the eagle dragon descended from the sky and clawed. It crushed the Sky Toad's head. Eagle dragon, what are you doing? The Sky Toad Shakyamuni was immediately enraged. Fortunately, the head did not explode, but it still suffered a great deal of damage. It was equivalent to a fist hitting its chest. The eagle dragon Shakyamuni was also dumbfounded. How can this be? What did this kid do? Just as the eagle dragon Shakyamuni was in shock, he felt the Dharma idol sink slightly, as if something had landed on its back. You! How did you do it? When the eagle dragon Shakyamuni saw Li Zongjiu take action, he exclaimed. Then, the desolate heaven essence in Li Zongjiu's hand smashed down, accurately hitting the eagle dragon Shakyamuni's head. Pung! At that moment, it was as if flowers were falling from the sky, rivers and seas were overturning, and the sky was collapsing. Outside the array, the eagle dragon Shakyamuni's head also hit the table in front of it with a bang, shattering the hard stone table. Just Li Zongjiu alone was able to put the force Shakyamuni into such a sorry state. The phantom elephant Shakyamuni also charged forward, pushing Li Zongjiu in front of it. It seemed like it was trying to send Li Zongjiu flying, but Li Zongjiu also pressed down on the phantom elephant Dharma idol's body with one hand. The desolate heaven essence was hooked by the phantom elephant Shakyamuni's nose. Li Zongjiu gathered all his strength and suddenly punched the phantom elephant Dharma idol's head. Pung! The phantom elephant Shakyamuni was stunned. In the next second, Li Zongjiu grabbed the phantom elephant Dharma idol's nose and flipped it over, throwing it away. Boom! Under the violent vibration, the phantom elephant Dharma idol's body was almost shattered. Is this your four symbols array? It can't even withstand a single blow. Li Zhongjiu said disdainfully. It was also because the strength of these people was too weak. They were all only at the Yuan King realm, so when faced with Li Zhongjiu's strength, they did not have the slightest bit of resistance and were defeated just like that. The four symbols' deadly array finally broke by itself. Li Zhongjiu also saw the eagle dragon Shakyamuni, who had retreated, quickly hide in the depths of the cave. Li Zhongjiu chased after them and saw them appear in front of him. The four Shakyamuni were all sitting on an empty spot on the stone wall. Seeing Li Zhongjiu chasing after them, the phantom elephant Dharma idol took action. Ghost elephant Shakyamuni immediately formed a seal, and a figure was grabbed out from the void by him. It was San Tong. Brat, if you take another step forward, I'll kill her. The phantom elephant Shakyamuni's hand directly grabbed San Tong's neck, as if he was going to crush San Tong's head in the next second. These Shakyamuni's clothes were also strange. San Tong's cultivation was still at the Yuan Zone realm, so he naturally did not have enough strength to fight with these people. However, San Tong was being held hostage by the phantom elephant Shakyamuni, so he did not directly surrender. He immediately activated the Yuan bead in his body and gathered all his strength. The energy instantly became surging and urgent. When he saw this scene, the phantom elephant Shakyamuni immediately exclaimed. You actually want to self-destruct? No way. The phantom elephant Shakyamuni immediately threw San Tong to the ground with his palm. If he landed on the ground, his body would definitely be crushed. However, the moment he escaped from the phantom elephant Shakyamuni's palm, San Tong's entire body was plunged into darkness. Dark Yuan Pierce. In times of crisis, the dark elemental spike could also be used as a means to escape. Mountain flipping golden seal. A golden light flashed in Li Zhongjiu's palm. In the next moment, a terrifying golden palm light slammed down towards the four people in front of him. Boom! With a loud sound, the four people in front of him were clearly dealt with. They fell to the ground. When he retracted his palm, the four people were directly smashed into pieces. Only a pile of flesh and ashes were left on the ground. San Tong also fell out of the space with a bang. His legs almost gave way and he was about to kneel on the ground. However, he relied on the dagger in his hand to barely support his body. He didn't fall directly to the ground. Cough cough. The move just now had obviously consumed a lot of San Tong's strength, so his face was relatively pale. Li Zhongjiu's subordinates have been dealt with by me. Ying Long, you must leave that brat to me. Meng Yi's voice came from outside the cave. When Meng Yi rushed in with a heavily injured Tian Fei, he just happened to see the four figures on the opposite wall. If he guessed correctly, these four figures were the four Shakyamuni. Although they were smashed into four piles of ruins, they could still be vaguely recognized. Li Zhongjiu leaned his body and pointed. Are you talking to them? You should have come earlier. Meng Yi swallowed his saliva. He even felt that his eyes were blurring. The formation formed by the four Shakyamuni was so powerful that it could even trap in primitive emperor powerhouse within it. However, the four of them had been slapped to death by Li Zhongjiu. They looked like the corpses of four cockroaches. Meng Yi was unable to react. Was this Li Zhongjiu's doing? You killed the four guardian kings. Meng Yi pointed at Li Zhongjiu and said in a trembling voice. If that was the case, Li Zhongjiu's strength would be terrifying. In a panic, Meng Yi grabbed Tian Fei. Don't act recklessly. Otherwise, I will kill him. Meng Yi roared and retreated quickly. He knew that Li Zhongjiu was vicious and merciless. He would definitely not let him go. When Meng Yi turned around and wanted to escape, he just happened to see the flying knife flying towards him. Chi, the flying knife instantly pierced through Meng Yi's forehead. His body, which was still grabbing onto Tian Fei, fell to the ground with a thud. His eyes were wide open. However, he was still unable to avoid Li Zhongjiu's flying knife. Meng Yi had just escaped from the cave. When his body fell, he saw the mountain of corpses in front of him. When he saw the sky full of corpses piled up here, only then did Meng Yi truly realize how terrifying Li Zhongjiu and the others were. No, it was mainly because of Li Zhongjiu. what a terrifying demon. Meng Yi originally thought that he had a chance to avenge his son's death. However, when he fell, he realized how stupid and regretful he was. He could still have another son. There was no need to sacrifice his life. However, it was too late to regret now. There was no chance for him to come back to life. Tianfei and Santong were both seriously injured. Clearly, the strength of the two of them was only enough to reach this point. The two of you, go back to Luoxia City to recuperate. I will look for you after I am done. Li Zongjiu said to the two of them. Although Santong was extremely unwilling, he knew that if he continued, he would definitely become a burden to Li Zongjiu. If that was the case, it would be better for him to leave. Young master, you must be careful. Santong looked at Li Zongjiu and said. However, Santong was thinking that if the young master died, he would definitely find the people of Qingyuan Manor to settle the score. Even if he had to kill one a day, there would be a day when he would wipe out all the people of Qingyuan Manor. Tianfei was ashamed of himself. However, he was only a disciple of the mystic Yuan sect. It was not easy for him to make it this far. Young master, your safety is the most important thing. Tianfei coughed a few times. It seemed that he would have to recuperate for a while. Meng Yi was much stronger than him. However, in front of Li Zongjiu, Meng Yi was really scared out of his wits. Therefore, there was no way he could compete with Li Zongjiu and was instantly killed. This kind of thing happened frequently. This was because after seeing some of the things that Li Zongjiu had done, they would overlook an objective fact. How strong was Li Zongjiu? They only knew that since Li Zongjiu could kill them, he could naturally kill them too. The two of them left the dragon vein alone. Li Zongjiu wandered around the vicinity and found that there was indeed a huge amount of luck in this cave. What a strong luck! Li Zongjiu could clearly feel a wave of energy that seemed to be gushing out from this place. This kind of terrifying yuan qi was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. No wonder the people of the Qingyuan mountain villa used so many gold and jewels to suppress the luck. Li Zongjiu came to the deep valley. At the bottom of the valley, there was actually a cliff. On both sides of the cliff, there were countless gold and jewels piled up. This was because they needed to suppress this huge amount of yuan qi. In a situation where they were unable to directly absorb this yuan qi, they needed to first guard this aura. This way, when their cultivation reached a certain level and they had confidence in their own strength, they would come to this place where the yuan qi gathered and absorb this yuan qi in order to break through. This place was equivalent to a natural elixir. Li Zongjiu grinned as he sensed the terrifying yuan energy that was about to hit him. Li Zongjiu felt the yuan energy that was about to hit him. Such a good place, it's my lucky day. Li Zongjiu's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had also experienced the baptism of such a place where yuan qi erupted, allowing him to have a strong foundation. Li Zongjiu had also tried any method that could increase his strength. Such an excellent place to increase one's strength was something that Li Zongjiu yearned for even in his dreams. It just so happens that I can also use the yuan qi dragon vein to reforge my blood soul hell. Reforging the blood soul hell required a large amount of yuan qi. The amount of yuan qi was far from what he could achieve now. At the very least, Li Zongjiu needed to reach the Yuan Emperor realm before it was possible. However, in this yuan qi dragon vein, it was not difficult for Li Zongjiu to reforge his blood soul hell. Immediately, Li Zongjiu took away all the jewelry and jade that covered the long golden road. He enriched his southern kingdom ring. Even the things inside could be used in the future. Moreover, Du Liani did not open a pawnshop. In order to do it thoroughly, there must be enough treasures in the pawnshop. In addition to pawning other people's things, there were times when the pawnshop also needed to pawn their own things in exchange for a higher value. This was the case. Therefore, these items could be stored away. No matter how useless they were, they could still be used to expand the warehouse. Li Zongjiu took off his shirt directly. Because the following situation would be very brutal. Li Zongjiu's muscular body was on full display, but it was a pity that there was no one in the wilderness to appreciate it. Young people still needed to have some muscles. Even if you didn't cultivate your yuan qi, you could still develop such muscles with a little exercise. The most important thing was perseverance. When the surrounding golden jade qi used to suppress the yuan qi dragon vein disappeared, the yuan qi of the dragon vein would gradually be released. At this moment, what Li Zongjiu needed to do was to absorb this yuan qi dragon vein. To be able to form an entire dragon vein with this yuan qi, one could see how terrifyingly rich the yuan qi was. Even if an yuan emperor released all his yuan qi, it would be far less than 1/10 of the yuan qi dragon vein in front of him. Absorbing the yuan qi dragon vein was an extremely provocative act for the yuan qi dragon vein. His essence qi dragon vein had already gathered to such a peak level. How could it be that it would be absorbed by a puny human like you? Therefore, it must be an extremely terrifying battle. Everything had spirituality, not to mention this yuan qi dragon vein. If he were to absorb the dragon vein, it would be equivalent to depriving the dragon vein of all the energy it had accumulated over its lifetime. Similarly, the dragon vein would not surrender so easily. It would have to struggle for a while before it would surrender. Come on. Li Zongjiu sat down on the edge of the cliff and opened his cultivation state. An aura formed around him and immediately attracted the yuan qi dragon vein, Weng. This vitality dragon vein had been formed for at least 10,000 years. Some time ago, it could have broken free and even formed its own spiritual wisdom. However, it was suppressed in place by someone's means. Now that it was free, there was a weak human who wanted to refine it. How could it tolerate this? The dragon vein was already filled with anger. Now, there was someone who was not afraid of death and wanted to refine it. To the essence qi dragon vein, this was simply a suicidal act. Immediately, the dragon vein rose into the air, as if it carried a thunderous force, and suddenly rushed down towards Li Zongjiu. Boom! In an instant, Li Zongjiu's entire being seemed to be crushed by this force. The surging force seemed to want to swallow Li Zongjiu. Like a waterfall of vitality that came down from the sky, it directly smashed onto Li Zongjiu's body. Buzz! Like a huge mountain, it smashed onto Li Zongjiu's body. If it weren't for the ancient golden body art that had tempered his body for a long time, it would have been extremely hard under such circumstances. He barely resisted the first wave. All of you shall return to my hell. The vitality gathered around Li Zongjiu, forming a vortex around him. It was like a huge dragon hundreds of meters long, entrenched Li Zongjiu, and at the same time, constantly squeezing Li Zongjiu in front of it, squeezing Li Zongjiu's body. If Li Zongjiu didn't have enough experience in his previous life, he would have been extremely flustered in the face of such a situation. Immediately, Li Zongjiu stabilized his body. Then, he methodically poured the vitality into his own infernal realm, as if he was peeling silk from a cocoon. With the influx of yuan power, the blood soul hell, which had originally collapsed, seemed to gradually recover at this moment. His powerful mental strength manipulated the primordial qi. Part of it was used to refine his body, while the other part was used to temper his body. My primordial spirits, you can devour without restraint. Li Zongjiu bellowed in his heart. From the yuan bead, 3 dragon souls immediately leapt out. Like incomparably greedy ghosts, they continuously absorbed the energy of the yuan qi dragon vein. The power of the yuan energy dragon vein was constantly being gnawed away. Although the yuan energy dragon vein was also constantly rioting, Li Zongjiu and his yuan spirits were like towering trees in the gale. Like a boulder under the raging waves, he remained motionless. Li Zongjiu was able to forcefully suppress him, allowing him to rampage as he pleased. However, Li Zongjiu remained unperturbed. Qingyuan Mountain, Qingyuan Villa. Not good. Above the villa, someone immediately felt the changes in the dragon vein. This person was the array grandmaster of Qingyuan Villa, Xianxia. Qingyuan Villa was divided into left and right villas. The left villas were responsible for the logistics, as well as the management and overall planning of the villa. For example, the 4 big workshops were under the management of the left villas. The people of the right villas were basically responsible for killing and fighting, settling matters outside, and attacking cities. For example, the 8 banner troops and the blood strike guards were under the management of the right villas. Qingyuan Villa was the #1 villa in the world. Apart from the signboard of King Qingyuan, it also possessed great power. They themselves also possessed great power. Experts from all over the world had gathered here. Zhang Tian stood up from the 8 trigrams array and immediately summoned the commander of the right villas. boom, and primitive emperor expert came from afar. Elder Zhan, why are you so panicked? Feng Hui's residence was the closest to Zhan Tian, and he was also one of the 5 giants of the right villas. 5 giants, which meant that there were at least 5 primitive emperors. Not good. Dilla Master's vital chi dragon vein is fluctuating, and it's showing signs of going berserk. Previously, Zhan Tian had set up a detection array near the vital chi dragon vein. If there was any movement, Zhan Tian would be the first to know. After all, this vital chi dragon vein was here, and he had been paying attention to it for a long time. Even after the Villa Master's cultivation had broken through, he would need this vital chi dragon vein. How could this be? Let's go and check it out quickly. Feng Hui was shocked when he heard that. However, what Master Zhan said couldn't be wrong. Someone must have done something. Someone actually dared to have ideas about Qingyuan Villa. This was a little too arrogant. The vital chi dragon vein was right under the eyes of Qingyuan Villa. Many experts were guarding here, and not just anyone dared to approach. Let's go. Zhan Tian didn't dare to be careless. If something really went wrong, then he would have to bear the greatest responsibility. Therefore, Zhan Tian didn't dare to be careless. Time was of the essence, and Feng Hui did not even have time to explain. He directly brought the sky-occupying heaven to the dragon vein, disregarding the time of 10 breaths. When the two of them arrived at the dragon vein, they immediately felt a terrifying force surging out from the dragon vein. It instantly stirred the surrounding yuan energy, turning it into a chaotic place. Stay away. Feng Hui immediately grabbed the sky-occupying heaven and retreated. If one were to be sucked in by this yuan energy turbulence, one would definitely be struck by this energy. Not everyone could withstand this kind of yuan energy turbulence. It was even more powerful than an ordinary storm. Although your own yuanli was refined by you, when you encounter this yuanli, it will also be included in it and more or less be affected. Feng Hui and Zhan Tian immediately retreated to a distance of nearly 50 meters. At the center of the dragon vein, a yuan energy whirlpool with a radius of 50 meters had appeared. No one was able to approach this whirlpool. Even an elite like Feng Hui would be crushed by this yuan energy if he were to approach. How could this be? Feng Hui and Zhan Tian's faces were filled with shock. Someone is absorbing the dragon vein. Zhan Tian's eyes immediately saw a faintly discernible figure in the center of the whirlpool, absorbing the yuan energy dragon vein. Such a terrifying yuan energy dragon vein, and he's actually using such a direct method to absorb it. Does this person not want to live anymore? Zhan Tian exclaimed. In the face of such a powerful dragon's slumber, directly absorbing it was like swallowing an energy ball that one couldn't withstand. It could explode in one's body at any time, blowing one into countless pieces. The correct refining method required a sufficient number of elites to trap the yuan energy dragon vein, then disperse the latter's energy and absorb it. Alternatively, multiple elites would be able to absorb the yuan energy dragon vein at the same time. If such a person directly charged in, it was basically an act of seeking death. But now, even if this person died, it would be difficult to make up for this dragon vein. The energy of the dragon vein would definitely escape. Just this yuan energy dragon vein alone was even more powerful than a peak origin emperor expert. Such power wasn't something that could be easily captured. Previously, he was able to trap it because the latter had yet to fully awaken, so he used some materials to suppress it. That was why they were able to achieve such an effect. But now that the dragon vein had awakened, whoever approached it would die. Once one died, the yuan bead in one's body would also become a part of the yuan qi dragon vein and be completely assimilated. Now that the yuan qi dragon vein has been activated, the chances of suppressing the dragon vein back are very slim. Zhan Tian frowned and said. Even his hands had begun to tremble. This was an extremely serious mistake. No matter what, we can't let the dragon vein escape. Feng Hui said in a deep voice. I'll ask them to come over. Feng Hui immediately sent a signal to the sky. There were a total of 5 giants in the right manner, each of them could be called a commander. Some time ago, Bai Shiyan also went out with the team to make arrangements outside, but there were still 4 people in the manor. When they received Feng Hui's summon, in the sky, a few glorious auras immediately swept over. Wang. Wang. Feng Hui, what's the matter? Why did you summon all of us? 3 terrifying auras directly descended from the manor, recommended friend's masterpiece, sacred martial divine venerable must be fire fantasy. The other 3 were Yin Shenggu, Guanju, and Tai Su. All 3 of them were at the primitive emperor realm. Feng Hui was the strongest among them, having reached the 2nd grade primitive emperor realm. The other 3 were also at the 1st grade primitive emperor realm. According to the rules of the continent, primitive emperors couldn't act rashly. Otherwise, they would offend the rules of the continent and get into some very troublesome matters. It wasn't necessary at all. Therefore, most of the primitive emperors stayed in the manor. Only Bai Shiyan was outside. Logically speaking, when Bai Shiyan received this signal, he should have rushed back. F***CK. What's going on? Yin Shenggu, who was originally asking questions, immediately shut his mouth after seeing the situation in front of him. He thought that something had appeared in the vicinity of Qingyuan Mountain Villa, so they were all summoned here to join in the fun and so on. But when they saw the dragon vein, they were completely stunned. To think that someone would want to absorb the dragon vein. Wasn't this just courting death? If we let this person take away the dragon vein, we'll end up in a miserable state. Guanju said in a deep voice. No matter what, they couldn't let Li Zongjie walk out of here unscathed. Otherwise, the manor master would blame them and they would all be finished. Master Zhan, what should we do now? Feng Hui asked the sky-occupying heavens beside him. Only the sky-occupying heavens could solve this problem. They didn't know much about the origin Qi dragon vein. The 4 of you will form a formation and trap this Yuan energy dragon vein. Once the people below are devoured by this Yuan energy dragon vein, this Yuan energy dragon vein will definitely soar into the sky. At this time, if the 4 of you can join forces to block this Yuan energy dragon vein, I will have a way to suppress it. Zhang Tian said in a deep voice. However, the impact you will have to bear at that moment is equivalent to the full blow of a 9th grade primitive emperor. When he said that, the 4 of them who were full of information had a drastic change in expression. Which idiot came here to court death? Taishu said coldly. It was impossible for a single person to refine such a huge dragon vein. Unless the person refining the dragon vein was a 9th grade origin emperor, it would be impossible for him to refine such a huge dragon vein. Otherwise, the only outcome would be death. Now, not only did that guy cause his own death, he even dragged them down with him. No matter what, I have to try. Feng Hui said. It was better to have a chance than to have no hope at all. However, there was no doubt that these people hated the person below to the bone. No matter what method that person used to survive, he would still be hunted down by these people. Immediately, the 4 great primitive emperors were ready to welcome the impact. Just thinking about the impact of a 9th grade primitive emperor made them excited. As for Zhang Tian, he was also doing his best to set up an origin inscription array. If he wanted to suppress the power of the origin Qi dragon vein, he would need to put in more effort. Unless he was a 6th grade array master, he would be able to set up an array to suppress the origin Qi dragon vein. However, his current strength was far from enough, but he could only give it a try. At this moment, Li Zongjie, who was below the origin Qi vortex, naturally knew that the 5 of them were approaching. The existence of the 4 primitive emperors also made Li Zongjie's heart move. Under the terrifying refinement of the Yuan Qi dragon vein, Li Zongjie's Yuan Qi cultivation and physical body cultivation were rapidly increasing. It was as if a switch had been turned on to speed up. Under this cleansing, his cultivation was constantly making breakthroughs. 6th grade Yuan Monarch, 7th grade Yuan Monarch, 8th grade Yuan Monarch, obstacles in terms of cultivation level were nothing to Li Zongjie, as if they did not exist at all. As long as there was enough origin Qi, Li Zongjie's cultivation level would be able to continuously make breakthroughs. However, Li Zongjie was also suppressing himself. If he were to rush forward directly, it would not be good for him. First of all, his body needed to keep up with the speed. Otherwise, if the ancient golden tyrant body art was left behind, he did not know how long it would take for him to recover his strength. Once his body was damaged, there would definitely be some damage. It would be even more troublesome to recover in the future. Therefore, it was better to fight steadily and surely for now. The biggest gain was the reconstruction of the Blood Soul Hell. Then, the Blood Soul Hell was reformed. Li Zongjiu was shocked to discover that the toughness of the Blood Soul Hell was 10 times greater than before. Under such circumstances, Li Zongjiu was extremely pleasantly surprised. Today's Origin Qi Dragon Vein cannot be completely refined. In that case, I will use this Origin Qi Dragon Vein to create a second hell. The Hell Prajna technique itself carried such a terrifying ability. The first hell, the Blood Soul Hell, had just been stabilized. However, it was impossible to refine such a huge Origin Qi Dragon Vein directly. It had to be eaten slowly. If the power of the Origin Qi Dragon Vein was allowed to escape, it was not Li Zongjiu's style. In that case, I will create a Origin Qi Hell for the second hell. Li Zongjiu was already mentally prepared. When he opened up this Origin Qi Hell, the amount of energy consumed was not much. As long as the Origin Qi Hell existed, it would be equivalent to Li Zongjiu having another place to store Origin Qi. However, it would not have any offensive effects. It would be of great use when assisting or helping others to break through. Li Zongjiu immediately operated the Infernal Prajna art, opened the second layer of hell, and poured all of his vital energy into it. Boom, like a floodgate being opened, the surging Origin Qi immediately gushed into the hell created by Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu's cultivation base was also fixed at the grade 9 Yuan monarch realm. An imposing aura pervaded the air as a new monarch was born. Although Li Zongjiu was only a grade 9 Yuan monarch, because he had 4 great Yuan spirits, the strength of the Origin Qi in his body was 4 times or more than that of a powerhouse at the same level. In the outside world, Feng Hui and the rest, who had made ample preparations, were waiting for the Yuan Energy Dragon Vein to soar into the sky. However, who would have expected that the Yuan Energy Dragon Vein would actually wither at this moment? Like a balloon that had been inflated, it instantly withered away. It was as if it had deflated. How could this be? The 4 of them were shocked because the Yuan Qi seemed to have disappeared on the spot. They couldn't believe it. They looked at each other and finally looked at sky occupying heaven's body. Zhantian himself was also dumbfounded. Logically speaking, such a situation should not have happened. All the Origin Qi seemed to have lost its power at this moment. Even the Origin Qi vortex was rapidly weakening. Let's go. The 5 of them immediately walked towards the center of the vortex. From the looks of it, that person must have used some unknown method to collect the Dragon Vein. In that case, we just need to make that person hand over the thing. Li Zongjiu happened to be withdrawing the Origin Qi from his body. Previously, because the Origin Qi vortex was too powerful, the mountain wall above his head had been destroyed. It seemed like a sinkhole had appeared and below his feet was a bottomless abyss. A Yuan monarch? Quickly hand over the Origin Qi Dragon Vein and we will not kill you. They would not kill him, but they would definitely not let him leave alive. Li Zongjiu stood where he was. His Yuan Qi cultivation had already reached the level of a grade 9 Yuan monarch, but his physical body cultivation was slightly weaker. It seemed to be around the level of a grade 7 Yuan monarch. As for his mind power, it was even more ordinary. He had not made any breakthroughs during this period of time. Seems like the next step is to strengthen my mind power cultivation. Li Zongjiu thought to himself. It had to be an all-round and balanced development. Only then would it be possible to make a breakthrough in the future. He had to be fully prepared to break through to the absolute saint realm. He could not be greedy for a breakthrough in a short period of time. Li Zongjiu sensed the changes in his body. Then, he lifted his head and looked at the people in front of him. Each and every one of them looked at Li Zongjiu as if they wanted to eat him alive. With such a look in their eyes, they actually said that they would not kill Li Zongjiu. Could it be that these people did not need to act anymore after their realm had increased? Do you want the Yuan Qi Dragon Vein? Sure, how much are you willing to pay? Li Zongjiu said very calmly. He was not nervous at all even though he was surrounded by so many people. His tone was also very calm as he said that. Courting death. They heard Li Zongjiu's arrogant words. This was clearly their Dragon Vein. How dare he ask for money from them? How shameless, Feng Hui's mouth twitched when he heard that. He exchanged glances with the rest of the people. They had not expected a fool to come. At this moment, they had already sensed Li Zhongzhou's Yuan monarch realm cultivation base. In front of these 4 Yuan monarchs, it was like catching a turtle in a jar. There was no suspense at all. They guessed that Li Zhongzhou must have had the help of some divine weapon to be able to survive in this Yuan Qi vortex. Only in this way could it be said that everything made sense. Therefore, they did not take Li Zhongzhou seriously at all. Since he wants money, which one of you is willing to give him the money? Feng Hui glanced at the 3 of them, implying that someone should teach Li Zhongzhou a lesson and let him know what kind of situation Li Zhongzhou was in. Let me do it. I recently made a fortune. Brat, you have to catch it. Guanzhou volunteered himself, and a long black saber appeared in his hand. Take a look and see if my soul-severing saber is enough. Guanzhou coldly snorted. Then, he leaped forward and charged towards Li Zhongzhou. As he swooped down, he mobilized all the Yuan power in his body and gathered it on the soul-severing saber. Guanzhou held back a little bit of his strength, and it was only at the peak of the Yuan King realm. He thought that he only needed to seriously injure Li Zhongzhou. After all, he still had to explain where the Yuan Qi dragon vein was hidden by this brat. He did not dare to kill Li Zhongzhou without knowing what the divine weapon was. This was because some things were mysterious. If the owner died, it would be very complicated to open it again. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he only needed to seriously injure Li Zhongzhou. When Guanzhou swooped down with the soul-severing saber and arrived in front of Li Zhongzhou looked at Guanzhou with a slight smile. Guanzhou's eyes were filled with disdain at first, but when Li Zhongzhou raised his hand, his expression changed instantly. *T. He knew that something was wrong, but it was too late. Li Zhongzhou stretched out his hand and his 5 fingers formed a sharp claw, grabbing Guanzhou's neck. Guanzhou did not know how he did it. When Li Zhongzhou's fingers closed around his neck, Guanzhou knew that he was done for. A sense of fear arose spontaneously. Boom! Li Zhongzhou grabbed Guanzhou and threw him over his shoulder to the ground behind him. When Guanzhou's body fell, Li Zhongzhou's force, which was more than 1,000,000 kilograms, was all used on Guanzhou's body. The Yuan Qi defense that Guanzhou had automatically released collapsed instantly. This was because the force that had suddenly erupted was too strong. At the same time, the bones in Guanzhou's body were directly shattered. No one could withstand such a huge impact. Clang! The soul-severing saber fell to the side. Guanzhou was pressed to the ground by Li Zhongzhou, unable to move. However, Feng Hui and the rest were able to sense that Guanzhou's aura seemed to be rapidly declining. Dead. Dead, Li Zhongzhou had already stopped his action and took out a grey robe from the Southern Empire ring. He was still half naked. As an expert, he naturally had to pay attention to his image. After picking up the soul-severing saber, Li Zhongzhou looked at the others. This saber is not enough. Li Zhongzhou said faintly to the people in front of him. Old Guan. Dead. Dead? Guanzhou, who was lying on the ground, did not get up again. Because he could no longer move. In just one move, Li Zhongzhou had slain Guanzhou with his physical strength. And primitive emperor powerhouse had been smashed to death by Li Zhongzhou. This, the few of them had yet to react, as they could not believe what they had just seen. How could such a thing happen just like that? This kid's cultivation is strange. Let's take him down first. Zhang Tian shouted as he threw out a scroll from his hand. There were also yuan stones around the scroll, giving off a feeling of complementing each other. When the scroll was unfolded, a terrifying power was immediately released. It seemed as if hundreds of origin beasts had rushed out from the scroll and were charging towards Li Zhongzhou. Zhang Tian had long noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with Li Zhongzhou, but he was not sure at the beginning. Now that he had seen Li Zhongzhou kill Guanzhou in one move, how could he be careless with such a fierce and powerful strength? Defeat this person first. Feng Hui also let out a low roar, taking the lead to release his primordial spirit. The power of an primitive emperor expert was like a force that could move unhindered between heaven and earth. The origin spirit behind Feng Hui was a 6-eared fire monkey. The monkey's ears were burning with blue flames. Feng Hui reached out and grabbed the flames on the 6-eared fire monkey's ears. Then, he threw it towards Li Zhongzhou. A green-blue flame appeared, and the surrounding vegetation seemed to be ignited because of it. Boom. Grand Moon Sword. A purple sword appeared in Yin Xingwu's hand. As he waved his hand, the Grand Moon Sword immediately coiled towards Li Zongjiu like a terrifying purple python. Yin Xingwu's origin spirit was a purple python. However, this purple python had already become the weapon spirit of the Grand Moon Sword. Heavenly Illusionary Sun Mirror. Fix it. A bronze mirror appeared in Yin Xingwu's hand. The bronze mirror seemed to be flashing with turbid light. When the power of the mirror emerged, it was like rays of divine light that fell on Li Zongjiu's body. Li Zongjiu's body was bound by the golden light. This metal-based weapon actually had the effect of fixing one's body. The four experts took action together. It seemed that Li Zongjiu would not be able to escape alive. Boom. When the flames and the Grand Moon Sword landed, a terrifying explosive force was set off. Dust filled the air and soared into the sky. The four of them looked at Tai Su. With Tai Su's sun reflection mirror, Li Zongjiu would have nowhere to hide once he was locked on by the sun reflection mirror. Even an Origin Emperor expert would hesitate for a moment if he was locked on by the sun reflection mirror. The few of them had already formed a tacit cooperation. Boom. A ray of light shot out from the dust and swept towards the picture scroll that Zhangtian had released. A ray of light directly blasted onto the picture scroll, shattering the surrounding yuan stones. At the same time, the picture scroll emitted a swoosh sound as it lost its luster and fell to the ground. My Thousand Beast picture. When Zhangtian saw his Thousand Beast portrait falling, he suddenly became nervous. He subconsciously wanted to grab the Thousand Beast portrait. This was a treasure that he had obtained with great difficulty. If it fell into the abyss, he did not know when he would be able to find it again. However, just as Zhangtian's figure was about to fall, he saw a hand grab the Thousand Beast picture first. This thing is not bad. If you have any other good things, just take them out. Li Zongjiu held the Desolate Heaven Essence in one hand and grabbed the Thousand Beast picture with one hand. When he looked at Zhangtian, Zhangtian was immediately frightened and retreated. How is this kid still alive? Extreme Yin kill. Yin Xingwu roared. He had been paying attention to Li Zongjiu's situation. When he saw Li Zongjiu rushing out, he immediately drew his sword and attacked with the Grand Moon Sword in his hand. The terrifying power immediately surged out and swept towards Li Zongjiu. This purple python is still underage. Li Zongjiu looked at the sword python that was swooping down. The purple boa python was a type of evolved meta-beast. This kind of meta-beast needed to continuously feed on human souls in its later stages. In other words, the more humans it ate, the stronger the purple boa python would be. However, the purple boa python in front of him was obviously malnourished. Since it had yet to reach adulthood, its power was naturally ordinary. At most, it was at the early primitive emperor level. If it was an adult purple body python that appeared today, then Li Zongjiu would have to think twice. Nonsense. If it was an adult purple boa python, it would be at least a 7th stage primitive emperor. Therefore, it could be said that Yin Xingwu had great potential. Li Zongjiu threw out the Desolate Heaven Essence in his hand, clashing with the Grand Moon Sword. Immediately, Yin Xingwu felt a crushing pain in his body. How is this possible? My Tai Yin sword. Yin Xingwu immediately exclaimed. A crack had actually appeared on his Grand Moon Sword. How is this not possible? Li Zongjiu sneered as he smashed out the Desolate Heaven Essence once again. The terrifying power immediately surged out and shattered the Grand Moon Sword with a loud boom. Puff. Yin Xingwu spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The Grand Moon Sword was refined by Yin Xingwu using his own blood essence. Now that the Grand Moon Sword was severely damaged, it almost shattered half of Yin Xingwu's blood essence. The impact caused Yin Xingwu's body to tremble like raging waves. No. My Grand Moon Sword. Following the shattering of the Grand Moon Sword, the purple boa python naturally collapsed as well. It was killed by the power of the void. Damn it. Feng Hui and Tai Su exchanged glances. It had only been a few rounds, and yet another person had been crippled. How shocking was that! Great Void quickly activated his sun reflection mirror again. A golden light that was filled with penetrating power blasted towards Li Zongjiu. The golden light seemed to transform into thousands of golden arrows. Feng Hui also moved in an instant. The six-eared fire monkey protected him from behind. Li Zhongzhou's body disappeared from the spot. He used the hidden dragon skill. The sun reflection mirror could not keep up with Li Zhongzhou's speed. The golden arrows landed in the air and shattered a large part of the mountain wall. Although it was ferocious, it could not hit Li Zhongzhou. Where is that kid? Feng Hui originally wanted to take advantage of the moment Li Zhongzhou was hit and use another killing move. However, he realized that Li Zhongzhou's body had disappeared. He was able to escape from the sun reflection mirror. How amazing was that fattie's technique? Is your mirror hard? Li Zhongzhou's voice rang in Great Void's ears. Great Void was shocked when he heard this. He quickly changed the direction of his sun reflection mirror. As long as the sun reflection mirror shone on Li Zhongzhou would definitely die. However, it was too late now. When the sun reflection mirror turned, it met Li Zhongzhou's fist. Boom! Although his body was at the level of a grade 7 Yuan monarch, the power that he could unleash was not limited to this level after being tempered by the ancient golden body technique. Boom! The sun reflection mirror was instantly shattered. My sun reflection mirror. Great Void's eyes were like those of a frog. He screamed and met Li Zhongzhou's fist. Boom! Li Zhongzhou's punch landed on Taisu's face, causing blood to spurt out from Taisu's nose. Then, Taisu was sent flying backwards. Clang! Great Void's face was completely destroyed. Although the sun reflection mirror had been destroyed, it was not a Yuan artifact that Great Void had painstakingly refined. Therefore, his body was not damaged. However, Li Zhongzhou's fist made Great Void understand why Guanzhu had been killed in an instant. Li Zhongzhou's strength was like that of a humanoid Yuan beast. Fortunately, Great Void's protective Yuan Qi had blocked the blow and prevented him from fainting. This brat. Seeing that Li Zhongzhou had actually bypassed him to attack Absolute Void, Feng Hui was enraged. What a crafty fellow. Based on the commotion, it was clear that Li Zhongzhou was picking on the weak ones. He avoided Feng Hui and turned to take down the rest. Fight me head-on if you have the ability. Feng Hui muttered to himself. At this moment, Li Zhongzhou turned around and looked at Feng Hui with a disdainful smile. Bring it on then. Li Zhongzhou immediately put away the desolate heaven essence. Then, he crossed his hands in front of him and a dazzling golden seal shot out from his hands and blasted towards Feng Hui. A mere golden seal. Eat my fist. Feng Hui once again borrowed flames from the six-eared fire monkey behind him. He twisted his hands and the flames turned into a fist that blasted forward and collided with Li Zhongzhou's golden seal. Feng Hui had borrowed the power of the six-eared fire monkey's flames. The power of the six-eared fire monkey's flames could easily burn a Yuan monarch elite to death. However, this invincible flaming fist was shattered into pieces by Li Zhongzhou's golden seal. What? The overturning mountain golden seal blasted in front of Feng Hui. Fortunately, Feng Hui used his Yuan Qi to form a protective barrier. Bang! Even so, Feng Hui's body was still pushed back a few hundred meters and finally stopped on a treetop. It was 1-5. It was a complete suppression. Immediately, these people understood Li Zhongzhou's strength. It was too terrifying. You, who exactly are you? Zhang Tian stared at Li Zhongzhou. Li Zhongzhou had taken away his 1,000-beast portrait, which was his ultimate treasure. You still don't know who I am? It seems like you really don't take me seriously. Li Zhongzhou couldn't help but laugh. These people were really interesting. However, it seemed like Qingyuan Manor was really arrogant. They had casually taken out 5 Yuan monarchs and countless Yuan monarchs. Therefore, he naturally did not take Li Zhongzhou, who was in the sacred Flame Royal City, seriously. Some information about Li Zhongzhou was that he had reached the Yuan monarch realm. Even Bai Shiyan only knew about Li Zhongzhou because he was secretly protecting Lei Gong. However, he also didn't take Li Zhongzhou seriously. Otherwise, he would have killed Li Zhongzhou a long time ago. However, looking at their expressions, it seemed like they really didn't know who Li Zhongzhou was. Zhang Tian moved his fingers and stared at Li Zhongzhou with his eyes wide open. You are Li Zhongzhou. Zhang Tian said in horror. The rest of the people finally reacted. The young man in front of them was actually Li Zhongjiu. In fact, the reason why they had an impression of Li Zhongjiu was because they knew that there was someone in the Sacred Flame Royal City who wanted to make an enemy out of their Qingyuan villa. At first, they didn't care, but later on, Li Zhongjiu became a level 6 alchemist. Even though the Heavenly Pill Pavilion tried their best to suppress the news to prevent it from leaking out, many people still found out about it. Later on, after investigating, they found out that Li Zhongjiu seemed to have quite a bit of conflict with their Qingyuan villa. Originally, he thought that if there was a chance, he would try to win over a 6th-grade alchemist. However, who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the person who had threatened to destroy the Qingyuan villa actually came? Although he was only one person, he was able to beat them to such a state. Perhaps Li Zhongjiu really had the ability to do so. Leave your last words. Since you are so good at counting, I will start with you. Li Zhongjiu pointed at Zhang Tian and said. Zhang Tian suddenly felt his body stiffen. Arrogant brat, I will definitely tear you to pieces. Yin Xingwu's eyes were red as he stared at Li Zhongjiu and said coldly. He couldn't wait to kill Li Zhongjiu because Li Zhongjiu destroyed his lunar sword. Once it was destroyed, it was basically half of his life's work. It was impossible to cultivate it back. Now that Li Zhongjiu had made a move, it could be said that his entire life was ruined. You. Don't mess around. Our Qingyuan villa accepts talents from all over the world. If there is anything, we can sit down and discuss it. Zhang Tian wanted to appease Li Zhongjiu's emotions. Based on the current situation, they didn't seem to be Li Zhongjiu's opponent. Therefore, it was better to calm Li Zhongjiu down first. Once Li Zhongjiu was brought into the Qingyuan villa, it would be completely under Zhang Tian's control. After all, Zhang Tian was an array master. The Qingyuan villa's array was all designed by Zhang Tian was. As long as Li Zhongjiu walked in, he was dead meat was dead, Zhang Tian's was dead. In reality, Zhang Tian had already very rarely left the Qingyuan mountain villa. As a formation master, staying within his own formation was the safest thing to do. Zhang Tian's that person was a person was a person's was a person's was a person's he was st's is. You want to bring me into your array, right? Instead of kneeling down and surrendering, you want to kill me. You deserve to die. Li Zhongjiu's eyes were filled with mockery. He had killed so many people in the Qingyuan villa. How could he sit down and chat? Was he an idiot? Li Zhongjiu immediately rushed towards Zhang Tian. Damn it! Zhang Tian cursed. He turned around and ran towards Feng Hui. When Feng Hui blocked Li Zhongjiu, he would find an opportunity to escape back into the villa. Feng Hui, save me! However, Zhang Tian was surprised that Feng Hui saw that the situation was not good. He immediately called for everyone to retreat. Zhang Tian turned around and ran after calling for help. Zhang Tian didn't expect that in such a critical situation. As his companion, Feng Hui was actually the first to abandon him. Feng Hui, you betrayed your companion. You will die a horrible death. Zhang Tian said coldly. This time, Li Zhongjiu didn't disappoint everyone. He directly smashed Zhang Tian's head with a punch. Li Zhongjiu sneered. Feng Hui and the other two looked at Li Zhongjiu with lingering fear. Li Zhongjiu was simply a berserk battle meta beast. He had easily killed the two of them. Moreover, Yin Xingwu was currently in a half-crippled state. If there was no good way to deal with him, Yin Xingwu would probably be crippled. He would be crippled from now on. Looking at the three of them running away, Li Zhongjiu wasn't in a hurry to chase after them. Instead, he turned around and ran towards the mountain path leading to the entrance of the Qingyuan villa. Since I, Li Zhongjiu, have promised to destroy your entire family, I will definitely destroy your entire family. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu directly started from the entrance. When Li Zhongjiu's figure appeared in front of the mountain gate of the Qingyuan villa, he gathered his yuan power and shouted towards the top of the Qingyuan villa. I, Li Zhongjiu, am here to destroy the entire Qingyuan villa. If you don't want to die, hurry down the mountain. Li Zhongjiu's shout was like a thunderclap. It resounded in the sky above the Qingyuan villa. Since the Qingyuan villa was a place where countless experts, and celebrities worked together, when these people heard that someone had come to create a ruckus and wanted to destroy the entire Qingyuan villa, they were all enraged. All of them were instantly furious. Some of them didn't even care who this Li Zhongjiu was. However, this kind of person actually dared to come to the Qingyuan villa and behave atrociously. He was either a madman or a fool. Feng Hui and the others naturally heard Li Zhongjiu's warning. However, they were in a hurry to return and form the Yuan Rune array to form a defensive force. At the same time, they also needed to recover from their injuries and report this matter to King Qingyuan so that he could make a decision. In response to Li Zhongjiu's warning, Feng Hui and the others could only speed up and didn't come forward to stop him. If they came forward and said something, wouldn't it weaken the prestige of the Qingyuan villa? Most importantly, they had just abandoned the sky-occupying sect. To them, this was also because they were extremely afraid of being discovered. Everything could wait until after they killed Li Zhongjiu. At the mountain gate, a large number of experts had already rushed out of the villa's residence. After these people were recruited to the Qingyuan villa, it was said that they would stay together and discuss with each other. However, in reality, it was equivalent to being recruited by King Qingyuan to become his hired thugs when necessary. As the existence of a villa, it naturally had to raise some of these people. If they encountered some ignorant people, they would directly and easily settle these matters without making it too troublesome. Where did this fool come from? How dare you bark at the entrance of my Qingyuan villa? Watch me, Dajiang overturning staff, personally teach you how to behave. Immediately, a man with a crew cut appeared. He held a mahogany staff in his hand and jumped down from the mountain. As soon as his front foot landed, he was still 5 steps away from Li Zhongjiu. He saw Li Zhongjiu take a step forward and punch out with all his strength. The crew cut man's upper and lower body, along with the staff in his hand, were directly sent flying. This man, who was known as the Great River Turnaround Stick, was once quite famous. Moreover, the staff in his hand was a unique staff technique. It had been passed down from generation to generation, and it was already very good that it could be passed down to the present day. When the Great River Reversal staff was slightly studied, he directly recruited people to this Qingyuan villa. Looking at the Qingyuan villa, it was clear that they wanted to establish their own martial arts empire. They had wantonly recruited all kinds of martial artists from various sects and copied their martial arts in the Qingyuan mountain villa. Everything had a price. How many people could resist the temptation of money? Sometimes, the price that moved you was not money, but something else. The Great River Reversal staff was directly killed in one move, and his head was separated from his body. This made everyone vigilant, but the anger and killing intent towards Li Zhongjiu also made them lose their rationality. After all, the Great River Reversal staff's strength was only ranked in the lower middle of the Qingyuan villa, so the place where he lived was a little lower. The speed at which he appeared in front of Li Zhongjiu was slightly faster. It was estimated that even the Great River Reversal staff himself could not believe that he was killed like this. Fortunately, he directly copied the staff technique not long ago. We, the Haruno 3, will meet you. 3 figures rushed down from the mountain. Looking at the momentum of the 3 people diving down, it was accompanied by bursts of wind sounds, fast and wild, and the murderous aura among them made people shudder. The 3 people rushed towards Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu directly waved his hand, and rewarded the 3 people. Each of them directly burned the 3 people to ashes. Other than the initial clamor, the 3 of them were silently burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Although the disappearance of the 3 people made some people suspicious and slightly surprised, they all thought that the 3 people were not strong enough, so they could not blame anyone. At this moment, it was a perfect opportunity to kill Li Zhongjiu and make a name for himself. As for the 3 people who were missing, they naturally had to stand aside. That way, there would be one less opponent. I'll use my Qi returning palm to deal with you. Today, my Qi seizing sect will take away all of your elemental energy, Li Zhongjiu. I'll let you die a painful death. We, the 7 monsters of the brilliant Billow Mountain, will also fight you. A large number of experts swooped down from the top of the mountain. These people were all clamoring, and before they made a move, they all announced their names. It was as if he couldn't make a move if he didn't announce his name. Li Zhongjiu did not even need to use the Desolate Heaven essence. Just by relying on his physical strength, he shuttled back and forth between these people, punching them with every punch. He had to destroy all of them, The one who claimed to be from the Qi-seizing sect had his yuan bead shattered by Li Zongjiu. He was stunned on the spot, and even though he was heavily injured, he did not have the time to care about it. Li Zongjiu's fists were actually so terrifying. Bang! 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 The number of people who fell under Li Zongjiu's fists was innumerable. The number of experts who rushed down from the top of the Qingyuan mountain matter was at least 200, or even more. They were all famous experts in the pugilistic world. The corpses rushed up from the foot of the Qingyuan mountain. Corpses were strewn all over the place, piling up like a mountain. Some of them even had their family heirloom weapons broken. They held them tightly in their hands, but it was useless. Some of them had half their bodies blasted apart, and the remaining half of their heads were still blinking unwillingly. It was such a bloody path to hell. Some people didn't dare to believe it either. Li Zongjiu was about to reach the peak of the Qingyuan mountain matter. The real Qingyuan mountain manor was on the platform at the peak of the mountain, and there was a huge manor there. However, before reaching the peak, there was still one more hurdle. This was the gate of hell, and there were more than 20 figures standing there. Compared to the trash below, the 20 figures above were obviously very powerful and outstanding. They did not even think highly of the people below. This person's physical strength is extraordinary. I really want to compete with him. Don't interfere later. A man who looked incomparably strong stared at Li Zongjiu and said. At the same time, the muscles on his body were so developed that they looked as if they were made of rocks. It made people feel a sense of awe when they saw him. This person was nicknamed the Diamond King in the pugilistic world. He was a true body-tempering powerhouse. In this Gate of Hell checkpoint, his combat strength could definitely be ranked in the top 5. In fact, his destructive power could almost be ranked in the top 3. It was because this fellow's strength was too terrifying. He had once killed a 7th-grade origin beast with his fists alone, therefore, this guy's close combat ability was very terrifying. The people around him intentionally avoided the Diamond King. After all, if anyone was ambushed by this guy at close range, they would definitely end up in a miserable state. He's coming. The Diamond King watched as Li Zongjiu grabbed the last 2 corpses and walked up. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. One was heaven, one was earth. There were many Yuan monarch powerhouses below the Gate of Hell, but they could only be considered as low-level powerhouses. However, those overseeing the Gate of Hell were people who had hopes of breaking through to the Yuan Emperor realm in the future. Some of them were even existences whose destructive power was close to the Yuan Emperor realm. The Diamond King roared. "Kid, hand over your life." Then, he leaped up and his feet instantly exploded on the ground, leaving a crack in the ground. Then, he rushed towards Li Zongjiu with his huge body. Li Zongjiu threw the 2 corpses at the newcomer. However, as soon as the 2 corpses got close to the Diamond King, they were smashed into 2 by the Diamond King. Bang! Diamond Mountain quaking fist. Li Zongjiu naturally saw that the strength of the person in front of him wasn't ordinary. He immediately took out the desolate heaven essence without hesitation. He smashed it towards the Diamond King. The Diamond King raised his hands in front of him to block. Damn it, why haven't I seen you use this before? The Diamond King blocked with his hands, wanting to resist this move. However, the desolate heaven essence was a weapon that could easily break through the protective Yuan Qi of an Yuan Emperor powerhouse. Bam, bam, it was like an egg hitting a rock. The Diamond King's body was instantly smashed to pieces. The people above the Gate of Hell were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The whole place was silent. Even those who had looked down on him before were now taking him seriously. Who's going? After a moment of silence, Li Zongjiu kept the desolate heaven essence. From the looks of it, he was ready to continue. Therefore, a figure appeared on top of the barrier. Before this person didn't seem to be on top of the defensive wall. With the appearance of this person, a bone-piercing cold wind appeared in the gates of hell. When they felt this cold wind, everyone couldn't help but shrink their necks. His sudden appearance immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding people. When they saw the black shadow appear, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. They couldn't even believe their eyes. The Night King. The Night King actually appeared in person. In the gates of hell, he was the #1 existence. In fact, not many people in the gates of hell knew whether this person really existed or not. This was because the people who came later had only heard of the name of the person in front of them, but had never seen him in person. Now that they saw this figure appear, they even had some doubts. Night King, what wind blew you out here? I haven't seen you for many years. A woman with a graceful figure, heavy makeup, and an extremely unbearable fragrance exuding from her body looked at the black figure in front of her and said. In the gates of hell, she was ranked second, Lady Red Scorpion. This was a cruel and merciless woman. When she was young, she suffered misfortune. Later on, she practiced her skills and killed all 300 people in her enemy's family. Such a matter wasn't even worth mentioning. Later on, she came to the Qingyuan mountain villa and could be considered as half-retired. But in fact, she was very fierce. In just a few years, under the situation where the Night King didn't appear, she was almost the peak existence in the gates of hell. However, Lady Red Scorpion also knew how powerful the Night King was. Before she broke through to the Yuan Emperor realm, she didn't dare to compete with the Night King. After all, the Night King's strength was comparable to the Yuan Emperor realm. It was said that this guy had been in seclusion for a period of time and hadn't appeared for a long time. When he appeared this time, there must be a storm. Perhaps, the Night King had already broken through to the Yuan Emperor realm. If that was the case, how terrifying would the Night King be after breaking through to the Yuan Emperor realm? Red Scorpion, you're up. The Night King's words left no room for doubt. Red Scorpion's eyes turned cold. She had been the hegemon of Hell's Gate for a long time, so she was more or less concerned about her reputation. But now, the Night King dared to casually order her around, which put her in a very awkward situation. If she casually obeyed him, wouldn't she lose her prestige and face? However, the Red Scorpion woman was also a smart person. If she made an enemy of the Night King, she would be making an enemy of the entire Qingyuan manor. After all, the Night King was very strong and everyone was willing to listen to him. If she went against Li Zhongjiu, she might be able to survive if she found something amiss during the fight and retreated in time. Since it's the Night King's order, this little girl will respectfully obey. Immediately, the woman's eyes flashed with a cold light. She leaped up and without saying a word, stabbed at Li Zhongjiu with a dagger in her hand. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu had just finished collecting the Diamond King's storage ring. Previously, he had looked down on those people. However, when he reached this place, he realized that these people's strength was not bad. Therefore, there should be a lot of good things in this storage ring. He collected all of them. When Red Scorpion woman made her move, her sharp and unstoppable aura attracted Li Zhongjiu's attention. Red Scorpion woman's aura had also reached the level of a grade 9 Yuan monarch. As she made her move, the surrounding power seemed to be attracting Li Zhongjiu to Red Scorpion woman. As she made her move, a gust of icy cold air immediately attacked. In front of Red Scorpion woman, the icy cold air seemed to have turned into a sharp blade, rushing straight at Li Zhongjiu. Red Scorpion woman's sure kill move, Ice Piercer, has already been cultivated to the Great Completion realm. If I were to face this move, I would have no chance of dodging at all. Someone above the gates of hell exclaimed in shock after witnessing this move. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart, and it was hard to resist. One had to know that the terrifying power in front of him was spreading. He was almost right in front of him. Boom, Li Zhongjiu stretched out his hand. To Li Zhongjiu, the invisible sharp qi was completely ignored. Given Li Zhongjiu's physical quality, he was completely unaffected by the attack of this power. He grabbed Red Scorpion woman's wrist. At this moment, there seemed to be a light shadow on Red Scorpion woman's arm that was rapidly moving. It suddenly pierced towards Li Zhongjiu's palm. The body of this light shadow was a poisonous scorpion. Moreover, this poisonous scorpion also belonged to Red Scorpion woman's original spirit. Sometimes, the original spirits of these people were not extremely large in size. There were even various kinds of original spirits. Therefore, when this poisonous scorpion hit in Red Scorpion woman's body, even the fluctuations it released were very weak. Crack! Although this poisonous scorpion's sneak attack had a miraculous effect, it was not suitable for Li Zhongjiu. With a gentle twist of his wrist, Red Scorpion woman's arm was directly twisted off. That poisonous scorpion, which was overflowing with cold light, also fell to the ground with a thud. Li Zongjiu stomped on it and crushed it into pieces. Ah! Red Scorpion Woman suddenly spat out blood foam from the corner of her mouth. Obviously, the severe pain caused by this whole body was not something she could withstand at all. However, Red Scorpion Woman was also a ruthless person. After a period of severe pain, she suddenly stretched out a sharp spike from her other hand and stabbed it towards Li Zongjiu's head. At such a close distance, he could feel the cold air that was spreading out. Faced with this move, Li Zongjiu also very straightforwardly punched out. He directly broke Red Scorpion Woman's spike and punched the latter's fist. Crack! Red Scorpion Woman's hand was directly crushed. Li Zongjiu almost easily crippled Red Scorpion Woman, but he keenly noticed that there seemed to be someone coming towards Red Scorpion Woman. Although Li Zongjiu's vision was blocked, the movement of the air around him was extremely clear. Voila! All of a sudden, a sword aura came from behind the Red Scorpion Woman. Apparently, the Red Scorpion Woman had sensed the emergence of this power. She immediately turned her head around. No! The sword aura rose and directly cut Red Scorpion Woman in half. It rushed towards Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu had already used the Hidden Dragon skill. He left an afterimage on the spot and appeared dozens of meters away, quietly watching the situation in front of him. Rumble! This sword aura spread out, and a gully that was nearly half a meter deep even appeared on the ground. Red Scorpion Woman had long been cut in half and was lying on the ground. The cut was very smooth, and there was still a force that was rapidly corroding Red Scorpion Woman's body. In just 2 breaths, Red Scorpion Woman's body was completely corroded. She became a pool of thick black substance and was left on the spot. Hiss! This Night King killed Red Scorpion Woman with a sword. What a domineering poison! Red Scorpion Woman was killed just like that. What a terrifying force! Extremely terrifying. The one who made the move was the king who was born in the darkness. The Night King. This was because the Night King had not appeared for a long time. Some of the people who joined later had only heard of the Night King's fame, but had never seen the Night King in person. They even suspected that the Night King had been killed by someone. The gate of hell was gradually controlled by the Red Scorpion Woman. The Red Scorpion Woman became the boss here. Although the Night King's position was still reserved on the surface, it was no longer important. The Red Scorpion Woman could not even say a word now. Only those who were still alive had the right to talk about the difference in status. The Night King's sword also told everyone who was the boss here. You're really ruthless. You even killed your own people. Li Zongjiu looked at the Night King in front of him. Li Zongjiu saw a very similar temperament from the Night King. He was ruthless and did not talk much. Unfortunately, the Night King's strength was not worth mentioning in front of Li Zongjiu. Most importantly, the Night King was Li Zongjiu's enemy. In this case, it was even more important to not let the person in front of him live. Leave this place, and I will not kill you. The Night King also felt the threat from Li Zongjiu. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it would be best not to get into a conflict with Li Zongjiu. The reason why he had killed the Red Scorpion Lady with that sword was to establish his might for the people on the other side of the gates of hell, and also to tell Li Zongjiu that he was not someone to be trifled with. The power of that sword was enough to prove his strength. If he wanted to fight, it would not be easy for both sides. I'll give you a chance. Li Zongjiu looked at the Night King and said lightly. The Night King wanted to show off in front of Li Zongjiu. He was really overestimating himself. Kill yourself. When Li Zongjiu said these 4 words, the people watching from above the gates of hell were extremely shocked. Where did this brat get the courage to directly tell the Night King to kill himself? Let's not talk about whether you're a match for the Night Monarch. Even if you're on par with him, or even if you have a 70% chance of winning, you can't just let him kill himself. This really made everyone gasp in amazement, extremely shocked. Very good. When the Night King heard Li Zongjiu's words, he no longer hesitated. For him to say this, it meant that he was prepared. Li Zongjiu's thoughts were very clear. Everlasting darkness. The Night King gripped the pitch-black sword with both hands. At this moment, he seemed to be circulating all the elemental energy in his body and concentrating it on the sword in his hand. Boom! In the next instant, a gigantic creature charged out from the black sword. When this gigantic creature appeared, all the light in the world seemed to be absorbed by it. It rushed into the sky, then quickly swooped down and suddenly landed on the ground. Suddenly, a black wave spread out and directly covered Li Zongjiu. The people watching from above the gates of hell were shocked to find that the figures of Li Zongjiu and the Night King had actually disappeared in an instant. Without any warning, they directly disappeared in front of their eyes. Is this the legendary power of the domain? My God, the power of the domain, isn't that a power that can only be displayed by experts in the late stage of the Origin Emperor realm? The strength of the Night King is probably on par with the 5 giants of the Qingyuan villa. Feeling the emergence of this power, these people were extremely shocked. If the Night King wanted to kill them, it would be an easy task. They never thought that the Night King would be so powerful. No wonder it was so easy to kill the Red Scorpion. The Red Scorpion almost wanted to challenge the Night King's position in the gates of hell, but now it seemed that the Red Scorpion's strength was not qualified at all. This is the real Night King. With the Night King here, this kid will definitely die. The people above the gates of hell were also extremely shocked. And at this moment, the two disappeared for only a dozen breaths of time, and a muffled sound was heard. From the space above, a figure suddenly fell from the sky and fell in front of the gates of hell at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The figure fell heavily on the ground. His eyes were full of unwillingness, but at the same time, there was also a deep fear. His mouth was slightly open, and blood was constantly gushing out from his mouth. When the people saw the person who fell in front of them, one by one, they shouted in surprise. The Night King! This can't be real. Everyone saw that the corpse that fell on the ground was already occupied by fear. This person was the invincible expert that they had just mentioned. The expert that they were deeply impressed by. He was only at the Yuan monarch level, but he was able to release such a powerful move and consummate technique. Among all of you, this kid is considered not bad. Li Zongjiu's figure also slowly descended above the gates of hell. At first, the people did not believe it. However, when they saw the pitch-black sword in Li Zongjiu's hand, their mouths were so wide open that they could fit an egg in them. That was the sword in the Night King's hand. The Night King's sword. You. What are you trying to do? Someone finally could not take it anymore. Li Zongjiu's strong oppression had now killed the 3 experts in the gates of hell. Now, Li Zongjiu had killed them all. With such strength, wouldn't it be enough to make others feel despair? It seemed that no one could resist Li Zongjiu. Even someone as strong as the Night King could only die tragically here. Even the weapon had been taken away by someone else. I've said it very clearly before. I'm here to destroy Qingyuan Manor. As his voice faded, Li Zongjiu's eyes immediately changed. An incomparably sharp aura instantly locked onto everyone present. At this moment, there was an extremely clear thought in everyone's hearts. Li Zongjiu had already become an extremely ferocious monster. Anyone who was targeted by Li Zongjiu would have nowhere to run. Li Zongjiu held the Night King's sword and rushed into the group of people. Some people wanted to resist but did not know how to do so. Some people wanted to escape but found that their legs could not move for the time being. The area around the gates of hell was suddenly covered in blood. Anyone who was cut by the Night King's sword was basically corroded by the poison on the sword. Li Zongjiu casually chose some relatively clean storage rings. After all, some people were too weak. Even if they collected things, they would not be in good condition. Li Zongjiu did not want to store so much garbage on his body. When the time came, he would throw all these things to Du Liani and let her deal with them. Naturally, it would be simpler. After Li Zongjiu cleaned up the huge Qingyuan villa, he would definitely be able to gain a lot. As for the Night King in front of him, he really overestimated himself. The number of primitive emperor experts who died in Li Zongjiu's hands was already innumerable. The power of the domain that the Night King developed was actually just a skill of his own original soul. It was not a real domain. It was in front of Li Zongjiu's bloody soul hell. The Night King naturally understood what a real domain power was. In order to show his respect for his opponent, Li Zongjiu let the Night King enjoy an extremely painful death. Based on the painful expression in his eyes, It was obvious that the Night King had been treated very well in the domain. Therefore, when Li Zongjiu gave the Night King a chance, he had to cherish it. Otherwise, he would not have the chance to commit suicide even if he wanted to. As for the people at the gates of hell, none of them would be able to escape. He had already said that he was going to wipe out their families. Naturally, he would not let them go. The massacre continued until dawn. The blood above the Qingyuan manor had already flowed to the foot of the mountain, forming a stream of blood. It was hard to imagine how painful the blow to the Qingyuan manor had been. On the mountain peak. Qingyuan manor. The blades of more than 300 blood strike guards were stained with blood. This was definitely going to be a difficult battle. Rather than rushing down now, they might as well wait for Li Zongjiu to walk right into their trap. The 3 blood strike guards of the 7 bronze rank wore frosty expressions. Their auras were like ice-cold blades that penetrated their spines. The blood strike guards behind them also looked like they were about to rush into Azura's field. A ray of morning light shone in front of the courtyard. The 3 blood strike guard commanders raised their heads and looked at the sky. A flock of startled birds took flight and scattered in all directions. Aside from the 3-7 copper blood strike guards, there were 3 other blood strike guards. In front of the 3 of them was an old man over 50 years old. He had a head full of blood-red hair and his clothes were a sinister blood-red. There were a total of 8 copper coins embroidered on the weapon at his waist. An 8 copper blood strike guard, a cold light flickered. This person was the founder of the blood strike guard. No one knew his name. Everyone called him Blood Azura. He had been killing people his entire life and had never stopped. The number of people he had killed along the way was uncountable. If all the corpses were to be piled up, they would be enough to fill Luoxia City. All of you, open the door. Blood Azura growled. How could a mere wooden door stop Li Zongjiu, who had killed his way up the mountain? Since that was the case, they might as well open the door. They would let that kid walk into the great Azura formation formed by the 300 blood strike guards. Rumble, as the door was pushed open, everyone stared at the end of the stairs. Although the blood strike guards had killed people like Scything Flax and were already used to the concept of life and death, there was still an extremely special atmosphere today for some reason. Under this atmosphere, even they couldn't help but feel nervous. Whoosh, the surrounding air seemed to have become extremely heavy. Were you waiting for me? Suddenly, a voice descended from the sky. The door to the courtyard was immediately slammed shut by an invisible force. Then, a figure wielding the Night Monarch sword charged into the formation of the blood strike guards. No one had expected Li Zongjiu to be so swift and violent. He had completely adhered to the style of not giving any warning and not leaving anyone alive. With a slash of his sword, at least a dozen blood strike guards were instantly affected by the sword energy. That terrifying aura instantly condensed. Boom, dozens of people were engulfed by the sword energy. Don't panic, get into formation. Blood Azura roared furiously, trying to calm the panicked blood strike guards down. However, Li Zongjiu was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Many people didn't even see Li Zongjiu's figure clearly before Li Zongjiu's sword slit their throats. Bang, 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 one figure after another was sent flying. Even if it was just a small wound, the poison from the Night King's sword would directly corrode the person. On the way here, Li Zongjiu also found some very good herbs, so he refined some venom along the way and then tempered the Night King's sword. The poison on the Night King's sword was 3 times more than before. Pooh. My hand. No, the blood strike guards were like a flock of sheep being slaughtered by Li Zongjiu with ease. The so-called Great Array was difficult to congeal at the moment. One couldn't even find one's location. How was one supposed to set up an array when one couldn't even find one's location? Back off. Blood Azura couldn't help but roar. Immediately, the group of people retreated. However, Li Zongjiu followed after them. Corpses were strewn all over the ground. When they saw this scene, Blood Azura and the 3-7 bronze blood strike guards didn't hold back anymore. With a boom, the 3 of them unsheathed their swords and took the lead in killing anyone who couldn't avoid Li Zongjiu. Finally, the 4 of them surrounded Li Zongjiu. Currently, there were more than 200 corpses lying on the ground, some of which had already rotted away. The remaining blood-robed guards numbered no more than 50. They had never imagined that Li Zongjie would be so strong. He had killed them all with ease. Bloodstrike guards, whom he had painstakingly nurtured, were cut down like cabbages by Li Zongjie. Immediately, Blood Shura was enraged. Li Zongjie, I will let you experience what it means to be a living hell. Blood Azura shouted. When Li Zongjie heard Blood Azura's words, the corners of his mouth curled up. Is this the hell you're talking about? As soon as he finished speaking, Blood Azura and the remaining Bloodstrike guards were sucked into the bloody soul hell. The surroundings were filled with a terrifying blood aura. This immediately caused the blood-robed guards to panic. At this moment, the ground beneath their feet was covered in blood. Such a tragic scene was incomparably thrilling in the eyes of these people. So much blood aura had gathered. The Bloodstrike guards hurriedly tried to defend themselves. However, the pool of blood beneath their feet seemed to be hollow as it sucked them in. No. Save me. Save me. This is a place with everything. It was clear that the blood field that was spreading in all directions was an extremely terrifying thing to them. They were practically swallowed up by the blood. Pieces of flesh were peeled off from their bodies. This kind of situation caused them to be at a loss. This was because they discovered that their Yuan power was simply unable to resist the invasion of the baleful blood qi. They could only watch helplessly as their bodies melted away. No. The entire blood soul hell was filled with howls of anguish. However, Li Zongjie was busy dealing with the stronger Bloodstrike guards in front of him. The rest of the weaker Bloodstrike guards were unable to escape death. In the end, they were all reduced to miserable fates. Is this an illusion? Even Blood Azura, who was the strongest among them, was shocked. He was completely unprepared for what was happening around him. However, even if he used his toes to think, he knew that this wasn't an illusion. Li Zongjie, you're courting death. Blood Azura had already decided to use his cruelest move to torture Li Zongjie to death. However, Li Zongjie's figure flashed and charged towards them. The four of them temporarily formed a small defensive circle. Given their powerful Yuan force, no energy would rush in for the time being. However, the miserable state of the bloody soul hell struck their hearts. In addition, the terrifying energy within the bloody soul hell continued to invade their bodies, making their defenses extremely weak. There weren't many chances to kill this kid. This was their only chance. First Azura slash. Blood Azura gathered his strength and slashed towards the sky. The terrifying energy swept out in an instant. Even the bloody soul hell itself trembled slightly. However, that was all it could do. If he wanted to break through the blood soul hell, he would need at least 100 Azura's first slashes to be effective. The bloody soul hell, which had been reformed once again, was now able to display a very strong power. It was enough to easily withstand the energy in front of him. Swoosh! Li Zongjie's figure appeared beside a 7 bronze blood cloak guard. The Night Monarch sword in his hand easily took the life of the blood cloak guard. That person's eyes widened in horror as he stared intently in front of him. This was because this blood soul hell was continuously absorbing his strength. The Yuan power within his body was also involuntarily turned into nutrients for this blood soul hell. Old Bing! The remaining 2 7 bronze blood-robed guards exclaimed when they saw their comrade's body melting on the ground. This place was like an endless hell, and the only outcome for them was death. Moreover, it would be an extremely painful death. It made them despair and it was difficult to see any hope. Even Blood Azura seemed to be biting his finger and making some strange gestures on his body. It seemed like he wanted to use this method to stimulate the powerful energy in his body. Awaken, Azura Yuan Spirit. Finally, in this life and death crisis, Blood Azura released his secret killing move in the face of a disaster. Azura Yuan Spirit, Li Zongjie's eyes lit up when he saw a blood-red figure appear on Blood Azura's body. Interesting. Li Zongjie looked at the changes in the person in front of him and the corners of his mouth rose. This was because the original spirit released by the Blood Shura was very similar to his blood soul hell. Even their attributes were very similar. For example, Li Zongjie's blood soul hell was a sea, and the Azura original spirit was a drop of seawater. Merging with the seawater would completely increase the power of the seawater. I changed my mind. From now on, you will be the blood ghost of my blood soul hell. Li Zongjiu immediately sneered. This guy had accumulated too many killings, resulting in the blood evil spirit all over his body. If he was added to Li Zongjiu's blood soul hell, it would be the most suitable. The so-called blood ghost was just a name Li Zongjiu used. In essence, these were almost equivalent to puppets controlled by the blood soul hell. You want to enslave me? You think you can? Blood Azura sat on the ground, and the 2-7 copper blood robe guards beside him were also protecting him. The Azura original spirit that suddenly appeared seemed to be very powerful. Being in the blood soul hell, there seemed to be a kind of boiling power, which was not easy to be melted away. The one who spoke was the Azura origin spirit. The Azura origin spirit reached out with his hand, borrowing the power of Li Zongjiu's blood soul hell to condense a blood blade in his hand. Interesting. The Azura original spirit became huge and then slashed at Li Zongjiu. However, before the blood blade fell in front of Li Zongjiu, it was melted by the power of the blood soul hell. It seems that you still don't know the power of this realm. Li Zongjiu casually raised his hand. Then, the huge Azura original spirit was about to continue attacking, but suddenly, a figure attracted its attention. That is. The 2-7 copper blood robe guards suddenly opened their eyes wide. A gigantic blood dragon appeared in front of him. As the huge body of the blood dragon appeared, the terrifying commotion immediately stirred up the power of the blood sea around it. With a light sweep of its tail, it set off a terrifying wave of blood that covered the Azura origin spirit. Boom! The blood dragon swept out once more, instantly wrapping around the Azura original spirit. Pooh! Blood Shura, who had been sitting in his Azura original spirit form, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned deathly pale. Not good, this. When the two of them saw the blood Azura sitting down, a wave of blood soul hell's power invaded and surrounded the blood Azura. Lord Azura, wake up! However, no matter how much they called out, there was no response. The blood dragon coiled around the Azura Yuan spirit's body. The Azura Yuan spirit was in great pain, but the blood Azura was also suffering from a severe blow. Your Lord Azura won't wake up. Li Zongjiu looked at the two panicking men and said. The strength of the blood Azura before them was similar to that of the Night Monarch. In Li Zongjiu's blood soul hell, the blood Azura's fate was obvious. If Li Zongjiu wanted to kill the blood Azura, it would be a piece of cake. However, he had a sudden idea to refine the Azura Yuan spirit into a blood ghost that could wander in the blood soul hell. Next time, if there were any ignorant people, he would directly throw them into the blood soul hell and let the blood ghosts of the blood soul hell play with them. There was no need for him to personally take action. The 2-7 copper blood strike guards could only watch helplessly as the blood soul hell surged into a bloody wave and engulfed the demonic blood Azura before them. The Azura Yuan spirit gradually calmed down. The blood dragon original spirit that Li Zongjiu had summoned also aimed its eyes at the two of them. It flew down from the Azura original spirit's body. When it looked at the two of them were obviously extremely nervous. This, come, let me test my new pet. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and dismissed the blood dragon Yuan spirit. Then, with a thought, the Azura Yuan spirit turned around and locked its gaze on the two of them. Boom! Without further ado, the Azura primordial spirit charged forward with a terrifying aura. The two men tried to resist, but they were directly enveloped by the Azura Yuan spirit's blade. In just 3 slashes, the two men were easily killed by the Azura Yuan spirit. Your power is not bad. I'll call you Blood Ghost number 1 from now on. Li Zongjiu looked at the Azura origin spirit in front of him with a satisfied look in his eyes. At the very least, with the same attributes, the blood Azura's strength would increase rapidly. The changes in the future would definitely be extraordinary. He put away the blood soul hell. Although the courtyard was filled with a strong smell of blood, there weren't many corpses on the scene. All the corpses had been digested by the blood soul hell that Li Zongjiu had just unleashed. After all, they were all people at the Sky Origin Ancestor realm or above. In addition, the blood aura on their bodies was relatively strong. Therefore, Li Zongjiu's collection of corpses was very effective for the growth of the blood soul hell. Killing people was easy, but encountering people who were covered in blood was relatively rare. After all, many experts would try their best to eliminate the smell of blood on their bodies during the process of cultivation. Only by doing so would they be able to have a more stable cultivation path in the future and not have any mental problems. Most of the corpses had been covered up or even digested. However, these corpses were extremely precious to Li Zongjiu. They were a type of raw material that he liked very much. This courtyard was also considered the training courtyard of the Bloodstrike Guard. San Tong had probably come from this training courtyard. Li Zongjiu flicked his finger and set the room in front of him ablaze. The Qingyuan Mountain Villa, which was an incomparably tranquil summer resort, was actually burning with raging flames. Boom, Qingyuan Mountain Villa, Grand Council. The Grand Council had been set up. The group of people in the left manor were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The Bloodstrike Guard and the others would definitely not be able to resist. The experts in the right manor had already been gathered. Given the strength of the experts in the right manor, more than half of them had already died before the battle had even begun. Now, the people in Zhou Manor were at most giving advice and suggestions. The leader of the left manor was called Jean Pantheon. Originally, Xianxia was the second most powerful person in the left manor. This person called Jean Pantheon was also an expert in divination. However, in terms of arrays, he was slightly inferior to Xianxia. When it came to feng shui and calculating dragon veins, Jean Panthéon's strength was still very good. Moreover, Jean Pantheon was one of the first batch of experts by King Qingyuan's side. Don't panic. I will activate the Great Protective Array. The few of you will guard the base. We will definitely be able to kill this kid. This kid's blood qi is extremely dense. We must draw out his blood qi and release it, causing him to collapse without a fight. Jean Pantheon was dressed in a long robe with stars and moon and held a golden abacus in his hand. His eyes were empty and unfocused. However, when Jean Pantheon's gaze became sharp and dignified, it formed an extremely strong aura. This kind of power, which seemed to come from an unknown world, brought an invisible pressure to Jean Pantheon. Yin Shenggu has been crippled. The six of you, together with Taishu, form a formation and guard the east. I will guard the north. Elder Jean, guard the south side. Leave the west side to it. Feng Hui said in a deep voice. Fortunately, Jean Pantheon still didn't know the cause of Xianxin's death. If Jean Pantheon knew that they were the ones who had caused Xianxin's death, he would probably throw them out without hesitation. However, they had all returned. If they could eliminate Li Zongjiu and Jean Pantheon at the same time, they wouldn't need to divide the left and right manors in the future. Everything would be decided by the people of the right manor. In fact, Feng Hui didn't believe in feng shui and fortune-telling. He only believed in himself. If you were a fortune-teller, why didn't you predict that you would die today? Are we really going to let that guy out? When this guy was mentioned, everyone was shocked. There was even a sense of dread that was slowly creeping in. Are we really going to use that thing? Jean Pantheon also frowned as he looked at Feng Hui. Unless it was absolutely necessary, summoning that thing would definitely be a very dangerous thing to do. Look at our situation and you'll understand. However, if we want to break through the west gate, we have to break through our 3 stages first. I won't make such a choice until the very last moment. Feng Hui said solemnly. In fact, Jean Pantheon also knew that Li Zongjiu might be extremely powerful. Otherwise, Guanju and Zhantian wouldn't have died tragically under the dragon vein. Jean Pantheon was actually extremely shocked when he heard such grievous news. One of them was an array master, while the other was in primitive emperor powerhouse. Just the death of one of them was already shocking enough. Now that 2 of them had died at once, it was a huge loss for Qingyuan Manor. When he saw a raging fire burning in front of Qingyuan Manor, Jean Pantheon waved his hand. With a wave of his hand, Jean Pantheon signaled for everyone to return to their positions. Get ready to welcome the arrival of the enemy. Now, there were only 6 protectors left in Qingyuan Manor. They were no longer a threat to Li Zongjiu. The 2 protectors who had died outside weren't innocent at all. Great Void's sun-reflecting mirror had already been destroyed by Li Zongjiu. Great Void himself had also been severely injured. Now, he had to follow the 6 protectors and hold down the fort. The situation was extremely dire. Li Zongjiu set the fire in front of him. He glanced in the direction of the backyard. Qingyuan Manor was really a coward. Just as he was about to rush over, his mental energy suddenly discovered that there seemed to be a gap at the bottom of the training courtyard. This should be a prison, right? Li Zongjiu felt that there seemed to be many signs of activity below. Li Zongjiu immediately looked around. The rockery at the side was a hidden entrance, which Li Zongjiu discovered. Immediately, Li Zongjiu stepped forward and smashed his fist on the rockery, creating an entrance. As he walked down the stairs, the surrounding environment was dark and damp. There was no light to speak of. Li Zongjiu ignited a flame between his fingers, illuminating the environment in front of him. Both sides were sealed by cages forged by the mysterious heavens. Within the iron fence, there were countless gazes staring in the direction of Li Zongjiu. Some of these people's gazes were extremely fierce, while others were dull and lifeless. Whoosh, Li Zongjiu flicked his finger and the iron fences in front of him opened. Give up, you bastards. I, Wei Pingjiang, would rather die than serve the Qingyuan mountain villa. The deep voice of a middle-aged man came from the deepest cage, giving people a feeling that it was as tough as a mountain. Li Zongjiu was stunned when he heard this. Wei Pingjiang? Li Zongjiu was shocked because even Li Zongjiu had not expected that Wei Pingjiang would actually appear here. As a member of the Xingyan dynasty, the young people of this generation had all grown up listening to Wei Pingjiang's story. It was rumored that Wei Pingjiang had started practicing martial arts at the age of 3 and had already become a Yuan adept expert at the age of 5. He had become a Yuan general at the age of 13. At the age of 15 or 16, he had already joined the Green Dragon Army, one of the 4 trump cards of the dynasty, and his strength had reached the Yuan ancestor level. He had become a Yuan monarch elite at the age of 20 and had directly become the commander of the 1st Cavalry Division of the Green Dragon Army. In the army, he had the reputation of being brave and good at fighting. He was also an extremely talented war genius. Before Li Zongjiu had entered the Foggy Snow Alchemy sect and was still the young master of the Li family, he had naturally yearned for Wei Pingjiang's achievements. After entering the Foggy Snow Alchemy sect, there had been no more news. Then, he had heard that Wei Pingjiang had died in battle in the Demon Ridge of the Wasteland. The Demon Ridge of the Wasteland was filled with Yuan beasts and many elites. Furthermore, they often launched sneak attacks on the Xingyan dynasty. The Green Dragon Army was stationed here to resist the Yuan beasts in the Demon Ridge, as well as some attacks from the demon race. The people who should have died on the battlefield had unexpectedly appeared here. Li Zongjiu was also rather surprised. After all, Wei Pingjiang's strength was still very good. Even in the later stages, Wei Pingjiang had been able to reappear after the destruction of Qingyuan Mountain Villa. However, during that period of time, Li Zongjiu was still struggling in an environment. He didn't know much about the encounters of the famous people in the world. It could even be said that he didn't care much about these things. You are Wei Pingjiang? Li Zongjiu arrived at the prison cell and discovered that there was a person shackled in 3 layers of shackles. When he saw the person before him, Li Zongjiu was clearly a little surprised. A genius warlord of a generation was now in such dire straits. Wei Pingjiang was clearly only a middle-aged man and only a few years older than Li Zongjiu. However, just like Li Zongjiu, Wei Pingjiang did not look like an expert at all. He was clearly just a very dispirited middle-aged man. Where did you come from? I've never seen you before, little thing. Wei Pingjiang looked at Li Zongjiu in disdain and realized that Li Zongjiu was only a child in his teens. Could it be that Qingyuan Mountain Villa had no other choice but to let such a child torture him? If that was the case, then Qingyuan Mountain Villa was really a piece of trash. They still wanted Wei Pingjiang to work for them with such a level of skill. It really made him laugh his head off. You're still so arrogant even after having your shoulder blades pierced. As expected of Wei Pingjiang. Li Zongjiu looked at Wei Pingjiang's state. This guy had probably been captured for 2 years. However, under these 2 years of torture, he actually did not surrender or compromise. This made Li Zongjiu very impressed. However, Li Zongjiu did not like people being too arrogant in front of him. Even this legendary figure was the same. In the past, people like you had some qualifications to jump around in front of me, Li Zongjiu. But now, people like you no longer have such qualifications. When Wei Pingjiang heard Li Zongjiu's words, he was somewhat puzzled. What was this kid talking about? Was he stupid? In the next second, he saw Li Zhongjiu raise his hand. Then, a sharp aura easily cut off the metal chain behind Wei Pingjiang. Bang! In many years, this was the first time Wei Pingjiang left the chain. When Wei Pingjiang landed on the ground, he even felt that the heavy shackles on his back had been removed. He felt as if he had been released. Obviously, Wei Pingjiang even thought that he was dreaming. When he was captured by these people, he thought that there was a chance for him to escape. But later on, he gradually fell into despair. This was because the mastermind behind this seemed to be very powerful. Even Wei Pingjiang's family couldn't find any clues. Therefore, even if they knew that Wei Pingjiang was still alive, it was extremely difficult, let alone find out where Wei Pingjiang was. This elixir will help with your injuries. I want to see how far you can go. Li Zhongjiu looked at Wei Pingjiang with the attitude of an expert. Suddenly, Wei Pingjiang felt as if he had been enlightened. Could it be that the outside world had become like this in just 2 years after he was captured? From the looks of it, a teenager seemed to have broken into the secret dungeon of Qingyuan Mountain Villa. All the prison cells were opened. Among these people, there were many who had previously dominated a region, or people who had very special talents in a certain area. After being caught, if you were unwilling to work for Qingyuan Manor, then you would be beaten up and tortured endlessly. Looking at the elixir on the ground and hesitating, Wei Pingjiang raised his head and saw Li Zhongjiu turn around and leave. When he left, Li Zhongjiu gave everyone in the cell a grade 5 elixir. No matter what attribute the elixir was, when it reached grade 5, it would have the effect of recovering yuan power and healing injuries. The people in the dungeon were not clear about the situation, but there were some who knew what was going on. Moreover, they were suddenly released. For them, this was a rare opportunity. Some of the people who knew what was going on recognized that the grade 5 pill in their hands had extraordinary effects. They immediately swallowed it. Wei Pingjiang also directly refined the elixir. His cultivation base had been sealed for nearly 2 years. Fortunately, Wei Pingjiang's cultivation base was relatively strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to survive until now. While he was refining the elixir, Wei Pingjiang was also thinking about who that brat was. Some people had already rushed out and found that the surroundings were a sea of fire. Although there weren't any corpses on the ground, experienced people could tell at a glance that this place had experienced a great massacre. Many people ran down the mountain directly. As they ran down the mountain, they saw the corpses all over the ground and immediately understood that someone had destroyed Qingyuan Mountain Villa. Could it be that Qingyuan Mountain Villa was attacked by someone? They even dared to attack Qingyuan Mountain Villa. What kind of person is this? Many people were extremely shocked. They didn't even dare to believe their own eyes. The scene they saw was actually the Qingyuan Villa being engulfed by the raging flames. I never thought that I would be able to see the light of day again. Some people directly knelt down in front of the sky and earth. They sighed inwardly. Being able to escape with their lives and breathe the fresh air of the outside world was an extremely precious thing for them. Many people also refined the elixir on the spot. They didn't know the dangers of the outside world, so it was more important to ensure their own strength first. That way, even if they encountered some special circumstances, they would be able to ensure that they had a certain chance and the ability to resist. They wouldn't be caught before they could rush out. In that case, wouldn't this be a waste of this opportunity? My yuan power. This elixir. Wei Pingjiang opened his eyes. Within his eyes, there was an extremely incredulous glint. As he looked at his hands, he felt the surging yuan power that had already recovered in his body. This immediately caused Wei Pingjiang and himself to become excited. This was because Wei Pingjiang was shocked to discover that his yuan power had actually reached the peak of the yuan monarch realm after accumulating for 2 years. General Wei. We don't want to die blindly in such a situation. We'll listen to what you say next. A few figures stood in front of Wei Pingjiang. Some of these people had just been caught, and some had been caught for even longer than Wei Pingjiang. However, they were all famous experts in the underworld before this, and each of them had their own specialties. Now, they were inexplicably rescued by someone. It was inevitable that there was some sort of trap in this. Wei Pingjiang was a famous war god. It wasn't just because he was strong, but also because of his leadership and commanding ability. Therefore, those who were slightly smarter would stand on Wei Pingjiang's side without hesitation and wait for Wei Pingjiang's orders. Since everyone thinks highly of me, I will definitely do my best, Wei Pingjiang said with a trembling voice. The cellmates in the prison cell also knew of Wei Pingjiang's strength and perseverance. After all, they had all seen Wei Pingjiang endure some torture, but Wei Pingjiang had endured all of it. He was indeed worthy of being the commander of the Green Dragon Army's 1st Cavalry Regiment. He had received the title of God of War when he was young, and even now, he was still very powerful. However, when these people rushed out, they were shocked to find that Qingyuan Mountain Villa had already been burned down. There were no guards around. Some people were shocked when they saw the countless piles of corpses on the road at the foot of the mountain. The scene that appeared before their eyes was already extremely impactful to them. They're all dead. Wei Pingjiang's face was also full of shock. When he recalled that young man, he seemed to be very strong. It seemed like all of this had a lot to do with that young man. Since the guards are dead, we will bid farewell here. We will meet again in the underworld. Wei Pingjiang cupped his hands towards these people. These people were also eager for freedom. With such a good opportunity, they would be able to obtain freedom if they left directly. Of course, they were extremely excited. However, when they saw Wei Pingjiang, they were also puzzled. General? Are you going to stay here? The young man who saved me, I want to know who he is. Wei Pingjiang glanced at the depths of Qingyuan Mountain Villa. Now that his strength had recovered, Wei Pingjiang's confidence had also greatly increased. The mysterious young man, Li Zongjiu, had saved Wei Pingjiang's life. He would repay kindness with kindness, and revenge with revenge. Wei Pingjiang would definitely not let them have an easy time in Qingyuan Mountain Villa. Boom! Just as Wei Pingjiang and the others were talking, an extremely strong shock suddenly came from the depths of the villa. It was as if the surrounding energy was rapidly fluctuating and attacking. The bricks on the ground seemed to have been shaken to the point that they flew up. Then, they fell back to their original positions. When Wei Pingjiang and the others saw this, they also looked towards the depths of the villa. They're still fighting. Immediately, Wei Pingjiang's figure also leaped forward and rushed towards the front. Some of the people who rushed out with Wei Pingjiang also turned and rushed down the mountain. Although they hated Qingyuan Mountain Villa to the bone, they didn't have the guts to stay and fight against Qingyuan Mountain Villa. However, there were also 3 people who chose to chase after Wei Pingjiang. Qingyuan Mountain Villa killed my family. I can't let them go. That's right. Qingyuan Mountain Villa killed my lover. In this life, Qingyuan Mountain Villa will not rest until one of us is dead. My entire family was massacred by Qingyuan Mountain Villa in order to force me to cultivate the Heaven's Hatred Blade. Since these people are looking forward to my Heaven's Hatred Blade so much, I can't let them down. A white-haired man's eyes were filled with sorrow. His body also emitted a bone-piercing sorrow. People couldn't help but guess what kind of despair he had experienced. At this moment, in Qingyuan Mountain Villa, Jean Pantian and the others were really in the midst of a fierce battle. The scene of frenzied killing came from the fierce resistance of the enemy, which also made them clench their teeth. Damn this kid. How terrifying is he? The array is about to break. Behind Taishu, of the 6 great Qingyuan Manor protectors, only 3 of them were still able to barely stand. The other 3 were directly beaten until their bodies exploded and they died on the spot. Taisu and the remaining 3 protectors used their own strength to fuse into the array, forming a Taisu longsword. However, Li Zongjiu's desolate heaven essence was able to shake their Taisu longsword to the brink of shattering it. Sometimes, Li Zongjiu would smash it several times in a row. It was as if the Taisu longsword was shattered into pieces. Peng, Taisu was using all his strength to circulate his yuan qi when he suddenly felt a chill behind him. He turned his head. The 3 protectors behind him had already turned into a pile of meat paste. Their blood splattered on Taisu's body, resulting in such a situation. How can this be? Taisu was shocked. In the next moment, Taisu saw a huge golden palm coming down from outside the array. Boom! When the palm came down, Taisu hurriedly retracted his strength and dodged into the distance. He didn't even have the chance to block it and could only flee in panic. Li Zhongjiu's palm was only executed based on his intuition. After all, Li Zhongjiu was still trapped in the array and couldn't find the exact location of these people. Tai Su dodged in a panic, but in the end, one of his legs was still hit by the palm. Immediately, his leg exploded. Ah! My leg! Bam! The leg was like a bubble, disappearing from the body of the Great Void. Jean Pantheon sensed the situation of Tai Su and the others, and his heart immediately sank. The east side has been broken. Feng Hui, hurry up and bring Tai Su back. Jean Pantheon held an abacus in his hand. He himself was guarding the north side of the array, and at the same time, controlling the array. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu was indeed trapped within the formation. However, the array's attacks were unable to harm Li Zhongjiu at all. To Li Zhongjiu, this did not pose any threat at all. However, it would take some time for him to walk out of the array. That guy who condensed into a sword should have been severely injured by me. Li Zhongjiu had just randomly chosen a direction and made a small attempt. Who knew that he would really be hit by him? That guy could only blame himself for being unlucky. Suddenly, a huge abacus fell from the sky. It was as if a mountain had smashed down. Li Zhongjiu stood in his original spot. He might have been smashed into a cripple. However, Jean Pantheon had miscalculated. With a wave of his fist, he sent the abacus flying. Following that, Li Zhongjiu also found a direction in the vast expanse and quickly rushed over. This position. It was also the west side of the array. Originally, they had gathered everyone's strength to trap Li Zhongjiu in the array. Then, Li Zhongjiu would be like a turtle in a jar, with only death awaiting him. However, they did not expect Li Zhongjiu's resistance to be so strong and powerful. Boom! A six-eared fire monkey as tall as a mountain suddenly leaped and appeared in front of Li Zhongjiu. Roar! The six-eared fire monkey spat out a terrifying flame at Li Zhongjiu, instantly engulfing Li Zhongjiu. The flame swept over, forming a sea of fire. However, the six-eared fire monkey's ears twitched slightly, as if it had caught on to something. In the next second, it saw Li Zhongjiu break through the flames in front of it. Rising from the endless sea of fire, he raised the desolate heaven essence and smashed it down on the six-eared fire monkey's head. However, in the eyes of the six-eared fire monkey, Li Zhongjiu was like a tiny ant. When it saw Li Zhongjiu's staff coming down, it raised its hand and grabbed Li Zhongjiu. Then, it threw Li Zhongjiu to the ground. Boom! The surging power seemed to have trapped Li Zhongjiu's body. With a loud sound, Li Zhongjiu was thrown to the ground. Li Zhongjiu, do you really think that you can destroy Qingyuan Manor? Feng Hui's voice sounded. Upon closer inspection, it was the six-eared fire monkey that was speaking. The six-eared fire monkey was Feng Hui's original soul, which was equivalent to Feng Hui's incarnation. Therefore, it wasn't strange that it could speak. It seemed that after throwing Li Zhongjiu to the ground, Feng Hui had become rather confident. A huge abacus abruptly turned into power and instantly covered the land in front of him. Wang! Then, the surroundings seemed to have formed a huge maze, constantly obstructing Li Zhongjiu's footsteps. The maze that appeared was also formed by the golden abacus. Li Zhongjiu wanted to destroy the maze, but he found that the power above was too terrifying. There was no way to rush out. If you want to break my heavenly golden abacus, I'm afraid you need to be a 5th-grade primitive emperor. Jean Pantheon's voice rang out from within the array. Jean Pantheon's voice sounded very proud and confident. He had absolute confidence that Li Zhongjiu wouldn't be able to rush out of the heavenly golden abacus. Boom! Suddenly, flames surged over from the front, crazily roaming within the maze. Such a terrifying power was rapidly approaching. When he saw the flames coming, Li Zhongjiu could only support his own yuan power. Boom! The power of the six-eared fire monkey's flames was also very terrifying. Otherwise, Feng Hui wouldn't have been able to grow to his current state. The flames continued to strengthen Li Zhongjiu, who was trapped in the flames, didn't seem to move at all. Feng Hui and Jean Pantheon were overjoyed when they saw this. They had finally trapped Li Zhongjiu. They had to make this arrogant Li Zhongjiu pay the price. Otherwise, Li Zhongjiu would think that their Qingyuan mountain villa was a gathering place for trash, where he could come and go as he pleased. At this moment, a golden light suddenly burst out from the sea of fire. When the golden light emerged, it was like a golden arrow piercing through the air. Then, Li Zhongzhou's figure finally broke free. Boom! Li Zhongzhou's golden light extinguished the sea of flames in front of him. What is that? The two of them looked through the eye of the array and saw a huge object filled with golden light emerge. When they saw this scene, they were both shocked. That's a golden dragon, the golden dragon origin spirit. When Li Zhongzhou's golden dragon true spirit was released, he no longer felt the pressure around him. The flames of the six-eared fire monkey posed no threat to Li Zhongzhou. What a broken thing! Li Zhongzhou flew up and punched out. The power of the golden dragon original spirit instantly exploded in front of him. Boom! The maze formed by the so-called heavenly gold abacus was instantly shattered by Li Zhongzhou's punch. The heavenly gold abacus was blown to pieces. Jean Pantheon, who was outside the array, spat out a mouthful of blood. The heavenly gold abacus was considered a natal treasure for him, but it was destroyed by Li Zhongzhou with just one move. After destroying the heavenly gold abacus, Li Zhongzhou rushed forward. The six-eared fire monkey lifted its leg and landed. However, Li Zhongzhou's punch was imbued with the power of the flight of the golden dragon. It sent the six-eared fire monkey flying. Whoosh! The six-eared fire monkey's huge body fell to the ground, unable to get up. Li Zhongzhou leaped again and landed on the six-eared fire monkey's head. He stared into the six-eared fire monkey's eyes. It was as if he could see Feng Hui in front of him through its eyes. You! What are you trying to do? Feng Hui's body trembled slightly when he saw Li Zhongzhou's actions. He had no idea what Li Zhongzhou was going to do, but he could guess that Li Zhongzhou was going to do something terrifying. The last thing Feng Hui saw through the six-eared fire monkey's eyes was Li Zhongzhou's cold smile. Pfft! Feng Hui immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, Feng Hui's face turned ashen, as if he had just lost his son. My six-eared fire monkey! Feng Hui cried out. Feng Hui also suffered a huge blow from this incident. The death of the six-eared fire monkey would be a huge blow to Feng Hui's strength. Now, the best moves of these two experts had been destroyed by Li Zhongzhou. It was hard to accept. Feng Hui, who was filled with grief and indignation, revealed a trace of determination in his eyes. Li Zhongzhou, you forced me to do this. In his grief and indignation, Feng Hui took out a pitch-black key from his bosom. Just by looking at it, one could tell that this key had a ferocious aura. Feng Hui quickly got up and opened a manhole cover. With a leap, he seemed to have descended a distance of nearly 50 meters. Finally, 50 meters underground, a stone door made of the extremely precious black gold stone appeared. The black gold stone's special characteristic was that it was hard. Another special characteristic was that it could isolate auras. It could isolate the auras of the inner and outer worlds. It was obvious that this prison cell was built with black gold stones. Li Zhongzhou, you asked for it. Feng Hui felt very happy when he thought about how Li Zhongzhou was going to be torn to pieces by the thing inside. As he thought about it, he quickly inserted the key in his hand into the keyhole of the door and turned it gently. Gotcha! Wei Pingjiang and the other three rushed up to the roof, but they discovered that the area in front of them had already been enveloped by a terrifying power. It was difficult for outsiders to enter. It's the power of a formation. They actually activated the mountain protecting formation. It seems like these people from the Qingyuan villa have met a tough opponent. The white-haired man from the Heaven Hatred Blade seemed to be quite knowledgeable. With just a glance, he determined that this was within the range of the mountain protecting formation of the Qingyuan villa. After the formation was activated, the people inside couldn't come out, and the people outside couldn't enter. They'll only remove the formation when the people inside die. Wei Pingjiang said in a deep voice. Let's wait here for a while. The four of them also meditated on the spot. While waiting for the situation to change, they were also trying their best to recover their yuan power. Only after adjusting their condition to the peak would they have enough strength to fight against these people. Otherwise, they would just be throwing their lives away. However, since these people dared to barge into the Qingyuan villa and even forced out the mountain protecting formation, it was enough to prove that these people's strength wasn't simple. They didn't know where these people came from. Could it be that they were people from the Xingyan dynasty's imperial court who came specifically to deal with the Qingyuan villa, while Wei Pingjiang and the others were waiting here. Suddenly, they raised their heads and saw dark clouds surging in the sky. It was originally daytime, but it was just past noon. The appearance of these dark clouds in the sky was clearly somewhat unusual. Not good. I heard before that there seems to be a devil sealed beneath the Qingyuan mountain villa. Demon? What's a demon? When Wei Pingjiang was captured, he had also heard people say that the Qingyuan villa seemed to be a gathering place with extremely deep resentment. Moreover, there was an extremely terrifying demon sealed under the Qingyuan villa. As for what this demon was, this demon wasn't transformed from a human. It was a real demon that was incomparably bloodthirsty. The root of the matter could be traced back to a long time ago. However, the matter at that time had nothing to do with the present. The final result was that it led to the defeat and extinction of the demon race. However, some demons with extremely deep resentment couldn't be killed so easily. The human experts could only seal them and find a specialized person to watch over them. The Qingyuan villa was built on the Qingyuan mountain to suppress this demon. The huge Qingyuan villa, in addition to the 3 cities below, actually formed a set of true demon-suppressing formation. And now, this incomparably terrifying and incomparably ferocious demon was about to emerge from the ground. The seal was directly lifted. Terrifying demonic energy seemed to be gushing out crazily from the ground. Even Li Zongjiu, who was inside the formation, was stunned. Demon energy? When Li Zongjiu felt the aura of the demon race, he was also startled. The calamity of the demon race only broke out in the later years of Li Zongjiu's life. Back then, Li Zongjiu was the main force that annihilated the demon race. Many of his treasures were also obtained from the demon race. Therefore, when Li Zongjiu felt the demon energy, he was naturally incomparably familiar with it. Even back then, when he used the evil soul eye, it was during a battle with the demon race that he accidentally discovered that he could use such a move. This was originally something that happened 1,000 years later. However, the demon energy had unexpectedly appeared in advance. It's just a small demon. After feeling this aura, Li Zongjiu wasn't very nervous. However, he was extremely curious about the appearance of the demon energy. Could it be that everything he had done had triggered the calamity of the demon race and caused it to break out in advance? It doesn't matter if it breaks out. If these stupid demons really dare to come out and cause trouble, I'll really annihilate them. Li Zongjiu thought to himself. As he was thinking about it, he saw a figure that was nearly 10 meters tall. It walked out of the thick white fog, carrying an extremely heavy iron axe on its shoulder. This iron axe had a few cracks on it. From the looks of it, this giant's appearance was similar to that of the bear man. It was panting heavily. Its eyes were as big as copper bells as it stared directly at Li Zongjiu in front of it. A ferocious aura erupted. Feng Hui and Jin Pantian could be considered the last of the resistance. There was also a half-crippled great void expert lying behind them. It had to be said that these 3 people were the last people left in Qingyuan Manor. As for the maids and servants, they would basically hide if there was a problem. This ancient demon's strength is comparable to that of a 7th-grade origin emperor. With this ancient demon, it's enough to smash Li Zongjiu into pieces. Although Jin Pantian also knew the danger of the ancient demon race, he was still in the face of such a ferocious Li Zongjiu. Moreover, Li Zongjiu had broken Li Zongjiu's heavenly golden abacus not long ago. That was a weapon that he had spent his entire life to create. Now, it had been destroyed by Li Zongjiu. It could be said that he hated Li Zongjiu to the core. He couldn't wait to chop Li Zongjiu to death under his feet. The ancient demon race. Li Zongjiu will definitely die. Prepare a trap. After this demon kills Li Zongjiu, we'll lock him back. Jin Pantian said in a low voice. If they released something that wanted to destroy them in order to get rid of Li Zongjiu, it would be very bad for them. Now, even if they killed Li Zongjiu, it would be difficult to make up for the loss of Qingyuan Manor even with Li Zongjiu's life. Just by recruiting so many experts, in addition to the prisoners in the dungeon, the many years of planning could be said to have been destroyed. This made Jin Pantian furious. There was no way to salvage the situation. If the villa lord came out of seclusion and saw the ruins of the Qingyuan villa, what kind of thoughts would he have? They also wanted to inform the manor lord of this news so that he could come out of seclusion sooner. However, King Qingyuan was in seclusion. There was no way for outsiders to contact King Qingyuan, who was in seclusion, so they could only be anxious that Li Zongjiu should be dead. This was because the aura of the demon clan was like a kind of poison to origin qi cultivators. There was simply no way to resist the invasion of this poisonous gas. Furthermore, it would bring about an extremely troublesome and deep-rooted injury. It was not something that could be easily removed. Therefore, they did not dare to come into close contact with this ancient demon. Instead, they directly threw this ancient demon into the formation. They let it fight with Li Zongjiu. Even if Li Zongjiu used all of his means, it was impossible for him to be the ancient demon clan's opponent. Boom! Just as the two of them were discussing whether to open the array's eye to take a look, suddenly, the array disc in front of them was destroyed. It was as if it had exploded on the spot. It even gave Jean Pantheon a fright. How could the array disc explode? Whoosh! A black wind blew past. When Feng Hui raised his head and saw the scene, his body froze on the spot. He could not believe what he was seeing. What's wrong with you? Jean Pantheon was confused when he saw Feng Hui's dazed gaze. However, as soon as he turned his head, he saw a huge axe falling towards him. Boom! The domineering axe chopped down on Jean Pantheon's head. Bang! Jean Pantheon looked like a pile of dog poop that had been flattened. There was no sign of life left. This is impossible. Seeing Jean Pantheon's fate, Feng Hui suddenly let out an extremely tragic cry. This was because the one who killed Jean Pantheon was the ancient demon that he had released. This was supposed to be the last line of defense, the last trump card. Who would have thought that this ancient demon clan would turn against him? No, this ancient demon clan is being controlled by that brat. At this critical juncture, Feng Hui still managed to spot Li Zongjiu, who was walking behind the devil. At a glance, he was walking leisurely, as if he was taking a stroll. When he saw Li Zongjiu approaching, Feng Hui's heart was filled with despair. Li Zongjiu waved his hand gently, and the ancient demon clan raised the axe in its hand again. Boom! Feng Hui had been entrenched in Qingyuan Mountain Villa for such a long time. Now, he was buried by the soil of Qingyuan Mountain Villa. The power of the ancient demon's axe was incomparably domineering. It directly shattered more than half of Qingyuan Mountain. When such a terrifying power landed on a person's body, there was not even the slightest bit of pain. Even Tai Su, who was lying on the ground, was directly crippled. When the array formation shattered, Wei Pingjiang and the others also quickly rushed in. They wanted to see what exactly was going on in the Qingyuan villa. However, all they saw was a large piece of ruins and two figures standing on the ground. One of the figures was 5 feet tall, and the axe in his hand was also 3 feet long. Just looking at it made one feel a kind of fear that seeped into one's bones. The ancient demon clan member seemed to have caught a whiff of Li Zongjiu's scent and turned his head abruptly. Naturally, Li Zongjiu also saw Wei Pingjiang behind him. "What are you doing here? Are you not afraid of death?" Li Zongjiu said. At this moment, Wei Pingjiang and the others looked at the ancient demon in front of them, the mess around them, and the few lumps of meat on the ground. They immediately understood that Li Zongjiu had actually beaten up Qingyuan Mountain Villa to such a state. There was actually no one else at the scene. Everything was done by Li Zongjiu. It was truly shocking and horrifying. Li Zongjiu's strength was actually so terrifying. You destroyed Qingyuan Mountain Villa. This ancient demon, Wei Pingjiang naturally knew of the existence of this ancient demon. Wei Pingjiang's Green Dragon army had always been fighting against the demon clan. It was not surprising that he knew of this ancient demon. However, wasn't this ancient demon the seal of Qingyuan Mountain Villa? Why did it now seem like it was controlled by Li Zongjiu? However, before Li Zongjiu could reply to them, the ancient demon once again turned around and looked at the cave behind the courtyard. If they hadn't destroyed all the houses in the villa, they would have died. Even then, he wouldn't be able to see the cave at the back of the mountain. There were 2 words carved on top of the cave: Forbidden Area. "You don't want to come out? Then I'll force you out," Li Zongjiu said calmly. With a thought, the ancient demon controlled by Li Zongjiu once again raised the axe in his hand and chopped at the cave. Boom! A terrifying aura blew out the cave in front of him. Then, he saw a figure sitting cross-legged on a stone platform. He was wearing a white shirt and overcoat. As he sat there, his aura seemed to be extremely solemn and dignified, causing ordinary people to not dare to approach him. Just one look at it would make one feel like kneeling down. He looked dignified. There was also a purple light protecting his body. When the ancient demon race's thunderclap axe landed on the purple protective light, it didn't even budge in the slightest. Of course. Wei Pingjiang and the others immediately saw the figure. They were shocked and stared at the figure in front of them with their eyes wide open. The three of them gnashed their teeth in hatred. Although the killing of their family members was probably not ordered by this person, it was also because of this person's protection that the people below could be so arrogant and despotic, and do such things. Therefore, the person in front of them was the real culprit. King Qingyuan. This person is King Qingyuan. I'm going to fight with him. Are you? Stupid? You'll die in vain if you rush up. Tianhan Yidao almost rushed up directly. Fortunately, Wei Pingjiang stopped him. Wei Pingjiang knew the strength of King Qingyuan. He was a genuine primitive emperor expert. There was a reason why the Saint Flame Empire was able to prosper for such a long time. The bloodline of the imperial family was extremely powerful. Especially the bloodline and talent of the previous generation, it was so powerful that it was heaven-defying. It was rumored that the cultivation of the Saint Flame Emperor had already reached the sovereign realm. As the younger brother of Emperor Xingyan, King Qingyuan naturally had his own ability to survive until now. Even if his cultivation wasn't as good as Emperor Xingyan's, it wouldn't be too far off. The reason why Qingyuan Villa was able to reach its current scale and strength was because of King Qingyuan standing behind it. It was the middle-aged man in front of them. His hair was slightly white, and his clothes were simple and plain. When he was interrupted in his cultivation, he slowly opened his eyes. It was just a look, but it was like a power that penetrated through the ages. It immediately made Wei Pingjiang and the others feel a burning sensation in their hearts. It was as if the blood in their bodies would spurt out in the next moment. Phew! Only by forcefully circulating the elemental energy in his body did he manage to temporarily suppress the agitation in his body. However, their faces were also filled with incomparable horror. Just this gaze alone was enough to make them feel as if their bodies were boiling. If they were to get closer and make any movements, wouldn't their bodies explode and die in a matter of minutes? Is this the pressure of the primitive emperor realm? Although Wei Pingjiang was a genius, there was still a long way to go before he could break through to the primitive emperor realm. Who knew how long it would take to reach King Qingyuan's level? Li Zongjiu also focused his attention on King Qingyuan. Li Zongjiu didn't care about these people before. Although Li Zongjiu's current cultivation was only at the 9th grade Yuan monarch realm, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill any Yuan monarchs below the 3rd grade. With the help of the Desolate Heaven Essence, he could resist a 4th grade or even a 5th grade Yuan monarch. If it was a 6th grade primitive emperor, it would be a little more strenuous. His chances of winning would be around 80%. This would depend on the situation. If the other party wanted to leave, Li Zongjiu wouldn't be able to stop him. If it was a 7th grade primitive emperor, the chances of winning would be 50-50. If Li Zongjiu wanted to leave, the 7th grade primitive emperor wouldn't be able to stop him. He might even have to pay a greater price. With such terrifying combat strength, it was no wonder that he didn't care about the people from Qingyuan Manor. In Li Zongjiu's eyes, these people were just stepping stones. He was already invincible in his previous life. In this life, he should be overbearing. 8th grade primitive emperor? Li Zongjiu said slowly when he sensed King Qingyuan's aura. It was indeed out of Li Zongjiu's expectations. Although he was surprised, the ancient demon in front of him was also a pleasant surprise. But if he wanted to kill someone, he had to be quick. After all, Li Zongjiu's evil soul couldn't control him for long. When the time was up, the ancient demon would regain his senses and kill anyone he saw. With a wave of his hand, King Qingyuan removed the defensive barrier in front of him. The defensive barrier turned into a golden pearl and fell into King Qingyuan's hand. Then, the pearl turned into a ray of light and stuck to King Qingyuan's body, turning into a golden robe with black edges, elemental pearl, and it was a defensive type. That made it even more precious. Li Zongjiu? King Qingyuan looked at the young man in front of him and spat out these 3 words. Wei Pingjiang and the others, who were not far away, frowned. They weren't familiar with the name Li Zongjiu. Then, they looked at Heavenly Hatred Dao. After all, Heavenly Hatred Dao was only captured a few months ago. Maybe he had heard of Li Zongjiu's name in the underworld before. However, Heavenly Hatred Dao also shook his head blankly, indicating that he had never heard of Li Zongjiu's name. Li Zongjiu was also very surprised that King Qingyuan actually knew his name. It seemed that his reputation wasn't small. That's right. Li Zongjiu replied, which made King Qingyuan nod involuntarily. What enmity do you have with my Qingyuan manor? How did you end up in such a state? King Qingyuan scanned the place with his mental strength. He immediately sensed that the entire Qingyuan manor was empty. Other than a few servants, there was only one survivor left. Yin Shenggu, who was seriously injured and still unconscious. At this moment, Yin Shenggu was still at death's door. Emir Li Zongjiu had directly turned Qingyuan manor into such a state, which made King Qingyuan extremely surprised. Although Qingyuan manor was something he had built out of boredom, it was still considered a painstaking effort. After all, this was his ambition. Now that it had been turned into such a state by Li Zongjiu, how could he bear it, even if it was something he had casually made? As long as it belonged to King Qingyuan, an ordinary person like him could not easily destroy it. Otherwise, it would be a provocation to King Qingyuan's dignity. How could King Qingyuan let him off? There is no deep hatred. If you want to blame someone, blame the feng shui of your Qingyuan manor. Li Zongjiu said slowly. King Qingyuan's eyes revealed a trace of murderous intent, but it was quickly suppressed. At this moment, King Qingyuan was naturally very upset. However, the cultivation technique he cultivated was telling him that he had to keep a clear mind and not get angry at will. Only by doing so would he be able to reach a higher cultivation level and continue to break through. King Qingyuan would only be able to reach a higher level and realm on the path of cultivation when he was truly at ease and at ease. However, King Qingyuan seemed to be thinking too much. Li Zongjiu's next sentence directly made King Qingyuan feel as if he was about to explode on the spot. I'll give you a chance. Kill yourself. It will be more dignified. Li Zongjiu's words were very sincere. Although it might be a little difficult for Li Zongjiu to fight an 8th grade origin emperor with his current strength, the person in front of him was King Qingyuan, someone Li Zongjiu must kill. Therefore, no matter what cultivation realm Li Zongjiu had, King Qingyuan would still kill him. Even if he wanted to escape, he would not have any chance. King Qingyuan was stunned, then he looked up to the sky and laughed. His laughter was somewhat arrogant and disdainful. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? Li Zongjiu, I can turn your family into ashes with a flick of my finger, not to mention Emir Li Zongjiu. I won't kill you today. I will cripple you and let your family members die one by one in front of you. In the end, I will kill everyone in your city. Leave no one alive. Immediately, an extremely terrifying baleful aura was released from King Qingyuan's body. At the same time, the expression on King Qingyuan's face became even more ferocious. It was completely different from his previous elegant and calm appearance. It seemed that King Qingyuan's appearance just now was all an act to stabilize his Dao heart. Who knew that he would meet a tough guy like Li Zongjiu, who was simply brainless? You want an 8th grade origin emperor to die in front of you with just a sentence? The power of your words seems to be a little too great. Although these people are just a bunch of trash, they are still under my name. It's not up to you to kill them. Do you think that by hypnotizing an ancient demon clan, you can compete with me? Let me tell you, you are not worthy. King Qingyuan immediately shouted in a low voice. The power in his body instantly burst out. Like a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves, it rushed towards Li Zongjiu in an instant. As the wind whistled, it also crushed the gravel and other things in front of it into pieces. Go. Li Zongjiu was not in a hurry to make a move himself. He wanted to see how capable this guy was first. The ancient demon roared in a low voice and took a step forward. Demonic chi was released, shattering the fluctuations in front of him. Not far away, Wei Pingjiang and the others felt the sharp aura. Their expressions suddenly changed. Let's retreat quickly. With their strength as Yuan kings, they were not even comparable to an ant in front of an 8th grade origin emperor. If these two great gods really fought, it might cause a destructive storm that could easily crush them on the spot. Therefore, it was better to leave as soon as possible. However, even if they reacted quickly, they were still directly sent flying. 2 of them also vomited blood. In the end, the 4 of them also flew away, not daring to stay in the same place for too long. If they continued to stay here, they would definitely be crippled by the fluctuations of the battle. That Li Zongjiu, can he live? Everyone looked at Wei Pingjiang. However, Wei Pingjiang's face was also filled with shock. An 8th grade origin emperor and a young man in a decisive battle. Who would have a higher chance of winning? The outcome of the battle was also very obvious. There was no need for too much guessing. However, in the hearts of Wei Pingjiang and the others, there was still a trace of hope. Perhaps, the origin of this young man is definitely not simple. In front of Li Zongjiu, the ancient demon roared in a low voice and rushed in front of him, blocking the terrifying aura released by King Qingyuan. However, King Qingyuan did not stop there. He immediately flipped his wrist, and the golden bracelet wrapped around his wrist was directly peeled off with a swoosh. With a snap, it appeared in King Qingyuan's hand and turned into a golden longsword. One sword, break the golden body. The sword in King Qingyuan's hand abruptly slashed towards the ancient demon. The metal elemental energy released by the sword seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. It could even be said that no one could withstand the sharpness of the sword. Clang, with a fierce collision, the axe in the ancient demon's hand was directly cut in half. Boom, the ancient demon's hand sank as King Qingyuan stepped on the ancient demon's wrist. In the next moment, the sharp metal element sword aura easily cut through the ancient demon's neck. Bang, suddenly, the ancient demon's head flew out. At the same time, a terrifying pillar of blood immediately spurted out from the broken neck. Rumble, the ancient demon's body fell down with a loud bang. The only thing you can rely on is so weak. King Qingyuan said indifferently as he looked at Li Zongjiu with one hand behind his back and a sword in his other hand. Seeing this, Li Zongjiu only waved his hand lightly and stored the ancient demon's body in the blood soul hell. Such a good demon's blood should not be wasted. Moreover, Li Zongjiu also discovered that his blood soul hell had activated an incredible power that could revive people. If Li Zongjiu was willing, he could revive all the creatures buried in the blood soul hell. Of course, after being revived, these people would directly become the blood soul hell and would all listen to Li Zongjiu's orders. Domain? King Qingyuan glanced at the ancient demon's body that disappeared behind him. When he looked at Li Zongjiu again, the world under his feet suddenly changed, as if it was covered by a force. When he raised his head to look at the sky, he found himself in Li Zongjiu's blood soul hell. Is this the trump card you're relying on? King Qingyuan smiled disdainfully. Li Zongjiu's figure did not disappear. He stood not far from King Qingyuan and looked at him indifferently. With King Qingyuan's strength, killing this ancient demon was naturally an easy task. The weapon in his hand was also an extremely powerful weapon. So the Tianqin sword is in your hands. Li Zongjiu looked at the weapon in King Qingyuan's hand. In any case, it was a peerless divine weapon ranked 17th on the Xingyan dynasty's divine weapon ranking. These peerless divine weapons were not created by the people of this era. The craftsmanship on it was not something that could be achieved by the current technology. Therefore, when Li Zongjiu saw this sword, his heart was slightly moved. It would definitely sell for a good price. In the past, Li Zongjiu did not know where these peerless divine weapons came from. However, now that he knew that there was a sacred martial realm outside the wilderness, he understood that these things were most likely passed down from the sacred martial realm. To be able to recognize the Tianqin sword, who is your master? Although King Qingyuan was in Li Zongjiu's bloody soul hell, he did not feel the slightest bit nervous. It was as if he had a card up his sleeve. With a sword in hand, no matter where he went in the world, he was fearless. I'm a lone wolf, so you don't have to worry about revenge. If you still have any trump cards, you'd better use them now. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Li Zongjiu advised. Even when facing an 8th grade primitive emperor, his imposing manner was not the slightest bit weak. Just hearing it made people unhappy. This brat could be said to be very courageous. He could actually act so pretentiously in front of King Qingyuan. Since Li Zongjiu had said it himself, King Qingyuan was even more unscrupulous. Even if your master's background is extraordinary, I, King Qingyuan, am not necessarily afraid. Don't forget that King Qingyuan is a member of the imperial family. No matter what kind of atrocities he has committed, his identity as a member of the imperial family is a protective talisman. Very well, then go to hell. King Qingyuan bellowed. The Tianqin sword in his hand emitted a radiance that resembled a thunderbolt exploding in the sky. The sword released tens of thousands of sword qi that rapidly swept towards King Qingyuan. Boom, a terrifying sword qi swept over. Upon seeing this, Li Zongjiu gently waved his hand. The blood spirit power easily wrapped around the ferocious sword aura. At the same time, a ferocious aura suddenly came from behind King Qingyuan. Roar! It turned out to be the blood devil of the blood soul hell. With a loud bang, it locked King Qingyuan's entire body. Strange thing. King Qingyuan had the form elemental jewel protecting his body, but it only blocked his line of sight slightly. Furthermore, his posture looked slightly unsightly. How can something like this be called a domain? Today, this king will let you experience what is called the true power of a domain. Immediately, King Qingyuan also unleashed his own power. Although Li Zongjiu was still young, his strength was not to be underestimated. Since that was the case, King Qingyuan had to take him seriously. Boom! From within King Qingyuan's body, a golden domain power suddenly attacked, as if it was going to break open a new world in Li Zongjiu's domain. It directly broke the power. The surrounding blood color faded away, and King Qingyuan's golden light world emerged. In the current situation, Li Zongjiu's domain was naturally unable to compete with King Qingyuan's domain power. It was not that his comprehension of the domain was insufficient, but that his strength had not reached King Qingyuan's level. After all, there was a huge gap between them. The blood soul hell around him faded away. The blood devil also collapsed without a fight. In this world filled with golden light, it was as if its body was constantly being pierced by sharp arrows. The domain power of an origin emperor powerhouse emerged. King Qingyuan originally wanted to get rid of Li Zongjiu directly, but the talent that Li Zongjiu displayed made King Qingyuan feel that he was being challenged. When his figure appeared, the terrifying power instantly crushed Li Zongjiu. This is the true domain. My golden mountain world. The ground under Li Zongjiu's feet was also golden. Behind King Qingyuan, there was a huge golden mountain. Golden mountain, everything that entered his eyes was a sea of gold. Even Li Zongjiu's head was suspended with many golden mountains. That lousy thing of yours is worthy of being called a domain? It was no wonder that King Qingyuan was so disdainful. The domain that King Qingyuan cultivated was indeed more mature and perfect than Li Zongjiu's. However, Li Zongjiu's domain was not a true domain. It was a hell forged by the hell technique. Although it looked similar, it was actually not the same thing. You can die without regrets now that you can see my true domain. Golden Mountain Fall. King Qingyuan said indifferently. Then, a terrifying power rose from the world of Golden Mountain. The Golden Mountain in the sky suddenly smashed down towards Li Zongjiu. If such an enormous mountain was completely composed of gold, its might would definitely be unstoppable. Boom! The Golden Mountain instantly smashed onto Li Zongjiu's body. The dust that was raised was all golden. In this world, there will be 5 people who can block my edge. King Qingyuan's eyes revealed an unprecedented domineering aura and arrogance. A mere Li Zongjiu wanted to step on King Qingyuan's head. How could such a thing happen? In just one move, Li Zongjiu was killed. There was no challenge at all. King Qingyuan was about to withdraw his domain when he suddenly saw the falling golden mountain in front of him shaking slightly. The huge golden mountain was lifted up by a huge force in the next moment. Boom! A golden dragon that was hundreds of feet long emerged and wrapped around the golden mountain. It seemed to have the domineering aura of a dragon crouching on Mount Tai. However, the golden dragon roared at the sky, and then a terrifying power condensed. Boom! The entire mountain of gold was easily crushed. Another dragon shadow appeared. Li Zongjiu stepped on the blood dragon and his figure rose slightly, accompanied by the golden dragon, the 4 origin spirits had devoured the power of the origin Qi dragon vein and reached an extremely peak state. It could be said that they did not have to worry about food and clothing anymore. Through that crazy absorption, it also directly made these 4 great primordial spirits become incomparably strong. Normally, these 4 great primordial spirits were also just cultivating all the time. However, they had never properly unleashed their power to have a real massacre. Now, they finally had a chance. The Blood Dragon Origin Spirit and the Golden Dragon Origin Spirit appeared. Even King Qingyuan was stunned for a moment. 2 Dragon Clan Origin Spirits. King Qingyuan was stunned when he saw the origin spirits behind Li Zongjiu. Twin origin spirits were one thing. However, Li Zongjiu was actually a twin Dragon Clan origin spirit. That's surprising, Li Zongjiu said faintly. With a wave of his hand, another wave of vast power surged out. White Dragon Origin Spirit, the power of 3 origin spirits appeared at the same time. The edge of King Qingyuan's Golden Mountain was even on the verge of collapse. The pressure of the 3 dragon sovereigns almost caused the Golden Mountain world to collapse. At present, they didn't even need to make too many moves to destroy the Golden Mountain world. King Qingyuan finally faced Li Zongjiu seriously at this moment. Triple Life Origin Spirit. Cold sweat even appeared on King Qingyuan's forehead. After cultivating for so long, he had seen a lot of twin life origin spirits. However, these twin life origin spirits were basically one good and one bad. The quality of the main origin spirit might be okay, but the quality of the other origin spirit was completely unsightly. Sometimes, it was even worse than a first-level origin beast. Therefore, it wasn't easy for a powerhouse to emerge from the twin life origin spirits. His Qingyuan manor had done some research before, but in the end, he found that the disadvantages of twin life origin spirits outweighed the advantages. The probability of 2 powerful origin spirits appearing was very low. The situation of triple life origin spirits was even rarer. Seeing the 3 Dragon Clan origin spirits displayed by Li Zongjiu at this moment, King Qingyuan didn't dare to imagine it. How could he believe that origin spirits could be so powerful? 3 Dragon Clan origin spirits, are you the young master of the Dragon Clan? You, who are you? King Qingyuan asked in a trembling voice. This matter was definitely not trivial. When the 3 Dragon Clan origin spirits were released, King Qingyuan already felt a little pressure, causing him to become serious. Sunset City, Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu officially announced his name. In the next moment, the blood dragon's soul under him also roared. The 2 flying dragons wrapped around Li Zongjiu's body to protect him. At this moment, they also carried the power of heaven and earth and madly attacked. King Qingyuan sensed Li Zongjiu's intention and immediately released a golden light, directing the Golden Mountain in the sky to fall down. With a roar, the Golden Dragon rushed toward the Golden Mountains. Although the Golden Mountain was hard, it was like a pile of tofu when it came into contact with the Golden Dragon's claws. It was easily crushed. Boom, boom. Golden Dragon Yuan Long's attack was straightforward and domineering. The Tianqin sword in King Qingyuan's hand slashed out once again. So what if you have 3 origin spirits? Your strength is only SOSO. It's not impossible to kill you. It just so happens that King Qingyuan has just obtained a set of secret techniques on how to extract the origin spirits from the bodies of others. King Qingyuan thought. Li Zongjiu, you've delivered yourself to me. Behind King Qingyuan, a golden one-horned earth dragon appeared. Its body was huge, and the horn in front of the one-horned earth dragon looked like a drill used to cut through mountains. The golden dragon true spirit swung its tail and slapped the single-horned earth dragon into the ground. At this moment, the 2 great origin spirits also started fighting. They continued to clash with each other. Boom, boom, King Qingyuan was not idle either. The heavenly Xian sword in his hand clashed with Li Zongjiu's desolate heaven essence. From time to time, there would be violent shockwaves that would spread out in all directions. The White Dragon True Spirit directly cut off King Qingyuan's control over the Golden Mountain world. As a result, the effect of the domain on him was reduced to the minimum. This caused King Qingyuan to be unable to control the Golden Mountain that was floating around him. The Blood Dragon True Spirit also roared out, its sharp claws rolling. It caused King Qingyuan's flesh and blood to boil incessantly. This caused King Qingyuan to feel incomparable torment. Clang, after a sudden collision, the heavenly Xian sword was also completely shaken away. Whoosh, the heavenly Xian sword in King Qingyuan's hand flew out. What? Even King Qingyuan was shocked. What was the origin of the weapon in Li Zongzhou's hand? It was actually able to send his heavenly illumination sword flying. Such a divine weapon is wasted on you. King Qingyuan immediately roared. As his palms flew out, the single-horned earth dragon that was fighting with the golden dragon crazily attacked and suppressed the golden dragon. At the same time, King Qingyuan's aura also soared. Domain augmentation, Buddha's Fury Golden Body. This was the move that King Qingyuan had been practicing recently. Buddha's Fury Golden Body, the anger of a Buddha could flatten the four seas. The golden light that continued to spread from all directions also caused King Qingyuan's strength to rapidly condense. The sudden change in his body also caused King Qingyuan's body to continuously grow larger. He was like a golden Buddha that was sitting on the spot. Die. King Qingyuan's body was shining with golden light, looking like a man made of pure gold. After appearing, King Qingyuan immediately turned his palm, carrying the power to shatter space, and smashed it towards Li Zongzhou. Boom, a terrifying airwave was set off on the ground. The moment the airwave soared into the sky, it also gave off a feeling of destruction. Mountain flipping golden seal. A voice suddenly came from behind King Qingyuan. It turned out that the palm just now did not hit Li Zongzhou, but was just an illusion created by the white dragon's origin spirit. When King Qingyuan turned his head, he saw a huge palm coming toward his face. Boom. At this moment, King Qingyuan's huge body was also directly slapped to the ground. A mouthful of golden blood spurted out. The mountain-toppling golden seal was a genuine Saint Yuan skill. It was not so easy to resist it. Not to mention that King Qingyuan had yet to reach the Supreme Being realm. However, King Qingyuan was not bad. Under this move, he was actually not slapped to death by Li Zongzhou. The golden dragon suddenly pressed one of its claws on the back of the earth dragon, and the other claw directly pulled out the earth dragon's head and sent it flying. Bang, the single-horned earth dragon immediately fell to the ground, losing its power and light. Li Zongzhou, how dare you destroy my origin spirit? King Qingyuan immediately roared, and a terrifying explosive force instantly shattered the barrier set up by the white dragon true spirit. Immediately, the power of the domain restored King Qingyuan's buff. However, after King Qingyuan let out a furious roar, he saw Li Zongzhou's golden dragon true spirit tear the earth dragon apart in no time. It even bit the energy into its mouth and swallowed it whole. Li Zongzhou. King Qingyuan was filled with grief and indignation. This single-horned earth dragon was his origin spirit. If his origin spirit was damaged, his strength would be greatly reduced. He was unwilling to see such a scene. If he wanted to restore the power of his origin spirit in the future, he did not know how much strength it would take. However, in Li Zongzhou's view, King Qingyuan did not have to worry about this problem at all, because he would not live past today. You destroyed my origin spirit. Don't even think about leaving today. Become my new origin spirit in my domain. In King Qingyuan's heart, he naturally coveted Li Zongzhou's three great Yuan spirits. If he, King Qingyuan, could obtain the help of these three great Yuan spirits, it was not impossible for him to sit on the throne. With a wave of his hand, the Tianqin sword returned to his hand. Another vigorous golden sword aura blasted towards Li Zongzhou. It seemed that the power of the domain had been directly mobilized, making it difficult to resist this terrifying sword. Dodge. Li Zongzhou naturally knew that this move was difficult to resist, so he directly let the blood dragon origin spirit tear a crack in the Golden Mountain world. Under the protection of the other two origin spirits, Li Zongzhou's figure also rushed out of the crack. King Qingyuan's sword missed. Seeing Li Zongzhou's action, he immediately roared in anger. Want to leave? This king never said that you could leave. King Qingyuan immediately chased after Li Zongzhou with his sword in hand. However, Li Zongzhou had already escaped from the Golden Mountain world. King Qingyuan, who was below him, followed closely. His speed was also extremely fast, and he was rapidly approaching Li Zongzhou. You can't escape. Just when King Qingyuan thought that he was about to capture Li Zongzhou, he saw Li Zongzhou's figure suddenly disappear. At the same time, King Qingyuan also felt a terrifying force coming at him. It seemed to be an invisible force. When he turned around, he saw an extremely small flying dagger flying towards him. King Qingyuan immediately stretched out his hand and caught the flying dagger in his hand. The terrifying mental strength contained in the flying dagger also made Qingyuan manner sober up at this moment. Mental attack. However, in the next moment, King Qingyuan exerted a little force with 2 fingers and immediately broke Li Zongjiu's vast flying dagger into 2 halves, clang, in the blink of an eye. The cold glint in King Qingyuan's eyes turned into astonishment. He lowered his head to look at the changes below, and a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. Domain? Impossible. With my domain, it's impossible for your domain to appear. King Qingyuan sensed the power in his body. When the bloody soul hell appeared again, he was immediately shocked. Under normal circumstances, there would only be one domain within a certain area of space. It would not be possible for 2 domains to appear at the same time. If one was strong and the other was weak, it would definitely be suppressed, or even defeated and swallowed up. Therefore, in a battle between primitive emperors, if the power of one's domain had been destroyed and defeated, it was basically equivalent to a failure. Furthermore, his Golden Mountain domain was still below and had not been withdrawn. How was it that Li Zongjiu was able to unleash his domain so easily? Welcome to hell. Li Zongjiu's eyes flashed with a cold light. At this moment, King Qingyuan suddenly felt as if his body was being locked down. His body was suddenly unable to move, and a gap of less than half a second appeared in his mind. However, in this gap of less than half a second, Li Zongjiu had already seized the opportunity. The desolate heaven essence in his hand. He threw it out with all his might. A head-on blow. I have Yuan power to protect my body. You can't hurt me. In fact, King Qingyuan had already regained consciousness. After all, he was an 8th-grade primitive emperor. Even with Li Zongjiu's evil soul eye, it was not an easy task to control him. However, even after regaining consciousness, it did not mean that he had enough strength to block this attack. Therefore, he could only rely on his own body to resist for a while. Boom! King Qingyuan's mind was in a state of chaos. His body was sent flying. Li Zongjiu chased after him with the desolate heaven essence in his hand. King Qingyuan's Yuan power was broken, but the desolate heaven essence was able to exert such power, causing King Qingyuan to be severely injured. However, he was not seriously injured, but the shock force was slightly stronger. When King Qingyuan regained some of his consciousness, he still found himself unable to move. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the golden dragon was coiling around him. One had to know that the golden dragon had used such a move to shatter a golden mountain in his golden mountain world. At this moment, when he saw the golden dragon appear, his heart sank. If this were to continue, the bones might even be crushed to pieces. The golden dragon's strength was indeed powerful. Below, in the blood soul hell, the blood demon, who was born from the smelting of the ancient demon clan, suddenly rose and trapped King Qingyuan, making him unable to move. Li Zongjiu's desolate heaven essence, which contained the power of the great wilderness divine mountain, fell with a boom. Boom, the blood demon's hand was broken. But at the same time, King Qingyuan was also blasted to the ground with a bang, falling into a pool of blood. Swoosh, Li Zongjiu's body fell. It was just a momentary opportunity, but it was seized by Li Zongjiu. His pursuit of victory had caused King Qingyuan to lose his chance. Li Zongjiu only had one chance to kill King Qingyuan. However, with years of battle experience, Li Zongjiu firmly grasped this opportunity. King Qingyuan's body fell to the ground. At this moment, his body was in tatters, and he had suffered great injuries from the heavy impact. The Xingyi jewel on his body had also shattered. After all, the coiling power of the golden dragon was not something that could be easily resisted. Even though this golden dragon was only at the level of a mere 9th-grade Yuan monarch, its power was still there. It was not difficult for it to challenge someone of a higher level. Boom, the blood dragon landed and pressed its claw on King Qingyuan's head. He, the dignified King Qingyuan, was now in the hands of someone else. Moreover, his head was pressed to the ground by someone, no, by a dragon. Isn't this the great King Qingyuan? You're actually lying on the ground, waiting for someone to bring you breakfast, right? Li Zongjiu said mockingly as he squatted beside King Qingyuan. King Qingyuan could only look at Li Zongjiu through the gaps between the blood dragon's claw. At the same time, he was rapidly recovering his yuan power and strength. He had to kill Li Zongjiu. Otherwise, he, the great King Qingyuan, would not even have this little bit of face left. How would he be able to survive in the world in the future? However, in the next second, King Qingyuan felt a pain in his abdomen. Li Zongjiu directly stabbed his hand into King Qingyuan's abdomen. As he circulated his yuan power, he plucked out King Qingyuan's origin bead. This was even more vicious than taking away the heart. You. What did you do? King Qingyuan was shocked. His eyes were trembling as he looked at Li Zongjiu. The only useful thing on your body is this origin bead. Thank you. Li Zongjiu waved his hand. The blood dragon's origin spirit also let out a low roar before entering Li Zongjiu's body and hiding. The blood soul hell was also removed. The origin bead of an 8th grade Yuan monarch was a superior auxiliary material used to refine elixirs. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending Sunset City and my Li family. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zongjiu lifted his foot and stomped on King Qingyuan's head. Boom. Qingyuan Villa. The smell of blood filled the sky. When these people rushed out of Qingyuan Villa, when Wei Pingjiang and the others rushed out of Qingyuan Villa, they all made public the crimes committed by Qingyuan Villa. Many of the family members of the important officials in the imperial court also had matters related to the Qingyuan manor. In addition, the Dingkuan province magistrate also reported that the Qingyuan manor had private military forces and even violated the law with martial arts. As a result, the Qingyuan manor was sealed up by the Sacred Flame Emperor. Emperor Xingyan also sent people to bring King Qingyuan back for interrogation. From this point, Emperor Xingyan's behavior, it was clear that he was shielding his younger brother. Even if it was his younger brother, he still left a slight chance. He only ordered people to bring King Qingyuan here, but did not directly order for him to be executed on the spot. However, the strange thing happened. Qingyuan Villa, from top to bottom, was completely wiped out. The whereabouts of King Qingyuan were still unknown. The entire Qingyuan mountain villa was also burned into ruins by this fire. Those who survived were only the blood-robed guards who were still carrying out missions outside. However, these people were now being hunted down by experts from all over the world. Some of the officials and forces that Qingyuan Villa had bribed were also seized at this moment. Once they were found out, their entire family would be executed. This incident could be considered the biggest purge since the founding of the Xingyan dynasty. Qingzhou City, City Lord Mansion. Fatty Wang Songji, as the city lord of Qingzhou City, had been hanging his head on his belt ever since Li Zongjiu took away his reserves of gold, silver, and jewels. However, when he found out that Li Zongjiu had really destroyed Qingyuan Villa, he felt that his life was in danger. Wang Songji felt that his entire body was about to collapse. His life was saved. However, Wang Songji also understood that once the Qingyuan Villa fell, there would definitely be a lot of people coming to find trouble with them. Therefore, Wang Songji packed his belongings overnight and prepared to leave Qingzhou City. Although he was very reluctant to give up the position of the city lord, his life was really important. He had to save his life first. A long time ago, Wang Songji had already used the change in his duties to prepare an escape route for himself. He even prepared a real household registration. Obviously, Wang Songji knew that today's situation would happen. Sigh, I really can't bear to give up my former status and power. Just as Wang Songji was about to leave his city lord mansion, he turned around and saw a figure standing behind him. This mysterious appearance gave Wang Songji a fright. Big king, spare my life. Wang Songji immediately knelt on the ground and looked at the person who walked out in front of him. He could already feel that his body was about to be burnt. I heard that the entire Qingyuan Villa was burned down by this ferocious person. Although the outside world was now guessing who exactly did it, Wang Songji did not know. Could it be that Wang Songji did not know? Besides Li Zongjiu, who else could it be? Therefore, when Wang Songji saw Li Zongjiu appear behind him, he was immediately scared out of his wits. Where are you going? Li Zongjiu looked at Wang Songji and said indifferently. I'm just going back to the countryside for a walk. Wang Songji immediately wiped off his sweat. Wang Songji did not expect Li Zhongjiu to turn back. Could it be that the miserable state of the Qingyuan villa was not enough for Li Zhongjiu to vent his anger? Could it be that Li Zhongjiu could not find the Qingyuan villa's treasury? Do you want to live? Li Zhongjiu naturally did not care about Wang Songji's words. He directly took out the map of Dingkuan province from Wang Songji's cupboard. Yes. Of course. Great hero, if you have anything to say, just say it. I, Wang Songji, will definitely do it for you. Wang Songji immediately understood that Li Zhongjiu had something to do with him. However, looking at the map, he did not know what Li Zhongjiu wanted to do with it. Encircle the rest of the Qingyuan villa's territory. Li Zhongjiu said. With Li Zhongjiu's identity, he destroyed the Qingyuan villa and even killed King Qingyuan. Emperor Xingyan's attitude, Li Zhongjiu was not clear. However, if the Emperor Xingyan wanted to avenge his brother, then even if the Xingyan dynasty was at its peak, Li Zhongjiu would not mind overturning the Xingyan dynasty. If the Xingyan dynasty was tactful, Li Zhongjiu would naturally not continue to pursue the Emperor Xingyan's mistakes. However, there must be some remnants of the Qingyuan villa. After all, the tree was big and its roots were deep. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu might as well be a good person to the end and destroy all these bases. This, Wang Songji was stunned. He never thought that Li Zhongjiu would look for him for such a thing. Marking all these places was an extremely huge project because the Qingyuan villa's layout had been set up for a long time. However, Wang Songji still marked all the places that he knew. Within the cities in this region, most of the officials have already been bribed by the Qingyuan manor. However, since the Qingyuan manor has already fallen, they have lost the funds to bribe them. These people will probably not continue to help the Qingyuan manor. These are the locations of the 4 big workshops, which are equivalent to the production line of the Qingyuan villa. This is the Yuan Beast Workshop, this is the Bright Thunder Workshop, this is the Ghost Doctor Workshop, and this is the Thousand Machine Workshop. If you go there, you must be very careful. The workshop owners of these 4 big workshops are not simple people. When it came to the 4 workshops, Wang Song knew that he was extremely nervous. One must know that if the people of the 4 big workshops came to find him, Wang Songji would be dead for sure. Li Zhongjiu put away the map and looked at Wang Songji. He glanced at Wang Songji. You, stay here. After saying that, Li Zhongjiu directly jumped and disappeared from the place. It's over, it's over. I should go or not? Wang Songji plopped down on the stool. Li Zhongjiu's remarkable ability was basically needless to say. Wang Songji had already received the news that the castellans of the other 2 cities had already been killed. Now that Li Zhongjiu had burned down the Qingyuan villa, what else could Li Zhongjiu not do? Even if he took advantage of this opportunity to escape, Li Zhongjiu would definitely have a way to find him. If someone knew that it was Wang Songji who leaked the news, then Wang Songji's end would be the same. He would be assassinated by the people of the Qingyuan villa. The degree of danger was still very high. Wait a minute, the Qingyuan villa has been King destroyed. Why should I be afraid? Wang Songji suddenly patted his head. Of course, these people used to be incomparably awe-inspiring, so even if something happened now, for Wang Songji, it was like a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. But now, the Qingyuan villa itself could not even protect itself. If these people wanted to step into his territory and cause trouble for him, then Wang Songji, of course, would take them all down and then report to the imperial court. After thinking it through, Wang Songji's whole body shook. The majesty and aggressiveness of the castellan also appeared on his body in an instant. Men, search the city for me. If you find any rebels from the Qingyuan villa, take them down immediately. Eagle Beak Ridge. If one were to look at the entire Eagle Beak Ridge from above, the shape of the ridge would look like the beak of an eagle. Although it was a dead end, it was definitely a place that was easy to defend and hard to attack. In the depths of the forest of Eagle Beak Ridge, there was a secret manor. The surroundings of the manor were heavily guarded. From time to time, the sounds of birds and beasts could be heard. The name of this place was Yuan Beast Workshop. Qingyuan Villa recruited many talents. Naturally, there would be a group of special talents who could control Yuan beasts. If they could form a strong Yuan beast army, just like the Black Eagle flag people, they would be the Black Eagle Yuan beasts that were mobilized from Yuan Beast Workshop. Apart from the headquarters of Qingyuan Villa, the most threatening place would be this place, at this moment, in Yuan Beast Workshop. Because of the destruction of the Qingyuan Villa, the 4 masters of the 4 districts had gathered together. They were discussing such a big matter. After all, the owner had been destroyed. However, they still needed a way to survive. Moreover, their intuition told them that the enemy of Qingyuan Villa would not let them off easily. The 4 masters of the workshop had all gathered together. Among them, Lei Gong's face was the gloomiest. Now, Lei Gong finally knew who the person who did this was. However, Lei Gong didn't dare to believe that this brat could really burn down the entire Qingyuan Villa by himself. It was simply a devastating disaster. Even until now, Lei Gong still hadn't realized what was going on, and he kept mumbling to himself. How could it be? How could it be that brat? This is impossible. Back then, the highest craftsmanship of the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop, the thunder-bursting sword and the thunder-slashing blade, had been snatched away by Li Zhongzhou. Because of this matter, Lei Gong had killed his way to Sacred Flame Royal City to find trouble with Li Zhongzhou. However, at that time, even with his own strength and the power of the thunder-bursting sword, he was still defeated by Li Zhongzhou. If it was not for the intervention of an Origin Emperor expert in Qingyuan Villa, Lei Gong would have died. Who would have thought that such a situation would occur in such a short period of time? What kind of grudge does Li Zhongzhou have against Qingyuan Manor? The 4 masters of the Elemental Beast Workshop sat in the meeting hall. The master of the Elemental Beast Workshop, Yun Ran. Now that everyone had gathered in his Yuan Beast Workshop, he naturally had to show his strength. After all, the defensive power of the other places wasn't that strong. Even the strength of these people wasn't as strong as his Yuan Beast Workshop. Now, he naturally had to make arrangements. Yun Ran's brows were almost pressed together. Why we're targeting Qingyuan Villa is naturally not important. What we need to discuss now is how we should deal with this fellow if he comes knocking on our door. The owner of the Ghost Doctor Square was called Living Tomb. The name Living Tomb was probably given by the Ghost Doctor Square itself. Although it sounded scary, the Living Tomb's medical skills had reached a transcendent realm. Among the medical experts of the present age, the Living Tomb's reputation was at least in the top 5. I didn't even notice that something like this was happening. The owner of the 1,000 Machine Workshop, Su Baichuan, was also vexed. The purpose of the 1,000 Machine Workshop was to collect information from all over the world. At the same time, it was also to do some publicity work. After all, the public was ignorant. As long as the public was fooled in the process, there would be no problem. Therefore, 1,000 Machine Workshop's job was to guide these ordinary people to cover up the truth and cover up the truth with one hand. Su Baichuan should have known about Li Zhongzhou's movements long ago. However, Li Zhongzhou's movements were too fast. From the time he destroyed the 8 banner men to the time he killed his way to Qingzhou City and other places, it only took 3 days. How could anyone react in time? Even if Su Baichuan had noticed it, it was already too late. It had already reached the point where no one could use him. The 3 big cities at the foot of Qingyuan Mountain had basically been destroyed. The Qingyuan Villa had the strongest power, but it still had no way to resist Li Zhongzhou. Although the 4 of them were sitting there peacefully, they felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. It was as if their heads would be taken off at any time. No matter what, there is only a way out if we fight to the death. Lei Gong said coldly. Previously, he had already had a conflict with Li Zhongzhou. Regardless of whether these people died or not, as long as Lei Gong was here, he would be killed as soon as he arrived. Therefore, Lei Gong had to instigate these people to form a united front with him. Even the villa master was killed by this person. Do you think he will let us go? Su Baichuan, tell me, are there any survivors in the Qingyuan Villa? Lei Gong said to Su Baichuan. Su Baichuan shook his head regretfully. Not a single survivor. A person who could do such a crazy thing, could it be that you still expected this person to sit down and chat with you? Don't think too much. The Qingyuan Villa was attacked. It must be Li Zhongzhou who used some kind of trick. Now, we just have to be vigilant and take advantage of this opportunity to capture Li Zhongzhou's family. We don't have to be afraid that Li Zhongzhou won't obey us. Lei Gong said coldly. Among many things, Lei Gong had already done his research. Li Zhongzhou's only weakness was his family. As long as they captured Li Zhongzhou's family members, Li Zhongzhou would definitely not dare to act rashly. The living tomb of the ghost doctor was slightly moved. Just as he was about to open his mouth to support, he heard a voice in the empty hall. "Oh? You want to capture my family members? You're quite considerate." When this voice sounded, Su Baichuan and the others immediately felt as if the black and white impermanence had come to their door. It was as if the great demon king from hell was walking towards them. Moreover, it was as if an entangled and powerful resentful ghost had appeared. At the door, a person slowly walked in. This person was Li Zhongzhou. Even the guards outside the door did not notice that Li Zhongzhou had quietly entered their main hall. "Li Zhongzhou!" Lei Gong exclaimed, as if he wanted to shout out the fear in his heart. The other three also felt their chests tighten, and immediately felt as if they were about to suffocate. A powerful aura descended upon them. These four masters, which one of them was not an overlord that could swallow the world? They all had their own status in the Jianghu, and they had their own strength to be proud of. However, in front of Li Zhongzhou, they were completely like weak babies. Their lives were already in the hands of Li Zhongzhou. "Li Zhongzhou, you." Before Lei Gong could finish speaking, he saw Li Zhongzhou's figure suddenly appear in front of Lei Gong. He directly raised his hand and directly lifted Lei Gong up. He tightly choked Lei Gong's neck, causing Lei Gong's face to turn red. Lei Gong also wanted to use his own Yuan power to break through Li Zhongzhou's restraint. However, the Yuan power was unable to condense in his body. It had been completely blocked by Li Zhongzhou. What a powerful strength! The other three could only watch this scene quietly from the side. In any case, Lei Gong was a grade 9 Yuan monarch. However, he was unable to resist Li Zhongzhou's strength. It was almost impossible for him to defeat Li Zhongzhou. Ugh, Lei Gong continued to struggle, but everyone could clearly feel his pain. His strength was slowly disappearing. In the end, Li Zhongzhou only used a slight force to break Lei Gong's neck. Lei Gong's corpse fell to the ground, powerless. "Who else said that they were going to capture my clansmen?" Li Zhongzhou said slowly as he wiped his hands and glanced at the remaining three people. The atmosphere at the scene became extremely silent. Right now, Li Zhongzhou had killed one of them the moment he appeared. He had strangled Lei Gong to death. This kind of behavior was also full of deterrence to them. Lei Gong wasn't wrong when he said that Li Zhongzhou would kill someone just because of a disagreement. Li Zhongzhou would never let him go. Thus, his actions could be considered to have verified what Lei Gong had said. "Li Zhongzhou, we have no enmity with you. We only have a cooperative relationship with Qingyuan Villa." Yun Ran, the owner of the Yuan Beast Workshop, said at this moment. This was the excuse that Yun Ran had thought of long ago. Otherwise, what else could they do? Could it be that they had to fight to the death with Li Zhongzhou? They didn't even have the slightest chance of winning. Also, we firmly disagree with what Lei Gong said. The matters of the underworld should be settled by the underworld. We will never involve our wives and families. This is the most despicable thing. Yun Ran naturally had a plan when he said this. Even if he couldn't survive today, he hoped to use these words to persuade Li Zhongzhou not to kill his wife and children and not to implicate his family. Li Zhongzhou nodded as he listened. Then, he sat on Lei Gong's chair. Yun Ran's eyes lit up when he saw Li Zhongzhou's actions. He naturally understood Li Zhongzhou's intention. There was room for negotiation. Yun Ran clapped his hands immediately. "Someone, prepare the tea. Drag this thing out." Immediately, a maidservant came forward to make tea. In addition, 2 Yuan Beast Workshop guards came forward and directly dragged him out. When the 2 guards saw the corpse, they were shocked. Wasn't this the owner of Lei Gong? How did he turn into a corpse in the blink of an eye? It was frightening. However, the current situation was extremely delicate. The 2 of them didn't even dare to breathe heavily as they dragged Lei Gong's corpse away. "When I came here, I had already burned down the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop." Li Zhongzhou waved his hand and a hot plaque fell on the floor with a bang. It was the plaque of the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop. Obviously, Li Zhongzhou was telling the truth. "This is the second stop. Since all of you are here, I don't have to run around. It must be said that the distance between the 4 workshops was not very close. If one were to travel in all directions, it would take a lot of time. Please advise me, Brother Li. Su Baichuan had met many people and knew many things. Seeing Li Zhongjiu's attitude, he knew that Li Zhongjiu was here to negotiate. Otherwise, he would have killed all of them. After all, according to Su Baichuan's information about Li Zhongjiu in Thousand Machine Workshop, Li Zhongjiu was never hesitant. He did things swiftly and decisively without the slightest hesitation. I have a grudge with Qingyuan Villa. Naturally, I will destroy it. However, since you have left Qingyuan Villa, I will not make things difficult for you. Li Zhongjiu said slowly. He took a sip of the tea that the maid had just brought. Hearing Li Zhongjiu's words, these people didn't hesitate at all. Qingyuan Villa has nothing to do with us. My ghost doctor workshop and Qingyuan Villa are not familiar with each other. There is nothing to talk about. My Thousand Machine Workshop is also an independent camp. We will give information to whoever pays us. Qingyuan Villa has already been destroyed. Naturally, it has nothing to do with my Thousand Machine Workshop. The attitudes of these 3 workshop masters were also incomparably firm. When they said this, they didn't even blink. Every word they said was sonorous and forceful. Qingyuan Villa had only used force to control them. Of course, they had also channeled a large amount of their own funds to allow them to develop. That was why they had the current technology. However, in order to survive, even if it was for some benefits, they could directly betray them. To them, this was nothing out of the ordinary. When one went out and roamed the Jianghu, one had to know how to react when the situation was not good. Li Zhongjiu saw the attitude of these people and wasn't surprised at all. All right then. In the future, you will move to Sacred Flame Imperial City and work for me. Li Zhongjiu opened his mouth and said. When they heard Li Zhongjiu's words, the expressions of the 3 immediately changed. Originally, they thought that after leaving Qingyuan Villa, they would more or less have a sense of freedom. With their powerful strength, they would have more or less had the opportunity to grow and even earn more benefits in such an environment. Now that they had finally gotten rid of Qingyuan Villa with great difficulty, Li Zhongjiu came to recruit them in the blink of an eye. Whether it was good or bad, no one could say for sure. However, if the 3 of them were to work for Li Zhongjiu, they would more or less feel a little uncomfortable. Who would be willing to be under someone else? Brother Li, if there is any business cooperation, you only need to tell us. My Yuan Beast Workshop. Before Yunran could finish his words, Li Zhongjiu directly waved his hand. A golden longsword flew out from Li Zhongjiu's control. Bang! This golden longsword directly nailed Yunran to the chair. Yunran's eyes stared at the golden sword that was stuck in his body. Tian Xian sword. The other 2 almost stood up from their seats. When they saw the Tian Xian sword, the 2 of them also understood that Li Zhongjiu might have killed King Qingyuan directly. Otherwise, how could he have obtained the Tian Xian sword? This was King Qingyuan's personal sword. Now that it had appeared in Li Zhongjiu's hands, Yunran only slightly expressed his unwillingness and didn't have the chance to say anything else. There are quite a lot of people who want to replace you. Think about it carefully. As Li Zhongjiu's voice faded, a well-dressed young man walked in from outside the door and directly walked in front of Li Zhongjiu. Yuan Beast Workshop's Lu Yong greets young lord. Lu Yong was considered the number 2 person in Yuan Beast Workshop. At the same time, he was also a genius in Yuan Beast Workshop. He was a talent that Yunran had painstakingly nurtured. However, no one knew how long it would take for Lu Yong to take over Yuan Beast Workshop from Yunran. Moreover, Yuan Beast Workshop might not be directly passed to him. After all, Yunran also had a child. When Lu Yong appeared, the other 2 understood that Yunran was destined to die today. Moreover, he had become a good example to set for others. Get up. Take care of Yuan Beast Workshop and leave the base here. As for the other key personnel, report to me at Sacred Flame Royal City in a month's time. Li Zhongjiu said slowly. Naturally, it was very clear that he wanted Lu Yong to take care of everything. If anyone wanted to rebel, they would have to act accordingly. Any uncertain factors must be eliminated. Otherwise, Lu Yong would be useless. Yes, young lord. The 2 of you don't have any other opinions, right? Li Zhongzhou looked at Living Tomb and Su Baichuan. Ling Ren's heart tightened. The meaning was very obvious. Even if the two of you were unwilling, there were still ways to take over your subordinates. You wouldn't be able to escape. Lu Yong also got up and looked at the two of them. Workshop masters, there shouldn't be any big problems, right? Looking at Lu Yong's eyes, it was obvious that they wouldn't be able to leave Yuan Beast Workshop if they didn't express their attitude today. It's naturally our wish to be able to follow the young lord. Su Baichuan quickly got up and said. The other Living Tomb also got up and bowed to Li Zhongzhou. After living for so long, he had never seen such a ruthless young man. It was as if he had control over their life and death. From the beginning, the fate of these people had been controlled by Li Zhongzhou. There was no chance for them to do it again. That's good. I'll wait for you in Sacred Flame Royal City. Li Zhongzhou stepped forward and pulled out the Heavenly Xian sword. Then, he turned around and left Yuan Beast Workshop. Farewell, young lord. Lu Yong said respectfully in the direction where Li Zhongzhou left. After Li Zhongzhou left, the two of them turned to look at Lu Yong. Naturally, he knew that Lu Yong had seized the opportunity when he had suddenly popped up. Kid, you really know how to seize the opportunity. Su Baichuan glanced at Lu Yong. It was no wonder that Li Zhongzhou could enter this place without alerting anyone. It was obvious that there was a spy in this place. Soon, there would definitely be a bloodbath in this Yuan Beast Workshop. Su Baichuan and Living Tomb could not help but exclaim in surprise. Youngsters nowadays were really ruthless. Li Zhongzhou left the Eagle Beak Ridge and checked the map. He wasn't too far away from the destination he was planning to go to. I have to get a spaceship when I return. It's a waste of time to fly around by myself every day. Snow Eagle Mountain Range. When Li Zhongzhou's figure approached the vicinity of the Snow Eagle Mountain Range, he also saw the deep cold air sweeping over from the distant mountain range. From time to time, there would also be relatively strong hurricanes sweeping across the sky. Deep Freeze Snow Eagle. It was definitely a well-known existence among the flying Yuan beasts. The temperature would drop rapidly at high altitudes. Many flying Yuan beasts were unable to fly at high altitudes. However, the Deep Freeze Snow Eagle was considered a top-notch existence among the flying Yuan beasts. It could at least soar to an altitude of 90,000 meters. As a rank 5 Yuan beast, it was not weak at all. In some aspects, the Deep Freeze Snow Eagle even surpassed some rank 6 Yuan beasts. However, given the Deep Freeze Snow Eagle's talent, it was very normal for it to break through the rank 6 Yuan beast. Boom! A figure swept across the sky at low altitudes. It was a warning to Li Zhongzhou not to get close to the area where they were. Just the figure in front of him was already giving off a feeling as though the sky was falling from the sky. One could not help but feel terrified. Oh? Peak rank 5. It's not far from rank 6. It's you. Li Zhongzhou immediately executed the hidden dragon art. His body soared into the sky and chased after the Deep Freeze Snow Eagle. As his body soared, he caught up with the Deep Freeze Snow Eagle. The Deep Freeze Snow Eagle sensed Li Zhongzhou's appearance behind it. Then, a look of disdain appeared on its face. It immediately turned around and circled around Li Zhongzhou. Its claws directly grabbed at Li Zhongzhou. Boom! The attack missed. Although Li Zhongzhou's body was in the air, he was still able to move freely. He easily landed on the back of the Deep Freeze Snow Eagle's body. The Deep Freeze Snow Eagle carried Li Zhongzhou and soared into the sky. If Li Zhongzhou wanted to kill the Deep Freeze Snow Eagle, he had countless chances to do so. However, Li Zhongzhou's goal was to take the Deep Freeze Snow Eagle away. Hence, he had to subdue it first. Li Zhongzhou stood on the back of the Deep Freeze Snow Eagle. He allowed the Snow Eagle to carry Li Zhongzhou into the sky. Boom! They flew past the tens of thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. The temperature in the surroundings dropped rapidly. The Snow Eagle seemed to be ascending vertically. Very few meta beasts could do this. It was obviously trying to show Li Zhongzhou how powerful it was. However, Li Zhongzhou stood on the Snow Eagle's back. He grabbed the Snow Eagle's feathers with one hand. His body did not move at all as he soared into the sky. Boom! Finally, the Deep Freeze Snow Eagle seemed to have reached its limit. It was about 80,000 meters above the ground. Nothing could be seen clearly below it. It did not even know how many layers of clouds it had penetrated. Even the deep freeze snow eagle's wings were starting to form a thin layer of frost. If this continued, its body would probably be frozen solid. Although the limit was 90,000 meters, it also depended on the situation. If the situation was sudden and the preparation was not sufficient, it would be very difficult to reach 80,000 meters. That's it? Li Zhongjiu's body was protected by the obsidian fire. High up in the sky, the yuan qi was so thin that even yuan monarchs could not use it. However, this was not a problem for Li Zhongjiu, as he had an extremely terrifying yuan qi hell in his body. Back then, Li Zhongjiu could not absorb all of the yuan qi dragon vein's energy. Hence, he used all of the energy to open up this hell. This hell was filled with yuan qi and could provide Li Zhongjiu with an endless supply of yuan qi. As long as Li Zhongjiu was still breathing, this yuan qi hell would continue to supply him. As his strength increased, the power of this yuan qi hell would also gradually increase. Li Zhongjiu naturally would not let the deep freeze snow eagle go so easily. Li Zhongjiu immediately released his yuan qi. The terrifying energy immediately carried the deep freeze snow eagle and continued to soar upwards. Boom! The deep freeze snow eagle struggled with all its might. In the end, it could only watch helplessly as this person carried it up to a height of 100,000 meters in the sky. Even the deep freeze snow eagle had never reached such a height. Although its body was already frozen stiff, its eyes still remembered everything. This made the deep freeze snow eagle feel as if it was dreaming. However, if this continued, it would not have the chance to open its eyes again. Its physical strength continued to decline, and it could even feel its vitality rapidly disappearing. The deep freeze snow eagle, the overlord of the sky, had actually fainted in the sky. If news of this were to spread, it would be a disgrace. Li Zhongjiu guessed that this fellow was about to die. He directly brought the deep freeze snow eagle down to the ground. 100,000 meters in the sky was naturally nothing to Li Zhongjiu. Powerful yuan qi protected his body. Back then, Dragon Island was located at an altitude of 100,000 meters above the ground. It took Li Zhongjiu a long time to find the location of Dragon Island. Then, he defeated the 4 supremes of the dragon tribe. In order to break through to the absolute saint realm, Li Zhongjiu was willing to do such a thing. Li Zhongjiu looked in the direction and brought the unconscious deep freeze snow eagle down to Luoxia city. From this height, as long as he found the right direction, he would be able to reach the city. There was no need to fly again. Boom! Even though they were falling from the sky, it still took nearly an hour. Bang! The deep freeze snow eagle's body had already melted in the air. However, the stiff parts of its body had yet to recover. Finally, when it was about to hit the ground, it struggled to get up. Even so, as he struggled, the deep freeze snow eagle smashed into the ground. Who's there? A long trail of frost was left behind in the forest. This long trail of frost immediately alarmed the people of Thousand Horse City who were guarding this place not far away. Immediately, they rushed out one after another. The one leading them was Feng Qingyu. Because Li Zhongjiu seemed to have caused some trouble outside, Feng Qingyu had no choice but to guard the surrounding roads. Otherwise, who knew how many people would come looking for trouble? It's me. Li Zhongjiu looked at Feng Qingyu and said indifferently. Feng Qingyu frowned when she saw Li Zhongjiu. Why did you fall from Tian sky? Feng Qingyu signaled the people behind her to relax. Li Zhongjiu was one of them. I promised you before. Rank 5 Yuan Beast. Just as Li Zhongjiu finished speaking, he saw a huge figure stumbling out of the forest. As it shook its feathers, it suddenly regained its senses. It wasn't that it didn't want to fly, but it couldn't move its wings now. The previous soul-stirring scene was too much for it. That terrifying scene had shocked it. Be on guard. The surrounding soldiers immediately became alert. The bows and sabers in their hands were all aimed at the deep freeze snow eagle. When Feng Qingyu felt the deep freeze snow eagle's aura at close range, she was also extremely shocked. The deep freeze snow eagle's aura was too strong. A peak rank 5 meta beast. With such a huge body and those valiant and handsome wings, people could not help but want to go up and touch them. This is a deep freeze snow eagle. Feng Qingyu couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the deep freeze snow eagle. Among the wind attribute meta beasts, the deep freeze snow eagle was considered one of the best. Although its combat strength wasn't outstanding, its wind attribute and terrifying endurance were extremely outstanding. Yes, you. If you don't want to die in vain, take the initiative to sign an elemental soul contract with her. Li Zhongzhou glanced at the deep freeze snow eagle beside him. The deep freeze snow eagle saw that there were so many humans who overestimated themselves and aimed at it with weak weapons. It immediately roared a few times, as if it felt that its dignity as a king was being greatly challenged. However, Li Zhongzhou's words made the deep freeze snow eagle tremble. After all, the deep freeze snow eagle had just experienced how terrifying Li Zhongzhou's power was. No human had ever been able to reach such a high altitude. Even the deep freeze snow eagle couldn't reach such a high altitude. Li Zhongzhou's strength had completely surpassed it. Therefore, the deep freeze snow eagle admired Li Zhongzhou very much. However, when it heard that it was going to sign an elemental soul contract with this weak human, it became excited. The deep freeze snow eagle was instantly excited. Beep! A sharp cry pierced through the night sky, almost rushing towards the sky. The deep freeze snow eagle's action startled Feng Qingyu and the others. But after letting out a shriek, the deep freeze snow eagle lowered its noble head to Feng Qingyu. There wasn't even anything to think about. If it did not lower its head, everyone knew what would happen to it. Li Zhongzhou would definitely not let it go. As a peak class 5 soul beast, the deep freeze snow eagle's intelligence wasn't low. Therefore, he quickly made a decision. Anyway, Li Zhongzhou was so powerful, and this human seemed to have a good relationship with Li Zhongzhou. In the future, there would be someone to protect him. Becoming the original soul of a human was better than being killed like this. If it was unwilling, the deep freeze snow eagle would not doubt that Li Zhongzhou would kill it in an instant and find another one. This is real. Feng Qingyu even suspected that her eyes were playing tricks on her. Recently, Feng Qingyu was on the verge of a breakthrough. Therefore, she was in a dilemma as to what kind of soul beast to find. Feng Qingyu didn't have a strong background. She was able to reach her current position as a commander through her own efforts. If she were to find the great commander, he would at most help her capture a beginner class 5 soul beast. That would be very good. She couldn't possibly ask the general for help because of such a small matter. Feng Qingyu didn't have the guts to do so. How could she trouble the general for such a small matter? As for what Li Zhongzhou had said previously, that she could raise any conditions, Feng Qingyu had just said it casually. She hadn't expected Li Zhongzhou to take it seriously. Just like that, in broad daylight, he brought a grade 5 peak soul beast down from the sky. Moreover, he had made the soul beast sign a contract with her. This way, she would be able to gain even more benefits. It was rare to hear of a soul beast signing a contract on its own accord. How did Li Zhongzhou do it? Could he be some kind of soul beast king? Li Zhongzhou's method was to use his powerful strength to subdue the deep freeze snow eagle. Nature worshipped the strong, and the soul beasts were even more so. They clearly knew the importance of this and the power of the strong. How could an ordinary person be able to reach a height of 100,000 meters? Coo, the deep freeze snow eagle muttered. Feng Qingyu had yet to place her hand on it. Could it be that she wasn't willing to sign a contract with it? Hurry up. I still have time to protect you personally. Li Zhongzhou said. An opportunity to become stronger was right in front of her. Feng Qingyu didn't want to be pretentious. If she had to look for it herself, she wouldn't be able to find a stronger and more suitable soul beast even if she had a great encounter. Feng Qingyu nodded. Then, she bit her finger and drew a contract symbol on the deep freeze snow eagle's head. Finally, she placed her head on the deep freeze snow eagle's head. Buzz, Yuan power released from nature immediately wrapped around Feng Qingyu and the deep freeze snow eagle. Li Zhongzhou observed the emergence of this power. It was born in nature. It was born in this world. What a powerful world. He lifted his head and looked at the sky. Even though they had broken through a height of 100,000 meters, the sky was still under the sky. The process of forming the contract was extremely quick. The deep freeze snow eagle's body turned into a ray of light and surged into Feng Qingyu's body. Initially, Feng Qingyu was not used to it. However, as her body shook, she quickly absorbed it. At the same time, the terrifying power in her body started to condense. I'm about to break through. Previously, Feng Qingyu was only at the peak of the origin ancestor level. After absorbing the energy of the deep freeze snow eagle, her strength would definitely break through. As for how far she could break through, that would depend on her own potential. The surrounding yuan power was also vibrating continuously. Many soul beasts in the distance could feel the powerful yuan power fluctuation. If they ate this yuan power fluctuation, they would definitely be able to increase their strength. However, just as they approached, they discovered that there was actually an extremely powerful existence in the vicinity. Therefore, any intelligent yuan beast would directly turn around and leave. There were also some soul beasts that didn't know what was good for them. However, they were all blocked by Li Zhongjiu's yuan power. Buzz, Li Zhongjiu directly sent those soul beasts flying. No soul beast dared to approach within a radius of 500 meters. Rumble. In the middle of the night, a powerful shockwave soared into the sky and rolled towards it. In an instant, it seemed as though a king had descended within a radius of 100 miles. At that moment, all the living creatures prostrated themselves. They could feel the birth of a king. Why does it feel so strange? Li Zhongjiu had a strange feeling when he saw Feng Qingyu break through. It seemed as though Feng Qingyu's breakthrough wasn't simple. To be able to trigger such a huge shockwave and cover such a vast area with her aura, Feng Qingyu's strength wasn't simple. Feng Qingyu opened her eyes. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu also sensed a glint flashing across Feng Qingyu's eyes. Then, it hid deep within Feng Qingyu's body. Will inheritance? Li Zhongjiu was slightly surprised when he saw Feng Qingyu. Naturally, the ray of light that flashed away couldn't escape Li Zhongjiu's eyes. It seemed as though Feng Qingyu's background wasn't simple. Those who could use the inheritance secret technique weren't ordinary clans. Grade 4 Yuan King. Your talent is pretty good. Li Zhongjiu stepped forward and said. I don't have anything to congratulate you with. Take this 1,000-beast portrait as a gift. Feng Qingyu did not stand on ceremony and received the 1,000-beast portrait. Thank you. There's no need to thank me. I snatched it anyway. Li Zhongjiu waved his hand. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Come and find me if you need anything in the future. Li Zhongjiu said. Feng Qingyu nodded her head. She seemed to have become even more aloof after her breakthrough. Li Zhongjiu did not care about this. Feng Qingyu was sincerely helping the Li family. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu would naturally treat Feng Qingyu as a friend and treat her with sincerity. After Li Zhongjiu left, Feng Qingyu gathered energy in her palm once again. His cultivation, which was originally a grade 4 Yuan monarch, was rising rapidly. Grade 5 Yuan monarch, grade 6 Yuan monarch, grade 7 Yuan monarch. It was only after she broke through to grade 7 Yuan monarch that the rising aura gradually slowed down. It turns out that I have such a deep blood feud on my shoulders. The will of the inheritance had also told Feng Qingyu about her background. Everything she had been searching for was also contained in the will of the inheritance. At this moment, she finally understood everything clearly. If I want to take revenge, I need to be even more powerful. Feng Qingyu glanced around. It seemed like the current situation and the surrounding environment were no longer suitable for her to continue staying. The enemies she would have to face would be extremely terrifying. Li Zhongjiu's figure flickered and returned to Luoxia City. It was currently early in the morning in Luoxia City. Li Zhongjiu's figure landed on the tallest building in Luoxia City as he looked at the morning sun that was about to appear. This was a library. Li Zhongjiu had ordered people to protect this library. Therefore, the view from here was just nice to have a panoramic view of the beautiful scenery of Luoxia City. Although Li Zhongjiu had been the evil lord in his previous life and was powerful enough to kill anyone, no one was willing to stay here and accompany him to watch such a scene. Even Li Zhongjiu could not suppress his feelings. However, things were different in this life. His family was still alive, and his friends were still alive. His enemies, or even those who would become his enemies, were all dead. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu was finally in the mood to appreciate such a beautiful scene. In the morning, Li Zhongjiu sat on the roof of the library and looked up at the sunset. He almost fell asleep on the roof. When he returned to the Li family again, everyone in the Li family was still running around to spread the news. However, the Li family seemed to be quite busy now. Due to the mining of the black iron ore, all sorts of things were happening one after another. Therefore, the Li family could be said to be very busy now. Even Li Tianqing merely greeted Li Zhongjiu. What else could there be to talk about between father and son? As long as they lived peacefully, that was enough. Therefore, when he saw Li Zhongjiu, he only said a few words and then went to do his own thing. It's really busy. Li Zhongjiu could not help but scratch his head. However, he did not intervene in these matters. After all, Li Zhongjiu also needed to slowly grow from a small family to a big family. Along the way, they also needed to constantly verify and experience. The growth of a family was much more difficult than the growth of an individual. Therefore, when Li Zhongjiu saw that the Li family could enter such a state, he was quite gratified in his heart. San Tong, in the future, you will follow my father and protect him well. Li Zhongjiu summoned San Tong. San Tong and Tian Fei also returned to Luoxia City. Although they were naturally worried about Li Zhongjiu going to Qingyuan Manor alone, for San Tong, he could only worry about this matter. He could not even intervene in it. His strength was far from enough. Even if he wanted to protect Li Zhongjiu now, it was impossible. Therefore, staying in the Li family was naturally the best choice and the best place to settle down. However, letting San Tong protect Li Zhongjiu's father showed that he was very optimistic about San Tong. After all, this was Li Zhongjiu's father. Entrusting his father's life in San Tong's hands was enough to prove his trust in San Tong. Yes, young master. How is your injury recovering? In the last battle, Tian Fei was seriously injured and even almost died. It was still quite dangerous. Although Tian Fei's strength was ordinary, he could also reach the Origin Emperor realm if he cultivated for a few years. It wasn't easy to recruit a few Origin Emperor experts from the central region. If Tian Fei's strength was really not enough, as long as he followed Li Zhongjiu, it would be very difficult for him to break through even if he did not want to. Young master, there is no big problem. Well, that's good. Rest here for a few days. After a few days, the Dark Horse Elixir meeting will begin. You will come with me at that time. Li Zhongjiu said. Tian Fei was extremely touched. Back then, he had offended Li Zhongjiu, but now, Li Zhongjiu was actually treating him with such generosity. This was something that Tian Fei could not believe. A person like the young lord was a true expert. Moreover, Tian Fei had also experienced the sincerity between people during his stay in the Li family. The people of the Li family did not have the slightest intention of ordering Tian Fei around. Even the Li family head took care of Tian Fei many times when he saw him, which made Tian Fei feel very touched. Tian Fei was even willing to die for Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu did not know that Tian Fei was thinking about so many things in his head. Die for me? You must be crazy. Later, Li Zhongjiu also visited the pilot that Xianxia had specially trained for the Qilin battleship. In order to be able to operate the Qilin battleship more freely, Xianxia and the others spared no effort in training the pilot. 50 disciples were selected from the entire Li family to be trained. As the strength of the Li family grew, some of the branches that had left in the past also came back to recognize their relatives. This kind of thing was inevitable. The return of the clansmen was naturally the beginning of the Li family's strength. This is the heaven and earth spinning device. In the control room of the battleship, you are likely to encounter enemies coming from all directions. Therefore, even when the view is spinning, you have to quickly and accurately find the direction of the enemy. Xianxia personally guided the training of the Li family's disciples. Li Zhongjiu watched from the side and did not disturb. Hey, this girl also came to participate in the training. Li Zhongjiu saw a beautiful figure among the Li family's disciples. Wasn't she his cousin, Li Yan, who had taken care of him when he was young? Li Yan's pointy little face was drenched in sweat. When her feet stepped into the heaven spinning earth spinning device, she was also upside down, spinning around in all directions. Li Yan was also training hard to become the pilot of the Qilin battleship. Only in this way could he protect his family and prevent his family from being attacked by others again. In fact, in the hearts of the Li family's disciples, they were being guided by the correct ideology. If they wanted their family to prosper, they had to constantly strengthen and train hard. Only by doing so would they be able to face even more powerful enemies in the future. Only then would they be able to live up to their reputation of being defeated. Not many of the Li family's disciples would continue to enjoy such a comfortable environment. Usually, when such disciples appeared, they would be thrown out for a good trial without Li Tianqing's order. The Li family was also idle for a period of time. Li Zongjiu refined a lot of elixirs. At the same time, he also sorted out some of the cultivation techniques. When he was free, he found someone to pass them down. During this period of time, he was also waiting for the Xingyan dynasty's attitude to change. Obviously, the Xingyan dynasty had acquiesced to this matter, which made Li Zongjiu somewhat puzzled. There must be a problem. Li Zongjiu frowned. Emperor Xingyan's brother had died, but he didn't express anything. Even an ordinary person wouldn't have such a reaction. However, in such a peaceful situation, Li Zongjiu was more than happy to see it. No matter what schemes and plans you have in the future, at least you can be calm now. Li Zongjiu will take it as you are sensible and won't pursue the matter. If he had the cultivation of his previous life. Not to mention King Qing Yuan, even Emperor Xingyan would have to King come out and kneel in front of him to apologize. His leisure days flew by quickly. Li Zongjiu also stayed in Luoxia City for nearly half a month. It helped Li Tianqing's cultivation to directly rise to the 6th grade of the Origin Ancestor realm. Now, the strength of the Li family was comparable to that of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect. Of course, this was without any external help. Otherwise, with just the strength of the 3rd grade, it could easily kill the entire Fog Snow Alchemy sect. It was precisely because of his strength that he was able to display. The rise of the Li family in Luoxia City, and even in Dingquan province, was already unstoppable. The pilots of the 10 Qilin warships had also completed the preliminary training. The following strengthening and consolidation training only needed to be self-aware. It had to be said that people with martial talent learned these things very quickly. In just over half a month, they had already mastered these things. Among them, Li Yun's level improved rapidly, which made Jing Haorencai constantly in the process. Why didn't the Jing family have such a talent, although there were relatively few. The composition of the talents in the big families was actually more or less the same. If there were more people, the probability of some geniuses appearing would be higher. After all, the base number was huge. However, the resources they enjoyed were different, so the status and level they could achieve were also different. The main thing was still to see how many resources could be used on one's body. If one was served with all kinds of medicinal pills from birth, or even if one only needed to concentrate on cultivation, the time and opportunities to cultivate would naturally be more, and the possibility of becoming an expert would naturally be greater. Of course, there were no absolutes in the world. Sometimes, an overly comfortable environment would cause people to become depraved. Only with sufficient motivation would these people be able to constantly move forward. The Li family had gradually paid attention to this aspect. Li Tianqing was not a short-sighted person. The reason why Li Zongjiu could grow to such a level in the future was also because of Li Tianqing's influence. Even though the family was rich now, it would never make any disciple feel satisfied. They had to improve their strength in order to enjoy the corresponding resources. The notice of the 100 Medicine Pavilion had been sent to Li Zongjiu. 3 days later, they would gather in Black Horse Town. At the same time, there was also an invitation letter. It was the invitation letter of the Black Horse Elixir Gathering. This elixir gathering from Black Horse Town was not difficult for Li Zongjiu, but it was also a gathering that only happened once every 10 years. It was able to gather all the high-quality elixirs in the world. Therefore, Li Zongjiu did not need to run around in this Black Horse Elixir Gathering. He could directly collect all the high-quality elixirs in one fell swoop. I am going out. What are you doing? Li Zongjiu saw that Li Yun seemed to be ready, and she was already standing outside Li Zongjiu's house. Of course I am protecting you. You are now an important person in our Li family. Li Yun looked at Li Zongjiu and teased him. Li Zongjiu almost laughed out loud. With your skinny arms and legs, you want to protect me? You. I am now the only person in the Li family who can freely pilot the Qilin battleship. The head of the family has already ordered me to protect you. If you have any objections, then go directly to the head of the family. Li Yan looked at Li Zhongzhou's mocking expression, and she suddenly felt angry. This little guy's strength had grown, and his skin was also itching. Oh? You can pilot the Qilin battleship? Li Zhongzhou was surprised. This Qilin battleship was such a big guy, but Li Yan's thin and weak appearance, could she pilot it? Sorry, I am now the captain of this Qilin battleship. Li Yan proudly straightened her chest and looked at Li Zhongzhou. This was also the reward system given by the Li family. Whoever could successfully pass this exam and become a qualified captain, then he would be able to own a Qilin battleship. Now, Li Yan had become the first captain of the Li family. She could be regarded as a pioneer of the Li family. However, the first captain directly sent the Qilin battleship to Li Zhongzhou's side. Obviously, Li Tianqing was very concerned about Li Zhongzhou's protection. Li Zhongzhou was also very clear about this. Therefore, when he looked at Li Yan's face, it was as if she had come to look for him with an imperial sword. He immediately nodded helplessly. Alright, then let's go out and have a look. Li Zhongzhou did not object to this behavior. After all, the people of the Li family couldn't always stay in this small Luoxia city. Someone had to go out and see the world, so that they could be used in the future. Although it was good to go out and explore, the outside world was after all, dangerous. Obviously, it would be safer if Li Zhongzhou went out with them. Hearing Li Zhongzhou's agreement, Li Yan's face suddenly showed a surprised expression. I'll go and prepare now. In fact, Li Yan had also looked for Li Tianqing before, but Li Tianqing did not say that she must follow Li Zhongzhou. Li Tianqing, who was familiar with Li Zhongzhou's character, naturally knew about Li Zhongzhou's temper. Therefore, he only said that Li Yan should strive for it herself. If Li Zhongzhou agreed, then he would let Li Yan follow him. Li Zhongzhou also understood that this girl had tricked Li Zhongzhou. This suddenly made Li Zhongzhou speechless. Tianfei, get ready. We'll set off after lunch. Yes, young master. In the afternoon, a Qilin battleship swept over the sky of Luoxia City with a boom. In the beginning, it was still a little shaky. It even gave people the feeling that it was about to fall as it swayed. But after that, it became stable. It was the first time it was carrying out a mission, so it was a little nervous. This made Li Yan a little excited. Li Tianqing was in the courtyard of the Li family, looking at the Qilin battleship in the sky, and his heart was filled with emotions. With Li Zhongzhou in the Li family, there was no need to worry about not being able to roam the world. The Li family's roaming ship rose into the sky. Tianfei and Li Yan were the only ones accompanying them on this trip. The captain of the ship was Li Yan. Tsk Tisk, he's actually using the Qilin warship as a means of transportation. How rich! Xing Haoran and some other members of the Jing family were naturally amazed when they saw Li Zhongzhou's actions. It was simply admirable. Not many people could be as rich as Li Zhongzhou. At first, the speed of the wanderer was average. After all, the sky wasn't clear for thousands of miles. In the sky, there would often be some unexpected situations, such as some hovering birds, some chaotic airflow, and so on. Those were very dangerous things. Sometimes, one could even accidentally pass by the battlefield of some experts. That was the most ridiculous thing. Even if one wanted to avoid it, they might not be able to. Then there were bandits. Whether it was in the sky or on the ground, there were bandits everywhere. Some bandits were also good at fighting in the air. They had the idea of robbing the passing ships. However, such people generally had some strength. After all, people who could sit in a ship were mostly better than people who rode horses on the ground. If they were not strong enough, it would be difficult for them to compete with the people in the sky. However, the Jing family's Qilin warship was famous. When they saw the warship passing by in the sky, even some bandits could not help but hurriedly hide. If they were targeted by the Qilin warship, they might be wiped out. Therefore, there was no need to worry about the bandits on the road. After all, these bandits were worried about themselves. The Qilin warship quickly swept across the sky of Dingquan province. Li Yan, who was in the cockpit, also looked at the scene in front of her with interest. Although Li Yan was a few years older than Li Zhongzhou, her knowledge and experience were pitifully little. She had always been trying to refine pills in the family. Now, she finally had the opportunity to leave the family and even directly leave Dingquan province. This was simply unimaginable. That Scarlet Flame Mountain. We have entered the territory of Scarlet Cloud Province. Li Zhongzhou's figure appeared in the cockpit. When he saw Li Yun's excited face, he felt a sense of accomplishment. In his previous life, Li Yun's cousin had never seen the outside world before her death. She had never walked out of Luoxia City. Now, she finally came out. If Li Zhongzhou did not have a powerful force in this life, the Li family's fate would probably be similar. Therefore, for Li Zhongzhou, all of this was an extremely fortunate thing. Although in the process, there were many unrelated people who were implicated because of this, Li Zhongzhou did not care. If you could not survive, it was your own lack of ability. If everyone needed to be taken care of by Li Zhongzhou, then Li Zhongzhou would not be a saint. Living in this world, how could there be so many opportunities to care about the life and death of other people? Just these things were enough for Li Zhongzhou to have a headache. The blazing flames of Scarlet Flame Mountain were still fine during the day, but once night fell, one would be able to see the clouds blotting out the sun. At least within a radius of 10,000 miles, it would be an absolutely magnificent scene of burning clouds. This Black Horse town happened to be in the territory of Scarlet Cloud Province, the land of the 13 provinces of the Xianxia dynasty. If one were to say which region's people had the most explosive character, then it would undoubtedly be the Scarlet Cloud Province. In this Scarlet Cloud Province, more than 80% of the cultivators were of the fire attribute. Therefore, the number of alchemists was also the highest in the province. Fighting was also a common thing. Although the number of alchemists born in this place was relatively high, alchemists rarely liked to stay in the Scarlet Cloud Province. This was because after learning alchemy, it was a bit too rude to look at these people. At the same time, there was a very important reason, and that was that in the Scarlet Cloud Province, it was very difficult to produce some precious spirit herbs. After all, even the air was filled with a dry and hot feeling. Very few spirit herbs could survive in such an environment. As for those special fire attribute medicinal herbs, they were also very rare. After all, they were some special examples. This was the reason why the alchemists were not willing to return here. However, the Black Horse Alchemy Gathering was held once every 3 years. At this moment, in the Scarlet Cloud Province, there were many alchemists gathering. Black Horse Town was usually in a state of seclusion. At this moment, the alchemists who had already arrived would stay in the vicinity of Black Fire City. Although the price of the inns in Black Fire City would rise to a terrifying level, after all, the people who came and went were all alchemists. Since they were alchemists, how could they be shabby? Just a few words of praise from these people, and they were basically willing to book the entire inn. After spending a day and a half on the road, in the morning of the second day after departure, Li Zhongzhou and the others appeared in the vicinity of Black Fire City. When they arrived at this place, Tianfei looked at the map in his hand and frowned. "Young lord, you must be careful here. In the Scarlet Cloud Province, there is a sect called the Ardent Earth Sect. It has a good relationship with the Mystic Yuan Sect. The sect master of the Ardent Earth Sect is the sworn brother of the sect master of the Mystic Yuan Sect," Tianfei reminded. Not many people knew about Li Zhongzhou's incident in the Qingyuan villa, so Tianfei was not very clear about Li Zhongzhou's strength. At this moment, since they had arrived at such a place, it was very likely that they had entered the site of the Ardent Earth Sect. When Li Zhongzhou was in the Sacred Flame Royal City, the Mystic Yuan Sect did not directly kill him because of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. However, it did not mean that after leaving the Sacred Flame Royal City, the Mystic Yuan Sect would not use other methods to deal with Li Zhongzhou. For example, the Ardent Earth Sect. In the Scarlet Cloud Province, it was definitely a second-class sect, and its strength was definitely not weak. Got it. Li Zhongzhou nodded. The Qilin battleship landed outside Black Fire City. After all, if such a large warship were to be driven directly to the city gates, people who didn't know would think that they were attacking them. Although Li Zhongzhou was strong, he wasn't an unreasonable person. In essence, he was still a person who liked to keep a low profile. Therefore, Li Zhongzhou let the Qilin battleship land less than 200 meters away from the gate of Black Fire City. For a moment, the soldiers of Black Fire City were extremely nervous. Could it be that someone was coming to attack them? They did not know who the person who walked down from the battleship was. Fortunately, the person who came quickly kept the battleship. The huge 100-meter battleship disappeared into thin air. Even if it was stored in a storage ring, it would probably require a very high-grade storage ring. Otherwise, it would not be easy to store such a large battleship. Originally, one needed to pay to enter the city, especially since Li Zhongjiu and the other two were foreigners. Of course, they had to extort a huge sum of money from them. However, the battleship of Li Zhongjiu and the other two reminded these people. Obviously, these people were not simple people. If they were careless and offended them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even the guards at the city gate let them pass. The three of them entered the bustling Black Fire City. Why do the people of Black Fire City look so ferocious? Li Yan looked at the appearance of these people. Either they had bad intentions, or they looked as if they would fight with their lives if they approached them. Their eyes were full of drama. For Li Yan, this was the first time she had seen such a scene. After all, in Luoxia City, the folk customs were relatively simple and honest. Even the surrounding cities were relatively friendly to the people there. But when she saw the people in front of her, she was a little puzzled. Who sees you as unfriendly? Li Zhongjiu asked. Look at that bald-bearded man. His face is fierce, as if I have snatched his wife. Li Yan could not help but say. Li Zhongjiu also looked over. Beside the bald-bearded man, there were also a few fierce swordsmen. At first glance, it was obvious that they were bloodthirsty playthings. When he felt Li Zhongjiu's gaze, the bearded man smiled coldly. He pointed his thumb at his neck, as if he was showing off to Li Zhongjiu. Go and cut off his thumb, Li Zhongjiu said. Before his voice fell, he saw Tian Fei's figure rush out. Li Yan only had time to see Tian Fei suddenly move forward. She did not understand what Tian Fei was going to do, but Tian Fei's figure had already returned to the team. Ah! The bald man on the opposite side of the road suddenly screamed. He covered his thumb with all his might. Blood was gushing out from his finger. Tian Fei's speed was so fast that the bald man did not have time to react. Brothers, kill him. The bald man did not care so much. He did not expect that in Black Fire City, there would be someone who dared to take the initiative to provoke him. He wanted to let these arrogant foreigners know what it meant by a strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its old haunts. Li Yan did not even know what happened. She saw the four people opposite her, one after another, draw their swords. Tian Fei did not say anything and rushed out again. This time, his fingers formed a sword. He directly waved his fingers and broke the swords in their hands. Clang! 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 The sound of the swords falling to the ground was shocking. What? The swordsmen were stunned. Then, Tian Fei gave each of them a slap, directly knocking out a few teeth in their mouths. The bald man was about to rush out and fight with Tian Fei, but the sword in Tian Fei's hand moved at an amazing speed. Chi! The sword directly stabbed the bald man's shoulder. Baldy couldn't stop himself and rushed forward, allowing the sword to pierce through his shoulder. Ah! It was such a bloody scene. The bald man's expression was enough to see how painful the sword was. Tian Fei did not take the lives of these people. It was easy to kill a few scumbags. If he took these people seriously, wouldn't it make him look very stingy? Naturally, Li Yan was stunned by what she saw. She did not understand why Tian Fei suddenly took action to teach these people a lesson. Great! Great hero, please spare our lives. We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. The big man hurriedly said. If he delayed any longer, his arm would be completely crippled. Therefore, the bald man quickly begged for mercy. If he was sent to the medical hall a little later, he would be in big trouble. Get lost. Tian Fei withdrew the sword in his hand, looked at the group of people in front of him and said indifferently. Li Yan still did not understand. She looked at the people around her and saw that some people's gazes had begun to change. The outside world is different from Luoxia City. In the outside world, you must have strength. Otherwise, anyone who comes here will want to eat you. Li Zhongjiu told Li Yan this simple truth. When the three of them first walked on the street, they were not telling others that they were rookies in the underworld, come and bully them. This was the reason why these people looked at them with such a gaze. After seeing Tianfei's strength, these people also knew how powerful Tianfei was. Naturally, they didn't dare to act recklessly. Therefore, all of them turned their gazes to other places. Li Yan nodded thoughtfully. After all, Li Yan's cultivation was only at the Yuan Master realm. Until now, she had not broken through to the Yuan General realm. It could be seen that Li Yan's cultivation talent could only be considered ordinary. The three of them walked directly into an inn. Li Zhongjiu and Tianfei could endure the hunger, but Li Yan might not be able to endure it. Moreover, they were not in a hurry now. Since they had nothing to do, they might as well find a place to sit down and have a good meal. Please come in. Our restaurant has the best roasted beef and roasted lamb. How many do you need? The waiter came out with a list and said directly. Li Zhongjiu glanced at the waiter when he heard that. What kind of restaurant is this? Why are you so extravagant? You even roast a whole lamb and a whole cow. Just some home-cooked dishes will do. After saying that, the three of them sat down directly. The waiter also knew that these people could not be fooled. Therefore, he wiped the table and asked them to wait a moment. I say, have you heard? This year's Dark Horse Elixir gathering is not simple. Just the few old monsters in the Qian prefecture seem to be showing signs of coming out of seclusion. Is it that exaggerated? Those few seniors have retired for so many years. How could they participate in this Dark Horse Elixir gathering? Sigh, I said that you are ignorant. Those 5 old monsters, of course, will not participate in this Dark Horse Elixir gathering. After all, their strength has reached the peak. However, their disciples need to be trained. Some time ago, I heard from my friends that a few young people with extraordinary strength have already entered the Black Fire City. These young people are very likely to be the disciples of those old monsters. Is it true? How can the words of the flying leopard be false? Li Yan heard that these people seemed to be talking about some amazing people. However, after all, she had little experience in the Jianghu. After hearing this, she quietly moved closer to Li Zhongjiu. Who are they talking about? They seem to be very powerful. Li Zhongjiu moved the cup. They are just 5 cowards. They said that they are the 5 alchemy saints in the Qian prefecture. However, in reality, they are so scared that they do not dare to come out of seclusion. Li Yan heard Li Zhongjiu's words and nodded her head in realization. Li Zhongjiu did not hide his words at all. Many people around heard it and looked at Li Zhongjiu in shock. Obviously, they were extremely shocked by Li Zhongjiu's words. Pa! A young man stood up and smashed the teacup in his hand. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Who dares to insult my master? Li Yan didn't expect that she just casually asked a question. It actually caused a disturbance, and it seemed that these people were not to be trifled with. That made Li Yan have a feeling of shrinking her body. Why was the outside world so dangerous? Li Zhongjiu didn't speak, and Tianfei directly stood up. He walked up to the man who looked taller than the rest. This man was still wearing the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's alchemist robe. Looking carefully at the mark on his body, he was actually a 4th-grade alchemist. This young man's age seemed to be less than 25 years old. He was actually a 6th-grade alchemist, which almost made everyone surprised. This child is actually so young, and he is already a 4th-grade alchemist. Is Master really the disciple of the Crimson Cloud 5 Saints? There is no mistake about the 4th-grade alchemist. This is the proof of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. The disciple of the Crimson Cloud 5 Saints, this child's future achievements will be limitless. When the surrounding people saw this young man, they also exclaimed. They were quite impressed with the strength of this young man, and at the same time, they were also quite envious. These 3 little guys are going to be miserable. The disciple of the Crimson Cloud 5 Saints is not to be trifled with. The young man was called Gao Yuan. Originally, Gao Yuan had been in this inn, listening to the people around him guessing his identity, and also revealed a mysterious color. After all, he was the disciple of the Crimson Cloud 5 Saints, but he didn't know that the person they were talking about was now sitting in front of them. This kind of feeling was very good. Listening to it, it was a day. Until just now, There was actually someone who insulted his master, and actually said that his master was a coward, hiding in the depths of the mountains, not daring to come out. Then, he could also use this opportunity to teach the person in front of him a good lesson, and at the same time, logically show his identity, and accept the worship of these people. Moreover, Gao Yuan also saw the young lady at the opposite table. Her appearance was extremely sweet and she also had the aura of an alchemist. However, her grade was not very high. Since that was the case, it was a good opportunity for him to display his strength in front of these people. There were two other people at Gao Yuan's table, a man and a woman. These two people were disciples of a very powerful local sect. The three of them were also having some exchanges here. After all, an alchemist like Gao Yuan would naturally attract many people to try to rope him in. Brother Gao Yuan, don't be impatient. I am very curious. What kind of person can be so ignorant? The man sitting at the side also stood up. At the same time, he inadvertently revealed the symbol of his robe. It's the elite disciple of the Ardent Earth sect. I didn't expect there to be so many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in this tiny inn. The Ardent Earth sect is the #1 sect within a 1,000-mile radius. Even the major forces in the Black Fire City have to pay tribute to the Ardent Earth sect regularly. Tianfei stood in front of these people and looked at them expressionlessly. If these people were touched, Tianfei would not hesitate to throw them out. I advise you not to act rashly. Tianfei said. What elite disciples of the Ardent Earth sect? In Tianfei's eyes, they were all trash. Even Tianfei, who was a core disciple of the Mystic Yuan sect, had a much higher status than the disciples of the Ardent Earth sect. There were many layers of difficulties and dangers between a first-rate sect and a second-rate sect. What a joke. This is the first time that I, Meng Xinghua, have heard that someone dares to threaten me in the Black Fire City. Meng Xinghua immediately sneered, and he suddenly circulated his Yuan power and attacked. Gathering the energy of the grade 9 Yuan ancestor realm in his body, he directly clawed at Tianfei. It was obvious that he wanted to crush Tianfei's throat with this move. This brat was really ruthless. He did not hold back at all. When Tianfei saw this, he snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand and easily caught Meng Xinghua's 5 fingers in his hand. Then, he gently pressed his wrist down. Crack! Meng Xinghua's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Die for me. However, although Meng Xinghua felt the pain of his 5 fingers and wrist being broken, he did not immediately cry out. Instead, he continued to wave his hand, clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and directly punched towards Tianfei's head. Bang! Before this punch could be exerted, Tianfei had already punched Meng Xinghua's face. Immediately, blood spurted out from his nose. At the same time, this punch probably smashed Meng Xinghua's head quite hard. Meng Xinghua's body staggered, and he directly retreated before fainting on the spot where he stood. You're courting death. Seeing that Tianfei had injured Meng Xinghua, Gao Yuan could no longer sit still. His palms faced each other, and a ball of flame appeared in his hands. Boom! That terrifying flame suddenly condensed. Looking at the flame in Gao Yuan's hands, it was actually a beast flame of a high grade. It's the purple wisteria silver fire flame. Someone recognized the flame in Gao Yuan's hands and immediately exclaimed in shock. At the same time, an extremely envious look appeared in his eyes. Die for me. Gao Yuan directly transformed the purple wisteria silver fire flame into a fire vine, which directly swept towards Tianfei. If they were of the same age, they would definitely be shocked by the power of such a powerful flame. However, Tianfei's strength far surpassed Gao Yuan's. Tianfei gently pushed his palms outwards, and the terrifying fire vine was directly blown back. With a smack, it directly hit Gao Yuan's face. Bang! Gao Yuan's body was instantly sent flying by this whip. He was simply at a disadvantage under his own whip. When the surrounding diners saw that the disciple of the 5 Crimson Cloud Saints and the elite disciple of the Ardent Earth sect had been defeated by this young man, they immediately attracted countless gazes. Who is this person? How can he be so strong? From the aura I saw just now, this kid is at least at the Yuan King realm. Is he really that awesome? How many rounds does this count? Didn't you see that young man who has been sitting and eating peanuts? This young man is probably the real deal. He didn't even bat an eyelid when such a big matter happened just now. In the underworld, it didn't matter if one was not strong enough, but one had to have a good eye. Some people naturally saw that Li Zhongjiu was the real expert at a glance. Tian Fei could only be considered as Li Zhongjiu's bodyguard. Therefore, the crowd was also guessing the identity of Li Zhongjiu and the others. Now, there was only one woman sitting at the opposite table. It wasn't that this woman was unfathomable and could remain calm in such a situation, but it was because she had reacted too quickly. Originally, this matter should have been left to these men to deal with. However, who knew that these two men would be directly knocked to the ground, and one of them would be directly sent flying? You. Do you know who you sent flying? The woman finally mustered all her strength and slowly spat out this sentence. However, Tian Fei did not answer and sat back down. Obviously, he did not take this woman seriously. This was still a demeanor. He had. Li Yan lowered her head and smashed the chopsticks in her mouth. The current situation was more or less because of her. She had only asked 2 questions along the way and had directly caused 2 problems. Although Li Zhongjiu had dealt with them forcefully, if this continued, there would definitely be big trouble. She knew that many little things made a mickle. Therefore, Li Yan simply stopped talking. Remember, the people of the Li family roam the underworld. If people don't offend us, we won't offend them. If someone wants to offend you, you don't have to be suspicious. Just knock them down. When you meet these pretentious people, you have to completely knock them down. Otherwise, they will think that the people of the Li family can be bullied by anyone. Li Zhongjiu said slowly. The waiter quickly served a table of dishes. Obviously, he had seen the scene just now. However, since these were the bills of the broken tables, naturally, they would be handed to the losing party. Even the elite disciples of the Ardent Earth sect dared to hit them. How could these people be simple? Li Yan nodded her head in understanding. Previously, when she came out, she was indeed filled with curiosity about the underworld. But now, it seemed that one needed to have sufficient strength to be able to roam the underworld. Otherwise, it was very likely that she would be knocked down by others, and it would be very easy for her to encounter danger. For Li Yan, such a matter was very profound for her. She also thought that in the future, she would have to cultivate well. If she really could not do it, she would at least need to hire an expert to protect her. However, this meal was obviously not going to be a peaceful one. The female disciple of the Ardent Earth sect directly carried her companion away and helped Gao Yuan, who was outside the door, up. Originally, Gao Yuan was prepared to rush in and have a life-and-death duel with Tian Fei, but he was stopped by the female disciple. It was already very miserable for him to be beaten out just now. If he rushed in and was beaten out again, wouldn't he be humiliated twice? However, Gao Yuan would definitely not let this matter pass so easily. This matter, I will definitely ask my master to make a decision. Gao Yuan's eyes were filled with cold light. He looked at Li Zhongjiu's direction and unwillingly wiped the dust on his body. Just you wait. The diners in the inn also sat at the side with great interest. Even after they finished eating, they did not leave. Instead, they ordered a few more bottles of old wine and waited for the next good show. Gao Yuan was directly thrown out of the inn. Meng Xinghua was directly punched until his face was like a flower blooming. If he could swallow this mouthful of wine, he would be an elite disciple for nothing. The inn shopkeeper was also quickly calculating the abacus in his hand. After seeing this, the waiters below also came up curiously. Shopkeeper, what do you think you are doing here? Huh? The shopkeeper directly pressed the abacus in his hand and glared at the waiter. Only then did the waiter realize that he seemed to have said something wrong and hurriedly blew on his mouth twice. I'm calculating how many tables and chairs will be damaged after this fight. Hurry up and replace those empty tables with the old ones that had problems. Don't break my new tables. The shopkeeper hurriedly said. Brother, do you think those people who just left will call their parents here? After Li Yan was full, she raised her head and looked at Li Zhongjiu. During the meal, Li Yan did not say much. However, after this question was thrown out, before Li Zhongjiu could even answer, Li Yan had already felt a fierce aura directly attacking the entrance of the inn. Suddenly, the entire inn's people directly felt an extremely strong pressure. Oh, isn't this shopkeeper Tsang? What kind of wind blew manager Tsang to our small store? When the shopkeeper raised his head and saw an old man dressed in black walking in, he suddenly quivered. The identity of the person in front of him was not simple. He was the shopkeeper of Black Fire City's Heavenly Pill Pavilion branch. With Black Fire City's geographical environment and location, it was not a simple matter to manage the alchemist business in Black Fire City. However, the shopkeeper of Black Fire City's Heavenly Pill Pavilion branch was a ruthless person. When he came here, he directly formed a good relationship with a few large sects and directly made the Heavenly Pill Pavilion the leader of a joint force. In this way, it was naturally against the rules of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. However, it directly raised the local alchemist business to a very complete and regulated level. Originally, Black Fire City was a mess. However, under Tsang Yan's management, everything was organized neatly. Moreover, he had tied the various forces into a tight rope. As long as Tsang Yan gave the order, there would be at least 5 or 6 sect leaders who would jump out to help Tsang Yan kill people. Therefore, when Tsang Yan came here, the shopkeeper was immediately shocked. What kind of situation was this that even Tsang Yan was alarmed? Get lost. Tsang Yan directly waved his hand and sent the shopkeeper flying. Behind him, a few more people walked in. One of them was wearing a black robe. His entire body was covered under the black robe. Although his body was skinny, it gave people the feeling of a furnace. One could clearly feel that this black-robed person's body contained a powerful force. If it was released, it would be as terrifying as a volcanic eruption. When they saw the black-robed figure appear, the surrounding diners could not help but move their butts away. They subconsciously wanted to distance themselves from the person in front of them. Who is it that injured my disciple? The black-robed old man's voice was hoarse. However, it was obvious that it contained a wave of anger. After that, Gao Yuan also walked out from behind the old man. There was a sinister look in his eyes. However, his heart was already blooming with joy. He could not wait to beat Li Zongjiu and the other two to death on the ground. Li Zongjiu knocked on the table. He said to Li Yan, "For people who don't know what's good for them, don't waste your energy next time. Just kill them directly. That's the cleanest way." Li Yan listened to Li Zongjiu's teachings and felt that it was strange. There was no specific conflict, but he directly escalated to killing people. Wasn't this a little too careless? Master, it's that table of adulterers. Gao Yuan pointed at Li Zongjiu's table and said, "You have no manners. Who are you calling adulterers?" Li Yan originally thought that Li Zongjiu's methods could not be so cruel and immoral. However, when she heard Gao Yuan's insulting words, she immediately slammed her hand on the table. Her anger soared to the heavens. At this moment, she wished that she could take action herself and teach the person in front of her a lesson. Impudent. When the black-robed old man saw Li Yan stand up and curse his disciple for having no manners, he was at least half a parent. Wasn't this pointing at his nose and scolding him? Immediately, a terrifying wave of yuan qi surged from the old man's body and blasted towards Li Yan. Li Yan naturally could not block the old man's attack. Tianfei was the first to stand up. With a swoosh, he threw the chair he was sitting on forward. Bang! The chair was smashed into pieces. In the blink of an eye, Tianfei was already standing in front of Li Yan with the Heavenly Xian sword in his hand. Although the Heavenly Xian sword's forging strength was not bad, it was not invincible. It was not easy for it to enter Li Zongjiu's eyes. In any case, Tianfei was by his side as a bodyguard. Therefore, he handed the Heavenly Xian sword to him. The Heavenly Xian sword's powerful aura split the old man's aura into two, easily breaking it apart. When the old man saw the Heavenly Xian sword in Tianfei's hand, he could clearly feel the extraordinary power of the sword. Instantly, his heart turned cold. It seemed that the identities of these brats were not simple. However, so what if they were not simple? Putting aside the fact that he had the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's manager by his side, his reputation as the pill saint of the Qiyun prefecture was not just for show. At the very least, he had the strength to back it up. No matter which prefecture you were from, it was useless in the Qiyun prefecture. If you were from the Qiyun prefecture, then there was no need for him to be afraid. In the Qiyun prefecture, he had never been afraid of anyone. When he thought about how powerful he was in the Qiyun prefecture, the old man straightened his back and stared at the person in front of him. "Brat, take this sword as the interest to compensate me." As his voice faded, an extremely terrifying flame rose from the old man's body. On his sleeves, there seemed to be a light blue flame dancing. Deep-sea netherworld flame. When this wisp of flame appeared, the surrounding air seemed to have become extremely dark and gloomy. Seeing this situation, the surrounding diners involuntarily tightened their clothes. At the same time, they were also afraid that the flames would land on their bodies. "It's the Nether Pill Saint. Deep-sea netherworld flame. I never expected that young man to be the disciple of the Nether Pill Saint. I heard that the Nether Pill Saint's deep-sea netherworld flame can silently freeze a person's vitality. Although it is a flame, it is colder than the 1,000-year ice." Someone exclaimed in amazement. Li Yan was also a little nervous because the person in front of her was not someone to be trifled with. "Don't worry. Sit down." Li Zhongjiu waved his hand. "Tianfei, chop off one of his arms." Li Zhongjiu ordered. After receiving Li Zhongjiu's order, Tianfei's eyes became extremely fierce. Although the deep-sea netherworld flame was very strong, the Nether Pill Saint's strength was similar to his. They were both 5th-grade Yuan monarchs. With the Tianqin sword in his hand, he was able to suppress the Nether Pill Saint. Tianfei immediately swung the heavenly Xian sword in his hand forward. Boom! The Tianqin sword's sharp sword qi immediately rushed towards the Nether Pill Saint. The Nether Pill Saint immediately released the deep-sea netherworld flame in his hand. Clang! When the sword qi and the flame collided, it immediately released a powerful shockwave. As the two of them fought, their auras were extremely intense. After exchanging a few blows, the Nether Pill Saint realized that he was unable to take down Tianfei. He immediately became anxious. This was such a shameful matter. Oh no! The Nether Pill Saint accidentally revealed a flaw, which was immediately seized by Tianfei. The Nether Pill Saint slashed his sword at the arm. When Song Yan saw this, he immediately waved his hand and a surge of energy shot towards Tianfei. Although Tianfei was prepared for this kind of power, he was still caught off guard. He only had enough time to use his sword to block in front of him. An extremely overbearing force instantly blasted Tianfei's body. Tianfei was blasted away along with his sword. He was sent flying out of the inn. Plop! Li Yan suddenly opened her eyes wide. So far, Li Yan only knew that Tianfei was very strong, but he had never been defeated. But now, he was sent flying by someone. Of course, he was nervous. After all, whether Li Zhongjiu could fight or not was still a problem. The Nether Pill Saint heaved a sigh of relief. Just a moment ago, he was almost taken down. Fortunately, Song Yan had intervened. "How dare you attack a guest of my heavenly pill pavilion? Men, take him down." Song Yan exuded the aura of an official. In Blackwater City, Song Yan's status was indisputable. Even if the city lord came, he would have to show him some respect. "As for the two of you, come with me as well." Song Yan signaled the Nether Pill Saint not to take action for the time being. After all, it was inevitable that there would be risks if they took action. With their status in the underworld, there was no need for them to take risks. They immediately looked at Li Zhongjiu. If Li Zhongjiu refused, they could only do things according to the official rules. They would directly ask someone to take Li Zhongjiu back. "You?" Li Zhongjiu looked at Song Yan and said disdainfully. As for Tianfei, who was sent flying, Li Zhongjiu did not care whether he was dead or not. If he was dead, he would kill the person in front of him and let him be buried with him. "I am the manager of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Master Nether is an important member of my Heavenly Pill Pavilion. You say that I am not qualified to take you away? If you know what's good for you, follow us obediently. Otherwise, you will be executed on the spot." Song Yan said coldly. He was already so old. If he had to take action every time to establish his prestige, it would be too tiring for him. He could casually move his finger and countless experts would be mobilized. "Then, you come." Li Zhongjiu waved his hand. Li Yan, who was beside him, looked at Li Zhongjiu nervously. Can he do it? The Li family's influence here did not seem to have any influence. She guessed that these people did not know the Li family's name. Since she was not familiar with the place, it was inevitable that such a situation would occur. Therefore, Li Yan was also very nervous. Even if she loved him, she could only rely on Li Zhongjiu. Alas, it was all her fault. The Jianghu was too dangerous. There is no need for Manager Tsang to take action to capture a few thieves. I did not expect that there would be someone in Black Fire City who dares to take action against the people of my Scorching Earth sect. This protector would like to see who exactly is it. Just as he was speaking, the door of the inn was directly crushed by a powerful force with a bang. The broken door frame was simply a heart-wrenching sound in the eyes of the inn staff. Did they have to be so arrogant? It was as if a group of robbers had barged in. However, they could not afford to offend these people. Therefore, they could only endure for now. The one who walked in was a man wearing a dark red robe. His eyebrows were also fiery red in color. Seeing such an appearance, the surrounding people were shocked. It's Protector Huamei from the Scorching Earth sect. It is said that this person is extremely protective. Not only that, I also heard that this person is best at torture. I heard that this person created the fire needle stimulation method. No one can withstand the torture of his acupuncture method. Why is such a ruthless person here? When Li Yan heard about the origin of this person, she became even more nervous. What should she do? This person seemed to be even more powerful. Moreover, he seemed to be the elder of the sect of those people just now. This time, they were done for. If it was only 1 or 2 people, perhaps Li Zhongjiu could handle them. However, he had offended 3 parties. Moreover, these 3 parties seemed to be in cahoots. If they joined forces, how could Li Zhongjiu be their opponent? If Protector Huamei is going to take action, then this old man naturally does not need to worry. Song Yan suddenly smiled. This was Song Yan's position in Black Fire City. In Black Fire City, he did not even need to take the initiative to summon people to protect him. This was how powerful he was. Long, why don't we pay some money? Li Yan whispered in Li Zhongjiu's ear when she saw that the other party had the advantage in numbers. Although they might not be able to win in a fight, if they were to talk about compensation, their Li family could take out a lot of money to compensate. This time, Li Tianqing had also specially given them a sum of money to settle some troubles outside. There were so many people present, which one of them was not an expert. Li Yan spoke in a low voice, but to them, her voice was as deafening as a thunderclap. Moreover, Li Yan's words directly made the 3 of them explode on the spot. You are courting death, stinky girl. Huamei suddenly flew into a rage. He was the dignified protector of Ardent Earth sect. This kind of matter could be settled with money. However, before Huamei could take action, he directly felt that there seemed to be some movement in front of him. When he looked carefully, he saw a shadow directly rushing towards his face. Pa! A bright red handprint appeared on Huamei's square face. Be careful with your words. Huamei was caught off guard and was slapped by someone. The one who slapped him was, of course, Li Zhongjiu. The slap on Huamei's face was loud and clear. At the same time, Huamei's mouth was filled with blood. Immediately, Huamei was burning with rage. At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else. He only had one goal, which was to kill Li Zhongjiu in front of him. You're courting death. Huamei slapped towards Li Zhongjiu with a palm that contained extremely pure flame energy. It was a move that he casually used, and it was the top yuan skill of the Ardent Earth sect. Raging Fire Cloud Palm. However, the palm energy had not yet landed on Li Zhongjiu, and its power had not even been released. Li Zhongjiu pointed at Huamei's palm. Qi. In an instant, Huamei's power was like a deflated balloon. The yuan qi in his body dissipated instantly. In the next second, Li Zhongjiu grabbed his arm and slammed him over his shoulder onto the ground. Bang! A large crack appeared on the ground. What? Song Yan didn't expect this little brat to make a move so quickly and take down Protector Huamei in an instant. One had to know that Huamei's combat strength was among the top 10 in Ardent Earth sect. God's wrath. A terrifying firestorm immediately brewed between Song Yan's palms. Li Zhongjiu opened his mouth and blew out a mouthful of air. Boom! It was as if a terrifying storm had swept across the scene, blowing the flames in Song Yan's hands towards the Nether Pale Saint. Fortunately, the Nether Pale Saint was not an ordinary person. He reacted in time and dodged to the side while activating his Yuan Qi defense. However, this sudden fire also burned the Nether Pale Saint quite a bit. "I'll capture that stinking girl first." Since he had already made his move, there was no need to wait any longer. Immediately, the Nether Pale Saint leaped and rushed towards Li Yun. It was this stinking girl who wanted to use money to humiliate them. Naturally, the Nether Pale Saint could not tolerate it. Therefore, the Nether Pale Saint had long wanted to tear Li Yun's mouth apart. Li Zhongjiu looked like a ruthless person. He might as well capture Li Yun first. He did not believe that this kid would not obediently submit. However, as soon as he said this, the Nether Pale Saint had a bad premonition. He had originally wanted to rush towards Li Yun, but the back of his collar had been grabbed by someone. Whoosh! The Nether Pale Saint was thrown away. At the same time, Li Zhongjiu pointed at an acupuncture point on the back of his neck. His body instantly stiffened and he could not move at all. He was thrown away as if he was a person without any cultivation foundation who was ruthlessly smashed to the ground. Bang! Master! Meng Xinghua shouted when he saw the situation. When the Nether Pale Saint fell to the ground, he seemed to have spat out a mouthful of blood. Coupled with the sound of cracking, it seemed like several of his bones had been broken. Song Yan had never expected this. Li Zhongjiu's skills were extraordinary. Hua Mei, who was lying on the ground, wanted to get up, but Li Zhongjiu directly chopped down with his foot. Pfff. The blood spurted out like a fountain. "You should recognize this thing." Li Zhongjiu casually threw a token to Song Yan. Song Yan originally thought that Li Zhongjiu had thrown out some hidden weapon, but when he saw the aura of the token, he felt a little familiar and reached out to catch it. However, when Song Yan caught it, he already knew that it was an identity token. He immediately understood Li Zhongjiu's intention. Li Zhongjiu had finally revealed his identity. This kid probably did not know how much trouble he would cause by doing what he did. Did he really think that his identity would allow him to move unhindered in Blackfire City? What, this? This is... When Song Yan carefully looked at the identity token in his hand, his eyes suddenly widened. Even his hands began to tremble. Nether Storm. I'm going to kill you, kid. The Nether Pale Saint, who had recovered, swallowed an elixir to temporarily suppress his injuries. Then, he directly threw a big move at Li Zhongjiu. There seemed to be a flaming storm brewing between his palms. Li Zhongjiu, on the other hand, stood still. Song Yan did not hesitate at all and directly slapped at the Nether Pale Saint. Stop. The Nether Pale Saint did not have much defense against Song Yan. In addition, he already hated Li Zhongjiu, so when Song Yan attacked, he did not have time to block. Song Yan hurriedly threw out a palm and immediately sent the Nether Pale Saint flying. Boom! The Nether Pale Saint's whole body crashed in the direction of the stairs. At the same time, the power between his palms quickly spread out in all directions. Bang! 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 In an instant, the whole inn was in a state of chaos. All the tables and chairs were directly sent flying. Most of the onlookers were directly blasted away. Ouch! Ah, screams came from all around. Manager Tsong, what is the meaning of this? When Meng Xinghua saw that Song Yan had actually sent his master flying, he was extremely puzzled and immediately roared out in anger. You have no right to speak here. Song Yan waved his sleeve, and without even looking at Meng Xinghua, he sent Meng Xinghua flying. Song Yan, cough cough, you, what is the meaning of this? The Nether Pale Saint was lying on the ground. Being interrupted in an instant was very harmful to his body. He hurriedly ate an elixir to calm himself down. What the Nether Pale Saint did not understand was why Song Yan would suddenly turn around and deal with him. When the palm landed on his body just now, it was only a small shock. Most of it was the backlash of his own move. The Nether Pale Saint, who had just adjusted himself, saw his disciple being sent flying by Song Yan in the blink of an eye. Was Song Yan crazy? Shut up. Men, arrest these people who offended the honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Lock them up in the dungeon and wait for my orders. Song Yan ordered. Immediately, a group of people from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion rushed in from outside the house. They quickly captured the Nether Pill Saint and the unconscious protector Huamei on the ground. They directly took them away. I did not know that the honorary elder would come. Song Yan did not treat you well, please forgive me. Just a second ago, he was so aggressive that he was determined to kill Li Zhongjiu. In the next second, he was incomparably respectful to Li Zhongjiu. Instead, he bent his body and bowed to Li Zhongjiu. Everyone who saw this scene widened their eyes and dropped their jaws. Some people even pinched their own arms, wondering if they had seen wrongly. How could such a thing happen? I didn't hear wrongly, right? Honorary Elder. The Honorary Elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion? The Heavenly Pill Pavilion has the position of an Honorary Elder? Everyone had different opinions, but whether there was such a position or not, they only needed to look at Song Yan's face to know. With Song Yan's identity and status. In Blackfire City, how could there be such a big reversal? How could there be such a huge reversal? There must be something fishy going on. Li Zhongjiu listened to Song Yan's words and said indifferently. Since you are guilty, slap yourself 20 times before you leave. 20 slaps to the face, and he even slapped himself. The onlookers at the side widened their eyes. They had never seen such an exciting thing in their lives. Some of them clearly knew that if they continued to stay here and saw such a scene, they might really be in trouble. However, if they left now, it would be a huge loss for them. Such a rare scene, if they missed it, they did not know how long they would have to wait. Those who lived in Blackfire City, even if they did not live in Blackfire City, as long as they had heard of Song Yan's name, they would know how powerful he was. But now, a young man who was not even 20 years old had made such a request. Would Song Yan do as he was told? Or would Song Yan choose to kill this person directly? Everyone held their breaths, waiting to see how things would unfold. Song Yan was naturally cursing Li Zhongjiu in his heart. In fact, he was even a little angry. Even though Li Zhongjiu was an honorary elder and was extremely important to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, he, Song Yan, might not be able to order him to commit such a self-harming act. Naturally, it was not a problem for Song Yan to be injured and bleed a little. But in this situation, such an excessive request, it was a matter of face. How could he comply? If this slap really landed on his face, then he, Song Yan, would not be able to continue living in Blackfire City in the future. With his current status, if he were to be humiliated by a little kid, then where would his prestige be in the future? Therefore, in Song Yan's heart, he was naturally unwilling to do so. When Li Zhongjiu's honorary elder token appeared, Song Yan already knew who Li Zhongjiu was. The Heavenly Pill Pavilion naturally had to spread the news of an honorary elder's appearance. Otherwise, if these people accidentally offended their honorary elder, wouldn't it be like a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple? Furthermore, Li Zhongjiu had been an honorary elder for a period of time. The news had already spread everywhere. Ordinary people might not pay too much attention to it. They might think that this was just a way for the Heavenly Pill Pavilion to attract attention. In reality, it was not that powerful. However, as an internal member of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, he naturally knew of Li Zhongjiu's strength and potential. Elder, what happened earlier was Song Yan's fault. He had eyes but failed to see and offended you. This 10,000-year longevity fruit is my apology. Song Yan handed over a brocade box. Money makes the world go round. There was nothing that money couldn't solve. If they did, then they would use pills, spiritual herbs, origin tools, and origin stones. This kind of thing had to be useful at least. Even Song Yan would feel the pinch if he had to hand over the 10,000-year longevity fruit. In order to obtain this 10,000-year longevity fruit, he had paid a great price. Even now, he was still reluctant to consume it. Even so, the effects of this 10,000-year longevity fruit would definitely be extraordinary if consumed directly. It might even be comparable to the effects of a grade 7 spiritual herb. Li Zhongjiu did not even blink as he kept the box. Li Yan, who was behind him, rubbed her eyes when she saw this scene. The situation had changed too quickly. Even with her intelligence, she still could not figure out what was going on. It seemed that Li Zhongjiu had only taken out a token, but it was enough to make this seemingly powerful old man in front of her fearful. He had originally wanted to kill the two of them, but now he had taken out a precious medicinal herb. This item definitely could not be bought outside. Looking at the covetous looks on the faces of the people around them, it was obvious. This item was definitely not simple. A 10,000-year item must be very powerful. Although Li Yan was also an alchemist, her realm had not reached such a level. This item was almost at the level of a grade 7 spiritual herb. It was simply a wishful thinking. Seeing Li Zhongjiu accept his item, Song Yan felt a sharp pain in his heart. However, he was also very glad. At least he only had to pay a small price and did not lose face. Although the 10,000-year longevity fruit was precious, it could not compare to his current status. Then reduce it by 10. Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. The smile on Song Yan's face froze before it could even spread. He had never thought that Li Zhongjiu would say this. What did he mean, reduce it by 10? Could this 10,000-year longevity fruit only be worth 10 slaps from these mouths? This was obviously raising the price. It was obvious that he wanted to rip Song Yan off. Song Yan's face turned extremely ugly. Although he had a few treasures on him, he was reluctant to sell them. Soon, Song Yan made up his mind. Even if he was the honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, he was still a manager. He was in charge of many affairs in Blackfire City. Li Zhongjiu, you are the honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, so I respect you. However, don't think that with this token, you can do whatever you want in the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. If you insist on making things difficult for me, then we can only fight to the death. Song Yan threw the token back to Li Zhongjiu angrily. Li Yan could not understand what was going on. Why was she angry again? Li Zhongjiu, on the other hand, laughed. The corners of his mouth curled up. He looked at Song Yan. Like I said, the Heavenly Pill Pavilion has such good conditions, yet it is still unable to become one of the top forces in the empire. Today, I finally understand. As the honorary elder, I have to clean up the tumors in the Heavenly Pill Pavilion for the glory of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Li Zhongjiu said. The content of his words caused Song Yan's heart to jump. Li Zhongjiu, don't you dare! Song Yan shouted angrily. In the next moment, Li Zhongjiu's eyes became extremely ferocious. In the next moment, his figure flashed and he rushed in front of Song Yan. When Song Yan saw the change in Li Zhongjiu's eyes, he was already prepared. When Li Zhongjiu rushed out, Song Yan immediately activated his Yuan power. At the same time, he pushed his own aura to its peak. Grade 8 Yuan King. Boom. You don't have the ability to defeat me. Song Yan roared. However, in the next moment, the desolate heaven essence in Li Zhongjiu's hand broke through Song Yan's Yuan power defense. Diamond chainmail. A golden light was released from Song Yan's body. A black robe immediately appeared on his body. In the face of such a terrifying threat, he naturally had to use his strongest defense. Bang! The black robe was instantly torn into pieces. At the same time, the rod hit Song Yan's head. Song Yan's head immediately exploded on the spot. His eyes widened and his head exploded. Blood splattered and gushed out like a fountain. The terrifying bloody light rushed to the ceiling. Then, Song Yan's corpse fell to the ground. When they saw this scene, everyone present felt a sense of suffocation. That person, wasn't he the overlord of Blackfire City, Song Yan? Although he was not the overlord, he was definitely one of the big shots in Blackfire City. Song Yan's head exploded just like that. Wouldn't it have been better to just give him a few slaps? Why did he have to give up his life? Sigh. Li Zhongjiu felt extremely helpless in his heart. When it came to killing people, it was because he had no other choice. He was not a psychopathic killer. When Li Zhongjiu killed Song Yan with a single strike of his staff, the surrounding people couldn't believe their eyes. However, there were still Song Yan's men waiting outside. When they rushed in, they saw Song Yan lying in a pool of blood. How dare you kill the manager of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion? When the leader saw the corpse, his mind went blank. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Do you want to die here too? Li Zhongjiu glanced at the leader of the guards. The guard was well aware of Li Zhongjiu's identity. After all, Song Yan had already said that Li Zhongjiu was the legendary honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. There were only a few honorary elders in the entire Heavenly Pill Pavilion. To the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, guards like them were considered outsiders. However, when he saw his manager die, he had to roar. At the same time, it was also a way to boost his morale. Otherwise, he would have at least said something. This is a serious matter. If you don't explain it clearly, don't even think about leaving safely. The guard said. After all, he was loyal to Xianxia. Now that Xianxia was dead, facing an honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, he couldn't make up his mind. After leaving these harsh words, he left with his men. At the same time, he carried Xianxia's corpse away. The group of people also left in a grandiose manner. At the same time, Huamei and Nether Pill Saint were also taken away. Along with his disciple, Meng Xinghua. None of the three could escape. This was the order of the manager before he died. Naturally, it had to be strictly carried out. When the onlookers in the inn saw Li Zhongjiu take care of the three forces alone, they were shocked. Moreover, he killed Xianxia. They admired Li Zhongjiu even more. This kind of action was too cool. They couldn't believe their eyes. This inn is too shabby. Let's go. Li Zhongjiu said to Li Yan. Li Yan was now slightly frightened by the bloody scene in front of her. It wasn't the sight of blood spurting out from his neck that was frightening. It was because things were developing too fast that Li Yan couldn't keep up with the pace. That was why such a situation happened. Oh, I'm coming. Li Yan followed behind Li Zhongjiu. As for Li Zhongjiu, Tianfei was also woken up by Li Zhongjiu. Tianfei was actually knocked unconscious by Li Zhongjiu. This was too embarrassing. The group of people swaggered out of here. The innkeeper wanted to cry but had no tears. Several people had fought in his inn, but in the end there was no explanation. He didn't even know where to find an explanation for this matter. My door. My hall, even across dozens of streets, they could clearly hear the innkeeper's heart-wrenching cries. Li Zhongjiu naturally didn't care. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. The three of them stayed in this medium-sized inn. Some of the more high-class inns were directly full. There were too many rich people. Although Li Zhongjiu was overbearing, he couldn't just run into someone's room and throw them out. Don't worry. Even if the sky falls, I'll be there. Li Zhongjiu looked at Li Yan's somewhat frightened appearance and said. Li Yan nodded her head vigorously. Today's journey was really too dangerous. Even an expert like Tianfei couldn't handle it. Fortunately, Li Zhongjiu had a way. Moreover, it seemed that this Li Zhongjiu's strength was far above Tianfei's. This dark horse elixir assembly should be a competition for everyone to refine elixirs together, right? Li Yan looked at Li Zhongjiu and asked. At the same time, she hoped that Li Zhongjiu wouldn't participate in some strange competition. Moreover, the name of the competition sounded quite normal. Most likely, nothing bad would happen. Something like that. Li Zhongjiu recalled. Although participating in this dark horse elixir assembly, whether it was during the competition or after the competition, only less than half of the alchemists could survive. However, relatively speaking, the competition was quite peaceful. At least, there wasn't a large-scale massacre. Only the alchemist's skills were inferior, but the people's hearts were not enough. That's good. I'm going to cultivate too. Remember to call me tomorrow. Li Yan said. Then, Li Yan turned around and entered her room. Li Zhongjiu was safe and sound, and everything was calm and tranquil. However, in Blackfire City, it caused a huge uproar. Xianxia's death immediately caused the few large factions within Blackfire City, which had been oppressed for a long time, to erupt one after another. At the same time, those who had long coveted the authority and status in Xianxia's hands began to fight with each other at this moment. Until now, no one had come to find trouble with Li Zhongjiu. Because there was really no need. After all, Li Zhongjiu's strength was right there. Xianxia was the honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Regardless of whether it was true or not, if someone wanted to avenge Xianxia's death, it would naturally be someone from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. If the people above were not anxious, then there was even less of a need for the people below to be anxious. It was better for them to focus on snatching some benefits that were related to themselves first. For a time, within Blackfire City, there was smoke everywhere. Whether it was in the open or in the dark, there were some disturbances. Although Xianxia was said to be greedy, he did have his own methods. The scattered forces in the surroundings were all tidied up neatly. Li Yan sat cross-legged on the bed, meditating and cultivating. Li Zhongjiu had previously taught her a set of human flame cultivation techniques. If she cultivated this set of techniques, she would be able to directly produce a kind of flame energy from her own body. As for what kind of energy it was, Li Yan was not very clear. However, she knew that it must be a powerful move. In order not to disappoint Li Zhongjiu, and at the same time, to revitalize the family, Li Zhongjiu could not be the only one working hard in such a big family. If that was the case, it would be very difficult to support such a family. Therefore, Li Yan was determined to work hard in her cultivation. However, in the latter half of the night, there were some shocking noises coming from everywhere in Blackfire City. It was so noisy that Li Yan was very dissatisfied when she heard it. Why is Blackfire City so noisy in the middle of the night? Li Yan could not help but complain. Little did they know that the situation in Blackfire City today was actually very much related to Li Yan's words. The next day, Feng Tingfei and the rest of the people from 100 Medicine Pavilion went straight to Blackfire City. Why does Blackfire City feel weird today? After Feng Tingfei and the rest entered the city, they could clearly feel that the surrounding atmosphere was a little strange. Moreover, when some people stared at them, they were extremely vigilant. The entire city was also filled with a faint smell of blood. It seems that Blackfire City is not very peaceful recently. Feng Tingfei said slowly. He looked around the surrounding situation. Where are my boss and the rest? Kuan Erishar asked. Previously, Li Zhongjiu directly killed a person at this banquet in exchange for Kuan Arashi's opportunity. Of course, Feng Tingfei had to bring Kuan Arashi's money. Otherwise, Li Zhongjiu would have killed Feng Tingfei directly. With Li Zhongjiu's current status, it was not difficult for him to kill Feng Tingfei. He's in the inn not far ahead, Feng Tingfei said. At the same time, he pointed to the front. He had already investigated Li Zhongjiu's location on the way here. When he arrived here early in the morning, he had also received a report from the spies in the city. This time, 100 Medicine Pavilion had a total of 3 alchemists participating in the Dark Horse Pill Gathering. Although the 100 Medicine Pavilion was the main member of the Dark Horse Pill Gathering, the 100 Medicine Pavilion did not have the qualifications to control anything because of the enormous power of the Dark Horse Pill Gathering. They could only maintain the beginning of the pill gathering. Even they would not be able to control what would happen after that. The other 2 herbal medicine merchants were also the organizers of the Dark Horse Elixir Gathering. The 3 organizers were also supervising each other. In terms of fairness, they could not overstep their boundaries. As for the other contestant of 100 Medicine Pavilion, he was also an expert who cultivated in Sacred Flame Royal City. Compared to Mr. Lon, this old man was more low-key. In this city, they only opened a small medical hall and focused on practicing alchemy. Their alchemy level had already reached the level of advanced grade 5, the title of South Heaven Pill King was actually an exaggeration. Some experts were capable of challenging the South Heaven Pill King. However, considering the South Heaven Pill King's age at that time, his achievement was indeed not bad. Li Zhongjiu and Li Yan were having breakfast in the inn. Tianfei did not appear. After all, Tianfei himself also needed to cultivate. Although Tianfei's talent was good, he had not completely reached the level of Li Zhongjiu, who could casually increase his strength. Boss. Kuan Arashi's figure appeared at the entrance of the inn, and with a glance, he saw Li Zhongjiu's figure. Kuan Erishar, you are here. Li Zhongjiu saw Kuan Erishar and greeted the latter to sit down. This is my cousin, Li Yan. This is Kuan Erishar, my friend. Li Zhongjiu first introduced the 2 to each other. Li Yan and Kuan Erishar greeted each other, and at the same time, carefully looked at Kuan Erishar. Although Li Zhongjiu's strength was strong, after all, he was relatively young and had little experience. Perhaps he would encounter some people with ulterior motives who approached him. Therefore, Li Yan also needed to carefully look at Kuan Erishar. Haha, elderly came quickly. Feng Tingfei and the others also came forward and warmly greeted Li Zhongjiu. When Li Zhongjiu broke through to the 6th grade alchemist realm, they also found out later. Li Zhongjiu became the honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, so their Chamber of Commerce naturally had to stand aside. How could they compete with the Heavenly Pill Pavilion? Perhaps the Heavenly Pill Pavilion would use their private power and eliminate them in minutes. Therefore, Feng Tingfei was very respectful to Li Zhongjiu. Well, you haven't eaten yet, right? Sit down. Li Zhongjiu glanced at him. Originally, Feng Tingfei wanted to introduce the old man beside him to Li Zhongjiu. In any case, he was also an alchemy master, but Li Zhongjiu didn't seem to have the slightest interest in understanding. This scene caused some dissatisfaction to rise in the old man's heart. Although your talent is good, I'm also a 5th grade alchemist who has been famous for many years. My status and experience in the underworld are far above yours. Young people nowadays are really quite rude. In the old man's heart, he was also very unhappy. Feng Tingfei also quickly smiled and pulled the old man to the side. Come, elderly, it's inevitable to be arrogant when you become famous at such a young age. Don't take it to heart. Feng Tingfei said. Old Mo, you sit down first. I'll ask someone to go to the opposite street and get you 2 pots of good wine. While comforting Old Mo, he also asked someone to get the wine. Old Mo thought about it and agreed. There was no need to make things difficult for Li Zhongjiu. He was only here to help the 100 Medicine Pavilion obtain victory. With Li Zhongjiu's level, he was like a deity coming to this mortal arena. He could easily kill these people in seconds. That would not be a problem. Who are these people? Li Yan asked curiously. Looking at the clothes worn by these people, it seemed that they were not simple. They are the stewards of the 100 Medicine Pavilion. I don't know. Anyway, these people's positions are messy. Li Zhongjiu said. Anyway, what Li Zhongjiu cared about was the quota of the Dark Horse Alchemy meeting. Rules were rules. With Li Zhongjiu's strength, of course, he could force his way into the Dark Horse Alchemy meeting. Even if there was no invitation letter, you could not stop Li Zhongjiu. However, in this way, no one would play with you. That would be meaningless, so Li Zhongjiu randomly found someone who could give him the right to do so. Since the 100 Medicine Pavilion took the initiative to come to the door, it saved a lot of trouble. What, the steward of the 100 Medicine Pavilion? Since the Li family was in the elixir industry, of course, they knew about the 100 Medicine Pavilion. The level of the 100 Medicine Pavilion was even more powerful than the 1000 Taste Herb Hall. Even when the Li family was weak, the 100 Medicine Pavilion disdained to talk about cooperation with the Li family. Even the one who rejected the Li family was only a small branch of the 100 Medicine Pavilion. As for the steward of the 100 Medicine Pavilion, his status was equivalent to a grand secretary in the imperial court. At least more than half of the affairs of the 100 Medicine Pavilion had to go through the steward. Just now, the steward of the 100 Medicine Pavilion was very respectful to Li Zhongjiu. You're not bragging, are you? Li Yan was also thinking that Li Zhongjiu deliberately found these people to put on a show in front of her to save face. What's there to brag about? Li Zhongjiu could not help but say. How is your cultivation in the Mirror Moon Villa? Hee, it's okay. Kuan Erishur finally heard Li Zhongjiu ask about his cultivation. He immediately smiled strangely, and his eyes became extremely confident. It's fine as long as it's not bad. After all, he had cultivated under Master Mirror Moon for so long. Even a pig would be a little more powerful, let alone Kuan Erishur. That's right, when I arrived, I heard from Feng Tingfei that the Black Horse Pill gathering this time around is not as simple as it seems. Not only are there many people gathered within the Qiyun prefecture, but the hidden families of the other few prefectures have also made their moves. They are extremely concerned about this Black Horse Pill gathering. Kuan Arashi's expression became serious. It was as if he wanted to tell Li Zhongjiu that the opponent this time was not simple. What do you want to eat? Order it yourself. Kuan Erishur finally understood. Li Zhongjiu did not put anyone in his eyes. Enemies were not a threat to Li Zhongjiu at all. He had heard that Li Zhongjiu had dealt with Qingyuan Villa not long ago. Qingyuan Villa, Kuan Erishur had been very worried that Li Zhongjiu would die in the villa. But now, it seemed that this Li Zhongjiu was quite fierce. he was actually able to survive and burn down the entire Qingyuan villa. When they had first heard the news, the people who belonged to Li Zongjiu in the sacred flame royal city had all been very nervous, because Emperor Xingyan could have tied them up with just a word. They would not even have had the chance to escape. However, for some unknown reason, nothing had happened to Li Zongjiu even after Li Zongjiu had burned down Qingyuan villa. Some people even guessed that Li Zongjiu had a powerful background behind him, which was why Emperor Xingyan did not dare to do anything to Li Zongjiu. However, I heard that someone brought the drunken dream flower to the Dark Horse Elixir meeting this time. Kuan Erishur said as he rubbed his chin. Obviously, he did not know if this was accurate. Drunken dream flower? Isn't that a specialty of the place of termination? Li Zongjiu looked at Kuan Erishur and said. The place of termination was an extremely dangerous place on the continent. Even primitive emperors would find it difficult to enter. Every step they took was like walking on thin ice. Even Li Zongjiu, a supreme being back then, had not been able to explore the place of termination. The degree of danger there was much higher than one could imagine. If one casually stepped on a poisonous bug, it was very likely that one would be poisoned to death. Even if one consumed the antidote pill in the shortest time possible, it would be useless. Only death would await them. The drunken dream flower was also a type of extremely poisonous flower in the place of termination. Within a radius of 100 feet, the flower would begin to release its medicinal power. The closer one got, the more they would be controlled by the drunken dream flower. Before one could pluck the flower, one would be immersed in the dreamland. Drunken dream flower, the flower had always been a legend. Its medicinal power was close to grade 7. Back then, Li Zongjiu had relied on his powerful cultivation to pluck one forcefully. The drunken dream flower was a necessary item to refine grade 7 elixir pills. Unexpectedly, the small Dark Horse Elixir gathering had such an unexpected surprise. In addition to the competition of alchemy skills, there was also enough time for them to sell their refined elixir pills. If they wanted to sell the remaining rare and precious herbs, they would naturally be able to maximize their value during the Dark Horse Elixir gathering. As long as one could survive until the Dark Horse Elixir gathering and put the herb up for auction, there would be no risk after the transaction. Everyone's eyes would be fixed on the drunken dream flower, therefore, Li Zongjiu's interest was piqued. Yes, that's the place. I didn't expect someone to be able to bring something out from there. Lan Kuan slapped the board and said. When the two of them talked about this matter, they were very enthusiastic. Li Yan sat at the side and listened carefully to the two of them. She did not understand what they were talking about. Moreover, Li Yan seemed to realize that if she spoke, there would be some problems. Therefore, Li Yan tried to speak as little as possible to avoid any accidents. Tian Fei also walked downstairs at the right time. When he saw Kuan Erishur, he was obviously stunned for a moment. However, he quickly went forward to greet him. Ah, this guy, is he here to seek revenge? Kuan Erishur obviously recognized Tian Fei. He remembered the arrogance of these people in the past. However, wasn't this guy's Dantian directly destroyed by Li Zongjiu? How could he appear here now? Moreover, it seemed that he had recovered his strength. This is Tian Fei, my subordinate. Li Zongjiu roughly described the situation that day. At this time, Li Yan knew about Tian Fei's origin. After listening to the story, Kuan Erishur could only give Li Zongjiu a thumbs up. After such a big circle, only Li Zongjiu could do such a thing. Since we're on the same side, let bygones be bygones. Kuan Erishur was not a stingy person. Moreover, since Tian Fei followed Li Zongjiu, he often helped Li Zongjiu to kill people. Moreover, he was often injured. He was really pitiful. Hearing this, he felt very pitiful. The four young people also sat together to eat and chat. Not far from the inn, there was someone who had been staring at Li Zongjiu and the other three. Yesterday, Li Zongjiu killed Song Yan and captured the Nether Pill Saint and Protector Huamei. However, they were directly released the next day. The Ardent Earth sect was not just for show. However, because Song Yan was the manager of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion and had the support of the Imperial Court, the Ardent Earth sect gave him face and did not care about anything. Now that Song Yan was dead, the Ardent Earth sect had directly become stronger. Therefore, Elder Huamei had been dragged out early. The angry Huamei, of course, wanted to find Li Zongjiu to take revenge. However, someone came to take over the scene. When he came in contact with such a situation, Huamei realized that this was no longer a personal problem. The sect had actually sent a deputy sect master. Huamei could only follow Li Zongjiu obediently and understand the situation. When he found out that Li Zongjiu had offended the mystic Yuan sect, Huamei's lips curled into a grin. This was simply a case of God retribution for a despicable person. Now, using the sect's resources to take revenge was a very reasonable thing to do. Vice sect leader, do we need to send someone to kidnap this brat tonight? Huamei came in front of the deputy sect master and asked. The deputy sect master was a very powerful person. He had been working under the sect master for many years and had been cautious and conscientious. The sect master also trusted the deputy sect master very much and had given most of the power to the deputy sect master. This time, the sect master had received such a task because of his trust in the deputy sect master. Don't worry. This person's strength is at least at the Origin Emperor realm. Even if he isn't, he must have the ability to fight against an Origin Emperor realm expert. Don't act rashly. The Dark Horse Elixir meeting tomorrow is an exciting part. The vice sect master naturally wanted to know how powerful Li Zongjiu was. At least, the vice sect master was not clear about Li Zongjiu's achievements and what he had done. All the information he knew through the introduction was outdated. Who knew what kind of state Li Zongjiu had grown to now, or what kind of situation had occurred before? It was also necessary to know, therefore, it was naturally the best thing to let the people of the Black Horse Pill Assembly test Li Zongjiu. In this Black Horse town, there were already many forces from all over the world gathered here. First of all, these alchemists who came to participate in the alchemy competition were in high demand. Many forces wanted to invite them to join. If one's own force could have a senior alchemist join, then the speed of growth would be very fast, at least the logistics would be guaranteed. The second day. Black Horse Town. Li Zongjiu and others also came to the Black Horse Town in advance. At this moment, the Black Horse Town was crowded. The Dark Horse Elixir convocation hadn't even started, but news had already spread that the disciple of the Nether Elixir Saint had been crippled. It was said that the Nether Elixir Saint would personally take action to restore his prestige. This matter was indeed very shocking. Although it was said that there were many masters and experts gathered here, but they did not expect that such a situation would occur. Even the disciple of the Nether Pill Saint directly suffered a loss. However, there were still a lot of controversies about the 5 Crimson Cloud Saints. It was said that the 5 Crimson Cloud Saints' behavior of obtaining the primordial fire could not be regarded as glorious. Later, the 5 Crimson Cloud Saints also directly went into hiding, which led to the things that happened later. Some people even said that the 5 Crimson Cloud Saints were cowards, just like what Li Zongjiu said before, that was, the 5 Crimson Cloud Saints were cowards. However, no one dared to say this recently. Because it was said that this group of people had joined forces to break through the realm of 6th grade alchemist. 6th grade alchemist, there were 5 of them all at once, although he didn't know whether this was true or not. However, there was at least one. Even if there was one, the 5 Crimson Cloud Saints wouldn't be underestimated. They wouldn't continue to use this method to let people laugh at them as much as they liked. Even if there was only one person, they would definitely not dare to continue offending him. Offending a 6th grade alchemist was not a joke. Therefore, the movements of the 5 Crimson Cloud Saints had been rather frequent recently. Even the Dark Horse Pill gathering had appeared in person. However, this didn't seem to be a good start. In just one day, the news of the Dark Pill Saint being beaten up in Blackfire City had already spread to half of the alchemist world. Black Horse Inn. Many alchemists gathered together. Feng Tingfei had already left. After all, he was a member of the organizer. Although Li Zongjiu and the others were brought here by Feng Tingfei, the extent and effect of the Dark Horse Pill gathering depended on their own strength. Another alchemist also sat directly with Li Zongjiu and the others. Tian Fei and Kuan Erishur sat on the same bench. Old Mo's personality was relatively low-key and introverted. Since you don't talk to me, I won't talk to you either. It's the same. Black Horse Inn was just the first stop. What are we doing here? Li Yan looked at the slightly strange atmosphere around. It seemed that the people sitting there were looking around nervously, as if they were afraid that their things would be stolen. They were so cautious. Waiting for the start. He glanced at the sundial not far away. Li Zhongjiu said. What's the start? There are a total of 108 seats in the inn. But as you can see, many people are standing. There are at least 200 people in the inn. When the noon bell rings, the copper coins will fall. If anyone doesn't catch the copper coins, it's equivalent to being directly eliminated. This is the first round of screening. Li Zhongjiu explained. Listening to Li Zhongjiu's words, Li Yan's eyes lit up. She was extremely curious. She didn't expect that the underworld competition would be so interesting. It was really interesting. Today, she came out to see it. Everyone you see has a 6th grade medicinal herb in their hands. These people are all alchemists. When Li Zhongjiu said this, Li Yan's eyes were filled with shock. So many 6th grade medicinal herbs, so many alchemists, those who could come here to participate in this competition must be experts. Li Yan was also clear about this, so she also knew that the strength of these people in front of her was not simple. With so many experts and so many valuable things on the table, it was like a living treasury that was moving. These people all have 6th grade medicinal herbs? Li Yan asked in surprise. But then, Li Yan also thought of a very important question. That is, there are only 108 people, but there are more than 200 people. In the end, how many copper coins will there be? How many copper coins will there be? Li Yan asked. 99. Kuan Erishur added. This copper coin battle was the first round of the Dark Horse Pill gathering. The invitation token in each person's hand was equivalent to a proof of identity. Only by possessing this token would one's participation and ranking be valid. After that, there would be a notary in every round. It would not be easy to deceive them. Even at the beginning of each round, the token had to be checked. Although Li Yan and Tian Fei did not have an invitation token, it did not prevent them from sitting here. As time passed, everyone's eyes gradually fell on the sundial in front of them. The last tick mark was already very close. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at the beam on the ceiling. No one knew where the copper coins would fly out from. The original clamor within the inn suddenly weakened at this moment. It was as if this gentle breeze had directly taken away all the noise, causing the inn to descend into a deathly silence. Everyone's attention was highly focused. As alchemists, their mental strength was much stronger than ordinary masters. At this moment, their mental strength was intertwined in the inn, forming an extremely dense mental strength that even collided with each other. Is it about to start? Li Yan could not help but ask. The moment Li Yan opened her mouth, a loud bang sounded above the inn. It was the sound of a huge bell. Thunder shook. Dong. The sound of the bell also carried a certain timbre attack. Some alchemists who wanted to use their mental strength to search for the copper coins were instantly hit by the huge bell sound because it was their first time participating. Buzz, a loud bang sounded in their heads, and the world in front of them turned pitch black. Just as his vision darkened, a series of rapid whistling sounds could be heard from his surroundings. Some of the copper coins suddenly flew out from the pillar. Those who were leaning on the pillar did not even have time to react as they watched the copper coins fly out. Moreover, there were quite a few of them, swoosh swoosh swoosh, putting the rest of the people aside. The entire room had turned into a mess. It seemed like everyone had started to move. Some people had even started to fight with each other over the copper coins that had appeared first. It was extremely intense. Boom. Within the inn, flames immediately lit up everywhere. Li Zhongjiu sat at his original spot while Kuan Erishur and Old Mo could not sit still any longer. They immediately leaped out. This was because a copper coin had just flashed past their eyes. Swoosh! Kuan Erishur immediately leaped forward and grabbed at the copper coin. However, he saw another person rushing out from the opposite side and similarly grabbing at the copper coin. That person's face was dark and ruthless. He directly used his mental energy to condense numerous extremely sharp flying needles and violently flew towards Kuan Erishur. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Kuan Erishur looked like a newbie. After all, he was so young and was enough to be the first target in these people's eyes. They could even directly kill Kuan Erishur. In their eyes, Kuan Erasure was not a threat at all. Hee, idiot. Who knew that Kuan Erasure would be one step ahead of them? He used his mental energy to directly sweep the copper coin over and grabbed it in his hand. As for the flying needles released by the person in front of him, they were not even worth his attention. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no effect at all. As expected, you are still too young. When the opponent saw Kuan Erasure grab the copper coin, he instantly laughed. When Kuan Erasure grabbed the copper coin, his body coincidentally landed on the ground. Sensing that something was wrong, Kuan Erasure immediately realized that he had grabbed the copper coin. Around him, there were already a few people who had set up traps in advance. The three people simultaneously used their alchemy fire to attack Kuan Erasure. In this dark horse pill gathering, the techniques used were already limited. Either they used their alchemy fire or their mental energy. If they used their yuan power, then this was not a competition between alchemists. Boom! The three alchemy fires simultaneously crushed towards Kuan Erasure. Being in the middle of it, Kuan Erasure felt the crushing power from all directions. Although he was a little surprised at first, he did not panic as he directly looked at the surrounding flames. With a flick of his finger, a flame immediately jumped out from between his fingers. Boom! When the flame appeared in Lan Kuan's hand, it wasn't just the flames of the three people. The flames of the people around them also started to sway slightly. What? Someone's eyes were instantly filled with shock. The flames in Kuan to be DTO to the other flames. Remnant Sun Fire. When the Remnant Sun Fire was displayed, the surrounding people's own flames were quickly suppressed. Extinguish. Lan Kuan merely snapped his fingers, and with a swoosh, the surrounding flames were immediately suppressed and extinguished. At the same time, Kuan Erashi's mental energy was like a heavy punch as it directly sent the people in front of him flying. Bang! 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 The three of them were sent flying by the impact. When they saw Kuan Erasure repelling the three of them and breaking the trap so easily, they were shocked. Although it all happened in a flash, Kuan Erashi's actions had already made them deeply aware of how powerful he was. Under such circumstances, many people immediately shifted their gazes to other people. 10,000 years was a short period of time, and there was no need to tangle with such an expert. If the other party had some means to delay you, you might miss a good opportunity because of this. It was not worth it at all. Even the veteran who first attacked also turned his attention to the other copper coins and did not continue to tangle with Kuan Erasure. The person who could subdue the Remnant Sun Fire was definitely not ordinary. There was no need to doubt his strength. Li Zhongjiu looked at Kuan Erashi's actions and nodded his head in satisfaction. Although old Mo was old, his skills were not ordinary. He also managed to snatch a copper coin in the first round of competition. The surrounding people did not let down their guard, because the copper coins were constantly flying. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, swoosh swoosh swoosh. Why aren't you snatching it? It seems like there are almost none left. Old Mo had already returned to his seat, full of confidence. Some of the people who managed to snatch a copper coin naturally hid at the side with extreme vigilance. It was not easy to defeat someone in such a short period of time, so it was more convenient to aim at the ownerless copper coins. Seeing Li Zhongjiu's indifference, Li Yan could not help but feel anxious. Even if they might not succeed, they should still fight for it. They had not even started to fight for it. How could they just give up? This was not good behavior. It's still early. The last one will definitely be mine. Li Zhongjiu was not in a hurry to snatch the coins from these people. At this moment, a storm was raging within the inn. Many of the tables and chairs had already been burned down. It was obvious that the inn was in a state of chaos. There were even people who were close to each other and directly engaged in hand-to-hand combat. In the inn, the earth shook and the mountains shook unstoppably. There were also people who were seriously injured. Xiao, the last copper coin finally appeared. However, the location where it appeared was extremely coincidental. It happened to be on Li Zhongjiu's table. A hidden compartment appeared on the table, and with a light flick, a copper coin appeared. It landed on the table and spun continuously. There were less than 20 breaths of time left before the closing bell sounded. At that time, those who had not obtained a copper coin would definitely be eliminated. Such a fortuitous encounter caused the remaining dozens of people who had not obtained a copper coin to instantly pounce on Li Zongjiu like wolves and tigers. Old Mo did not expect Li Zongjiu's luck to be so good. This copper coin just happened to land in front of Li Zongjiu. In anyone's eyes, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. However, at the same time, there were more than 15 experts who instantly surrounded him. More than 10 flaming snakes directly attacked Li Zongjiu's table. Li Yan and the rest naturally did not dodge. Instead, they wanted to help Li Zongjiu. Otherwise, how could Li Zongjiu withstand the attacks of so many people? However, Li Yan's pill was really too weak. Old Mo's figure retreated slightly. After all, he was the one who obtained the copper coin. If he was accidentally dragged into this mess, it would be too unfair for Old Mo. Therefore, when Old Mo saw that the situation was not good, he immediately withdrew and hid behind the crowd. Moreover, he coldly observed the situation that Li Zongjiu was about to face. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "I want to see what exactly makes you so arrogant." Just as Old Mo was looking forward to Li Zongjiu being ganged up on and completely eliminated, Li Zongjiu suddenly stopped. That would be enough to let Li Zongjiu know what it meant to overestimate one's capabilities. However, the scene that happened next caused Old Mo's eyes to instantly freeze. "What?" Li Zongjiu gently waved his hand. The fire serpents that were surging from all directions were immediately blown away by an invisible force. These fire serpents directly rushed towards the rear. Boom! The terrifying power of the fire snakes immediately returned to where they came from. The scene was extremely spectacular. This was because the position where the dozen over fire snakes had turned was coincidentally not far from Li Zongjiu's body. With just a little bit of strength, they would be able to directly burn Li Zongjiu to death. However, the appearance of this scene now was shocking. Even the owner of the fire snake was startled. The flame represented the mastery of these people's control skills. If one was unable to control the flame in one's hand, how would one be able to control this medicinal cauldron that could change in a myriad of ways? However, these people were all genuine grade 4 alchemists. With the fire control ability of a grade 4 alchemist, it was naturally not difficult to control these flames. However, at this moment, in front of Li Zongjiu, these flames became extremely disobedient at this moment. "Who? Extinguish. Go back. Damn it, attack. My flames are actually out of control." These alchemists were shocked to find that they could no longer control their flames. They could only watch as the flames directly landed on their bodies with a boom. Boom! The terrifying and overbearing power instantly blasted these people away. These people were originally using their strongest power at this moment, but who would have thought that this power would directly hit their own bodies? Bang! Those alchemists were directly blasted away. Everyone vomited blood, but they were still alive. However, if they wanted to obtain this copper coin, it would not be so easy. He reached out and grabbed the copper coin in his hand. Li Zongjiu was extremely calm as he drank a mouthful of tea. Even if this copper coin was in Li Zongjiu's hands, the remaining people did not dare to attack anymore. Those who had yet to obtain these items exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes were filled with regret. Although it was said that in this copper coin battle, they lost their qualifications, but it did not mean that they did not have a chance. As long as they consumed a grade 6 elixir, they would be able to recover their qualifications and continue to participate in the next round of the competition. As long as you have enough grade 6 elixirs, you will be able to continue in this dark horse pill gathering. In this first round, many people had shown their strength. In the next round, those who exposed their strength prematurely would also be greatly threatened. Many people were also on full alert. Some people were also watching very anxiously. At the same time, they secretly noted in their hearts who was able to take such a lead among these people, and who was the person that they could not afford to offend. Congratulations everyone! Clang, a loud and clear sound of a bell pulled Old Mo back from his shock. Not only Old Mo, but the surrounding people had also recovered from their extreme shock. After all, Li Zongjiu's previous move was too shocking. To be able to send someone flying so easily, who else could do such a thing? At the same time, everyone had listed Li Zongjiu as a person that they absolutely could not afford to offend. A person appeared on the second floor of the inn. They had seen this person before, but Li Zongjiu probably did not have any impression of him. Wu Qingfeng, Tenfang Medicine Hall's deputy hall master, there was no doubt about the strength of the three major elixir merchants. To be able to gather such a big event, including almost all the high-level alchemists in the Qiyun prefecture, the strength of these people was displayed here. It was almost equivalent to half of the Qiyun prefecture. Moreover, because of the influence of these three major elixir merchants, this influence could spread even further, allowing even more independent alchemists to participate in this black horse pill gathering. Welcome everyone who has come from afar. At the same time, congratulations to those who have qualified. As for this loss in the first round, there is no need to be discouraged. A stock of 6th grade elixir can be added to the next round. Although there was not much to gain from the first round, those who failed to come lost a lot. After painstakingly preparing for a long time, they were directly eliminated. Moreover, although this black horse pill gathering was said to be a gathering of the three major elixir merchants, in reality, the situation and the result would directly affect one's reputation and status in the alchemy world. Such a matter was extremely important to these independent alchemists. As an alchemist, some wealth that was difficult for ordinary people to obtain was basically at their fingertips. Therefore, reputation was extremely important to them. There was no first place in literature, and no second place in martial arts. For this reputation, in addition to the encouragement of these elixirs, the opportunity to double the price of a stock of 6th grade elixir was not something that everyone would easily give up. The second round will be held at the Black Horse Square. Immediately after Wu Qingfeng's voice sounded, the back door of the inn directly opened with a bang. The back door of the Black Horse Inn led directly to the Black Horse Square. At this moment, on the Black Horse Square, dozens of arenas were all prepared. Each arena was separated by an independent yuan inscription array. Moreover, there were also impartial masters waiting on each arena. On the copper coins, there are numbers. For the first time, there are 50 arenas. The first 30 numbers are the arena masters. The remaining 20 arenas are empty. You can enter the arena as you wish and become the arena master to defend the arena. If you successfully defend the arena for 3 rounds, you will be able to obtain a 6th grade elixir exchange voucher provided by the co-organizer of the grand meeting. On the other hand, if you successfully defend the arena for 3 rounds, you will also be able to obtain the same reward. After the crowd below the arena heard the rules, they all became excited. This was because it seemed that there was a very big chance. However, there were a total of 99 people in the arena. Those who were added through other methods were not counted as of now. Everyone came here, and they were not here to watch a show. If that was the case, there was no need to carry out such an action. At this moment, outside the Black Horse Square, there were also many onlookers. It just so happened that they were here to watch. Looking at the scene in front of them, this was Xianxia, Li Zongjiu and the others walked into the arena. It did not matter how they competed, as long as they kept winning. Hee, I am actually number 30. Kuan Erishur looked at the number on the special copper coin in his hand and directly walked to the corresponding arena. Then I will go up first. Kuan Erishur jumped up. If he did not lose, he would give out a stock of 6th grade elixir. If he won, he would get a stock of 6th grade elixir. If he did not lose, then it would depend on his own strength. Moreover, in this arena, the stakes could be increased at any time. Go. Li Zongjiu waved his hand. To say that Li Zongjiu came to such a place, in fact, he did not have much interest in the competition. After all, these people's alchemy skills could be said that Li Zongjiu did not put any of them in his eyes. If you want to talk about alchemy skills, then these people here are all trash. The duration of the competition is 3 days. For every day, the alchemy platform will be reduced by 10. After all, not everyone was able to obtain so many tier 6 spiritual herbs. A day's time was enough for these people to compete. As long as you are on this alchemy platform, it does not matter how you compete. Sometimes it is fast enough, but sometimes it is an extremely long war of attrition. And this arena lord position, the further you go, the more difficult it is. That kid is the one who offended the 5th brother? In the corner of the arena, there were 2 figures standing. Although they were dressed in a low-key manner, when they fought before, no one could stop their sharpness. At this moment, these two people stood here, and the people around them did not dare to come close. It's him. The two of them looked at Li Zongjiu. These two people were two of the 5 saints of the Crimson Cloud continent. They didn't come here for the 6th grade medicinal herbs. After all, although these 6th grade medicinal herbs were precious, it wasn't difficult to obtain them, especially for a 6th grade alchemist. One of them was a genuine 6th grade alchemist. Among the Crimson Cloud 5 saints, only the boss had broken through the 6th grade alchemist realm. Because of the appearance of the 6th grade alchemist, these people became active. Recently, some of the famous alchemists in the Crimson Cloud Prefecture seemed to have a feeling of surpassing them. Therefore, the Crimson Cloud 5 saints also took this opportunity to make a name for themselves. In the dark, who knew how many pairs of eyes swept across these people, wandering? It was all for the sake of finding weaker people. At the beginning, although these arena masters were already in place, there were still relatively few people who wanted to go up. Li Zongjiu's eyes also swept back and forth across these people. After all, he needed to know who was carrying the drunken life flower among these people. No matter what, he had to get his hands on the flower, 6th grade medicinal herbs. Li Zongjiu didn't want to let it go so easily. Haha, old black, since you're the arena master, I naturally won't let you go so easily. I'll challenge you. Let's have a fire fight. A figure directly jumped onto the alchemy platform and began to compete with the opponent. The next round of challenges also began in an instant. Some people chose to watch the battle, while others chose to directly jump onto the platform. Old Mo, who came with Li Zongjiu, wasn't in a hurry. What he needed was to stay until the end. It wasn't a good thing to be the first to stand out now. At the same time, Old Mo also wanted to see who Li Zongjiu was and what ability he had. Li Yan and Tian Fei both followed by Li Zongjiu's side. The two of them looked around curiously. They had always seen the big competition between alchemists, but they didn't expect that today they would have the opportunity to see a battle between alchemists. Obviously, the competition between alchemists was much more refined. The one in red seems to be very powerful. Li Yan saw a man in red sitting on the 5th arena in front of him. He directly closed his eyes and rested on the spot, adjusting his aura. During this process, the surrounding aura was also constantly flowing, causing a trace of reverence to rise in people's hearts. It seemed that this person's body contained an extremely terrifying killing move, causing people to not dare to approach him. Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon. This terrifying guy, why is also here? Before this, no one had recognized this person. However, when they saw the appearance of the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon, they were all shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes. It was said that in order to subdue a primordial fire demon, this person had almost exhausted all methods. He had even reached a state of chi deviation. Later on, when this guy entered a state of chi deviation, he also killed many people. Now that he was sitting here, who knew if this guy was a lunatic? They were only here to participate in the alchemy competition. If there was any danger to their lives, it wouldn't be worth it. It was better to be safe and not fight with this lunatic first. I heard that this guy seems to have brought the drunken dream flower with him. In order to refine this primordial fire, this guy also rushed directly to that place, but in the end, he also directly went crazy. It had to be said that some alchemists were really talkative, just a small matter, and they would talk about it everywhere. Since Li Zongjiu heard it, he naturally wanted to join in the fun. I'll go and see if this guy has any flowers, Li Zongjiu said. As soon as his voice fell, his figure leaped and landed on the stage. In the arena of the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon, someone came up so quickly, this caused the people below the stage to be shocked. When they saw that Li Zongjiu was the person who had displayed his invincible might in the inn just now, all of them began to pay attention to him. Just what was the background of this Li Zongjiu? He actually had such terrifying strength, and now he directly challenged the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon. This wasn't a simple matter, it wouldn't be easy to deal with this guy. Good boy, you really don't know life from death. Seeing that Li Zongjiu actually took the initiative to provoke the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon, Old Mo's eyes suddenly turned cold. So what if you are a genius? With the strength of the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon, it would be easy for it to defeat this Li Zongjiu or even cripple him. There were clearly so many people, but you just had to provoke such a dangerous person. Therefore, in old Mo's eyes, Li Zongjiu was a dead man. If you want to court death, then what are you if not a dead man? This kid actually went to challenge the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon. He really doesn't want to live anymore. Damn, he's fierce. I saw this kid's performance before. He's also a ruthless person. He's really powerful. I want to see how exciting it will be. Even the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon didn't expect that someone would actually dare to challenge it so quickly, with such an imposing aura. Could it be possible that he would meet a worthy opponent? Therefore, the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon opened its eyes in disdain, sizing up Li Zongjiu. How can we compete? The Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon said indifferently. Its meaning was as if it was waiting for Li Zongjiu to speak, giving the initiative to Li Zongjiu. This was obviously a kind of contempt towards Li Zongjiu. It was really arrogant. Whatever, let's have a fire battle. Li Zongjiu said. For alchemists, a fire battle was a competition of the strength of the flame and the ability to control the flame. In terms of time, the outcome of the battle would naturally be decided more quickly. However, the danger was naturally higher because if it was a flame, it might just injure you directly. When the onlookers heard that Li Zongjiu actually chose to have a fire battle with the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon, they couldn't help but shake their heads. One by one, they couldn't help but shake their heads. Obviously, this Li Zongjiu came here to court death. What was the difference between this and jumping off a cliff? They really couldn't find any difference. However, there's no meaning in betting on a 6th-grade medicinal herb. Do you dare to bet everything? Li Zongjiu continued. Bet everything. That would be cutting off the other party's path of retreat. It would be a battle to the death. The Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon's eyes also changed. Looking at Li Zongjiu's young and tender face, the corners of its mouth couldn't help but curl up. I have 10 6th-grade medicinal herbs. How many do you want to bet? 10 6th-grade medicinal herbs. Obviously, this Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon came prepared. He wanted to stand out in this dark horse pill assembly. He even wanted to make a huge profit. The Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon had revealed his trump card. This was also telling Li Zongjiu that he had 10 tier 6 spiritual herbs in his hands. How many did Li Zongjiu have? Seeing such a scene, the others also wanted to know if Li Zongjiu had that much strength. Okay, 10 then. Li Zongjiu said. Then, he directly threw a storage ring into the hands of the notary. The notary lightly scanned it and was shocked by the things inside. 10 6th-grade medicinal herbs, no mistake. These notaries were all senior appraisers invited by the 3 major herbal medicine merchants. Therefore, even if you wanted to use fake and inferior medicinal herbs to make up the numbers, it was basically impossible. As for the appraisers, the amount of medicinal herbs they had seen and touched was even more than the total amount of the alchemists. After all, the amount of medicinal herbs they dealt with every day was too much. The amount of medicinal herbs was too much to count. Everyone exclaimed again. They didn't expect this young man to be able to take out 10 6th-grade medicinal herbs. It was such a fierce competition right from the start, and it immediately made the people around them perk up. At the same time, many people began to envy the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon. This fire demon's luck is really good. He met such a big fish the moment he came. That's right. Even if he left after this competition, he would have doubled his assets. Why can't I meet such a fool? The Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon was naturally happy in his heart. Similarly, he threw the storage ring that contained the herbs to the notary. The notary took the storage ring in his hand and swept his gaze over it. After seeing the items within, he nodded towards Li Zongjiu. The quantity is correct. 10 stalks of 6th-grade herbs. The notary said. It was hard to believe that such a ferocious battle was taking place right from the start. Since the notary said that there was no problem, then there was definitely no problem. With 3 herb merchants backing him, how could he be afraid of not having enough herbs? Li Zongjiu wasn't in a hurry to ask if there was the drunken dream flower inside. Instead, he looked at the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon and waved his hand. Make your move. Li Zongjiu's words were simply arrogant to the extreme. He didn't choose to challenge the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon in alchemy, but he arrogantly chose to fight with fire. Not only that, he even took out all the herbs he had on him. How stupid must this child be to do such a thing? Now, Li Zongjie was still so arrogant. He recklessly let the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon make the first move. It was simply like jumping down from a bottomless abyss. At the same time, he was carrying a huge rock on his back, as if he was afraid that he wouldn't die from the fall. Demonic Wolf Fire. The Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon wasn't a gentleman. To be called a demon, it was naturally because he had done many crazy things. At this moment, there was a terrifying energy condensing in his hands. Boom! It was as if a green fire wolf was condensing in the center of his palm. Following the movement of the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon's hand, he suddenly waved it and threw the fire wolf out. Roar! The fire wolf was vivid and lifelike. Its speed was astonishing, and its power was swift and fierce. Even with the shielding Yuan rune array, Li Yan and Li Zongjie could feel a wave of heat. At this moment, facing the fire wolf, Li Zongjie was bound to suffer the attack of the flames. The Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon's control over flames has actually reached such a level. When some people saw this scene, they were clearly deeply shocked. As expected of the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon, his attack this time around had already displayed an extremely extraordinary stance. Ordinary alchemists could at most condense their flames into the shape of a long whip. The power of the flame itself was still in their hands and could not be directly controlled by their body. As for this fire wolf, it directly broke away from the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon's hand. Like an independent spirit, it directly rushed towards Li Zongjie. Boom! The ferocious green fire wolf charged directly at Li Zongjie. Li Zongjie just stood there, as if he had been scared silly by the scene in front of him. It's not that simple. Since Li Zongjie wanted to fight, then naturally, he would let Li Zongjie enjoy himself. Since you gave me a grade 6 stone pearl medicinal ingredient, then I'll let you die even more happily and heroically. Split. The Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon's hands moved and instantly separated between his palms. The fire wolf that was rushing forward instantly split into three. When it had rushed in front of Li Zongjie, it had clearly only been one fire wolf. However, in an instant, it had split into 3 fire wolves and rushed towards Li Zongjie from 3 different directions. Be careful! Li Yan couldn't help but shout when she felt the sudden increase in power of the flames. It seemed that Li Zongjie's opponent was an extremely powerful person. When Li Zongjie faced his opponent's move, it seemed as if he was completely scared silly. He didn't even know how to counterattack. Old Mo's eyes were also firmly staring at Li Zongjie. Clearly, Old Mo was also looking forward to the scene in his heart. However, the scene that everyone was looking forward to did not appear. They saw Li Zongjie directly flicking his finger. With just 3 flaming lights, the fire wolves in front of him were defeated one after another. Boom! 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 An intense fluctuation swept out. Many people didn't even see how Li Zongjie made his move, but they could already hear the sound of the fire wolves shattering. Go! In Li Zongjie's hand, there seemed to be an additional flame whip. As Li Zongjie swung it with all his strength, the flame whip directly swept towards the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon. Boom! The Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon rubbed his hands together and a flame sword appeared in his hand. Facing Li Zongjie's flame whip, a cold light emerged in his eyes. Break for me! When he saw Li Zongjie easily destroying the fire wolves, the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon already knew that the situation wasn't good. With the strength of the youth before him, he was afraid that it wouldn't be easy to deal with him. When the sword slashed out, a flame storm instantly swept up in the surroundings. One had to admit that the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon's ability to control flames had already reached an extremely grand realm. The flame storm trapped Li Zongjie within. The power that had gathered in the surroundings seemed to have formed a terrifying furnace. However, the flame whip in Li Zongjie's hand had already coiled around the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon's body. At this very moment, the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon was startled when he saw the flame whip coiling around his waist. Immediately, the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon wanted to remove the flame whip. However, he discovered that the flame wasn't an ordinary flame. At this moment, it had actually seeped into the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon's body. Not good. Immediately, the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon roared and circulated his yuan power, wanting to expel the flame from his body. However, it was already too late. Whoosh, in the next moment, the scarlet cloud fire demon's body was ignited by the flame. When the flame started to burn from within his body, he would no longer have the slightest chance. No! The scarlet cloud fire demon roared. Even the surrounding firestorm had obscured the vision of the surrounding people, making it difficult for them to clearly see what was happening within. However, when they heard the scarlet cloud fire demon's roar, they immediately understood that the scarlet cloud fire demon had fallen into a disadvantageous position. The surrounding flames were gradually dispelled. Then, a figure appeared in everyone's line of sight. How is this possible? Looking at Li Zhongjiu, who was still standing at the same spot, everyone looked at him with an extremely shocked gaze. In front of Li Zhongjiu, a storage ring fell from a pile of black ashes. When the pile of ashes appeared in front of him, these people clearly understood a fact. That was, Li Zhongjiu had directly killed the scarlet cloud fire demon. Furthermore, he had used the most brutal method to do so. When such a terrifying flame energy was displayed, the scarlet cloud fire demon did not have the slightest chance. The people outside did not even see it clearly. Only the notary on the scene could see everything clearly. Because of the close distance and the fact that the notary's strength was not weak, he was able to see the process of Li Zhongjiu killing the scarlet cloud fire demon in front of him. The entire process was extremely simple. It could even be said that there were no unnecessary complications. It was like using a chopper to chop wood. Raising the hand and chopping the blade down, it was natural. It was that simple. Give me his medicinal ingredients, Li Zhongjiu directly said. Even though he was the notary, he was still unable to react. However, after he reacted, he quickly handed over the medicinal ingredients in his hand. As expected of Li Zhongjiu, the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's honorary elder, Wu Qingfeng and the rest looked at Li Zhongjiu's arena. They were not surprised by the battle strength that Li Zhongjiu had displayed. It was precisely this kind of strength that allowed Li Zhongjiu to become the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's honorary elder. Since the people in front of them were just rogue cultivators, they would not pay much attention to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's honorary elder. Furthermore, Li Zhongjiu's appearance was not impressive. He did not even have any extravagance and did not look very noble. Therefore, they naturally did not think that Li Zhongjiu was the honorary elder. After all, this young man had become the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's honorary elder. Such a matter was inconceivable. If he stood in front of you, how would you dare to believe it? It was because of this kind of disbelief that they had when they met Li Zhongjiu. Their ending was extremely tragic. The Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon is dead? The onlookers could not believe their eyes. They were even trying their best to search for the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon in the surroundings. They wanted to see if the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon was hiding somewhere. Clearly, they were thinking too much. There was no chance for them to find the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon. 10 6th grade elixirs in hand, this made everyone jealous. This was just the beginning. It was very easy to get such an opportunity. This Dark Horse Alchemy gathering was actually a huge gamble. However, the one who gambled was the alchemist, and the stakes were the 6th grade elixirs in hand. Using the 6th grade elixirs as a stake, it might only be a small amount at the beginning. However, as the numbers accumulated, people's eyes would slowly turn red. This kid. Seeing Li Zhongjiu easily obtain 10 6th grade elixirs, the onlookers could not help themselves. Many people were unable to hold themselves back and began to make their moves. They wanted to be like Li Zhongjiu, to find a suitable opponent, and use the same method to acquire the 6th grade elixir. This is 2F** King Awesome. I'll go to the arena. If you don't even dare to go to the arena, what's the point of coming here? The people who came to the Dark Horse Elixir meeting were all hoping to get a great harvest in the end, or they hoped to make a name for themselves. Since everyone had their own plans, they would naturally take the initiative to move forward. The entire Dark Horse Square was bustling with noise and excitement. However, no one dared to go to the arena where Li Zhongjiu was. Everyone intentionally or unintentionally avoided Li Zhongjiu. In another arena, another person was directly defeated. However, this person had spoken rudely to his opponent. Thus, he was directly set on fire by his opponent and burned to death. The flame was like a lingering ghost that was constantly rolling back and forth on the body of the person who was being burned. Ah! I beg you, kill me quickly. The flame burned the person in an orderly manner. As for the person standing on the stage, he was just watching coldly from the sidelines. When the crowd saw this person, they immediately went into an uproar. Isn't that the Xianxia Pale Saint? Xianxia Pale Saint. It is said that the Xianxia sacred flame used by the Xianxia Pale Saint is extremely powerful. Once touched by the Xianxia sacred flame, one's flesh and bones will be separated and burned to death. When the ability of the Xianxia Pale Saint was mentioned, everyone was extremely shocked. Moreover, the Xianxia Pale Saint was the leader of the Scarlet Cloud 5 Saints, the Xianxia Pale Saint. How dare you call yourself the heavenly sacred flame with such a crooked method? Are you stupid? Li Zhongjiu looked at the arrogant look on the heaven and earth Pale Saint's face and felt very unhappy looking at him. Others didn't know about the Scarlet Cloud 5 Saints, but how could Li Zhongjiu not know? Although the Scarlet Cloud 5 Saints didn't have any enmity with him in his previous life, this group of people was really too hypocritical because he didn't know where they got a set of yuan formula. The magical thing about this yuan formula was that it could create one's own yuan fire. The strength of the primordial fire was related to the method used to refine it. Through different formulas and the cultivation of this yuan formula, the power of the yuan fire could be obtained. However, the flame cultivated in this way was only some extremely inferior power. Before the 6th grade alchemist, the Origin Emperor realm, they could flaunt their prowess a little. In the early stage, they indeed had enough strength. However, the further they got, the more the effect would gradually decline, and the decline would be very fast. Some drawbacks would also appear. They would even be far inferior to ordinary alchemists. Moreover, these people's yuan formula was originally snatched from a family. Until now, the people of these families were also chasing after the Scarlet Cloud 5 Saints. Both sides had also gone through a competition. When the Crimson Cloud 5 Saints obtained this set of elemental arts, they directly hid in the depths of the mountains and forests. That was how they cultivated to their current level. Very few people knew the whole story behind it. Li Zhongjiu happened to be one of them. Therefore, he was also extremely dissatisfied with the Scarlet Cloud 5 Saints. The Xianxia Pale Saint looked around arrogantly. Finally, his gaze fell on Li Zhongjiu. There was also a hint of provocation in his eyes. It seemed to be saying that sooner or later, I, the Xianxia Pale Saint, will definitely defeat you and trample you under my feet. Li Zhongjiu also happened to see the Xianxia Pale Saint's gaze. He couldn't bear it anymore. He directly jumped down from the arena and walked towards the Xianxia Pale Saint. This was because the Xianxia Pale Saint had already attracted the attention of many people. At this moment, when they suddenly saw Li Zhongjiu's actions, everyone was pleasantly surprised. It seemed that another good show was about to play out. However, the face of the notary in the Pale Assembly changed. This was because they didn't expect such a situation. Why did Li Zhongjiu directly jump down? As the arena master, of course, he couldn't easily leave his own arena. Otherwise, how could he attack the arena? Therefore, the notary also quickly jumped down from the arena and came to Li Zhongjiu's side. It wasn't easy for him to pull Li Zhongjiu down. Wait. Elderly, this Pale Assembly has a rule that the arena master can't leave the arena without permission. Please go back quickly, the notary pulled Li Zhongjiu and hurriedly advised. The Xianxia Pale Saint also did not expect this Li Zhongjiu to directly walk over because of his gaze. What did this guy mean? Wasn't he too arrogant? Even if he had the strength, it was impossible for him to be so willful. Did he have the confidence to defeat him? The Xianxia Pale Saint's gaze was incomparably calm. When he saw Li Zhongjiu walking over, he even had the feeling of retreating. Fortunately, the notary directly stopped Li Zhongjiu. Otherwise, if this Li Zhongjiu directly jumped up, who knew what would happen? *CK, what's wrong with this brat? He's actually so fierce. He hadn't even said anything, but this brat already wanted to come up and fight with him. His temper was actually so fiery. What are you doing? He looks very fierce. Hurry up and return to your arena. Li Yun also stepped forward to persuade him. At the same time, she pulled Li Zhongjiu back. He dared to stare at me just now, Li Zongjiu said. At this moment, if it wasn't for Li Yan stopping him, Li Zongjiu would have definitely stepped forward to take care of this guy. So what if I stare at you? Do you have to go up and beat him to death? Sigh, why are you so grumpy? Li Yan put her hands on her hips and put on the posture of an elder sister. This was something that Li Yan should do. Although her strength was not as good as Li Zongjiu's, if Li Zongjiu continued to be like this, something would happen sooner or later. No matter how great your ability is, you can't withstand your temper. After being scolded by Li Yan, Li Zongjiu's face was naturally filled with helplessness. Then, he obediently walked back and stood on his arena. However, with Li Zongjiu's current state, it was certain that no one would dare to come up and provoke him. Everyone could see that Li Zongjiu was in a very bad mood. If he challenged Li Zongjiu now, wouldn't he be making things difficult for himself? So, he chose to challenge other places first. The arena masters were constantly changing. The rest of the people also wanted to maintain this continuous victory, but it was extremely difficult. Congratulations to Kuan Erishur from Kuan Castle for successfully defending the arena for 3 rounds. He has received a 6th grade medicinal ingredient exchange voucher. Someone was announcing the battle situation from the side. What the Dark Horse Elixir Assembly needed the most was such a dark horse. Kuan Erishur actually took the lead to become the first person to win 3 rounds in a row in this Dark Horse Elixir Assembly, defending the arena for 3 rounds and defeating all the challengers one after another. There was no doubt about this kind of strength. The Radiants also instantly blessed Kuan Erishur. However, after this series of battles, Kuan Arashi's condition also suffered a lot of twists and turns. Under this difficult battle, Kuan Erishur also persevered, so now Kuan Erishur also got a chance to rest. The rest of the people were also tricked by Kuan Erishur at the beginning. It seemed that Kuan Erishur defeated the enemy by a narrow margin every time, which made the rest of the people misjudge Kuan Arashi's strength. Although they knew that Kuan Erishur must have a trump card, they didn't expect that Kuan Erishur was actually so strong. He had persisted until the end and still hadn't reached his limit. Congratulations to the Heaven and Earth Elixir Saint from the Qian State for successfully defending the arena for 3 rounds. You have obtained a 6th grade elixir exchange voucher. Defending the arena for 3 rounds was a hurdle. Many people wanted to cross this hurdle, but they didn't succeed. There were only a few people who succeeded. Those who succeeded in obtaining this honor could directly rest today and pass this round. After all, they had to go up the arena at least once. After going up, if they wanted to come down, they would either be beaten down by others or obtain 3 consecutive victories and then come down smoothly. The Heaven and Earth Elixir Saint's eyes stared in the direction of Li Zongjiu, revealing a trace of provocation. It seemed that he was mocking Li Zongjiu, and at the same time, he seemed to be showing off his strength. Li Zongjiu just looked at the Heaven and Earth Elixir Saint indifferently. Hey, you old fox, do you dare to come up and fight with me? Li Zongjiu looked at the Heaven and Earth Dance Saint's provocative gaze and felt a wave of displeasure. Right now, he couldn't hold it in any longer. Even if this scene couldn't continue, he would definitely jump down and kill this Qiankuan Pill Saint. Old fox, even in his dreams, Qiankuan Dan Saint never thought that this word would actually appear on his body. There was simply no one else like him. Some people could not help but laugh out loud when they heard this. However, the Qiankuan Pill Saint was currently in a free state. If he caught you and beat you up, he would definitely beat you into a retard. Naturally, they did not dare to laugh on the surface. Everyone's eyes were on the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint. Even if the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint wanted to pretend not to hear, it was very difficult. In the face of Li Zongjiu's provocation, the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint clenched his fists at this moment. He couldn't wait to rush up and punch Li Zongjiu's head. However, the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint forcefully endured it. Humph, why should I be entangled with an arrogant person like you? The Heaven and Earth Pill Saint said indifferently. So what if I let you live for 2 more days? Originally, Li Yan felt that Li Zongjiu was taking the initiative to provoke others again. This kind of behavior was very wrong. However, after hearing that the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint was so arrogant and even dared to directly insult Li Zongjiu, no matter what, Li Zongjiu was still a member of the Li family. You old man, what are you talking about? You can't kill a member of my Li family if you want to. Li Yan shouted at the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint. Her expression was also very similar to an angry tiger. Under this clamor, the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint was also furious. He was a dignified 6th grade alchemist. At this moment, he was actually bullied by 2 young people. How could this be? If he continued to endure it, then the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint wouldn't need to stay in the alchemy world in the future. Very well, since you want to die today, then I will fulfill your wish. The Heaven and Earth Pill Saint was so angry that he laughed. He immediately leaped up and rushed to the arena where Li Xianxia was. Today, I want you to know who the world of alchemy in the Qian prefecture belongs to. How dare you be so impudent in front of me? At this moment, the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint was obviously very domineering. Most of the people around him were also from the Qian prefecture. When they heard that the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint was actually so powerful and was facing Li Xianxia head-on, it gave people an extremely satisfying feeling. The most important thing was that Li Xianxia was here, and the powerful stance that he had displayed earlier gave people a feeling that he was extremely difficult to deal with. Now that the Heaven and Earth Dan Saint dared to directly face the difficulty, it gave the surrounding people the feeling that the Heaven and Earth Dan Saint was fighting for the glory of the Qian prefecture. Xianxia, don't give me face. Just cripple him and let him know the power of our Li family. Li Yan said directly. He also expressed his confidence in Li Xianxia. By now, Li Yan finally understood that with Li Xianxia's strength, there was no one that Li Xianxia couldn't handle. In any case, until now, he had never seen anyone like that. As long as he left everything to Li Xianxia, it would be fine. Li Xianxia naturally didn't have any objections to Li Yan's words. Stinking girl, wait until I cripple this arrogant brat. I'll definitely let you have a taste of my power. The Heaven and Earth Pill Saint directly said to Li Yan fiercely. His eyes were filled with the desire to cripple Li Yan right now. Old thing, be careful with your words. I'll burn your tongue in a while. Li Xianxia said indifferently. Since the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint was already standing on the stage, he was already prepared to fight with Li Xianxia. Therefore, he did not continue to argue with Li Xianxia over the power of words. He pointed at the notary. I want to challenge this person. 5 6th grade spiritual medicines. The way of the battle is to refine the iron origin root. The Heaven and Earth Pill Saint said. 5 6th grade spiritual medicines, relatively speaking, these 5 6th grade spiritual medicines were definitely a huge gamble. If this battle was to end, it would definitely not be simple. Obviously, the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint was still a little conservative. After all, this was just the beginning. There were still many 6th grade spiritual medicines waiting for him to harvest. Even if he was really confident, he would definitely have to stabilize himself first. He wouldn't just blindly charge out. That was just the way of a reckless man. Such behavior, in the eyes of others, would be very childish. If he can win, I'll give him all the 6th grade spiritual medicines on me. Li Xianxia said directly. The Heaven and Earth Pill Saint's eyes lit up. This was a good opportunity. Young people really couldn't stand being stimulated. With just 5 spiritual medicines, he could win at least 26th grade spiritual medicines. This was definitely a good deal. Immediately, the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint revealed an evil smile. Deal. Li Xianxia did not know what this guy was laughing at. However, it was a good thing to be able to face this setback with such a natural attitude. Since you like to laugh, you might as well laugh more. The day was coming to an end. Most of the people had gone through a round of elimination. Some people had lost completely and entered a state of bankruptcy. Everyone stopped what they were doing to watch the fierce battle between the 2 giants. Previously, Li Xianxia had already defeated an expert from the Qian prefecture. At this moment, he was facing one of the 5 saints of the Qian prefecture, the Qianquan Pill Saint. In the eyes of the crowd, this Li Xianxia was also an extremely powerful person. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. The way the 2 of them were competing was suggested by the Qianquan Pill Saint, which was to refine the iron elemental root. The iron elemental root was not unfamiliar among the alchemists. It could even be said that they were very familiar with it. Many newbies needed to learn how to use the iron elemental root to strengthen the foundation. This was a compulsory course for alchemists when they entered the sect. This was because the iron elemental root had a very low sensitivity to the fire attribute. Although the iron elemental root was not very hard, it could be easily broken by hand. However, if one wanted to use fire to refine it, it would require a lot of power. If one wanted to cultivate the power of fire, one must release all the power in one's body. Only in this way could one continuously refine the fire in one's body, allowing one to better control the power of fire. Therefore, almost every alchemist had an iron elemental root. The iron elemental root itself was the root of the iron elemental tree. Soon, the organizer of the Dark Horse Pill Convocation also prepared the iron elemental root. The two iron elemental roots had the same weight. The difficulty of refining them was also the same. These two iron elemental roots are the same. You and I will compete to see who can refine the iron elemental root into iron elemental liquid in the shortest time. When the iron elemental root melted, it would become iron elemental liquid. The iron elemental liquid's scalding temperature was even higher than the magma in the volcano. Moreover, it had to be carried by a special object. Ordinary objects could not withstand the temperature of the iron elemental liquid. Okay. Li Zhongjiu did not say anything and directly made a decision. The Qianquan Pill Saint was once again pleased with himself. If it was some other competition, then he might not have such a chance of winning. However, refining this iron origin root in the competition was already as easy as flipping his hand for this Qianquan Dan Saint. This was because his flames were also born from this iron origin root. To other people, the iron origin root was like a boulder that could not be refined, but to Qianquan Dan Saint, it was simply a common occurrence. That heaven and earth Dan Saint's cultivation has most likely already stepped into the ranks of grade 6 pills. Otherwise, these people would not have acted so easily. There was a cold glint in Elder Mo's eyes as he sized up the people around him. So far, old Mo still hadn't found the expert the 10 Directions Medicine Hall had invited. He didn't even know the name list until now. At this moment, those people were also hiding in the crowd, concealing their own strength. Therefore, old Mo was also very nervous and incomparably vigilant. If the 10 Directions Medicine Hall was compared to the 10 Directions Medicine Hall, then the strength of the 10 Directions Medicine Hall was not much different from the 100 Medicine Hall. The expert invited by the other party was certainly not weak. It was all for the following competition. After all, the ranking between them would affect the competition of interests between the 3 great herb merchants. To actually compete in refining the iron origin root, this is really boring. Li Yan said with a frown. What kind of situation was this? She actually wanted to see 2 experts refining the iron origin root here. Everyone also heard the rules of the competition. They wanted to see who could refine the iron origin root in the shortest time. Moreover, the refined iron origin liquid had to be compared to see who was more thorough. Even the iron origin liquid had different degrees of refinement. Ordinary refinement would appear white. If it was refined thoroughly, it would appear translucent. But if it was completely refined, it would become transparent. In the market, this transparent iron origin liquid was very rare. White iron origin liquid, on the other hand, was very abundant. It was a very good material to refine this kind of weapon. However, transparent iron origin liquid was very rare. Even if it was the flame of a 6th grade alchemist, it was extremely difficult to refine this transparent iron origin liquid. He picked up the iron origin root in his hand. The Qianquan Pill Saint had already begun to show off his strength. The Qianquan sacred flame appeared in his palms. The iron origin root was also gently rotating in the flame between his palms. Through this method, the temperature was also roasting the iron elemental root. It could be seen that the iron elemental root had already turned from a black tree root to a scarlet color. On the contrary, looking at Li Zhongjiu, he didn't seem to be in a hurry. It seemed that he was looking for something in his storage ring. I've seen a 5th grade alchemist refine this iron origin root before. It seems that it took him 12 hours to refine this iron origin root into white iron origin liquid. With my strength, it would take at least 24 hours to refine this iron origin root. The Qianquan Pill Saint's flame seemed to have a strong restraining effect on this iron origin root. It actually burned this iron origin root until it turned red so quickly. According to my estimation, I will definitely be able to refine it completely in less than 4 hours. The Qianquan Pill Saint seemed to have heard the discussion of the people below. Immediately, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. In that case, I will show my strength and let these people know today to broaden their horizons. Qianquan Sacred Flame, sacrifice the universe. The flame between his palms suddenly spread out. Even if the scene was seen by outsiders, it was enough to see that the world between the Qianquan Pill Saint's palms was flying up and down, as if it was constantly boiling. This time, the spinning world was also directly in the hands of the Qianquan Pill Saint. 6th Grade Alchemist. This Qianquan Pill Saint has indeed broken through the 6th grade realm. 6th Grade Alchemist, he really is a 6th grade alchemist. The appearance of a 6th grade alchemist was almost like the appearance of a wolf king in a pack of wolves. Everyone had no choice but to be convinced by the strength of this 6th grade alchemist. Even if you were at the peak of the 5th grade, you would not be a match for this 6th grade alchemist, he only needed a finger to easily defeat you. This was the strength of a 6th grade alchemist. It was different in that realm. This is troublesome. This guy is actually a 6th grade alchemist. Kuan Erasure came to the front of the arena. Looking at the strength displayed by the other party, he could not help but frown. What? That old man is a 6th grade alchemist. Li Yan did not believe these words when she heard them. However, when she heard Kuan Erasure say this, she was immediately shocked. 6th grade alchemist. Wasn't that an existence like a legend? Although Boss is also a 6th grade alchemist, but under the situation of the same level, it is very difficult to crush the other party. Kuan Erasure said in a dignified tone. These words made Li Yan's heart even more uneasy. On the field, Li Zhongjiu had been looking for something for a long time. When Li Zhongjiu's face showed an expression of finding something, the Qianquan Pill Saint on the opposite side had already refined nearly 1/10 of the iron elemental root in his hand. When the Qianquan Pill Saint looked at Li Zhongjiu on the opposite side, there was also a hint of ridicule in his eyes. He would let Li Zhongjiu know how powerful he was. If he wanted to be an enemy of the Qianquan Pill Saint, then he was not qualified yet. I finally found it. Li Zhongjiu breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this thing was rare. Although it was not very precious, it was not something that could be found easily. Desolate grass? Kuan Erasure saw Li Zhongjiu take out the desolate grass. Suddenly, he frowned. He did not know why Li Zhongjiu took out the desolate grass. Although this thing was powerful, very few people could understand how to use it. Even old Mo's eyes had a hint of ridicule. They even thought that Li Zhongjiu was just trying to please the crowd. Li Zhongjiu was almost done, but he still hadn't started yet. Could it be that he was going to catch up now? The Qianquan Pill Saint was also a 6th grade alchemist. If he wanted to catch up, it would not be an easy task. Boom! Li Zhongjiu's palms were also jumping with flames, and this flame also directly formed a medicinal cauldron. With the appearance of this fire cauldron, everyone was also amazed by Li Zhongjiu's strength. There was really nothing to say about his control of this flame. The formation of a medicinal cauldron itself was about integrating into one, and the Tao was naturally formed. That was why this fire cauldron could have an effect. Otherwise, it would be useless if you only cultivated the shape of the ladder without any consciousness inside. What is he going to do? Wu Qingfeng and the others were also watching the battle between the two peak powers. With the identity of both of them, they were both 6th grade alchemists, so in this dark horse pill assembly, it was definitely a peak confrontation. But who knew that this confrontation would actually start in advance? Even Wu Qingfeng did not know what Li Zhongjiu was going to do. Wu Qingfeng originally thought that Li Zhongjiu had broken through the realm of the 6th grade alchemist, but that was only because Li Zhongjiu's talent was good, and even reached an extremely amazing level. However, in terms of experience, it was impossible to be perfect. However, when they saw Li Zhongjiu's move, they were unable to understand it. They really realized that Li might have other means as other means. Li Zhongjiu directly extracted a wisp of desolate energy from the desolate grass. Then, using this desolate energy as a fire guide, he directly integrated this energy into the iron elemental root. Immediately, people could see that the iron elemental root had begun to gradually peel off. The iron elemental root, which did not have the slightest change under the flame, actually showed a trace of spontaneous combustion. From this moment on, people could see that the iron elemental root was constantly being corroded by the desolate energy. With the injection of the flame, people could also see that the iron elemental root was being smelted by the iron elemental liquid. Li Zhongjiu caught the iron elemental liquid with a ball of flame. Without the help of other things, the iron elemental liquid was very easy to cool down. Therefore, the iron elemental liquid needed to be protected by the flame. However, when the iron elemental liquid appeared in Li Zhongjiu's hand, the people below seemed to have their mouths wide open, and their eyes were wide open. F***ck, this is transparent iron elemental liquid. Kuan Erasure was the first to exclaim. His expression was very exaggerated, and he could not believe that it could be done to this extent. Transparent iron elemental liquid, this was an extremely precious existence in the market. There were even some blacksmiths who liked this iron elemental liquid the most. A good iron elemental liquid could even increase the power of their weapons by another 3 times, therefore, this transparent iron elemental liquid was very difficult to find. High-level alchemists had the ability to do this, but they would not waste time and energy to do this kind of thing. Impossible. When the Qiankuan Pale Saint saw the iron elemental liquid in Li Zhongjiu's hand, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Li Zhongjiu obviously dawdled for half a day before starting to refine. How could he be faster than him? Soon, the iron elemental root in Li Zhongjiu's hand was easily refined, and all of it turned into the transparent iron elemental liquid, which appeared in a flowing flame bottle in Li Zhongjiu's hand. The flame bottle was constantly rolling with a flame storm, which maintained the iron elemental liquid's original state. How long will he take? Do I have to continue waiting for him? Li Zhongjiu retracted his hand, and the flame bottle automatically floated in front of Li Zhongjiu. The power displayed by the bottle made everyone gasp in amazement. He finished refining so quickly. It didn't take more than 10 minutes. Almost as soon as the great desolation power poured into the iron elemental root, the refining process was completed. In the eyes of these people, it was simply unbelievable. This is impossible, you cheated. The Qiankuan Pale Saint immediately pointed at Li Zhongjiu and said. Until now, he had only refined a third of it. He still needed a lot of time before he could completely refine it. However, Li Zhongjiu had started later than him. In such a short period of time, he had already refined this extremely difficult to refine origin iron root. Are you an idiot? Do I need to cheat? Li Zhongjiu looked at the Qiankuan Pale Saint and said indifferently. You broke the rules and used the medicinal herbs to refine the iron elemental root, not completely refining it. The Qiankuan Pale Saint remembered what medicinal herbs Li Zhongjiu had used, which was why he was able to refine the iron elemental root so quickly. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, how could he compare to him? There's such a rule? Li Zhongjiu was immediately surprised as he looked at the Qiankuan Pale Saint. The Qiankuan Pale Saint seemed to have grasped Li Zhongjiu's weakness. I dare to conclude that the iron elemental liquid in this child's hand is definitely just an illusion, and not the real iron elemental liquid. The Qiankuan Pale Saint seemed to have exposed Li Zhongjiu's conspiracy, and the more he spoke, the more excited he became. This was because the method used by Li Zhongjiu was almost unheard of, and no one had ever seen it before. Therefore, the iron elemental liquid in his hand must only have this shape, but in reality, it did not have the effect of the iron elemental liquid here. Then give it a try. As soon as Li Zhongjiu's voice fell, he directly stretched out his hand and waved it, throwing out the fire bottle in his hand. The transparent iron elemental liquid whistled out of the fire bottle and directly rushed towards the Qiankuan Pale Saint. What? The Qiankuan Pale Saint was shocked. Along with the terrifying fluctuation, the Saint Pale Saint elixir roared. He immediately felt the extremely ferocious power within it. This was the newly refined iron origin liquid. Once this iron yuan liquid came into contact with one's body, it would definitely burn the person to ashes. The power of this iron yuan liquid was even more terrifying than the flames of a grade 6 alchemist. However, there was not much time left for the Qiankuan Pale Saint. Immediately, he saw the terrifying power coming towards him. Boom! The Qiankuan Pale Saint also did not hesitate to unleash his aura. At the same time, the Qiankuan sacred flame in his hand turned into a flame curtain, blocking in front of him like a terrifying waterfall. The iron origin liquid that Li Zongjiu threw out also had an extremely terrifying penetrating power. It easily broke through. The iron origin liquid easily pierced through the Qiankuan sacred flame. At this moment, the Qiankuan Pale Saint also understood that the iron origin liquid refined by Li Zongjiu was absolutely genuine. Otherwise, how could it easily break through his Qiankuan sacred flame? Not good. In the eyes of the Qiankuan Pale Saint, the iron origin liquid in front of him seemed to have grown eyes. It directly spun in a circle and swept towards the back of the Qiankuan Pale Saint. The Qiankuan Pale Saint was in his own fire circle, constantly trembling with this power. Go for me. The Qiankuan Pale Saint's hand suddenly pushed forward. The Qiankuan sacred flame formed a powerful flame wall. However, this power had no effect in front of Li Zongjiu's iron origin liquid. Qi. An extremely terrifying temperature was released, and immediately, the sacred flame wall in front of him was directly destroyed. No. Looking at the iron yuan liquid splashing on his body, the Qiankuan Pale Saint immediately screamed. The pain and fear he felt at this moment was the clearest thing he had ever felt in his life. The flame curtain dispersed. Everyone saw an extremely horrifying scene. They saw that half of the Qiankuan Pale Saint's body had already turned into white bones, and the bones were also being corroded by the flame. Although the Qiankuan Pale Saint did not have time to die, there was no chance for him to recover. Qi. Qiankuan Pale Saint, who only had one leg left, finally fell to the ground helplessly and was directly corroded by the iron origin liquid. Even the storage ring was melted by the Qiankuan Pale Saint. Everyone present was deeply shocked. This Qiankuan Pale Saint was at least a 6th grade alchemist. Now, he actually killed him just like that. That was too careless. It was not easy for the Heaven and Earth Dan Saint to cultivate to the 6th tier alchemist realm. Now, he wanted to display his strength, so that he could gain a good reputation in this kind of dark horse pill assembly and make a name for himself. However, he had never expected that he would be killed by the iron essence liquid. Looks like my iron essence liquid is real. Li Zongjiu said calmly. It was as if he had done all this just to test the authenticity of his iron essence liquid. After verifying that the iron essence liquid was real, the pile of iron essence liquid had already fallen to the ground and solidified again. It could be said that there was no effect. If he wanted to refine it again, it would take a lot of effort. When Li Zongjiu was refining the iron yuan root, although he said that he had added medicinal ingredients, it was no longer important whether this kind of action violated the rules or not. That Heaven and Earth Dan Saint had been directly killed, was there a need for you to continue investigating? It was also very likely that he would offend Li Zongjiu directly. At present, this Li Zongjiu did not seem to be such a generous person. He could directly retaliate at any time. The notary also raised his head and glanced at the top of the pavilion. The person above nodded. In the end, it was judged that Li Zongjiu was the winner and successfully defended the arena once. The opponents that Li Zongjiu challenged were all very strong. For example, the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon and the Qiankuan Pale Saint of the Scarlet Cloud 5 Saints. Everyone also deeply remembered this young man in front of him. He was decisive in killing and did not put these rules in his eyes. Therefore, if they were to encounter this Li Zongjiu in the future, they must be careful. This brat, you must not be his enemy. Li Zongjiu glanced at the crowd and quickly caught sight of a figure who was looking at him with a gaze of extreme hatred. The corner of his mouth could not help but raise. Li Zongjiu felt that the style of the Scarlet Cloud 5 Saints was none of his business. However, if you wanted to provoke Li Zongjiu, then sorry, Li Zongjiu could only do things according to his own style. Li Zongjiu signaled Tian Fei with his eyes. Tian Fei also understood Li Zongjiu's intention and quickly headed towards that figure. This person was also one of the Scarlet Cloud 5 Saints. The Qiankuan Pale Saint was killed by Li Zongjiu, so these people naturally had to find a way to take revenge. This person had not revealed his identity until now, but Li Zongjiu's gaze just now made him feel uneasy in his heart. It seemed that Li Zongjiu had already discovered them. Immediately, his figure also quickly walked out of the venue. The first day was almost over. Li Zongjiu came in front of Li Yun and the others. Kuan Erisher could only give Li Zongjiu a thumbs up. After all, Li Zhongzhou's strength was indeed too terrifying. That was a 6th-grade alchemist, and he actually killed him directly. Who could say that they killed a 6th-grade alchemist? Then they killed a 6th-grade alchemist. This was an extremely inconceivable thing, and even this ordinary person would not dare to do so. Li Zhongzhou did it. You. How could you just kill him? That's too cruel. Li Yan was also a little surprised by Li Zhongzhou's actions. After all, this Li Zhongzhou killed a 6th-grade alchemist. Wasn't this 6th-grade alchemist very valuable? In the end, he actually killed one on the spot. However, Li Yan also thought that this old thing deserved to die. Since he could become the enemy of the Li family, then there was no need to sympathize with an enemy. That was a very stupid act. I accidentally killed him. Li Zhongzhou said innocently, but no one would believe this Li Zhongzhou's nonsense. Where did Tianfei go? Li Yan saw that Tianfei left directly. He went to the toilet. Li Zhongzhou said lightly. The battle just now also made many people put their eyes on Li Zhongzhou. Even when Li Zhongzhou passed by in front of these people, they all looked at him in awe. That old Mo did not dare to challenge Li Zhongzhou at all. Who knew that this kid was so fierce? Previously, in the inn, he had already displayed his invincible might once. After that, he consecutively defeated the famous experts in the Qiyun region. Such strength naturally caused old Mo to feel fearful. It's about time for today. Let's go out and rest first. Li Zhongzhou glanced at the situation at the scene. Most of the people had already stopped and returned to their senses. Because they directly lost, there was no way to continue. Under the respectful gaze of the crowd, Li Zhongzhou and the others also directly left the Black Horse Square. However, there were also quite a few people who looked at the departing Li Zhongzhou as if they were toying with their prey. This person is the reinforcements that the 100 Medicine Pavilion invited? In a tall building outside the Black Horse Square. A few people were sitting in front of the window. One of them was leaning on a rocking bench, holding a handful of melon seeds and eating them. The other two were holding binoculars, looking at Li Zhongzhou with great interest. Then, the camera turned and focused on Li Yan. This young lady looks quite interesting. You only know how to look at other people's girls. Study her carefully. This Li Zhongzhou is a real strong enemy. A girl said at the side. While she was talking, she was also using the same file to rub her fingernails. After that, she even blew on her fingernails. No matter how strong Li Zhongzhou is, he is just one person. He can't go to heaven. In front of us, this kid can only die. The person lying on the rattan chair was flipping through a book of herbs. The three of them were about the same age. 2 men and 1 woman. Looking at the clothes of these 3 people, it was very obvious that these 3 people should be from the same family. The price that the 10,000 Spirits Immortal shop paid this time is not low. It seems that they are determined to get the right to collect herbs. It's just a land of spiritual herbs. What's there to think about? For such a small thing, they are fighting to the death. The girl seemed to feel uncomfortable sitting there. She put her slender legs on the tea table, and at the same time, she was painting her fingernails with some strange colors. Dong Shoubai, you don't have to be so exaggerated. What's the point of painting these strange things on your fingernails? It doesn't look good at all. The man who was standing looked back and saw the girl's actions. He couldn't help but say with disdain. As the most orthodox of men, he couldn't understand this strange behavior. Why would someone like to do this? It was really puzzling. Sometimes, the 5 fingernails on the same hand were all different colors. It was even more unbelievable. What do you know? Dong Shoubai couldn't be bothered to care about the opinions of these uncouth fellows. Hey, Eastern Cold Mountain. You can handle this brat, right? I don't want to face such a boorish person. As for the others, only that guy from the 10 Prescriptions Medicine Hall is worthy of my attention. I don't know where this Li Zhongzhou came from, but he's so powerful even though he's just an amateur. Eastern Frost Mountain was also the person lying on the rattan chair. It's nothing, Dong Hansan said plainly. Then, he looked at Dong Yangbai who was holding the binoculars and said. Hey, you've been watching for so long. Have you seen enough? Hurry up and order some food. I'm starving to death. I just want to take a look at that big sister, Dong Yongbai said. Then, the binoculars in his hand kept rotating, trying to find Li Yan. Swish. Boom. A whistling sound was heard. Dong Yongbai instantly sensed danger and quickly let go of the binoculars. However, that overbearing force had already blasted the binoculars in his hand. In an instant, the binoculars were torn to pieces. At the same time, a hidden force rushed toward Dong Yongbai's eyes. However, Dong Yongbai didn't dodge. Instead, his eyes seemed to surge with flames. Immediately, the hidden force in front of him was completely burned away. What a guy! Dong Yongbai took a step back. There was a wound on his palm, which was caused by the broken binoculars. Haha, you've suffered a loss, haven't you? Dong Hanshan looked at Dong Yongbai's angry face and immediately laughed out loud. Dong Yongbai's expression was naturally very ugly. There was no need to think to know who attacked him. It was obviously a warning from Li Zongjiu. Unfortunately, Li Zongjiu warned the wrong person. I haven't come to find you yet, but you've come to teach me a lesson first. Very well. I'd like to see how much skill you have. Dong Yongbai's face was full of displeasure. This was just an alchemist from the secular world. He only had some talent, but now he dared to take the initiative to provoke him. This was an extreme provocation for Dong Yongbai. Haha, I didn't expect that the third young master of the dignified Eastern Medicine clan would be teased by this secular person. Eastern Frost Mountain and the others were very gloating. Although they were teasing each other, the move just now did have some experience, which made Dong Yongbai very surprised. However, he naturally couldn't say it out loud. Li Zongjiu had long known that someone was spying on them. Originally, he didn't want to pay attention to it. After all, it was just some idiot from a big family. However, who knew that under such circumstances, they dared to do it again and again. This was a bit too much, so he gave them a warning. They found an inn in this Black Horse town. The organizer was quite stingy. They didn't even arrange accommodation for them. The main reason was that these alchemists who came to participate in the competition, although they didn't have any big backing behind them, each of them had a bad temper. It was difficult to appease everyone, so they simply cancelled the accommodations. The three of them sat in front of the table. After a while, Tianfei also came in from outside the room and sat down as if nothing had happened. On the way here, I found these tails, so I also cleaned them up. Tianfei took out a blood-stained plate in his hand. The patterns on the plate were complicated, so it was hard to tell what it was. However, the back of the plate was engraved with the words Ardent Earth Sect. Didn't you go to the outhouse? You met them in the outhouse? Li Yan said in surprise. Ardent Earth Sect, this name sounded a little familiar. After thinking about it carefully, he recalled that yesterday, he seemed to have encountered some elite disciples of Ardent Earth Sect. After that, a few of them fought with each other and even beat them up. In the blink of an eye, he actually saw the people of Ardent Earth Sect again. Something like that. Tianfei said awkwardly. In fact, Tianfei also went to deal with one of the 5 Crimson Cloud Saints who had a grudge against him. As for who that person was, he didn't know. Anyway, he had already died under Tianfei's sword. These guys are really troublesome. You two go around and catch their boss for me. Li Zongjiu frowned. He hadn't come to find trouble with them, but they came to find him first. This made Li Zongjiu a little angry. Tianfei and Kuan Erishur also stood up. Previously, Kuan Erishur and Tianfei had some conflicts. Now that they were fighting side by side, there was a different feeling. Even Kuan Erishur had a trace of competition. They were all of the same age. Good, I also want to see how big the gap is between me and the elite disciples of the top sects in this continent. Kuan Erishur said. Although the content was modest, the tone was unusually proud. Tianfei also slightly nodded. I will let you know. When Li Zongjiu had just been reborn, he was very low-key. Li Zongjiu rarely took the initiative to provoke other forces. He would wait until these people came knocking on his door and Li Zongjiu was forced to fight back. But now, it was different. With Li Zongjiu's current strength, he did not need to be low-key anymore. Just like the Xianyuan sect that came to him. So what if you are arrogant and overbearing? As long as you dare to come, I will cripple you. Originally, Li Zhongjiu planned to go to the Xianyuan sect directly. Later, the people of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion came to him and mediated this matter. So, Li Zhongjiu did not pursue this matter for the time being. But if these people did not know the difference between life and death, then, they would not have the chance to regret it in front of Li Zhongjiu. Just like with the Ardent Earth sect. Really, a dog cannot change its habit of eating shit. They did not even weigh their own weight and dared to provoke Li Zhongjiu. What kind of tail did they have? They were useless in front of Li Zhongjiu. Li Yan was not clear about the enmity between the Ardent Earth sect and Li Zhongjiu. But, she thought that it should not be a powerful character. Anyway, as long as Li Zhongjiu was here, there would not be any problems. Li Zhongjiu did not receive any response from Tianfei, but someone came to him immediately. Huimei, who had been watching Li Zhongjiu, knew that this was a rare opportunity when he saw Tianfei and Kuan Erishur leave. As for the other woman, if he was not mistaken, she should be a trash who only knew how to talk. As for Li Zhongjiu, although he had some strength, the Ardent Earth sect had also come prepared. It was impossible for them to not be able to deal with an expert like him. It was a very simple task to specifically target this kind of expert who was separated from the group. Surround this inn, Huimei ordered. Immediately, more than 10 elite disciples rushed out from behind. The huge formation directly sent the diners, who were still eating, flying with a kick. Get out if you don't want to die. Those who had eyes could immediately see that these were the people of the Ardent Earth sect. Not far away, they were the sect of the Ardent Earth sect. Who in the Black Horse Town did not know the strength of the Ardent Earth sect's people? They immediately ran away. Brat, you've got guts to come here alone. Since you've come to our Ardent Earth sect's territory, we should do our part as hosts. On Huimei's face, there was a look of a villain intoxicated by success. Li Yan glanced around and saw a total of 16 Ardent Earth sect disciples. They are going to set up a formation. Li Yan immediately whispered. When Li Zhongjiu heard Li Yan's words, he looked directly at Li Yan and ignored the others. Why are you staring at me? Li Yan looked at Li Zhongjiu's strange behavior and felt quite strange. At this time, Li Zhongjiu never felt nervous. Facing a big sect, the most difficult thing to deal with was these people's formations. They were very good at it, moreover, these people usually cultivated together. Once they formed a formation, the power they possessed would be extremely terrifying. It was simply unimaginable. You can see what kind of formation it is? Li Zhongjiu curiously looked at Li Yan. Li Yan felt the pressure and began to quickly observe the formation of these people. Soon, she found that these people's formation was very strange. However, Li Yan quickly determined the formation of these people based on some clues around them. Scorching Yin Gale Formation. I once saw an introduction to this kind of formation in a miscellaneous book. Within this Scorching Yin Gale Formation, everything will be destroyed. Not even bones will be left. When Li Yan mentioned this array formation, she was also shocked in her heart. I remember now. The Scorching Sun sect originated from this kind of formation. Li Yan immediately exclaimed. Looks like your talent in formations is not bad. Li Zhongjiu obviously couldn't see what kind of formation these people were setting up. He didn't need to observe these things at all. You can set it up as you wish. I'll just sit here and give you enough time to prepare. You can set it up as you please. In any case, Li Zhongjiu would be able to break it easily in the end. No matter how powerful your formation is, it can't be as powerful as the people in Qingyuan Manor. Not bad my ass. This Scorching Yin Gale formation is specialized in restraining all kinds of attributes. Either we rush out now, or we'll be finished when the formation is completed. Are we still going to sit here? Why don't you cover me and I'll escape first? Li Yan said. Because she understood formations, she was very clear about the power of this formation and felt a deep respect for it. What Huimei needed was Li Yan's respect. If you want to leave, I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Since you know this formation, feel it well. Start the formation. Under Huimei's command, the surrounding disciples of the Ardent Earth sect immediately released their Yuan force. The few of them connected with each other. Boom. A gust of chilly wind rose from the ground. This gust of wind was like a knife, easily flashing in front of them. In an instant, it directly slashed towards Li Zongjiu and Huamei. Seeing these wind blades coming towards them, Li Yan quickly said, "These wind blades are endless. We must find a gap in this storm. Otherwise, we will be continuously pierced by these wind blades, just like 1,000 arrows piercing through our hearts." Just as she finished speaking, Li Zongjiu's hand had already reached out of the formation with a swoosh. He directly grabbed a disciple of the Ardent Earth sect and threw him in front of him. Ah! Countless wind blades directly slashed the disciple of the Ardent Earth sect into a porcupine. Puff puff puff. He could clearly feel the pain as he listened to the waves of energy shuttling through his body. Even his bones were broken within his body. His entire body was paralyzed as he lay dead on the ground. Li Zongjiu then grabbed Li Yan. After all, there were too many dangers in the surroundings. If he didn't protect Li Yan well, he would probably be slashed into two halves. The number of people who had set up the array was decreasing one after another. When the number of people was reduced to 5, the array formation directly collapsed. When the formation disappeared, there were already 11 corpses left on the ground. What? Huamei never imagined how Li Zongjiu did it. Just as Huamei was in a daze, Li Zongjiu's figure flashed and appeared in front of Huamei. "I see that your eyebrows are quite unique. I wonder what they will look like when they are burned." Li Zongjiu flicked his finger, and a flame burned Huamei's eyebrows. Huamei never thought that his eyebrows would be burned on the spot at such an old age. "Let go of Protector Huamei." The remaining disciples saw that Huamei was directly held hostage by Li Zongjiu and quickly said. However, when they saw the corpses on the ground, they hesitated and did not dare to go forward. They only dared to stand at a distance and call for help, but they were reluctant to go forward. Once they went forward and were accidentally killed by Li Zongjiu, wouldn't it be a great loss? "I'll give you a chance to leave, otherwise, I don't mind killing a few more." Li Zongjiu glanced at the 5 disciples who were still alive in front of him. "My Ardent Earth sect's disciples are not cowards who are afraid of death." Huamei's eyebrows were burned, and he was incomparably humiliated. He angrily rebuked Li Zongjiu, but now his neck was in Li Zongjiu's hands. When he spoke, his saliva almost sprayed on Li Zongjiu's face. "Don't worry, Protector. We'll go and find the bisect leader." "Yes, Protector, you must hold on." Immediately, the 5 disciples turned around and directly jumped out of the inn's window. Bang! Bang! Because the door was blocked by Li Zongjiu, these people did not hesitate to jump out of the window to escape. Seeing these disciples flee, it was a huge blow to Huamei. This was a huge blow to Huamei. He never thought that he would do such a thing. Just a moment ago, he said that the disciples of the Ardent Earth sect would never run away. In the blink of an eye, all of them had run away. "Li Zongjiu, don't be arrogant. I don't believe that you dare to kill me." Huamei immediately straightened his chest, as if he was waiting to see if Li Zongjiu dared to kill him. Crack! Li Zongjiu directly took action and forcefully crushed Huamei's throat. Under Li Zongjiu's control, Huamei had no way to mobilize his yuan force, so he was like a lamb in Li Zongjiu's hand. The last sentence just now became Huamei's last words. He casually tossed the corpse onto the ground. How dare he make a bet with Li Zongjiu? He was truly reckless. There were quite a few people who were secretly watching this scene. When they saw Li Zongjiu killing a protector of the Ardent Earth sect without the slightest hesitation and effortlessly killing a protector of the Ardent Earth sect, as well as a dozen disciples lying on the ground, a storm rose in their hearts. Such a scene was indeed extremely spectacular. What a terrifying person, this guy, he must have a very strong background. Damn, that's the protector of Earth sect. Someone cried out in surprise. Moreover, Li Zongjiu did not seem to see these people as human lives. Who would dare to sit down and have a meal with such a terrifying person who killed people like scything flax? Naturally, all of them quietly slipped away. "This, you killed so many people, this," Li Yan saw so many corpses lying on the ground and could not help but feel a little scared. However, her psychological quality was not bad, so she quickly calmed down. "These people wanted to kill us. This world is lacking in many things, but there are too many people who deserve to die," Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Since they had provoked Li Zongjiu, then they could only wait for death. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had experienced many life and death situations, and had seen many tragic scenes. Therefore, sympathy was the most worthless thing. Li Zongjiu had long forgotten about sympathy, and only his own heart had persisted until now. That's true. Li Yun also kicked Huamei's body, causing him to roll a few times on the ground. This is for you. See how much you can understand. Li Zongjiu gave Li Yun a tattered and old book. Li Yun curiously took the book. After flipping to a page, her eyes could not leave the book. This is an encyclopedia of array formations. It's so detailed, such a detailed array formation book. Li Yun said excitedly, as if she had found a treasure. This book was also stolen from the underground black market of the Sacred Flame Royal City. If she did not remember wrongly, it should be there. It's good that you can read it. Li Zongjiu looked at Li Yun's interested expression and knew that Li Yun might have an extraordinary understanding of array formations. If she had talent in this area, then perhaps she could be nurtured into an array formation genius. This was also a very good thing for the Li family. Li Zongjiu was not very proficient in array formations in his previous life. If Li Yun was really interested, then he would help Li Yun find a good teacher. In this world, only Li Zongjiu was so confident. Array formation masters all had strange tempers, but they were all of high status. If they were given enough time and energy, they would not have a problem fighting against 100 people. Therefore, array formation masters were extremely precious resources. If they were powerful, it would be even more important if they wanted to take in a disciple. However, since Li Zongjiu thought so, then he must have his own way. As long as Li Zongjiu wanted something, then there was basically nothing that could not be done. If this person was not willing to teach, then Li Zongjiu would not mind chopping off his head. In this world, other than strength, the most important thing was one's fists. These corpses, the inn shopkeeper walked out with his hands raised. He looked at Li Zongjiu and the corpses in front of him. You can clean them up. Li Zongjiu casually threw out a few purple yuan coins. Just these few purple yuan coins were enough to cover the inn's income for a few months. The shopkeeper immediately ordered his subordinates to move the corpses to the back courtyard. After all, he still needed to do business here. If someone died in an accident, it wouldn't be his inn's responsibility. Therefore, he didn't care about this. There was no inn that did not have people dying. If there were no deaths in this inn, then it was not a good inn. Who knows, if a powerful person suddenly died in your inn, then your inn would become popular all of a sudden. Boss, we are back. Kuan Erishur and Tian Fei also stepped into the inn. They just happened to see the inn's waiter cleaning up the bloodstains on the ground. When they saw that there was no one in the inn, they immediately guessed that there were people here. They were really reckless. Kuan Erishur knew about Li Zongjiu's strength. If they met Li Zongjiu, then there was basically no way for them to live peacefully. Being able to die a quick death was already a very fortunate thing. Tian Fei was carrying a person with a bloody nose and a swollen face. His body was full of wounds and blood. Even now, he was already in a semi-conscious state. There's someone here too? Kuan Erishur was obviously a little surprised. However, this mission was really not simple. It took a lot of effort to capture this guy. You guys are really something. You only have so few people, yet you still split them up. How interesting. Kuan Erishur used a basin of water to wake the person in front of him up. Tian Fei did not say much. After all, Tian Fei's identity was different from Kuan Erishur's. Tian Fei was only a subordinate of Li Zongjiu. As the deputy sect master of Ardent Earth sect, Xianxia had seen too many situations. Xianxia didn't even know how many things he had to deal with. Many troublesome problems were easily solved by him. Therefore, Xianxia was very confident in his ability. Even though the sect master had given him the mission to get rid of Li Zongjiu, Xianxia felt that it was a very simple matter. However, he did not expect that two young men would actually kill their way to his residence today. Given the strength of Ardent Earth sect, it was very normal for them to set up a branch hall in Black Horse Town. Xianxia was naturally disdainful when he saw the two youths charging towards him. These days, there were too many people who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Therefore, Xianxia didn't put the two youths in his eyes. He ordered his men to capture them and torture them before interrogating them. Who knew that these two young men would start a massacre as soon as they rushed into the courtyard? These so-called elite disciples of Ardent Earth sect were like a pile of tofu in front of these two young men. They were directly knocked to the ground and a large number of them were knocked down. After that, when Xianxia reacted, he was already beaten up by these two young men. Xianxia was also a Yuan monarch elite. More or less, Xianxia had some status in the Jianghu. But now that he had been plotted against and reduced to such a state, Xianxia was even more furious and displeased. He immediately glared at the people in front of him. How dare you plot against me? Do you know who I am? Xianxia immediately stood up. However, he discovered that there were no signs of him being tied up. These people actually allowed him to move freely without any restrictions. However, when Xianxia saw the corpse lying on the floor in front of him, his eyes widened. This was a corpse that hadn't been cleaned up yet. This corpse was none other than Protector Huamei. Although Protector Huamei's eyebrows had been burned off, one could still tell that the person in front of him was Protector Huamei. How dare you kill Huamei? Xianxia's eyes widened as he stared at Li Zongjiu and the people around him. He couldn't believe it. Could it be that these youngsters had already reached such a level of lawlessness? After all, this was the Black Horse Town, and the headquarters of the Ardent Earth sect was not far away. Could it be that these people did not want to live anymore? You are digging your own graves. How dare you touch the protector of the Ardent Earth sect? In less than a day, the Ardent Earth sect will come out in full force and kill all of you. Xianxia roared in a low voice. His words were very intimidating. If it was someone who was inexperienced in the underworld, they might have to be a little cautious. Where's your sect? Li Zongjiu asked directly. Since your Ardent Earth sect is so arrogant, I will go to your sect and take a look. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. If Li Zongjiu said such words to any sect in his previous life, the people of that sect would be disheartened. Because it meant that a big trouble was coming. When the evil lord came, they would either lose money or die. Therefore, they must prepare enough money to settle this matter. If they did not have enough money, then they could only wait for death. The evil lord was not here to have tea and talk about Tao. When the time was up, if they did not have enough money, then they would kill those who should be killed. What? Xianxia was also wondering if he had heard wrongly, or if he was dreaming. How could such a thing happen? Just who were these people? They actually wanted to visit the Ardent Earth sect for a visit. Of course, this meant that they were going to cause trouble in the Ardent Earth sect. There were very few enemies who dared to barge into the enemy's headquarters alone. Wasn't this equivalent to suicide? In Xianxia's long life, he had never encountered such a situation. For Xianxia, his brain seemed to be unable to process this. However, since these people had such a stupid idea, of course, he could not just rush over like that. Then, Xianxia sneered. Alright, since you want to die so much, then I will fulfill your wish. If you have the ability, then come after me. Xianxia wanted to see if these people had set up any traps in the surroundings. He immediately jumped up and rushed towards the ceiling of the inn. He directly rushed out of the roof. Whoosh! Xianxia leaped up and realized that he was not restrained in the slightest. After his figure rushed out of the inn, he immediately felt as though he had escaped from a sea of suffering. He even felt that these young people were really too unprofessional. After capturing the person, they did not take any precautions and escaped so easily. However, Xianxia was happy too early. When Xianxia jumped up, a roar suddenly came from the sky. When he looked up, a huge black shadow appeared above his head. When he saw the thing above his head, it was as if a huge shadow of death was shrouding Xianxia. Xianxia instantly froze on the spot. F***ck, why don't you fly forward? Li Zongjiu and the others appeared on the Qilan battleship and looked at Xianxia below. Although Xianxia was flying at a higher altitude, the Qilan battleship easily surpassed Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was a Yuan monarch elite and was confident in his ability to escape. He was able to escape the pursuit of these young people. When he immediately escaped, he realized that the Qilan battleship was following closely behind him. Even under the huge pressure, Xianxia felt the fear of being chased by a huge beast. He was gradually shocked. Damn it! Along the way, Xianxia's figure directly chased into the distance. He did not know how much pressure he was under as he ran frantically. Finally, a towering mountain peak appeared in front of him. There seemed to be an extremely powerful force around the mountain peak, warning the surroundings. Even a flock of birds and beasts did not dare to come close. Wait for your death, you. Trash. Xianxia's eyes emitted a cold light. Li Zhongjiu stood on the Qilan battleship and saw a sect appear in front of him. On top of the mountain, there were layers upon layers of tall buildings. They slowly appeared in front of him, overlapping with each other. It was a magnificent sight. Since you're here, let's greet them. Li Zhongjiu gestured to Li Yan. At first, Li Yan did not understand what he meant. However, when she saw Li Zhongjiu adjusting the cannon, she understood. Immediately, Li Yan adjusted the energy cannons in the Qilan battleship. Some of the Ardent Earth sect disciples who were still in the sect lifted their heads to look at the Qilan battleship. The appearance of such a huge battleship piqued their curiosity. Who is that? How dare he drive a battleship to our sect? Our sect has a space-prohibiting array. Is this guy here to provoke our sect? Within 1,000 miles, no other sect dares to go against us. These people are obviously here to die. How dare they not know the rules? We'll blast them down sooner or later. That's right. I wonder where this country bumpkin came from. Obviously, these Ardent Earth sect disciples had a strong sense of honor. When they saw the Qilan battleship, they were extremely xenophobic. After all, these people thought that the Qilan battleship was too arrogant. Even Xianxia sneered in his heart. But then, he suddenly heard a loud boom above his head. Boom! A terrifying sound vibrated out. It was as if the airwaves in the sky had been blown away. He could see a bright light wave rushing towards the sect's elders' hall at an incomparably fast speed. This was a sleeping chamber specially for the elders to rest. Boom! A hall that was almost 7 stories high was instantly smashed into pieces. The edge of the hall also directly rumbled a few times before it collapsed. It was like a real landslide and the earth was cracking. As for the disciples of Ardent Earth sect, their jaws dropped when they saw this scene. This, the elders' hall, has collapsed. F*ck, are they here to attack our sect? I never thought that I would encounter something so exciting in my lifetime. Many disciples of the Ardent Earth sect were excited. It was not common for their sect to be attacked. Moreover, the strength of the Ardent Earth sect was not weak. It would not be easy to cover it up. As a disciple of the Ardent Earth sect, it was rare for him to witness such a scene. Therefore, he had mixed feelings about it. However, after the commotion, some people immediately woke up with a start. F*ck, the sect has been attacked. Quick, save the elder. Elders, are you all right? Many elders were resting at this moment. Now that they were suddenly shot through the window by a cannon, it was probably something that ordinary people could imagine. As for those elders who were hit by the cannon, they couldn't believe it. Who would have thought that something like this would happen to them? What's going on? As the vice sect master, Xianxia seemed to have finally realized what the current situation was. The collapse of the elders' sleeping chamber also caused these disciples to become nervous. Some of the elders were dug out, while others were buried deep underground. There were a total of 50 elders in the Ardent Earth sect, and only a dozen of them crawled out. A group of disciples lifted a large stone slab. He saw an elder and a senior sister hugging each other naked on a bed sheet. However, they were still unconscious. The power of the blast just now was too strong. F*ck. Isn't that senior sister Xuelian, this? When the disciples saw this scene, they instantly felt as if their world had exploded. His senior sister, who was usually his goddess, had actually appeared in the elder's bed at night. Boom! Because of the shock, he loosened his grip, and the stone slab was pressed down again. *T. The disciples looked at each other. If the stone slab fell down with a bang, it would definitely cause the elder and senior sister to be injured again. Wouldn't that be killing the elder? Immediately, the disciples signaled with their eyes and then pretended to look for other survivors. Immediately, the disciples of the Ardent Earth sect who were responsible for guarding the Qilan battleship rushed towards it. However, there weren't many disciples who could fly in the air. A total of 6 people rushed towards the Qilan battleship first. Isn't that the deputy sect leader? Did the deputy sect leader bring people to attack our sect? When the disciples saw Xianxia, their eyes widened. They couldn't believe their eyes. There were a lot of strange things that happened tonight. First, the sect was attacked. Now, it was the vice-sect master who brought people here. One of them looked a little older, so he was asked to speak. He coughed softly, stepped forward, and shouted at the Qilan battleship. "Who are you? Tell me your name." However, there was no response from the Qilan battleship. The cannon on the Qilan battleship was aimed at the formation of the 6 people. "Disperse!" The young man who was leading the group immediately exclaimed. Boom! Another resplendent light emerged. When the 6 disciples sensed the emergence of this intense light, although they dodged quickly, the power of the light still remained in the area. Boom! The few of them were immediately blinded and deafened. Although it was only for a short period of time, under such power, it was still unbearable. Xianxia watched as the cannon on the Qilan battleship aimed at the book depository hall of the Ardent Earth sect. The book depository hall contained the sect's cultivation techniques, and there were even a few top-notch elemental arts. There were even unique copies that couldn't be duplicated. Once duplicated, the imprint of the elemental arts would disappear, which was equivalent to losing the elemental arts. However, all of these didn't exist now. When the guardian elder of the book depository hall sensed the might of this cannon, he immediately leaped forward and charged towards the light cannon. However, this light cannon contained the power of an upper-grade elemental stone. How could it be blocked so easily? Boom! The guardian elder was directly blasted into nothingness. The tall, precious, and ancient book depository hall. It was like an incense stick that had been burned out, directly turning into ashes. They could only watch helplessly as their book depository hall was reduced to a pile of ashes. To them, this was a very solemn place of inheritance. But now, it had been reduced to ashes by a single shot from the enemy. Xianxia had long forgotten about the so-called fear when he saw this scene. Only endless confusion remained in his eyes. Xianxia couldn't have imagined the development of the current situation. "You! Stop it!" Xianxia roared at the Qilan battleship where Xianxia and the rest were. He stared at the Qilan battleship above and wished he could blast it into pieces. He was the one who had brought this terrifying thing here. Of course, Xianxia was not worried about the destruction of these sects' holy lands. He was worried that these sects would definitely hold him responsible after this incident. "Today, I, Xianxia, will not kill you. However, if Ardent Earth sect continues to be stubborn, then don't blame me for being impolite." Xianxia shouted in the direction of the people from Ardent Earth sect. Sometimes, it was more effective to beat people until they were scared than to kill them directly. Therefore, after Xianxia used the Qilan battleship to intimidate them, this matter was over. If they continued to be stubborn and wanted to provoke Xianxia, then he would wait for Xianxia to come back and destroy Ardent Earth sect directly. Directly driving the Qilan warship and firing 2 cannons was simply more direct and simple than anything else. Ignoring Xianxia's incessant shouting below, Xianxia turned around and left in front of Ardent Earth sect. The effect of this demonstration was quite good. These people from Ardent Earth sect had never expected that someone would attack in such a way. The sudden attack was something that the elders and disciples did not expect at all. In fact, they did not even have the slightest inkling of what was going on. Yet, they had already suffered extremely heavy losses. Xianxia looked at the departing Qilan battleship and Xianxia and the others. Looking at the miserable state of the Ardent Earth sect, Xianxia felt that this was a hellish torture. Xianxia even thought of taking advantage of the chaos to lead the sect tonight. Damn it, that damned Xianxia. Except for Xianxia, the rest of the people on the Qilan warship felt like they were in a dream. This deterrence of strength was quite wonderful. Ordinary people would never have thought that there would be such a thing and it would even succeed. Under normal circumstances, if you were to go alone without any preparation, you would be targeted the moment you stepped into the vicinity of the other party's sect. Then, it wouldn't be a problem for them to deal with you directly. There was simply no chance for him to leave like this. The reason why he was able to achieve today's result was because he was bold. Secondly, the power of the Qilan battleship was indeed too powerful. This time, it was an easy bombardment and it had already completed its mission. Then, it quickly left. If it had enough energy, it might even be possible to wipe out the Ardent Earth sect today. After thinking about the dangers, Kuan Erishur and the others became excited. Oh my god, this warship is too powerful. Kuan Erishur was also amazed by the Qilan battleship in his hands. He had never seen such a powerful weapon. The Qilan battleship was one of them. It was extremely powerful and intimidating. If their Kuan castle could have a few more of such weapons, then the power of Kuan castle would also increase tremendously. The bombardment just now consumed one upper-grade primordial stone. Li Yan set up the Qilan battleship and was now slowly returning to the Black Horse town. When he heard Li Yan's words, Kuan Erishur was in a bad mood. Just now, 2 primordial stones were directly consumed. Who could afford to consume such a thing? No wonder it was so powerful. However, if the battle continued like this, no matter how rich one's family was, it would be impossible to consume such a huge amount of primordial stones. That's way too expensive. But this is the first time I've ever experienced something like this. Kuan Erishur said excitedly. Not only was Kuan Erishur excited, but Tian Fei also admired Li Zhongzhou's courage even though he did not say it out loud. Facing a sect and facing the threat of an ancient emperor expert were 2 completely different levels. However, Li Zhongzhou was fearless and directly killed his way out. It was really admirable. Let's go back to the Black Horse town first. There will be more of such things in the future. Li Zhongzhou said slowly. Such a small matter was nothing. Li Zhongzhou's battle record in his previous life could be said to be even more glorious. This was just a small lesson, and Li Zhongzhou didn't even use his full strength. If Li Zhongzhou really got serious, then the Ardent Earth sect would be doomed. Li Yan also looked at Li Zhongzhou, who was sitting quietly. She realized that she did not understand her brother at all. However, this did not prevent Li Yan from admiring and trusting Li Zhongzhou. It was Li Yan's first time piloting the Qilan battleship to battle. If they could not escape just now, then it would be destroyed by Ardent Earth sect. As the captain of the ship, Li Yan naturally could not escape. However, Li Yan did not hesitate to obey Li Zhongzhou's orders. This was a big matter of directly attacking a sect. The consequences of provoking an entire sect were very serious. However, with Li Zhongzhou around, everything was fine. The 4 of them returned to the Black Horse town safe and sound. At this moment, in Black Horse town, those who did not know that Li Zhongzhou had already gone to Ardent Earth sect to greet them only knew that Li Zhongzhou seemed to have crippled Ardent Earth sect's protector Huamei. Immediately, Black Horse town also started a heated discussion about this matter. They were all discussing whether this matter was true or false. It must be fake news. That is Ardent Earth sect. Who doesn't know the name of Ardent Earth sect within 1,000 miles? That's right. The deputy sect master of Ardent Earth sect is an expert of the Yuan King realm. I heard that the deputy sect master of Ardent Earth sect is in Black Horse town. If anyone dares to spread such a rumor, aren't they afraid that the deputy sect master of Ardent Earth sect will deal with them? How audacious. Someone slammed the board and said. Obviously, he was supporting the Ardent Earth sect. That's not necessarily true. Li Zhongzhou is a figure who has made a name for himself in Sacred Flame Royal City. He must not be simple to be able to make a name for himself in Sacred Flame Royal City. I also heard that Li Zhongzhou is an honorary elder of Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. Because of Li Zhongzhou's extraordinary performance in the Black Horse Square during the day, there were many people who paid attention to this Li Zhongzhou afterwards. News about this Li Zhongzhou suddenly spread all over the sky. It made it so that no one could tell what was real and what was fake. On the contrary, Li Zhongzhou's reputation gradually rose at this moment. And it was worth mentioning that the 5 Red Flame Saints, 5 great alchemists, were considered an extremely powerful alliance among the rogue cultivators. However, after the death of the Qianquan Pill Saint, no one else appeared to avenge the death of the Qianquan Pill Saint. Even the rest of the people had never appeared. just like that, they disappeared without a trace. This was also the characteristic of these people. Once there was any trouble, they would immediately hide. There was no sense of brotherhood at all. What's more, the strongest Xianxia pill saint was defeated, so what use could these people have? So after thinking about it, they might as well talk about this matter in the future. It could be seen that the brotherhood between these people was not as deep as imagined. For a time, the topic about this Li Zongjiu also directly swept the entire Black Horse town. Even in the alchemy circle in the Qiyun prefecture, most people would clearly know the name of this Li Zongjiu. The lively night did not have much impact on Li Zongjiu and the others. After teaching the Ardent Earth sect a lesson, they returned to the inn as usual. First, they had another supper, and then they went to rest. The few of them were all cultivation maniacs. Whenever they had some free time, they would spend it on cultivation. Li Yun's usual training was considered to be more diligent, but for this Li Yun, the usual training was soulless. It was just to become stronger and train here. But this time was different, when she held the incomplete book in her hand. Li Yun originally wanted to sleep early, but in the end, holding the book in her hand, she couldn't sleep at all. For ordinary people, the content could be said to be very obscure and difficult to understand, but Li Yun was reading it with great interest at this moment. Obviously, this Li Yun also had her own talent in comprehending this array. The second day, Li Zongjiu also recited the White God Fu once in the night, and at the same time, he also tempered his blood-soul hell. Basically, this was what he had to do every day. Although his strength had made a breakthrough now, he couldn't be arrogant. He had to continue to maintain this state. After all, the enemies in the future would only get stronger. The reason why such a Black Horse Alchemy gathering came to this gathering was also for these 6th-grade medicinal herbs. Usually, these guys would directly hide these 6th-grade medicinal herbs. If you want to buy them, it would take a lot of money and effort. This was a rare opportunity, so Li Zongjiu didn't give up. It was just a good opportunity to let Kuan Erishur make a name for himself here. In such a place where good people mixed with bad people, the chances of becoming famous were higher, but the chances of dying were naturally higher. If you want to make a name for yourself, you have to take risks. The drunken flower hasn't appeared yet, it seems like it is waiting for a big move. Li Zongjiu and the others sat in front of the table. They were discussing where the drunken life flower was located. They also asked these people to pay attention to it. They had to find the drunken life flower no matter what. Several people came to the Black Horse Square again. There were people around to maintain order. These people in front of them could only keep retreating, they couldn't get too close. It was to prevent some irrelevant people from getting close. Compared to yesterday, the number of people today naturally decreased a lot. Many people had been eliminated in the first round. As for those who stayed behind, they were either experts themselves, or they had some tricks up their sleeves. So the next battle was naturally more difficult. The number of arenas decreased directly. On the second day, a total of 20 arena masters were set up, and the free arena was cancelled. So if one didn't have enough strength, it was impossible to defend this arena, and it was very likely that he would encounter some situation of attrition battle. As long as he could win, it didn't matter what method was used. Take the initiative to challenge, Li Zongjiu said to Kuan Erishur. Kuan Erishur also nodded. He naturally understood Li Zongjiu's meaning. With Kuan Erishur's level of strength, it was very difficult to catch up with Li Zongjiu, but Li Zongjiu still took the initiative to bring him around. It was obvious that he wanted to train him, and treated him as his own brother, so he was willing to do so. Therefore, Lan Kuan knew that he had to increase his strength. He had to constantly sharpen himself. Only then would he be able to succeed. Only then can he kill his way out of the thousands of difficulties. Kuan Erishur's eyes also had a trace of madness. Lan Kuan was not a person who knew his place. Now, he naturally wanted to show off his prowess. Since the Dark Horse Pill gathering was a very good opportunity to show off, Lan Kuan naturally wanted to perform well. Immediately, Kuan Erishur's figure leaped, and he directly rushed towards the arena. The arena master had already been changed. Those who did not become the arena master yesterday were directly chosen as the arena master today. Unless you did not participate in this Black Horse Pill convention, you would definitely have the opportunity to fight. Yesterday's lucky kid, huh? Hee hee, do you really think that I don't have any skills? Seeing Kuan Erishur jump up, opposite him was a hunchback old man. It was said that this old man bent his back to study alchemy for many years, and that was why he became a hunchback. Some people also said that this old man stole alchemy skills, and his spine was broken. In the end, he became like this and fell to this place. In short, there were all kinds of stories. It did not affect this hunchback old man's prestige at all. Hunchback old man, I have heard of your name when I was in Kuan Castle. Kuan Erishur looked at the old man in front of him and said. When the hunchback old man heard Kuan Arashi's words, his eyes lit up. What did this kid mean? When he thought about it carefully, he immediately understood that this kid actually came from Kuan Castle. You are from Kuan Castle? Hee hee, what a coincidence. Looks like you are very confident. Since someone from Kuan Castle is here, there is no need for you to go back. The hunchback old man also grinned, revealing a mouth full of big golden teeth. This person was also a wanted criminal in Kuan Castle. Although his reputation was not very high, this ordinary wanted criminal still belonged to the category of wanted criminals. The camel-humped old man didn't commit any heinous acts before. However, he violated the rules of Kuan Castle and even ran away without permission. Naturally, he became a wanted criminal in Kuan Castle. However, Kuan Castle didn't have enough manpower, so they didn't chase after these people all over the world. Only when these disciples of Kuan Castle were wandering outside would they catch these people. If they accidentally bumped into one, they would take care of him. For example, Kuan Erishur actually happened to meet the camel-humped old man here. Naturally, they would punish him on the spot to show the prestige of Kuan Castle. Li Zongjio didn't continue to pay attention to the situation here. He didn't care about Kuan Arashi's outcome. If Kuan Erishur succeeded in making his way through the Dark Horse Pill meeting, then Li Zongjio would celebrate for him. However, if Kuan Erishur was harmed, then Li Zongjio would definitely take revenge for Kuan Erishur. This was Li Zongjio's mentality. The honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion is actually a 17-year-old youth. How sad. Do you think it's necessary for a trashy force like the Heavenly Pill Pavilion to exist? Li Zongjio was about to ask Feng Tingfei where the damn drunken flower was. After all, if he used his eyes to look for it, who knew how long it would take him to find it? If he directly looked for Feng Tingfei, it might be more effective. However, before he could do so, a voice rang out behind him. From the sound of it, it was obvious that this voice was coming for Li Zongjio. Who do you think you are? Li Zongjio turned around and saw a tall and burly man appear directly behind him. Oh, you're the one who peeped with the binoculars yesterday, right? When Li Zongjio saw Dong Yangbai in front of him, he immediately recognized him. Dong Yangbai didn't expect Li Zongjio to say such words without any restraint. To Dong Yangbai, this was a great provocation. He couldn't help but want to beat Li Zongjio to death on the spot. Who peeped at you? With this young master's status, do I need to do such a thing? It was laughable just thinking about it. Bull*T, stop talking nonsense. Since there's no need to talk between us, let's meet in the arena. Dong Yangbai directly said to Li Zongjio. Do you see that person? Li Zongjio pointed at Lan Kuan, who was currently sparring with the hunchback elder. Dong Yangbai wasn't blind, so he could naturally see it. Defeat him first, then come and find me. After patting Dong Yangbai's shoulder, Li Zongjio left directly. Dong Yangbai was stunned for a moment. Was this kid serious? He actually dared to say such words to Dong Yangbai. This was forcing him to directly kill Li Zongjio. He had even clenched his fist a few times. Very well, you asked for it. Let's see what other excuses you have. Dong Yangbai wasn't in a hurry to deal with Li Zongjio. Instead, he walked directly in the direction of Kuan Erishur. Poor Kuan Erishur didn't know that Li Zongjio's words had brought him a powerful enemy. Kuan Erishur was also fighting desperately in the arena. It took Li Zong a long time to find Feng Tingfei. Do you know who among these people has the drunken life flower? Li Zongjio asked straightforwardly. This put Feng Tingfei in a difficult position. At this time, he obviously didn't say it casually. At least, this was considered a leak of information. However, Li Zongjio came personally to ask. If he didn't give an explanation, he wouldn't be able to get past this hurdle. Although this is against the rules, since Elderly personally asked, I'll give you face. In fact, the people of the Dongyao clan have already contacted you. As far as I know, the drunken life flower is in the hands of these people. But I'm not very clear about who has it. Feng Tingfei said. Although it was equivalent to not saying anything, at least this could be used to identify some people, the Dongyao clan? When Li Zongjiu heard this name, he frowned. It wasn't because he had never heard of it. On the contrary, it was because he had heard of the name of the Dongyao clan that he knew clearly that with the strength of the Dongyao clan, they shouldn't appear in such a place. This was a little surprising. Why would these people appear in such a place? With the strength of the Dongyao clan, they naturally wouldn't come to such a place. However, the people of the Myriad Spirits Immortal Shop are not simple. They used a lot of connections to invite these people here. When Feng Tingfei found out that the people of the Myriad Spirits Immortal Shop had invited the people of the Dongyao clan, he was terrified. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Fortunately, he met Li Zongjiu. When such a hidden trump card was revealed, Feng Tingfei felt as if he had eaten a calming pill. Whether it was the previous Blue Void or the current old MO, those people were not qualified to fight with the people of the Dongyao clan. 10 Directions Medicine Hall seemed to have known about this long ago, so they just casually selected some people to go through the motions. However, it was still unknown whether they had secretly prepared any tricks. If Li Zongjiu were to fight with the people of the Dongyao clan now, it was obviously not a wise thing to do. Therefore, Feng Tingfei tried to persuade him. With the strength of the people of the Dongyao clan, they will definitely be able to make it to the end. When the time comes, you will definitely be able to face them. At this moment, we still need to conserve our strength. Bang! As soon as Feng Tingfei finished speaking, a loud noise was heard. At the front of the arena, a figure was directly sent flying to the ground. Kuan Arashir. The explosion just now came from the medicinal cauldron in Kuan Arashi's hand. In the competition in the arena just now, Kuan Arashi's medicinal cauldron was directly shattered. Kuan Arashi's figure fell to the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. A piece of trash. You want to compete with me with this kind of trash? A figure stood at the edge of the arena, looking at the person who fell to the ground in front of him with an incomparably arrogant attitude. Then, he looked in the direction of Li Zongjiu, his eyes full of provocation. He made a quick judgment. Li Zongjiu's eyes immediately turned cold. The smile at the corner of his mouth was quite sinister. If Kuan Arashir couldn't make it out of this competition, it was Kuan Arashi's problem. However, you can kill Kuan Arashir, but you can't humiliate Kuan Arashir, no matter what. Kuan Arashir was Li Zongjiu's brother. You're courting death. It was just a simple word, but it made Feng Tingfei, who was standing beside him, feel an extremely inexplicable tremble. Feng Tingfei's body couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, Li Zongjiu's aura was so cold that no one dared to get close to him. He immediately realized that something big was going to happen to Li Zongjiu. Feng Tingfei's heart was filled with nervousness and excitement. At the same time, he was a little worried. After all, Li Zongjiu could be said to be his only hope. He couldn't count on the other two. Feng Tingfei wasn't mentally prepared to let Li Zongjiu fight with these people from the Eastern Medicine clan so soon. That was why he was so nervous. Are you okay? Hey, is there something wrong with your brain? Li Yan helped Kuan Arashir up. Looking at the person in front of him, he couldn't wait to rush up and tear apart this person's smirking mouth. It was a face that made people loathe just by looking at it. Kuan Arashir also struggled to get up. At this moment, Li Zongjiu also walked over. First, he tapped Kuan Arashi's body a few times. Finally, he slapped Kuan Arashi's body. Kuan Arashir suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. His body returned to normal. You can break my hidden strength. Your eyesight is not bad. You are qualified to fight with me. Dong Yangbai looked at Li Zongjiu and said indifferently. There was a strange light in his eyes. He was surprised that Li Zongjiu could discover the hidden strength in Kuan Arashi's body and remove it so easily. This was what surprised Dong Yangbai. This was not an ability that an alchemist should have. I think you are really tired of living. Li Zongjiu glanced at the broken pieces of the alchemy cauldron on the stage. Every alchemy cauldron was the partner of an alchemist. Although it was not so mysterious, deliberately destroying the other party's things was also very hateful. Without saying a word, he walked up to the arena. Since you are so arrogant, then let's bet 36th-tier medicinal herbs. Li Zhongjiu said directly. 36th grade medicinal herbs, this number was definitely a huge amount of pressure for a force like the 1000-taste herb hall. This pressure was even enough to crush a powerful family. Even if the 100-medicine pavilion wanted to take out so many grade 6 medicinal ingredients at once, it would be somewhat difficult. He definitely wouldn't want to willingly take out this 6th grade medicinal ingredient. It was equivalent to cutting off a piece of meat from the 100-medicine pavilion. Hee, are you trying to scare me? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. In the eyes of ordinary people, 30 stalks of grade 6 medicinal herbs was already an extremely terrifying gamble. However, Dong Yangbai only casually crooked his finger. No problem. I'll give you whatever you want. In the eyes of these people, 6th grade medicinal herbs were only equivalent to pocket money. They did not put them in their eyes at all. This was the power of the Eastern medicine family, which controlled powerful resources. What do you want to compete in? You can choose whatever you want. Dong Yangbai was obviously very confident. No matter what Li Zhongjiu chose, he was confident that he could defeat Li Zhongjiu directly. Let's compete in what you just did. Compete in suppressing fire. Compete in suppressing fire. It was also a unique competition among alchemists. The flame in an alchemy furnace was not static, and during the process, it would often suddenly emerge when the pill was about to be refined, causing the temperature to rise rapidly. At this time, it was a test of the alchemist's ability to suppress the fire. Once the flames erupt, you won't have the chance to retract the power. If you were unable to suppress the flame, then your furnace of pills would easily turn into a pile of ashes. This was why the ability to suppress the flame was tested. Only an experienced alchemist would be able to control the sudden change of the flame. The competition in this arena was to place the two alchemy furnaces together and send the flame to the other alchemy furnace. At the same time, the alchemist had to suppress the flame in his own alchemy furnace. Whoever extinguished the other's flame first would be the winner. This was the so-called competition in suppressing fire. Obviously, Kuan Erasure and Dong Yangbai were competing in suppressing fire. The result could be seen from the scene. The fragments scattered all over the ground. Kuan Erasure even blew up the alchemy furnace in his hand. The other party did not show any mercy at all. This was completely to humiliate Kuan Erasure. Not only that, the guy in front of him secretly injected a few hidden forces into Kuan Arashi's body. It was this hidden force that caused Kuan Erasure to suffer such a serious injury. Be careful of this person. His flame is very strong. With great difficulty, Lan Kuan finally managed to squeeze out these words. After listening to Kuan Arashi's words, Li Zhongjiu gestured with his hands. Kuan Erasure was using the residual sun flame, which he had refined some time ago. Although it had only been a short time, Kuan Erasure was already quite proficient in it. No matter how bad the residual sun flame was, it shouldn't have failed so thoroughly. Therefore, the power of the other party's flame must be very strong. It couldn't be underestimated. I will pay him back tenfold for what he did to you. Li Zhongjiu's tone was calm. Those who didn't know him would think that Li Zhongjiu was acting tough. However, those who were familiar with Li Zhongjiu knew that Li Zhongjiu was really angry. When Lan Kuan faced the other party, he felt an extremely strong sense of oppression. In fact, in just a few minutes, he was already suppressed by the other party. Then, he was directly detonated by the other party, causing him to be seriously injured. He knew that the other party had launched a sneak attack on him, but he had no way to resist or evade. Let's compete in fire suppression. Let's start. Dong Yangbai didn't care about what Li Zhongjiu was competing in. Anyway, as long as he stood in the arena, he wouldn't be able to walk away safely. He didn't know that Li Zhongjiu was also thinking the same. Boom, Dong Yangbai once again took out his medicine cauldron. It was a blue medicine cauldron. Sky blue reverent cauldron. The corners of Dong Yangbai's mouth curled into a sneer. It was said that the celestial blue reverend cauldron was left behind by an ancient sovereign expert when he was refining pills. Now that it had fallen into Dong Yongbai's hands, it showed his strength and talent. Otherwise, why would the Eastern Medicine clan give such a precious item to Dong Yongbai? This guy is showing off again. Dong Shoubai said disdainfully when she saw this scene from below the arena. This guy really likes to show off. Showing off. Li Zhongjiu took out the Azura cauldron, which also landed on the ground with a boom. From the outside, the Azura cauldron was extremely low-key. Moreover, it was thinner than the sky-blue reverent cauldron. However, Dong Yongbai frowned. The moment the Azura cauldron appeared, the surroundings were filled with a faint killing intent. Of course, the people below the stage couldn't feel it, but the people on the stage naturally felt the deterrence of Li Zhongjiu's Azura cauldron. However, Dong Yongbai was still extremely confident in himself. The cauldron in his hand was a treasure passed down from his ancestors. To be able to obtain it, one needed to have the corresponding strength. As for the cauldron in Li Zhongjiu's hand, he knew at a glance that it must have come from some crooked ways. There was no need to worry about it. Come on. The cauldron was one aspect, but the flame was also very important. Poison torment true scripture. The two of them sat on the ground. Dong Yongbai took the lead and slapped Li Zhongjiu's Azura cauldron. Obviously, Dong Yongbai's main strategy was to attack. Only offense was the best defense. When the energy poured into the Azura cauldron, a flame suddenly appeared in Li Zhongjiu's Azura cauldron. The flame constantly collided with the Azura cauldron. Poison torment true fire, Dong Yongbai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Although the cultivation of this primordial flame was born within the body, it also consumed a lot of natural treasures. In order to birth this flame within his body, it could be said that he had gone through a lot of hardships. If one wanted to stand out in such a big family, one must be ruthless to oneself. Only by being ruthless to oneself could one become a real expert. Otherwise, one would only be trampled under others' feet. Being born in a big family was never a very lucky thing. Dong Yongbai was an expert who stepped on the bones of geniuses of the same age. In front of Dong Yongbai, nothing could stop him. At the very least, this was what almost everyone was thinking. When Dong Yongbai's poison torment true fire occupied Li Zhongjiu's Azura cauldron, Kuan Arashi's eyes widened when he saw this scene. This guy can control the flame in the cauldron to attack. His method is very strange. Moreover, the cauldron can turn into a highly poisonous object. Kuan Arashir exclaimed. He didn't even have time to remind Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu also placed his palm on it, allowing the flames and poison to enter his body. He saw that Li Zhongjiu did not attack, but only focused on defense. Absorbing the flame into one's body was an extremely risky action. Of course, it was only possible to absorb the energy into one's body in order to relieve the pressure in the cauldron in a very desperate situation. Li Zhongjiu had used such a method the moment he came up. It was obvious that he was trying to find a reason for himself to die faster. When the rest of the people saw Li Zhongjiu's behavior, they were clearly amateurs. Or rather, they were so frightened by the person in front of them that they didn't know how to deal with such a situation. I thought this Li Zhongjiu had some ability. It seems that he is also a short-lived ghost. He panicked when faced with a little pressure. I'm afraid he can't withstand it with this kind of endurance. Some people couldn't help but shake their heads. They felt very sorry for Li Zhongjiu's inexperience. In this kind of battlefield, a small mistake was enough to turn you into ashes. What else could you do? Dong Yongbai originally thought the same, but after a few seconds, he completely changed his mind. The tormenting true fire in his body was constantly spreading from the Azura cauldron into Li Zhongjiu's body. No matter how much energy there was, it was all absorbed by Li Zhongjiu. When his own flame entered Li Zhongjiu's body, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no movement at all. It was directly absorbed by Li Zhongjiu just like that. How is this possible? Is there no limit to this guy's body? He looked at Li Zhongjiu, who was still expressionless. The only thing that changed was his robe swaying due to the fluctuation of yuan qi. Other than that, there was nothing wrong with him. Is this all you've got? Li Zhongjiu looked at Dong Yongbai in front of him. At this moment, Dong Yongbai saw one thing in Li Zhongjiu's eyes. It was contempt. This was a kind of extreme contempt. It was a look that didn't put Dong Yongbai in his eyes at all. Dong Yangbai had once looked up at a person, and his memory of this gaze was very clear. However, he hadn't seen such a gaze for a long time after he became successful. Now, this gaze was repeated on Li Zhongzhou's body. Dong Yangbai was naturally furious. "Oh no, Dong Yangbai is angry," Dong Shoubai said softly when she saw that Dong Yangbai's eyes had become radical. Based on her understanding of Dong Yangbai, although the latter looked frivolous, in fact, it was very difficult to provoke him. Dong Yangbai even had full confidence in doing anything he wanted. But now, his eyes changed so quickly. He was obviously angered by Li Zhongzhou. Then, one could feel that Dong Yangbai's aura had soared. At this moment, it seemed that the world had also felt the throbbing of the power of the wind and clouds. Boom! The domineering power seemed to be drawn from the boundless sky. There seemed to be a surge of energy around Dong Yangbai's body. A huge black tiger covered in flames placed its claws on Dong Yangbai's body. Then, the tiger's figure slowly emerged. Roar! A tiger roar sounded. The black tiger's appearance was full of majesty. It had an aura that could devour the world. With a gentle sweep of the tiger's tail, a heat wave swept across like a hurricane, rolling up a frenzy on the ground. Boom! Dong Yangbai had already decided to get rid of Li Zhongzhou as quickly as possible. To avoid any more trouble. Oh? Subduing flame tiger? When Li Zhongzhou saw the power of Dong Yangbai's original soul, he was shocked. This was because the hidden flame tiger itself was very powerful. It was not easy to obtain such a primordial spirit. Furthermore, after a long period of cultivation, the hidden flame tiger could also reach the peak of the Type 6 realm. It was equivalent to a peak primitive emperor expert. Therefore, the quality of the subduing flame tiger was very strong. Hearing Li Zhongzhou say the name of the subduing flame tiger, Dong Yangbai was surprised and proud. It seemed that Li Zhongzhou was not a frog at the bottom of the well. In this case, he could clearly understand the power of the subduing flame tiger. Since you know, then you can be considered to have died with a clear understanding. The subduing flame tiger jumped onto the azure cauldron. Then, as it trembled, a terrifying flame surged into Li Zhongzhou's azure cauldron. Boom! End of chapter 810. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.